Thank you for the listening. If you want to support us, please subscribe to our channel of relaxing music. Link in the description below this video.
Prologue. Happiness, dear Rebecca, means first and foremost the calm, joyous sense of innocence. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. If only the swans would swim side by side on the dark green lake, this picture might turn out to be the crowning achievement of the wedding photographer's career. He was loath to change the couple's position because the soft light beneath the canopy of trees was turning the bride, with her loose red-gold curls, into a pre-Raphaelite angel and emphasizing the chiseled cheekbones of her husband. He couldn't remember when he had last been commissioned to photograph so handsome a couple. There was no need for tactful tricks with the new Mr. and Mrs. Matthew Cunliffe, no need to angle the lady so that rolls of back fat were hidden. She was, if anything, fractionally too slender, but that would photograph well. No need to suggest the groom try one with your mouth closed, because Mr. Cunliffe's teeth were straight and white. The only thing that needed concealing, and it could be retouched out of the final pictures, was the ugly scar running down the bride's forearm, purple and livid, with the puncture marks of stitches still visible. She had been wearing a rubber and stockinette brace when the photographer arrived at her parents' house that morning. It had given him quite a start when she had removed it for the photographs. He had even wondered whether she had made a botched attempt to kill herself before the wedding, because he had seen it all. You did, after 20 years in the game. I was assaulted, Mrs. Cunliffe, or Robin Ellacott as she had been 2 hours ago, had said. The photographer was a squeamish man. He had fought off the mental image of steel slicing into that soft, pale flesh. Thankfully, the ugly mark was now hidden in the shadow cast by Mrs. Cunliffe's bouquet of creamy roses. The swans. The damned swans. If both would clear out of the background, it wouldn't matter, but one of them was repeatedly diving, its fluffy pyramid of a backside jutting out of the middle of the lake like a feathered iceberg, its contortions ruffling the surface of the water, so that its digital removal would be far more complicated than young Mr. Cunliffe, who had already suggested this remedy, realized. The swan's mate, meanwhile, continued to lurk over by the bank, graceful, serene, and determinedly out of shot. "Have you got it?" asked the bride, her impatience palpable. "You look gorgeous, Flower," said the groom's father, Geoffrey, from behind the photographer. He sounded tipsy already. The couple's parents, best man, and bridesmaids were all watching from the shade of nearby trees. The smallest bridesmaid, a toddler, had to be restrained from throwing pebbles into the lake, and was now whining to her mother, who talked to her in a constant, irritating whisper. "Have you got it?" Robin asked again, ignoring her father-in-law. "Almost," lied the photographer. "Turn into him a little bit more, please, Robin. That's it. Nice big smiles now." There was a tension about the couple that could not be wholly attributed to the difficulty of getting the shot. The photographer didn't care. He wasn't a marriage counsellor. He had known couples to start screaming at each other while he read his light meter. One bride had stormed out of her own reception. He still kept, for the amusement of friends, the blurred shot from 1998 that showed a groom headbutting his best man. Good-looking as they were, he didn't fancy the Cunliffe's chances. That long scar down the bride's arm had put him off her from the start. He found the whole thing ominous and distasteful. "Let's leave it," said the groom suddenly, releasing Robin. "We've got enough, haven't we?" Wait, the other one's coming now," said the photographer crossly. The moment Matthew had released Robin, the swan by the far shore had begun to paddle its way across the dark green water towards its mate. "You'd think the buggers were doing it on purpose, eh, Linda?" said Geoffrey with a fat chuckle to the bride's mother. "Bloody things!" "It doesn't matter," said Robin, pulling a long skirt up clear of her shoes, the heels of which were a little too low. "I'm sure we've got something." She strode out of the copse of trees into the blazing sunlight and off across the lawn towards the 17th century castle, where most of the wedding guests were already milling, drinking champagne as they admired the view of the hotel grounds. "I think her arm's hurting her," the bride's mother told the groom's father. "Bollocks it is," thought the photographer with a certain cold pleasure. They rowed in the car. The couple had looked happy enough beneath the shower of confetti in which they had departed the church, but on arrival at the country house hotel, they had worn the rigid expressions of those barely repressing their rage. "She'll be all right, just needs a drink," said Geoffrey comfortably. "Go keep her company, Matt." Matthew had already set off after his bride, gaining on her easily as she navigated the lawn in her stilettos. The rest of the party followed, the bridesmaids' mint-green chiffon dresses rippling in the hot breeze. "Robin, we need to talk." "Go on, then." "Wait a minute, can't you?" "If I wait, we'll have the family on us." Matthew glanced behind him. She was right. "Robin." "Don't touch my arm." Her wound was throbbing in the heat. Robin wanted to find the holdall containing the sturdy rubber protective brace, but it would be somewhere out of reach in the bridal suite, wherever that was. The crowd of guests standing in the shadow of the hotel was coming into clearer view. The women were easy to tell apart because of their hats. Matthew's Aunt Sue wore an electric blue wagon wheel, Robin's sister-in-law Jenny a startling confection of yellow feathers. The male guests blurred into conformity in their dark suits. It was impossible to see from this distance whether Cormoran Strike was among them. "Just stop, will you?" said Matthew, because they had fast outstripped the family, who were matching their pace to his toddler niece. Robin paused. "I was shocked to see him, that's all," said Matthew carefully. "I suppose you think I was expecting him to burst in halfway through the service and knock over the flowers?" asked Robin. Matthew could have borne this response if not for the smile she was trying to suppress. He had not forgotten the joy in her face when her ex-boss had crashed into their wedding ceremony. He wondered whether he would ever be able to forgive the fact that she had said "I do" with her eyes fastened upon the big, ugly, shambolic figure of Cormoran Strike rather than her new husband. The entire congregation must have seen how she had beamed at him. Their families were gaining on them again. Matthew took Robin's upper arm gently, his fingers inches above the knife wound, and walked her on. She came willingly, but he suspected that this was because she hoped she was moving closer to Strike. "I said in the car, if you want to go back to work for him." "I'm an effing idiot," said Robin. The men grouped on the terrace were becoming distinguishable now, but Robin could not see Strike anywhere. He was a big man. She ought to have been able to make him out even among her brothers and uncles, who were all over 6 foot. Her spirits, which had soared when Strike had appeared, tumbled earthwards like rain-soaked fledglings. He must have left out of the service, rather than boarding a minibus to the hotel. His brief appearance had signified a gesture of goodwill, but nothing more. He had not come to rehire her, merely to congratulate her on a new life. "Look," said Matthew more warmly. She knew that he too had scanned the crowd, found it strikeless, and drawn the same conclusion. "All I was trying to say in the car was, it's up to you what you do, Robin. If he wants you back, I was just worried, for Christ's sake. Working for him wasn't exactly safe, was it?" "No," said Robin, with her knife wound throbbing. "It wasn't safe." She turned back towards her parents and the rest of the family group, waiting for them to catch up. The sweet, ticklish smell of hot grass filled her nostrils as the sun beat down on her uncovered shoulders. "Do you want to go to Auntie Robin?" said Matthew's sister. Toddler Grace obligingly seized Robin's injured arm and swung on it, eliciting a yelp of pain. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Robin. Gracie, let go." "Champagne!" shouted Geoffrey. He put his arm around Robin's shoulders and steered her on towards the expectant crowd. The gents' bathroom was, as Strike would have expected of this upmarket country hotel, odour-free and spotless. He wished he could have brought a pint into the cool, quiet toilet cubicle, but that might have reinforced the impression that he was some disreputable alcoholic who had been bailed from jail to attend the wedding. Reception staff had met his assurances that he was part of the Cunliffe-Ellacott wedding party, with barely veiled scepticism as it was. Even in an uninjured state, Strike tended to intimidate, given that he was large, dark, naturally surly-looking, and sported a boxer's profile. Today, he might have just climbed out of the ring. His nose was broken, purple and swollen to twice its usual size. Both eyes were bruised and puffy, and one ear was inflamed and sticky with fresh black stitches. At least the knife wound across the palm of his hand was concealed by bandages, although his best suit was crumpled and stained from a wine spill on the last occasion he had worn it. The best you could say for his appearance was that he had managed to grab matching shoes before heading for Yorkshire. He yawned, closed his aching eyes, and rested his head momentarily against the cold partition wall. He was so tired he might easily fall asleep here, sitting on the toilet. He needed to find Robin, though, and ask her, beg her, if necessary, to forgive him for sacking her and come back to work. He had thought he read delight in her face when their eyes met in church. She had certainly beamed at him as she walked past on Matthew's arm on the way out. So he had hurried back through the graveyard to ask his friend Shanker, who was now asleep in the car park in the Mercedes he had borrowed for the journey, to follow the minibuses to the reception. Strike had no desire to stay for a meal and speeches. He had not RSVP'd the invitation he had received before sacking Robin. All he wanted was a few minutes to talk to her, but so far this had proved impossible. He had forgotten what weddings were like. As he sought Robin on the crowded terrace, he had found himself the uncomfortable focus of 100 pairs of curious eyes. Turning down champagne, which he disliked, he had retreated into the bar in search of a pint. A dark-haired young man who had a look of Robin about the mouth and forehead had followed, a gaggle of other young people trailing in his wake, all of them wearing similar expressions of barely suppressed excitement. "You're Strike, aye?" said the young man. The detective agreed to it. "Martin Ellacott," said the other. "Robin's brother." "How d'ye do?" said Strike, raising his bandaged hand to show that he could not shake without pain. "Where is she? Do you know?" "Having photos done," said Martin. He pointed at the iPhone clutched in his other hand. "You're on the news. You caught the Shacklewell Ripper." "Oh," said Strike. "Yeah." In spite of the fresh knife wounds on his palm and ear, he felt as though the violent events of 12 hours previously had happened long ago. The contrast between the sordid hideout where he had cornered the killer and this 4-star hotel was so jarring that they seemed separate realities. A woman whose turquoise fascinator was trembling in her white blonde hair now arrived in the bar. She too was holding a phone, her eyes moving rapidly upwards and downwards, checking the living Strike against what he was sure was a picture of him on her screen. "Sorry, need a pee," Strike had told Martin, edging away before anybody else could approach him. After talking his way past the suspicious reception staff, he had taken refuge in the bathroom. Yawning again, he checked his watch. Robin must surely have finished having pictures taken by now. With a grimace of pain, because the painkillers they had given him at the hospital had long since worn off, Strike got up, unbolted the door, and headed back out among the gawping strangers. A string quartet had been set up at the end of the empty dining room. They started to play while the wedding group organised themselves into a receiving line that Robin assumed she must have agreed to at some point during the wedding preparations. She had abnegated so much responsibility for the day's arrangements that she kept receiving little surprises like this. She had forgotten, for instance, that they had agreed to have photographs taken at the hotel rather than the church. If only they had not sped away in the Daimler immediately after the service, she might have had a chance to speak to Strike and to ask him, beg him, if necessary, to take her back. But he had left without talking to her, leaving her wondering whether she had the courage or the humility to call him after this and plead for her job. The room seemed dark after the brilliance of the sunlit gardens. It was wood-panelled with brocade curtains and gilt-framed oil paintings. Scent from the flower arrangements lay heavy in the air, and glass and silverware gleamed on snow-white tablecloths. The string quartet, which had sounded loud in the echoing wooden box of a room, was soon drowned out by the sound of guests clambering up the stairs outside, crowding onto the landing, talking and laughing, already full of champagne and beer. "Here we go, then," roared Geoffrey, who seemed to be enjoying the day more than anybody else. "Bring 'em on!" If Matthew's mother had been alive, Robin doubted that Geoffrey would have felt able to give his ebullience full expression. The late Mrs. Cunliffe had been full of cool side stares and nudges, constantly checking any signs of unbridled emotion. Mrs. Cunliffe's sister, Sue, was one of the first down the receiving line, bringing a fine frost with her, for she had wanted to sit at the top table and had been denied that privilege. "How are you, Robin?" she asked, pecking the air near Robin's ear. Miserable, disappointed, and guilty that she was not feeling happy, Robin suddenly sensed how much this woman, her new aunt-in-law, disliked her. "Lovely dress," said Aunt Sue, but her eyes were already on handsome Matthew. "I wish your mother—" she began. Then, with a gasp, she buried her face in the handkerchief that she held ready in her hand. More friends and relatives shuffled inside, beaming, kissing, shaking hands. Geoffrey kept holding up the line, bestowing bear hugs on everybody who did not actively resist. "He came, then?" said Robin's favourite cousin, Katie. She would have been a bridesmaid had she not been hugely pregnant. Today was her due date. Robin marvelled that she could still walk. Her belly was watermelon hard as she leaned in for a kiss. "Who came?" asked Robin, as Katie sidestepped to hug Matthew. "Your boss, Strike. Martin was just haranguing him down in the—" "You're over there, I think, Katie," said Matthew, pointing her towards a table in the middle of the room. "You'll want to get off your feet. Must be difficult in the heat, I guess." Robin barely registered the passage of several more guests down the line. She responded to their good wishes at random, her eyes constantly drawn to the doorway through which they were all filing. Had Katie meant that Strike was here at the hotel after all? Had he followed her from the church? Was he about to appear? Where had he been hiding? She searched everywhere, on the terrace, in the hallway, in the bar. Hope surged, only to fail again. Perhaps Martin, famous for his lack of tact, had driven him away. Then she reminded herself that Strike was not such a feeble creature as that, and hope bubbled up once more. And while her inner self performed these peregrinations of expectation and dread, it was impossible to simulate the more conventional wedding day emotions whose absence, she knew, Matthew felt and resented. "Martin," Robin said joyfully, as her younger brother appeared, already 3 pints to the bad, accompanied by his mates. "Suppose you already knew," said Martin, taking it for granted that she must. He was holding his mobile in his hand. He had slept at a friend's house the previous evening, so that his bedroom could be given to relatives from down south. "Knew what?" "That he caught the Ripper last night." Martin held up the screen to show her the news story. She gasped at the sight of the Ripper's identity. The knife wound that man had inflicted was throbbing on her forearm. "Is he still here?" asked Robin, throwing pretence to the wind. "Strike. Did he say he was staying, Mart?" "For Christ's sake," muttered Matthew. "Sorry," said Martin, registering Matthew's irritation. "Holding up the queue." He slouched off. Robin turned to look at Matthew and saw, as though in thermal image, the guilt glowing through him. "You knew," she said, shaking hands absently with a great aunt who had leaned in, expecting to be kissed. "Knew what?" he snapped. "That Strike had caught—" But her attention was now demanded by Matthew's old university friend and workmate Tom and his fiancée Sarah. She barely heard a word that Tom said because she was constantly watching the door, where she hoped to see Strike. "You knew," Robin repeated, once Tom and Sarah had walked away. There was another hiatus. Geoffrey had met a cousin from Canada. "Didn't you?" "I heard the tail end of it on the news this morning," muttered Matthew. His expression hardened as he looked over Robin's head towards the doorway. "Well, here he is. You've got your wish." Robin turned. Strike had just ducked into the room, one eye grey and purple above his heavy stubble, one ear swollen and stitched. He raised a bandaged hand when their eyes met and attempted a rueful smile, which ended in a wince. "Robin," said Matthew. "Listen, I need—" "In a minute," she said, with a joyfulness that had been conspicuously absent all day. "Before you talk to him, I need to tell—" "Matt, please, can't it wait?" Nobody in the family wanted to detain Strike, whose injury meant that he could not shake hands. He held the bandaged one in front of him and shuffled sideways down the line. Geoffrey glared at him, and even Robin's mother, who had liked him on their only previous encounter, was unable to muster a smile as he greeted her by name. Every guest in the dining room seemed to be watching. "You didn't have to be so dramatic," Robin said, smiling up into his swollen face when at last he was standing in front of her. He grinned back, painful though it was. The 200-mile journey he had undertaken so recklessly had been worth it after all, to see her smile at him like that. Bursting into church. You could have just called. "Yeah, sorry about knocking over the flowers," said Strike, including the sullen Matthew in his apology. "I did call, but—" "I haven't had my phone on this morning," said Robin, aware that she was holding up the cue, but past caring. "Go round us," she said gaily to Matthew's boss, a tall, red-headed woman. "No, I called. 2 days ago, was it?" said Strike. "What?" said Robin, while Matthew had a stilted conversation with Jemima. "A couple of times," said Strike. "I left a message." "I didn't get any calls," said Robin, "or a message." The chattering, chinking, tinkling sounds of 100 guests and the gentle melody of the string quartet seemed suddenly muffled, as though a thick bubble of shock had pressed in upon her. "What did you— 2 days ago?" Since arriving at her parents' house, she had been occupied non-stop with tedious wedding chores, yet she had still managed to check her phone frequently and surreptitiously, hoping that Strike had called or texted. Alone in bed at 1 that morning, she had checked her entire call history in the vain hope that she would find a missed communication, but had found the history deleted. Having barely slept in the last couple of weeks, she had concluded that she had made an exhausted blunder, pressed the wrong button, erased it accidentally. "I don't want to stay," Strike mumbled. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry and ask you to come." "You've got to stay," she said, reaching out and seizing his arm as though he might escape. Her heart was thudding so fast that she felt breathless. She knew that she had lost colour as the buzzing room seemed to wobble around her. "Please stay," she said, still holding tight to his arm, ignoring Matthew as he bristled beside her. I want to talk to you." "Mom," she called. Linda stepped out of the receiving line. She seemed to have been waiting for the summons, and she didn't look happy. "Please could you add Cormoran to a table?" said Robin. "Maybe put him with Stephen and Jenny." Unsmiling, Linda led Strike away. There were a few last guests waiting to offer their congratulations. Robin could no longer muster smiles and small talk. "Why didn't I get Cormoran's calls?" she asked Matthew, as an elderly man shuffled away towards the tables, neither welcomed nor greeted. "I've been trying to tell you. Why didn't I get the calls, Matthew? Robin, can we talk about this later?" The truth burst upon her so suddenly that she gasped. "You deleted my call history," she said, her mind leaping rapidly from deduction to deduction. "You asked for my passcode number when I came back from the bathroom at the service station." The last 2 guests took one look at the bride and groom's expressions and hurried past without demanding their greeting. "You took my phone away. You said it was about the honeymoon. Did you listen to his message?" "Yes," said Matthew. "I deleted it." The silence that seemed to have pressed in on her had become a high-pitched whine. She felt lightheaded. Here she stood in the big white lace dress she didn't like, the dress she had had altered because the wedding had been delayed once, pinned to the spot by ceremonial obligations. On the periphery of her vision, 100 blurred faces swayed. The guests were hungry and expectant. Her eyes found Strike, who was standing with his back to her, waiting beside Linda while an extra place was laid at her elder brother Stephen's table. Robin imagined striding over to him and saying, "Let's get out of here." What would he say if she did? Her parents had spent thousands on the day. The packed room was waiting for the bride and groom to take their seats at the top table. Paler than her wedding dress, Robin followed her new husband to their seats as the room burst into applause. The finicky waiter seemed determined to prolong Strike's discomfort. He had no choice but to stand in full view of every table while he waited for his extra place to be laid. Linda, who was almost a foot shorter than the detective, remained at Strike's elbow, while the youth made imperceptible adjustments to the dessert fork and turned the plate so that the design aligned with its neighbours. The little Strike could see of Linda's face below the silvery hat looked angry. "Thanks very much," he said at long last, as the waiter stepped out of the way. But as he took hold of the back of his chair, Linda laid a light hand on his sleeve. Her gentle touch might as well have been a shackle, accompanied as it was by an aura of outraged motherhood and offended hospitality. She greatly resembled her daughter. Linda's fading hair was red gold too, the clear grey-blue of her eyes enhanced by her silvery hat. "Why are you here?" she asked through clenched teeth, while waiters bustled around them, delivering starters. At least the arrival of food had distracted the other guests. Conversation broke out as people's attention turned to their long-awaited meal. "To ask Robin to come back to work with me." "You sacked her. It broke her heart." There was much he could have said to that, but he chose not to say it out of respect for what Linda must have suffered when she had seen that 8-inch knife wound. 3 times she's been attacked working for you," said Linda, her colour rising. 3 times. Strike could, with truth, have told Linda that he accepted liability only for the first of those attacks. The second had happened after Robin disregarded his explicit instructions, and the third as a consequence of her not only disobeying him, but endangering a murder investigation and his entire business. "She hasn't been sleeping. I've heard her at night." Linda's eyes were overbright. She let go of him, but whispered, "You haven't got a daughter. You can't understand what we've been through." Before Strike could muster his exhausted faculties, she had marched away to the top table. He caught Robin's eye over her untouched starter. She pulled an anguished expression, as though afraid that he might walk out. He raised his eyebrows slightly and dropped at last into his seat. A large shape to his left shifted ominously. Strike turned to see more eyes like Robin's, set over a pugnacious jaw and surmounted by bristling brows. "You must be Stephen," said Strike. Robin's elder brother grunted, still glaring. They were both large men, packed together. Stephen's elbow grazed Strike's as he reached for his pint. The rest of the table was staring at Strike. He raised his right hand in a kind of half-hearted salute, remembered that it was bandaged only when he saw it, and felt that he was drawing even more attention to himself. "Hi, I'm Jenny, Stephen's wife," said the broad-shouldered brunette on Stephen's other side. "You look as though you could use this." She passed an untouched pint across Stephen's plate. Strike was so grateful he could have kissed her. In deference to Stephen's scowl, he confined himself to a heartfelt thanks, and downed half of it in one go. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jenny mutter something in Stephen's ear. The latter watched Strike set the pint glass down again, cleared his throat and said gruffly, "Congratulations in order, I suppose." "Why?" said Strike blankly. Stephen's expression became a degree less fierce. "You caught that killer?" "Oh, yeah," said Strike. picking up his fork in his left hand and stabbing the salmon starter. Only after he had swallowed it in its entirety and noticed Jenny laughing did he realise he ought to have treated it with more respect. "Sorry," he muttered. "Very hungry." Stephen was now contemplating him with a glimmer of approval. "No point in it, is there?" he said, looking down at his own moose. "Mostly air." "Cormoran," said Jenny, "would you mind just waving at Jonathan, Robin's other brother, over there?" Strike looked in the direction indicated. A slender youth with the same colouring as Robin waved enthusiastically from the next table. Strike gave a brief, sheepish salute. "Want her back then, do you?" Stephen fired at him. "Yeah," said Strike, "I do." He half expected an angry response, but instead, Stephen heaved a long sigh. "Suppose I've got to be glad. Never seen her happier than when she was working for you. I took the piss out of her when we were kids for saying she wanted to be a policewoman," he added. "Wish I hadn't," he said, accepting a fresh pint from the waiter and managing to down an impressive amount before continuing. "We were dicks to her looking back, and then she stands up for herself a bit better these days." Stephen's gaze wandered to the top table, and Strike, who had his back to it, felt justified in stealing a look at Robin too. She was silent, neither eating nor looking at Matthew. "Not now, mate," he heard Stephen say, and turned to see his neighbour holding out a long, thick arm to form a barrier between Strike and one of Martin's friends, who was on his feet and already bending low to ask Strike a question. The friend retreated, abashed. "Cheers," said Strike, finishing Jenny's pint. "Get used to it," said Stephen, demolishing his own moose in a mouthful. "You caught the Shacklewell Ripper. You're going to be famous, mate." People talked of things passing in a blur after a shock, but it was not like that for Robin. The room around her remained only too visible, every detail distinct. The brilliant squares of light that fell through the curtain windows, the enamelled brightness of the azure sky beyond the glass, the damask tablecloths obscured by elbows and disarranged glasses, the gradually flushing cheeks of the scoffing and quaffing guests, Aunt Sue's patrician profile unsoftened by her neighbour's chat, Jenny's silly yellow hat quivering as she joked with Strike. She saw Strike. Her eyes returned so often to his back that she could have sketched with perfect accuracy the creases in his suit jacket, the dense dark curls at the back of his head, the difference in the thickness of his ears due to the knife injury to the left. No. The shock of what she had discovered in the receiving line had not rendered her surroundings blurred. It had instead affected her perception of both sound and time. At one point she knew that Matthew had urged her to eat, but it did not register with her until after her full plate had been removed by a solicitous waiter, because everything said to her had to permeate the thick walls that had closed in on her in the aftermath of Matthew's admission of perfidy. Within the invisible cell that separated her entirely from everyone else in the room, adrenaline thundered through her, urging her again and again to stand up and walk out. If Strike had not arrived today, she might never have known that he wanted her back, and that she might be spared the shame, the anger, the humiliation, the hurt with which she had been racked since that awful night when he had sacked her. Matthew had sought to deny her the thing that might save her, the thing for which she had cried in the small hours of the night when everybody else was asleep. The restoration of her self-respect, of the job that had meant everything to her, of the friendship she had not known was one of the prizes of her life until it was torn away from her. Matthew had lied, and kept lying. He had smiled and laughed as she dragged herself through the days before the wedding, trying to pretend that she was happy that she lost a life she had loved. Had she fooled him? Did he believe that she was truly glad her life with Strike was over? If he did, she had married a man who did not know her at all. And if he didn't? The puddings were cleared away, and Robin had to fake a smile for the concerned waiter, who this time asked her whether he could bring her something else, as this was the third course that she had left uneaten. "I don't suppose you've got a loaded gun?" Robin asked him. Fooled by her serious manner, he smiled, then looked confused. "It doesn't matter," she said. "Never mind." "For Christ's sake, Robin," Matthew said. And she knew with a throb of fury and pleasure that he was panicking, scared of what she would do, scared of what was going to happen next. Coffee was arriving in sleek silver pots. Robin watched the waiters pouring, saw the little trays of petit fours placed upon the tables. She saw Sarah Shadlock in a tight turquoise sleeveless dress, hurrying across the room to the bathroom ahead of the speeches, watched heavily pregnant Katie following her in her flat shoes, swollen and tired, her enormous belly to the fore, and again, Robin's eyes returned to Strike's back. He was scoffing petit fours and talking to Stephen. She was glad she had put him beside Stephen. She always thought they would get on. Then came the call for quiet, followed by rustling, fidgeting, and a mass scraping of chairs, as all those who had their backs to the top table dragged themselves around to watch the speakers. Robin's eyes met Strike's. She could not read his expression. He didn't look away from her until her father stood up, straightened his glasses, and began to speak. Strike was longing to lie down, or, failing that, to get back into the car with Shanker, where he could at least recline the seat. He had had barely 2 hours' slumber in the past 48, and a mixture of heavy-duty painkillers and what was now 4 pints was rendering him so sleepy that he kept dozing off against the hand supporting his head, jerking back awake as his temples slid off his knuckles. He had never asked Robin what either of her parents did for a living. If Michael Ellacott alluded to his profession at any point during his speech, Strike missed it. He was a mild-looking man, almost professorial, with his horn-rimmed glasses. The children had all got his height, but only Martin had inherited his dark hair and hazel eyes. The speech had been written, or perhaps rewritten, when Robin was jobless. Michael dwelled with patent love and appreciation on Robin's personal qualities, on her intelligence, her resilience, her generosity, and her kindness. He had to stop and clear his throat when he started to speak of his pride in his only daughter. But there was a blank where her achievements ought to have been, an empty space for what she had actually done or lived through. Of course, some of the things that Robin had survived were unfit to be spoken in this giant humidor of a room, or heard by these feathered and buttonholed guests. But the fact of her survival was, for Strike, the highest proof of those qualities, and to him it seemed, sleep-befuddled though he was, that an acknowledgement ought to have been made. Nobody else seemed to think so. He even detected a faint relief in the crowd as Michael drew to a conclusion without alluding to knives or scars, gorilla masks or balaclavas. The time had come for the bridegroom to speak. Matthew got to his feet amid enthusiastic applause, but Robin's hands remained in her lap as she stared at the window opposite, where the sun now hung low in the cloudless sky, casting long dark shadows over the lawn. Somewhere in the room a bee was buzzing. Far less concerned about offending Matthew than he had been about Michael, Strike adjusted his position in his chair, folding his arms and closing his eyes. For a minute or so he listened as Matthew told how he and Robin had known each other since childhood, but only in their sixth form had he noticed how very good-looking the little girl who had once beaten him in the egg and spoon race had become. "Cormoran." He jerked awake suddenly, and judging by the wet patch on his chest, knew that he had been drooling. Blearily he looked around at Stephen, who had elbowed him. "You were snoring," Stephen muttered. Before he could reply, the room broke into applause again. Matthew was sitting down, unsmiling. Surely it had to be nearly over. But no. Matthew's best man was getting to his feet. Now that he was awake again, Strike had become aware just how full his bladder was. He hoped to Christ this bloke would speak fast. "Matt and I first met on the rugby pitch," he said, and a table towards the rear of the room broke into drunken cheers. "Upstairs," said Robin. "Now." They were the first words she had spoken to her husband since they had sat down at the top table. The applause for the best man's speech had barely died away. Strike was standing, but she could tell that he was only heading for the bathroom because she saw him stop a waiter and ask directions. In any case, she knew now that he wanted her back, and was convinced that he would stay long enough to hear her agreement. The look they had exchanged during the starters had told her as much. "They'll be bringing in the band in half an hour," said Matthew. "We're supposed to—" But Robin walked off towards the door, taking with her the invisible isolation cell that had kept her cold and tearless through her father's speech, through Matthew's nervous utterings, through the tedium of the familiar old anecdotes from the rugby club regurgitated by the best man. She had the vague impression that her mother tried to waylay her as she ploughed through the guests, but paid no attention. She had sat obediently through the meal and the speeches. The universe owed her an interlude of privacy and freedom. Up the staircase she marched, her skirt held out of the way of her cheap shoes, and off along a plush-carpeted corridor, unsure where she was going, with Matthew's footsteps hurrying behind her. "Excuse me," she said to a waistcoated teenager who was wheeling a linen basket out of a cupboard. "Where's the bridal suite?" He looked from her to Matthew and smirked, actually smirked. "Don't be a jerk," said Robin coldly. "Robin," said Matthew, as the teenager blushed. "That way," said the youth hoarsely, pointing. Robin marched on. Matthew, she knew, had the key. He had stayed at the hotel with his best man the previous evening, though not in the bridal suite. When Matthew opened the door, she strode inside, registering the rose petals on the bed, the champagne standing in its cooler, the large envelope inscribed to Mr. and Mrs. Cunliffe. With relief, she saw the hold-all that she had intended to take as hand luggage to their mystery honeymoon. Unzipping it, she thrust her uninjured arm inside and found the brace that she had removed for the photographs. When she had pulled it back over her aching forearm with its barely healed wound, she wrenched the new wedding ring off her finger and slammed it down on the bedside table beside the champagne bucket. "What are you doing?" said Matthew, sounding both scared and aggressive. "What? You want to call it off? You don't want to be married?" Robin stared at him. She had expected to feel release once they were alone, and she could speak freely, but the enormity of what he had done mocked her attempts to express it. She read his fear of her silence in his darting eyes, his squared shoulders. Whether he was aware of it or not, he had placed himself precisely between her and the door. "All right," he said loudly. "I know I should have— You knew what that job meant to me. You knew." "I didn't want you to go back, all right," Matthew shouted. "You got attacked and stabbed, Robin. That was my own fault. He fucking sacked you because I did something he told me not to do. I knew you'd fucking defend him," Matthew bellowed, all control gone. "I knew if you spoke to him you'd go scurrying back like some fucking lapdog." "You don't get to make those decisions for me," she yelled. "Nobody's got the right to intercept my fucking calls and delete my messages, Matthew." Restraint and pretense were gone. They heard each other only by accident, in brief pauses for breath, each of them howling their resentment and pain across the room like flaming spears that burned into dust before touching their target. Robin gesticulated wildly, then screeched with pain as her arm protested sharply, and Matthew pointed with self-righteous rage at the scar she would carry forever because of her reckless stupidity in working with Strike. Nothing was achieved, nothing was excused, nothing was apologized for. The arguments that had defaced their last 12 months had all led to this conflagration, the border skirmishes that presage war. Beyond the window, afternoon dissolved rapidly into evening. Robin's head throbbed, her stomach churned, her sense of being stifled threatened to overcome her. "You hated me working those hours. You didn't give a damn that I was happy in my job for the first time in my life, so you lied. You knew what it meant to me and you lied. How could you delete my call history? How could you delete my voicemail?" She sat down suddenly in a deep-fringed chair, her head in her hands, dizzy with the force of her anger and shock on an empty stomach. Somewhere distantly in the carpeted hush of the hotel corridors, a door closed. A woman giggled. "Robin," said Matthew hoarsely. She heard him approaching her, but she put out her hand, holding him away. "Don't touch me. Robin, I shouldn't have done it. I know that. I didn't want you hurt again." She barely heard him. Her anger was not only for Matthew, but also for Strike. He should have called back. He should have tried and kept trying. If he had, I might not be here now. The thought scared her. If I'd known Strike wanted me back, would I have married Matthew? She heard the rustle of Matthew's jacket and guessed that he was checking his watch. Perhaps the guests waiting downstairs would think that they had disappeared to consummate the marriage. She could imagine Geoffrey making ribald jokes in their absence. The band must have been in place for an hour. Again she remembered how much this was all costing her parents. Again she remembered that they had lost deposits on the wedding that had been postponed. "All right," she said in a colourless voice. "Let's go back down and dance." She stood up, automatically smoothing her skirt. Matthew looked suspicious. "You sure?" "We've got to get through today," she said. "People have come a long way. Mum and Dad have paid a lot of money." Hoisting her skirt up again, she set off for the suite door. "Robin." She turned back, expecting him to say, "I love you," expecting him to smile, to beg, to urge a truer reconciliation. "You better wear this," he said, holding out the wedding ring she had removed, his expression as cold as hers. Strike had not been able to think of a better course of action, given that he intended to stay until he had spoken to Robin again, than continuing to drink. He had removed himself from Stephen and Jenny's willing protection, feeling that they ought to be free to enjoy the company of friends and family, and fallen back on the methods by which he usually repelled strangers' curiosity, his own intimidating size and habitually surly expression. For a while he lurked at the end of the bar, nursing a pint on his own, and then repaired to the terrace, where he had stood apart from the other smokers and contemplated the dappled evening, breathing in the sweet meadow smell beneath a coral sky. Even Martin and his friends, now full of drink themselves and smoking in a circle like teenagers, failed to muster sufficient nerve to badger him. After a while, the guests were skillfully rounded up and ushered en masse back into the wood-panelled room, which had been transformed in their absence into a dance floor. Half the tables had been removed, the others shifted to the sides. A band stood ready behind amplifiers, but the bride and groom remained absent. A man whom Strike understood to be Matthew's father, sweaty, rotund and red-faced, had already made several jokes about what they might be getting up to, when Strike found himself addressed by a woman in a tight turquoise dress whose feathery hair adornment tickled his nose as she closed in for a handshake. "It's Cormoran Strike, isn't it?" she said. "What an honour! Sarah Shadlock." Strike knew all about Sarah Shadlock. She had slept with Matthew at university while he was in a long-distance relationship with Robin. Once again, Strike indicated his bandage to show why he could not shake her hand. "Oh, you poor thing." A drunk, balding man who was probably younger than he looked loomed up behind Sarah. "Tom Turvey," he said, fixing Strike with unfocused eyes. "Bloody good job. Well done, mate. Bloody good job." "We wanted to meet you for ages," said Sarah. "We're old friends of Matt and Robin's." "Shacklewell Ripper," said Tom, on a slight hiccup. "Bloody good job." "Look at you, you poor thing," said Sarah again, touching Strike on the bicep as she smiled up into his bruised face. "He didn't do that to you, did he?" "Everyone wants to know," said Tom, grinning blearily. "Can hardly contain their bloody selves. You should have made a speech instead of Henry." "Aha," said Sarah. "Last thing you want to do, I expect. You must have come straight here from catching—" "Well, I don't know. Did you?" "Sorry," said Strike, unsmiling. "Police have asked me not to talk about it." "Ladies and gentlemen," said the harried MC, who had been caught unawares by Matthew and Robin's unobtrusive entrance into the room, Please welcome Mr. and Mrs. Cunliffe. As the newlyweds moved unsmilingly into the middle of the dance floor, everybody but Strike began to applaud. The lead singer of the band took the microphone from the MC. "This is a song from their past that means a lot to Matthew and Robin," the singer announced, as Matthew slid his hand around Robin's waist and grasped her other hand. The wedding photographer moved out of the shadows and began clicking away again, frowning a little at the reappearance of the ugly rubber brace on the bride's arm. The first acoustic bars of "Wherever You Will Go" by The Calling struck up. Robin and Matthew began to revolve on the spot, their faces averted from each other. "So lately been wondering who will be there to take my place. When I'm gone, you'll need love to light the shadows on your face." Strange choice for an hour song, Strike thought. But as he watched, he saw Matthew move closer to Robin, saw his hand tighten on her narrow waist as he bent his handsome face to whisper something in her ear. A jolt somewhere around the solar plexus pierced the fug of exhaustion, relief and alcohol that had cushioned Strike all day long from the reality of what this wedding meant. Now, as Strike watched the newlyweds turn on the dance floor, Robin in her long white dress with a circlet of roses in her hair, Matthew in his dark suit, his face close to his bride's cheek, Strike was forced to recognize how long and how deeply he had hoped that Robin would not marry. He had wanted her free, free to be what they had been together, free so that if circumstances changed, so the possibility was there, free so that one day they might find out what else they could be to each other. Fuck this. If she wanted to talk, she would have to call him. Setting down his empty glass on a windowsill, he turned and made his way through the other guests, who shuffled aside to let him pass, so dark was his expression. As she turned, staring into space, Robin saw Strike leaving. The door opened. He was gone. "Let go of me." "What?" She pulled free, hoisted up her dress once more for freedom of movement, then half-walked, half-ran off the dance floor, almost careering into her father and Aunt Sue, who were waltzing sedately nearby. Matthew was left standing alone in the middle of the room as Robin fought her way through the startled onlookers towards the door that had just swung shut. "Cormoran!" He was already halfway down the stairs, but on hearing his name he turned back. He liked her hair in its long, loose waves beneath the crown of Yorkshire roses. "Congratulations." She walked down another couple of steps, fighting the lump in her throat. "You really want me back?" He forced a smile. "I've just driven for bloody hours with Shanker in what I strongly suspect is a stolen car. Of course I want you back." She laughed, though tears sprang to her eyes. "Shanker's here. You should have brought him in." "Shanker? In here? He'd have been through everyone's pockets, then nicked the reception till." She laughed some more, but tears spilled out of her brimming eyes and bounced down her cheek. "Where are you going to sleep?" "In the car, while Shanker drives me home. He's going to charge me a fortune for this. Doesn't matter," he added gruffly as she opened her mouth. "Worth it if you're coming back. More than worth it." "I want a contract this time," said Robin, the severity of her tone belied by the expression of her eyes. "A proper one." "You've got it." "Okay, then. Well, I'll see you." When would she see him? She was supposed to be on honeymoon for 2 weeks. "Let me know," said Strike. He turned and began to descend the stairs again. "Cormoran." "What?" She walked towards him until she stood on the step above. Their eyes were on a level now. "I want to hear all about how you caught him and everything." He smiled. "It'll keep. Couldn't have done it without you, though." Neither of them could tell who had made the first move, or whether they acted in unison. They were holding each other tightly before they knew what had happened, Robin's chin on Strike's shoulders, his face in her hair. He smelled of sweat, beer, and surgical spirits. She, of roses, and the faint perfume that he had missed when she was no longer in the office. The feel of her was both new and familiar, as though he had held her a long time ago, as though he had missed it without knowing it for years. Through the closed door upstairs, the band played on. "I'll go wherever you will go, if I could make you mine." As suddenly as they had reached for each other, they broke apart. Tears were rolling down Robin's face. For one moment of madness, Strike yearned to say, "Come with me." But there are words that can never be unsaid or forgotten, and those, he knew, were some of them. "Let me know," he repeated. He tried to smile, but it hurt his face. With a wave of his bandaged hand, he continued down the stairs without looking back. She watched him go, wiping the hot tears frantically from her face. If he had said, "Come with me," she knew she would have gone. But then what? Gulping, wiping her nose on the back of her hand, Robin turned, hoisted up her skirts again, and climbed slowly back towards her husband. 1 year later. Chapter 1. I hear that he means to enlarge, that he is looking for a competent assistant. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Such is the universal desire for fame that those who achieve it accidentally or unwillingly will wait in vain for pity. For many weeks after the capture of the Shacklewell Ripper, Strike had feared that his greatest detective triumph might have dealt his career a fatal blow. The smatterings of publicity his agency had hitherto attracted seemed now like the two submersions of the drowning man before his final descent to the depths. The business for which he had sacrificed so much and worked so hard relied largely on his ability to pass unrecognized in the streets of London. But with the capture of a serial killer, he had become lodged in the public imagination, a sensational oddity, a jokey aside on quiz shows, an object of curiosity all the more fascinating because he refused to satisfy it. Having wrung every last drop of interest out of Strike's ingenuity in catching the Ripper, the papers had exhumed Strike's family history. They called it colourful, though to him it was a lumpen internal mass that he had carried with him all his life and preferred not to probe. The rock star father, the dead groupie mother, the army career that ended with the loss of half his right leg. Grinning journalists bearing checkbooks had descended on the only sibling with whom he had shared a childhood, his half-sister Lucy. Army acquaintances had given off-the-cuff remarks that, shorn of what Strike knew was rough humour, assumed the appearance of envy and disparagement. The father, whom Strike had only met twice, and whose surname he did not use, released a statement through a publicist implying a non-existent, amicable relationship that was proceeding far from prying eyes. The aftershocks of the Ripper's capture had reverberated through Strike's life for a year, and he was not sure they were spent yet. Of course, there was an upside to becoming the best-known private detective in London. New clients had swarmed to Strike in the aftermath of the trial, so that it had become physically impossible for him and Robin to cover all the jobs themselves. Given that it was advisable for Strike to keep a low profile for a while, he had remained largely office-bound for several months, while subcontracted employees, mostly ex-police and military, many from the world of private security, took on the bulk of the work, Strike covering nights and paperwork. After a year of working on as many jobs as the enlarged agency could handle, Strike had managed to give Robin an overdue pay rise, settle the last of his outstanding debts, and buy a 13-year-old BMW 3 Series. Lucy and his friends assumed that the presence of the car and additional employees meant that Strike had at last achieved a state of prosperous security. In fact, once he had paid the exorbitant costs of garaging the car in central London and had met payroll, Strike was left with almost nothing to spend on himself and continued to live in 2 rooms over the office, cooking on a single-ringed hob. The administrative demands freelance contractors made and the patchy quality of the men and women available to the agency were a constant headache. Strike had found only one man who he had kept on semi-permanently, Andy Hutchins, a thin, saturnine ex-policeman, 10 years older than his new boss, who had come highly recommended by Strike's friend in the Met, Detective Inspector Eric Wardle. Hutchins had taken early retirement when he had been struck by a sudden bout of near paralysis of his left leg, followed by a diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. When he had applied for contract work, Hutchins had warned Strike that he might not always be fit. It was, he explained, an unpredictable disease, but he had not relapsed in 3 years. He followed a special low-fat diet that to Strike sounded positively punitive. No red meat, no cheese, no chocolate, nothing deep-fried. Methodical and patient, Andy could be trusted to get the job done without constant supervision, which was more than could be said for any of Strike's other hires apart from Robin. It seemed incredible to him still that she had walked into his life as a temporary secretary to become his partner and outstanding colleague. Whether they were still friends, though, was another question. 2 days after Robin and Matthew's wedding, when the press had driven him out of his flat, while it was still impossible to turn on the TV without hearing his own name, Strike had sought refuge, in spite of invitations from friends and his sister, in a travel lodge near Monument Station. There he had attained the solitude and privacy he craved. There he had been free to sleep for hours undisturbed. And there he had downed 9 cans of lager and become increasingly desirous of speaking to Robin with each empty can that he threw, with diminishing accuracy, across the room into the bin. They had had no contact since their hug on the stairs, to which Strike's thoughts had returned repeatedly in the ensuing days. He was sure that Robin would be going through a hellish time, holed up in Masham while deciding whether to pursue a divorce or an annulment, arranging for the sale of their flat while dealing with both press and family fallout. What exactly he was going to say when he reached her, Strike did not know. He only knew that he wanted to hear her voice. It was at this point, drunkenly searching his kit bag, that he discovered that in his sleep-deprived haste to leave his flat, he had not packed a recharging lead for his mobile, which was out of battery. Undeterred, he had dialed directory inquiries and succeeded, after many requests, to repeat himself more clearly in getting connected to Robin's parents' house. Her father had answered. "Hi, can I speak to Robin, please?" "To Robin? I'm afraid she's on her honeymoon." For a muzzy moment or two, Strike had not quite comprehended what he had been told. "Hello?" Michael Ellacott had said, and then angrily, "I suppose this is another journalist. My daughter's abroad, and I would like you to stop calling my house." Strike had hung up, then continued to drink until he passed out. His anger and disappointment had lingered for days, and were in no way abated by his awareness that many would say that he had no claims upon his employee's private life. Robin wasn't the woman he had thought her if she could have got meekly on a plane with the man he mentally referred to as that twat. Nevertheless, something close to depression weighed upon him while he sat in his travel lodge with his brand-new recharging lead and more lager, waiting for his name to disappear from the news. Consciously seeking to distract himself from thoughts of Robin, he had ended his self-imposed isolation by accepting an invitation that he would usually have avoided. Dinner with Detective Inspector Eric Wardle, Wardle's wife April, and their friend Coco. Strike knew perfectly well that he was being set up. Coco had previously tried to find out through Wardle whether Strike was single. She was a small, lithe, very pretty girl with tomato-red hair, a tattoo artist by trade, and a part-time burlesque dancer. He ought to have read the danger signs. She was giggly and slightly hysterical even before they started drinking. Strike had taken her to bed in the travel lodge in the same way he had drunk 9 cans of Tennant's. Coco had taken some shaking loose in the weeks that followed. Strike did not feel good about it, but one advantage of being on the run from the press was that one-night stands found it far harder to track you down. 1 year on, Strike had no idea why Robin had chosen to remain with Matthew. He supposed her feelings for her husband ran so deep that she was blind to what he really was. He was in a new relationship himself now. It had lasted 10 months, the longest since he had split up with Charlotte, who had been the only woman whom he had ever contemplated marrying. The emotional distance between the detective partners had become a simple fact of daily existence. Strike could not fault Robin's work. She did everything she was told promptly, meticulously, and with initiative and ingenuity. Nevertheless, he had noticed a pinch look that had never been there before. He thought her slightly jumpier than usual, and once or twice, while parcelling out work between his partner and subcontractors, he had caught an uncharacteristic blank, unfocused expression that troubled him. He knew some of the signs of post-traumatic stress disorder, and she had now survived 2 near-fatal attacks. In the immediate aftermath of losing half his leg in Afghanistan, he too had experienced dissociation, finding himself suddenly and abruptly removed from his present surroundings to those few seconds of acute foreboding and terror that had preceded the disintegration of the Viking in which he'd been sitting, and of his body and military career. He had been left with a deep dislike of being driven by anybody else, and to this day, with dreams of blood and agony that sometimes woke him, bathed in sweat. However, when he had attempted to discuss Robin's mental health in the calm, responsible tones of her employer, she had cut him off with a finality and a resentment that he suspected could be traced to the sacking. Thereafter, he had noticed her volunteering for trickier after-dark assignments, and it had been something of a headache to arrange work so that he did not appear to be trying, as in fact he was, to keep her on the safest, most mundane jobs. They were polite, pleasant, and formal with each other, talking about their private lives in the broadest brushstrokes, and then only when necessary. Robin and Matthew had just moved house, and Strike had insisted that she take a full week off to do it. Robin had been resistant, but Strike had overruled her. She had taken very little leave all year, he reminded her, in a tone that brooked no argument. On Monday, the latest of Strike's unsatisfactory subcontractors, a cocky ex-redcap Strike had not known while in the service, had driven his moped into the rear of a taxi he was supposed to be tailing. Strike had enjoyed sacking him. It had given him somebody on whom to vent his anger, because his landlord had also chosen this week to inform Strike that, along with nearly every other owner of office space in Denmark Street, he had sold out to a developer. The threat of losing both office and home now loomed over the detective. To set the seal on a particularly shitty few days, the temp he had hired to cover basic paperwork and answer the phone in Robin's absence was as irritating a woman as Strike had ever met. Denise talked non-stop in a whiny nasal voice that carried even through the closed door of his inner office. Strike had latterly resorted to listening to music on headphones, with the result that she had had to bang on the door repeatedly and shout before he heard her. "What?" "I just found this," said Denise, brandishing a scribbled note in front of him. "It says clinic. There's a word beginning with V in front. The appointment's for half an hour's time. Should I have reminded you?" Strike saw Robin's handwriting. The first word was indeed illegible. "No," he said. "Just throw it away." Mildly hopeful that Robin was quietly seeking professional help for any mental problems she might be suffering, Strike replaced his earphones and returned to the report he was reading, but found it hard to concentrate. He therefore decided to leave early for the interview he had scheduled with a possible new subcontractor. Mainly to get away from Denise, he was meeting the man in his favourite pub. Strike had had to avoid the Tottenham for months in the aftermath of his capture of the Shacklewell Ripper, because journalists had lain in wait for him here, word having got out that he was a regular. Even today, he glanced around suspiciously before deciding that it was safe to advance on the bar, order his usual pint of Doom Bar, and retire to a corner table. Partly because he had made an effort to give up the chips that were a staple of his diet, partly because of his workload, Strike was thinner now than he had been a year ago. The weight loss had relieved pressure on his amputated leg, so that both the effort and the relief of sitting were less noticeable. Strike took a swig of his pint, stretching his knee from force of habit and enjoying the relative ease of movement, then opened the cardboard file he had brought with him. The notes within had been made by the idiot who had crashed his moped into the back of the taxi, and they were barely adequate. Strike couldn't afford to lose this client, but he and Hutchins were struggling to cover workload as it was. He urgently needed a new hire, and yet he wasn't entirely sure that the interview he was about to conduct was wise. He had not consulted Robin before making the bold decision to hunt down a man he had not seen for 5 years, and even as the door of the Tottenham opened to admit Sam Barclay, who was punctual to the minute, Strike was wondering whether he was about to make an almighty mistake. He would have known the Glaswegian almost anywhere as an ex-squaddy, with his T-shirt under his thin V-neck jumper, his close-cropped hair, his tight jeans and oval white trainers. As Strike stood up and held out his hand, Barclay, who appeared to have recognised him with similar ease, grinned and said, "Already drinking, eh?" "Want one?" asked Strike. While waiting for Barclay's pint, he watched the ex-rifleman in the mirror behind the bar. Barclay was only a little over 30, but his hair was prematurely greying. He was otherwise exactly as Strike remembered. Heavy-browed, with large round blue eyes and a strong jaw, he had the slightly beaky appearance of an affable owl. Strike had liked Barclay, even while working to court-martial him. "Still smoking?" Strike asked, once he'd handed over the beer and sat down. "Vaping now," said Barclay. "We've had a baby." "Congratulations," said Strike. "On a health kick, then?" "Aye, something like that." "Dealing?" "I wasn't dealing," said Barclay hotly, "as you fucking well know. Recreational use only, pal." "Where are you buying it now, then?" "Online," said Barclay, sipping his pint. "Easy. First time I did it, I thought, this can't fucking work, can it? But then I thought, oh, well, it's an adventure. They send it to you disguised in fag packets and that. Choose off a whole menu. Internet's a great thing." He laughed and said, "So what's this all about? Wasn't he expecting to hear from you any time soon?" Strike hesitated. "I was thinking of offering you a job." There was a beat as Barclay stared at him. Then he threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Fuck," he said. "Why didn't you say that straight off, like?" "Why do you think?" "I'm no vaping every night," said Barclay earnestly. "I'm no, seriously. The wife doesn't like it." Strike kept his hand closed on the file, thinking. He had been working a drugs case in Germany when he had run across Barclay. Drugs were bought and sold within the British Army as in every other part of society, but the Special Investigation Branch had been called in to investigate what appeared to be a rather more professional operation than most. Barclay had been fingered as a key player, and the discovery of a kilo brick of prime Moroccan hash among his effects had certainly justified an interview. Barclay insisted that he had been stitched up, and Strike, who was sitting in on his interrogation, was inclined to agree, not least because the rifleman seemed far too intelligent not to have found a better hiding place for his hashish than the bottom of an army kit bag. On the other hand, there was ample evidence that Barclay had been using regularly, and there was more than one witness to the fact that his behaviour was becoming erratic. Strike felt that Barclay had been lined up as a convenient scapegoat, and decided to undertake a little side excavation on his own. This threw up interesting information relating to building materials and engineering supplies that were being reordered at a thoroughly implausible rate. While it was not the first time that Strike had uncovered this kind of corruption, it so happened that the two officers in charge of these mysteriously vanishing and highly resaleable commodities were the very men so keen to secure Barclay's court-martial. Barclay was startled, during a one-to-one interview with Strike, to find the SIB sergeant suddenly interested not in hashish, but in anomalies relating to building contracts. At first wary, and sure he would not be believed given the situation in which he found himself, Barclay finally admitted to Strike that he had not only noticed what others had failed to see or chosen not to inquire into, but began to tabulate and document exactly how much these officers were stealing. Unfortunately for Barclay, the officers in question had got wind of the fact that he was a little too interested in their activities, and it was shortly after this that a kilo of hashish had turned up in Barclay's effects. When Barclay showed Strike the record he had been keeping, the notebook had been hidden a good deal more skillfully than the hashish. Strike had been impressed by the method and initiative it displayed, given that Barclay had never been trained in investigative technique. Asked why he had undertaken the investigation for which nobody was paying, and which had landed him in so much trouble, Barclay had shrugged his broad shoulders and said, "No right, is it? That's the army they're robbing. Taxpayers' money they're fucking pocketing." Strike had put in many more hours on the case than his colleagues felt was merited, but finally, with Strike's additional investigations into the matter to add weight, the dossier on his superior's activities that Barclay had compiled led to their conviction. The SIB took credit for it, of course, but Strike had made sure that accusations against Barclay were quietly laid to rest. "When you say work," Barclay wondered aloud now, as the pub hummed and tinkled around them, "you mean detective stuff?" Strike could see that the idea appealed. "Yeah," said Strike. "What have you been doing since I last saw you?" The answer was depressing, though not unexpected. Barclay had found it hard to get or keep a regular job in the first couple of years out of the army, and had been doing a bit of painting and decorating for his brother-in-law's company. "The wife's bringing in most of the money," he said. "She's got a good job." "OK," said Strike. "I reckon I can give you a couple of days a week for starters. You'll bill me as a freelancer. If it doesn't work out, either of us can walk away at any time. Sound fair?" "Aye," said Barclay. "Aye, fair enough. What you paying like?" They discussed money for 5 minutes. Strike explained how his other employees set themselves up as private contractors and how receipts and other professional expenses should be brought into the office for reimbursement. Finally, he opened the file and slid it around to show Barclay the contents. "I need this guy followed," he said, pointing out a photograph of a chubby youth with thick curly hair. "Pictures of whoever he's with and what he's up to." "Aye, all right," said Barclay, getting out his mobile and taking pictures of the target's photograph and address. "He's being watched today by my other guy," said Strike, "but I need you outside his flat from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." He was pleased to note that Barclay did not query the early start. "What happened to that lassie, though?" Barclay inquired, as he put his phone back into his pocket. "The one who was in the papers with you." "Robin," said Strike. "She's on holiday. Back next week." They parted with a handshake, Strike enjoying a moment's fleeting optimism before remembering that he would now have to return to the office, which meant proximity to Denise, with her parrot-like chatter, her habit of talking with her mouth full, and her inability to remember that he detested pale, milky tea. He had to pick his way through the ever-present roadworks at the top of Tottenham Court Road to get back to his office. Waiting until he was past the noisiest stretch, he called Robin to tell her that he had hired Barclay, but his call went straight to voicemail. Remembering that she was supposed to be at the mysterious clinic right now, he cut the call without leaving a message. Walking on, a sudden thought occurred to him. He had assumed that the clinic related to Robin's mental health, but what if... The phone in his hand rang, the office number. "Hello?"
"Mr. Strike," said Denise's terrified squawk in his ear. "Mr. Strike, could you come back quickly, please? Please, there's a gentleman, he wants to see you very urgently."
Behind her, Strike heard a loud bang and a man shouting.
"Please come back as soon as you can,"
screamed Denise. "On my way," Strike shouted, and he broke into an ungainly run. Chapter 2. He doesn't look the sort of man one ought to allow in here. Henry Gibson, Rosmersholm. Panting, his right knee aching, Strike used the handrail to pull himself up the last few steps of the metal staircase leading to his office. 2 raised voices were reverberating through the glass door, one male, the other shrill, frightened and female. When Strike burst into the room, Denise, who was backed against the wall, gasped,
"Oh, thank God!"
Strike judged the man in the middle of the room to be in his mid-20s. Dark hair fell in straggly wisps around a thin and dirty face that was dominated by burning, sunken eyes. His T-shirt, jeans and hoodie were all torn and filthy, the sole of one of his trainers peeling away from the leather. An unwashed animal stench hit the detective's nostrils. That the stranger was mentally ill could be in no doubt. Every 10 seconds or so, in what seemed to be an uncontrollable tic, he touched first the end of his nose, which had grown red with repeated tapping, then, with a faint hollow thud, the middle of his thin sternum, then let his hand drop to his side. Almost immediately, his hand would fly to the tip of his nose again. It was as though he had forgotten how to cross himself, or had simplified the action for speed's sake. Nose, chest, hand at his side. Nose, chest, hand at his side. The mechanical movement was distressing to watch, and the more so as he seemed barely conscious that he was doing it. He was one of those ill and desperate people you saw in the capital who were always somebody else's problem. Like the traveller on the tube everybody tried to avoid making eye contact with, and the ranting woman on the street corner whom people crossed the street to avoid. Fragments of shattered humanity who were too common to trouble the imagination for long.
"You him?"
said the burning-eyed man, as his hand touched nose and chest again.
"You Strike? You the detective?"
With a hand that was not constantly flying from nose to chest, he suddenly tugged at his flies. Denise whimpered, as if scared he might suddenly expose himself, and indeed it seemed entirely possible. "I'm Strike, yeah," said the detective, moving around to place himself between the stranger and the temp. "You okay, Denise?"
"Yes,"
she whispered, still backed against the wall.
"I seen a kid killed," said the stranger. "Strangled."
"Okay," said Strike matter-of-factly. "Why don't we go in here?" He gestured to him that he should proceed into the inner office.
"I need a piss,"
said the man, tugging at his zip. "This way, then." Strike showed him the door to the toilet just outside his office. When the door had banged shut behind him, Strike returned quietly to Denise. "What happened?"
"He wanted to see you. I said you weren't here, and you got angry and started punching things."
"Call the police," said Strike quietly. "Tell them we've got a very ill man here, possibly psychotic. Wait until I got him into my office, though." The bathroom door banged open. The stranger's flies were gaping. He did not seem to be wearing underpants. Denise whimpered again as he frantically touched nose and chest, unaware of the large patch of dark pubic hair he was exposing. "This way," said Strike pleasantly. The man shuffled through the inner door, the stench of him doubly potent after a brief respite. On being invited to sit down, the stranger perched himself on the edge of the client's chair. "What's your name?" Strike asked, sitting down on the other side of the desk.
"Billy,"
said the man, his hand flying from nose to chest 3 times in quick succession. The third time his hand fell, he grabbed it with his other hand and held it tightly. "And you saw a child strangled, Billy," said Strike, as in the next room Denise gabbled,
"Please, quickly!" "What does she say?"
asked Billy, his sunken eyes huge in his face as he glanced nervously towards the outer office, one hand clasping the other in his effort to suppress his tic. "That's nothing," said Strike easily. "I've got a few different cases on. Tell me about this child." Strike reached for a pad and paper, all his movements slow and cautious, as though Billy were a wild bird that might take fright.
"He strangled it up by the horse."
Denise was now gabbling loudly into the phone beyond the flimsy partition wall. "When was this?" asked Strike, still writing.
"Ages. I was a kid. Little girl it was, but after they said it was a little boy. Jimmy was there. He says I never saw it, but I did. I saw him do it. Strangled. I saw it."
"And this was up by the horse, was it?"
"Right up by the horse. That's not where they buried her, though. Him. That was down in the dell by our dad's. I seen him doing it. I can show you the place. She wouldn't let me dig, but she'd let you."
"And Jimmy did it, did he?"
"Jimmy never strangled nobody," said Billy angrily. "He saw it with me. He says it didn't happen, but he's lying. He was there. He's frightened, see?
I see, lied Strike, continuing to take notes. Well, I'll need your address if I'm going to investigate. He half expected resistance, but Billy reached eagerly for the proffered pad and pen. A further gust of body odour reached Strike. Billy began to write, but suddenly seemed to think better of it.
You won't come to Jimmy's place, though? He'll fucking tan me. You can't come to Jimmy's.
No, said Strike soothingly. I just need your address for my records. Through the door came Denise's grating voice.
I need someone here quicker than that. He's very disturbed. What's she saying?
Asked Billy. To Strike's chagrin, Billy suddenly ripped the top sheet from the pad, crumpled it, then began to touch nose and chest again, with his fist enclosing the paper. Don't worry about Denise, said Strike. She's dealing with another client. Can I get you a drink, Billy?
Drink of what?
Tea or coffee?
Why?
Asked Billy. The offer seemed to have made him even more suspicious.
Why do you want me to drink something?
Only if you fancy it. Doesn't matter if you don't.
I don't need medicine.
I haven't got any medicine to give you, said Strike.
I'm not mental. He strangled the kid and they buried it down in the dell by our dad's house. Wrapped in a blanket it was, pink blanket. It wasn't my fault. I was only a kid. I didn't want to be there. I was just a little kid.
How many years ago do you know?
Ages, years. Can't get it out of my head,
said Billy, his eyes burning in his thin face as the fist enclosing the piece of paper fluttered up and down, touching nose, touching chest.
They buried her in a pink blanket down in the dell by me dad's house, but afterwards they said it was a boy.
Where's your dad's house, Billy?
She won't let me back now. You could dig, though. You could go. Strangled her, they did, said Billy, fixing Strike with his haunted eyes. But Jimmy said it was a boy, strangled, up by the...
There was a knock on the door. Before Strike could tell her not to enter, Denise had poked her head inside, much braver now that Strike was here, full of her own importance.
They're coming, she said,
with a look of exaggerated meaning that would have spooked a man far less jumpy than Billy.
On their way now. Who's coming? Demanded Billy, jumping up. Who's on their way?
Denise whipped her head out of the room and closed the door. There was a soft thud against the wood, and Strike knew that she was leaning against it, trying to hold Billy in. She's just talking about a delivery I'm expecting, Strike said soothingly, getting to his feet. Go on about the...
What have you done?
Yelped Billy, backing away towards the door while he repeatedly touched nose and chest.
Who's coming?
Nobody's coming, said Strike. But Billy was already trying to push the door open. Meeting resistance, he flung himself hard against it. There was a shriek from outside as Denise was thrown aside. Before Strike could get out from around the desk, Billy had sprinted through the outer door. They heard him jumping down the metal stairs 3 at a time, and Strike, infuriated, knowing that he had no hope of catching a younger and, on the evidence, fitter man, turned and ran back into his office. Throwing up the sash window, he leaned outside just in time to see Billy whipping around the corner of the street out of sight.
Bollocks!
A man heading inside the guitar shop opposite stared around in some perplexity for the source of the noise. Strike withdrew his head and turned to glare at Denise, who was dusting herself down in the doorway to his office. Incredibly, she looked pleased with herself.
I tried to hold him in,
she said proudly. Yeah, said Strike, exercising considerable self-restraint. I saw.
The police are on their way.
Fantastic.
Would you like a cup of tea?
No, he said through gritted teeth.
Then I think I'll go and freshen up the bathroom, she said, adding in a whisper. I don't think he used the flush.
Chapter 3. I fought out that fight alone and in the completest secrecy. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. As she walked along the unfamiliar Deptford street, Robin was raised to temporary light-heartedness, then wondered when she had last felt this way, and knew that it had been over a year. Energised and uplifted by the afternoon sunshine, the colourful shop fronts and general bustle and noise, she was currently celebrating the fact that she never need see the inside of the Villiers Trust Clinic again. Her therapist had been unhappy that she was terminating treatment. "We recommend a full course," she had said. "I know," Robin replied. "But, well, I'm sorry, I think this has done me as much good as it's going to." The therapist's smile had been chilly. "The CBT's been great," Robin had said. "It's really helped with the anxiety. I'm going to keep that up." She had taken a deep breath, eyes fixed on the woman's low-heeled Mary Janes, then forced herself to look her in the eye. "But I'm not finding this part helpful." Another silence had ensued. After 5 sessions, Robin was used to them. In normal conversation, it would be considered rude or passive-aggressive to leave these long pauses and simply watch the other person, waiting for them to speak. But in psychodynamic therapy, she had learned, it was standard. Robin's doctor had given her a referral for free treatment on the NHS, but the waiting list had been so long that she had decided, with Matthew's tight-lipped support, to pay for treatment. Matthew, she knew, was barely refraining from saying that the ideal solution would be to give up the job that had landed her with PTSD, and which, in his view, paid far too poorly, considering the dangers to which she had been exposed. "You see," Robin had continued with a speech she had prepared, "my life is pretty much wall-to-wall with people who think they know what's best for me." "Well, yes," said the therapist, in a manner that Robin felt would have been considered condescending beyond the clinic walls. "We've discussed, and—" Robin was by nature conciliatory and polite. On the other hand, she had been urged repeatedly by the therapist to speak the unvarnished truth in this dingy little room with the spider plant in its dull green pot and the man-sized tissues on the low pine table. "And to be honest," she said, "you feel like just another of them." Another pause. "Well," said the therapist with a little laugh, "I'm here to help you reach your own conclusions about—" "Yes, but you do it by pushing me all the time," said Robin. "It's combative. You challenge everything I say." Robin closed her eyes as a great wave of weariness swept her. Her muscles ached. She had spent all week putting together flat-pack furniture, heaving around boxes of books and hanging pictures. "I come out of here," said Robin, opening her eyes again, "feeling wrung out. I go home to my husband, and he does it too. He leaves big sulky silences and challenges me on the smallest thing. Then I phone my mother, and it's more of the same. The only person who isn't at me all the time to sort myself out is—" She pulled up short, then said, "is my work partner." "Mr. Strike," said the therapist sweetly. It had been a matter of contention between Robin and the therapist that she had refused to discuss her relationship with Strike, other than to confirm that he was unaware of how much the Shacklewell Ripper case had affected her. Their personal relationship, she had stated firmly, was irrelevant to her present issues. The therapist had raised him in every session since, but Robin had consistently refused to engage on the subject. "Yes," said Robin. "Him. By your own admission, you haven't told him the full extent of your anxiety." "So," said Robin, ignoring the last comment, "I really only came today to tell you I'm leaving. As I say, I found the CBT really useful, and I'm going to keep using the exercises." The therapist had seemed outraged that Robin wasn't even prepared to stay for the full hour, but Robin had paid for the entire session and therefore felt free to walk out, giving her what felt like a bonus hour in the day. She felt justified in not hurrying home to do more unpacking, but to buy herself a cornetto and enjoy it as she wandered through the sun-drenched streets of her new area. Chasing her own cheerfulness like a butterfly, because she was afraid it might escape, she turned up a quieter street, forcing herself to concentrate, to take in the unfamiliar scene. She was, after all, delighted to have left behind the old flat in West Ealing with its many bad memories. It had become clear during his trial that the Shacklewell Ripper had been tailing and watching Robin for far longer than she had ever suspected. The police had even told her that they thought he had hung around Hastings Road, lurking behind parked cars, yards from her front door. Desperate though she had been to move, it had taken her and Matthew 11 months to find a new place. The main problem was that Matthew had been determined to take a step up the property ladder, now that he had a better-paid new job and a legacy from his late mother. Robin's parents, too, had expressed a willingness to help them, given the awful associations of the old flat. But London was excruciatingly expensive. 3 times had Matthew set his heart on flats that were, realistically, well out of their price range. 3 times had they failed to buy what Robin could have told him would sell for thousands more than they could offer. "It's ridiculous," he kept saying. "It isn't worth that." "It's worth whatever people are prepared to pay," Robin had said, frustrated that an accountant didn't understand the operation of market forces. She had been ready to move anywhere, even a single room, to escape the shadow of the killer who continued to haunt her dreams. On the point of doubling back towards the main road, her eye was caught by the opening in a brick wall, which was flanked by gateposts topped with the strangest finials she had ever seen. A pair of gigantic, crumbling stone skulls sat on top of carved bones on gateposts, beyond which a tall square tower rose. The finials would have looked at home, Robin thought, moving closer to examine the empty black eye sockets, garnishing the front of a pirate's mansion in some fantasy film. Peering through the opening, Robin saw a church and mossy tombs lying amid an empty rose garden in full bloom. She finished her ice cream while wandering around St. Nicholas's, a strange amalgam of an old red brick school grafted onto the rough stone tower. Finally, she sat down on a wooden bench that had grown almost uncomfortably hot in the sun, stretched her aching back, drank in the delicious scent of warm roses, and was suddenly transported, entirely against her will, back to the hotel suite in Yorkshire, almost a year ago, where a blood-red bouquet of roses had witnessed the aftermath of her abandonment of Matthew on the dance floor at her wedding reception. Matthew, his father, his Aunt Sue, Robin's parents and brother Stephen had all converged on the bridal suite, where Robin had retreated to escape Matthew's fury. She had been changing out of her wedding dress when they had burst in, one after another, all demanding to know what was going on. A cacophony had ensued. Stephen, first to grasp what Matthew had done in deleting Strike's calls, started to shout at him. Geoffrey was drunkenly demanding to know why Strike had been allowed to stay for dinner, given he hadn't RSVP'd. Matthew was bellowing at all of them to butt out, that this was between him and Robin, while Aunt Sue said over and over, "I've never seen a bride walk out of her first dance. Never. I've never seen a bride walk out of her first dance." Then Linda had finally grasped what Matthew had done, and began telling him off too. Geoffrey had leapt to his son's defence, demanding to know why Linda wanted her daughter to go back to a man who allowed her to get stabbed. Martin had arrived, extremely drunk, and had taken a swing at Matthew for reasons that nobody had ever explained satisfactorily. And Robin had retreated to the bathroom where, incredibly, given that she had barely eaten all day, she had thrown up. 5 minutes later, she had been forced to let Matthew in because his nose was bleeding, and there, with their families still shouting at each other in the next-door bedroom, Matthew had asked her, a wadge of toilet roll pressed to his nostrils, to come with him to the Maldives, not as a honeymoon, not anymore, but to sort things out in private, away, as he put it thickly, gesturing towards the source of the yelling, "From this. And there'll be press," he added accusingly. "They'll be after you, for the Ripper business." He was cold-eyed over the bloody toilet paper, furious with her for humiliating him on the dance floor, livid with Martin for hitting him. There was nothing romantic in his invitation to board the plane. He was proposing a summit, a chance for calm discussion. If, after serious consideration, they came to the conclusion that the marriage was a mistake, they would come home at the end of the fortnight, make a joint announcement, and go their separate ways. And at that moment, the wretched Robin, arm throbbing, shaken to the core by the feelings that had risen inside when she had felt Strike's arms around her, knowing that the press might even now be trying to track her down, had seen Matthew, if not as an ally, at least as an escape. The idea of getting on a plane, of flying out of reach of the tsunami of curiosity, gossip, anger, solicitude and unsought advice that she knew would engulf her as long as she remained in Yorkshire, was deeply appealing. So they had left, barely speaking during the flight. What Matthew had been thinking through those long hours, she had never inquired. She knew only that she had thought about Strike. Over and again, she had returned to the memory of their embrace as she watched the clouds slide past the window. "Am I in love with him?" she had asked herself repeatedly, but without reaching any firm conclusion. Her deliberations on the subject had lasted days, an inner torment she could not reveal to Matthew as they walked on white beaches, discussing the tensions and resentments that lay between the two of them. Matthew slept on the living room sofa at night, Robin in the net-draped double bed upstairs. Sometimes they argued, at other times they retreated into hurt and furious silences. Matthew was keeping tabs on Robin's phone, wanting to know where it was, constantly picking it up and checking it, and she knew that he was looking for messages or calls from her boss. What made things worse was that there were none. Apparently Strike wasn't interested in talking to her. The hug on the stairs, to which her thoughts kept scampering back like a dog to a blissfully pungent lamppost, seemed to have meant far less to him than it had to her. Night after night, Robin walked by herself on the beach, listening to the sea's deep breathing, her injured arms sweating beneath its rubber protective brace, her phone left at the villa so that Matthew had no excuse to tail her and find out whether she was talking secretly to Strike. But on the 7th night, with Matthew back at the villa, she had decided to call Strike. Almost without acknowledging it to herself, she had formulated a plan. There was a landline at the bar, and she knew the office number off by heart. It would be diverted to Strike's mobile automatically. What she was going to say when she reached him she didn't know, but she was sure that if she heard him speak, the truth about her feelings would be revealed to her. As the phone rang in distant London, Robin's mouth had become dry. The phone was answered, but nobody spoke for a few seconds. Robin listened to the sounds of movement, then heard a giggle, and then at last somebody spoke. "Hello, this is Cormy Warmy." As the woman broke into loud, raucous laughter, Robin heard Strike somewhere in the background, half amused, half annoyed, and certainly drunk. "Gimme that. Seriously, give it." Robin had slammed the receiver back onto its rest. Sweat had broken out on her face and chest. She felt ashamed, foolish, humiliated. He was with another woman. The laughter had been unmistakably intimate. The unknown girl had been teasing him, answering his mobile, calling him, how revolting, Cormy. She would deny phoning him, she resolved, if ever Strike asked her about the dropped call. She would lie through her teeth, pretend not to know what he was talking about. The sound of the woman on the phone had affected her like a hard slap. If Strike could have taken somebody to bed so soon after their hug, and she would have staked her life on the fact that the girl, whoever she was, had either just slept with Strike or was about to, then he wasn't sitting in London torturing himself about his true feelings for Robin Ellacott. The salt on her lips made her thirsty as she trudged through the night, wearing a deep groove in the soft white sand as the waves broke endlessly beside her. Wasn't it possible, she asked herself, when she was cried out last night, that she was confusing gratitude and friendship with something deeper? That she had mistaken her love of detection for love of the man who had given her the job? She admired Strike, of course, and was immensely fond of him. They had passed through many intense experiences together, so that it was natural to feel close to him. But was that love? Alone in the balmy, mosquito-buzzing night, while the waves sighed on the shore and she cradled her aching arm, Robin reminded herself bleakly that she had had very little experience with men for a woman approaching her 28th birthday. Matthew was all she had ever known, her only sexual partner, a place of safety to her for 10 long years now. If she had developed a crush on Strike, she employed the old-fashioned word her mother might have used, mightn't it also be the natural side effect of the lack of variety and experimentation most women of her age had enjoyed? For so long faithful to Matthew, hadn't she been bound to look up one day and remember that there were other lives, other choices? Hadn't she been long overdue to notice that Matthew was not the only man in the world? Strike, she told herself, was simply the one with whom she had been spending the most time. So naturally, it had been he onto whom she projected her wondering, her curiosity, her dissatisfaction with Matthew. Having, as she told herself, talked sense into that part of her that kept yearning for Strike, she reached a hard decision on the 8th evening of her honeymoon. She wanted to go home early and announce their separation to their families. She must tell Matthew that it had nothing to do with anybody else, but after agonizing and serious reflection, she did not believe they were well suited enough to continue in the marriage. She could still remember her feeling of mingled panic and dread as she had pushed open the cabin door, braced for a fight that had never materialized. Matthew had been sitting slumped on the sofa, and when he saw her, he mumbled, "Mum?" His face, arms and legs had been shining with sweat. As she moved towards him, she saw an ugly black tracing of veins up the inside of his left arm, as though somebody had filled them with ink. "Matt?" Hearing her, he had realized that she was not his dead mother. "Don't feel well, Rob." She had dashed for the phone, called the hotel, asked for a doctor. By the time he arrived, Matthew was drifting in and out of delirium. They had found the scratch on the back of his hand and, worried, concluded that he might have cellulitis, which Robin could tell, from the faces of the worried doctor and nurse, was serious. Matthew kept seeing figures moving in the shadowy corners of the cabin, people who weren't there. "Who's that?" he kept asking Robin. "Who's that over there?" "There's nobody else here, Matt." Now she was holding his hand while the nurse and doctor discussed hospitalization. "Don't leave me, Rob." "I'm not going to leave you." She had meant that she was going nowhere just now, not that she would stay forever. But Matthew had begun to cry. "Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to walk. I love you, Rob. I know I fucked up, but I love you." The doctor gave Matthew oral antibiotics and went to make telephone calls. Delirious, Matthew clung to his wife, thanking her. Sometimes he drifted into a state where, again, he thought he saw shadows moving in the empty corners of the room, and twice more he muttered about his dead mother. Alone in the velvety blackness of the tropical night, Robin listened to winged insects colliding with the screens at the windows, alternately comforting and watching over the man she had loved since she was 17. It hadn't been cellulitis. The infection had responded over the next 24 hours to antibiotics. As he recovered from the sudden violent illness, Matthew watched her constantly, weak and vulnerable as she had never seen him, afraid, she knew, that her promise to stay had been temporary. "We can't throw it all away, can we?" he had asked her hoarsely, from the bed where the doctor had insisted he stay. "All these years." She had let him talk about the good times, the shared times, and she had reminded herself about the giggling girl who had called Strike Cormy. She envisioned going home and asking for an annulment because the marriage had still not been consummated. She remembered the money her parents had spent on the wedding day she had hated. Bees buzzed in the churchyard roses around her, as Robin wondered for the 1000th time where she would be right now if Matthew hadn't scratched himself on coral. Most of her now terminated therapy sessions had been full of her need to talk about the doubts that had plagued her ever since she had agreed to remain married. In the months that had followed, and especially when she and Matthew were getting on reasonably well, it seemed to her that it had been right to give the marriage a fair trial. But she never forgot to think of it in terms of a trial, and this in itself sometimes led her, sleepless at night, to castigate herself for the pusillanimous failure to pull herself free once Matthew had recovered. She had never explained to Strike what had happened, why she had agreed to try and keep the marriage afloat. Perhaps that was why their friendship had grown so cold and distant. When she had returned from her honeymoon, it was to find Strike changed towards her, and perhaps she acknowledged she had changed towards him too, because of what she had heard on the line when she had called, in desperation, from the Maldives bar. "Sticking with it then, are you?" he said roughly, after a glance at her ring finger. His tone had nettled her, as had the fact that he had never asked why she was trying, never asked about her home life from that point onwards, never so much as hinted that he remembered the hug on the stairs. Whether because Strike had arranged matters that way or not, they had not worked a case together since that of the Shacklewell Ripper. Imitating her senior partner, Robin had retreated into a cool professionalism. But sometimes she was afraid that he no longer valued her as he once had, now that she had proven herself so conventional and cowardly. There had been an awkward conversation a few months ago in which he had suggested that she take time off, asked whether she felt she was fully recovered after the knife attack. Taking this as a slight upon her bravery, afraid that she would again find herself sidelined, losing the only part of her life that she currently found fulfilling, she had insisted that she was perfectly well and redoubled her professional efforts. The muted mobile in her bag vibrated. Robin slipped her hand inside and looked to see who was calling. Strike. She also noticed that he had called earlier when she was saying a joyful goodbye to the Villiers Trust Clinic. "Hi," she said. "I missed you earlier, sorry." "Not a problem. Move gone all right?" "Fine," she said. "Just wanted to let you know I've hired us a new subcontractor. Name of Sam Barkley." "Great," said Robin, watching a fly shimmering on a fat blush-pink rose. "What's his background?" "Army," said Strike. "Military police?" Not exactly." As he told her the story of Sam Barkley, Robin found herself grinning. "So you've hired a dope-smoking painter and decorator?" "Vaping, dope vaping," Strike corrected her, and Robin could tell that he was grinning too. "He's on a health kick, new baby." "Well, he sounds interesting." She waited, but Strike did not speak. "I'll see you Saturday night, then," she said. Robin had felt obliged to invite Strike to her and Matthew's housewarming party because she had given their most regular and reliable subcontractor, Andy Hutchins, an invitation, and felt it would be odd to leave out Strike. She had been surprised when he had accepted. "Yeah, see you then." "Is Lorelei coming?" Robin asked, striving for casualness, but not sure she had succeeded. Back in central London, Strike thought he detected a sardonic note in the question, as though challenging him to admit that his girlfriend had a ludicrous moniker. He would once have pulled her up on it, asked what her problem was with the name Lorelei, enjoyed sparring with her. But this was dangerous territory. "Yes, she's coming. The invitation was to both." "Yes, of course it was," said Robin hastily. "All right, I'll see you—" "Hang on," said Strike. He was alone in the office because he had sent Denise home early. The temp had not wanted to leave. She was paid by the hour after all, and only after Strike had assured her that he would pay for a full day had she gathered up all her possessions, talking non-stop all the while. "Funny thing happened this afternoon," said Strike. Robin listened intently without interrupting to Strike's vivid account of the brief visit of Billy. By the end of it, she had forgotten to worry about Strike's coolness. Indeed, he now sounded like the Strike of a year ago. "He was definitely mentally ill," said Strike, his eyes on the clear sky beyond the window. "Possibly psychotic." "Yeah, but—" "I know," said Strike. He picked up the pad from which Billy had ripped his half-written address and turned it absently in his free hand. "Is he mentally ill, so he thinks he saw a kid strangled? Or is he mentally ill and he saw a kid strangled?" Neither spoke for a while, during which time both turned over Billy's story in their minds, knowing that the other was doing the same. This brief, companionable spell of reflection ended abruptly when a cocker-spaniel, which Robin had not noticed as it came snuffling through the roses, laid its cold nose without warning on her bare knee, and she shrieked, "What the fuck?" "Nothing. A dog."
"Where are you?"
"In a graveyard."
"What? Why?"
"Just exploring the area. I better go," she said, getting to her feet. "There's another flat pack waiting for me at home."
"Right you are,"
said Strike, with a return to his usual briskness.
"See you Saturday."
"I'm so sorry," said the cocker-spaniel's elderly owner, as Robin slid her mobile back into her bag. "Are you frightened of dogs?" "Not at all," said Robin, smiling and patting the dog's soft golden head. "He surprised me, that's all." As she headed back past the giant skulls towards her new home, Robin thought about Billy, whom Strike had described with such vividness that Robin felt as though she had met him too. So deeply absorbed in her thoughts was she, that for the first time all week, Robin forgot to glance up at the White Swan pub as she passed it. High above the street, on the corner of the building, was a single carved swan, which reminded Robin, every time she passed it, of her calamitous wedding day. Chapter 4. But what do you propose to do in the town, then? Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. 6.5 miles away, Strike set his mobile down on his desk and lit a cigarette. Robin's interest in his story had been soothing after the interview he had endured half an hour after Billy had fled. The two policemen who had answered Denise's call had seemed to relish their opportunity to make the famous Cormoran Strike admit his fallibility, taking their time as they ascertained that he had succeeded in finding out neither full name nor address of the probably psychotic Billy. The late afternoon sun hit the notebook on his desk at an angle, revealing faint indentations. Strike dropped his cigarette into an ashtray he had stolen long ago from a German bar, picked up the notepad and tilted it this way and that, trying to make out the letters formed by the impressions, then reached for a pencil and lightly shaded over them. Untidy capital letters were soon revealed, clearly spelling the words Charlemont Road. Billy had pressed less hard on the house or flat number than the street name. One of the faint indents looked like either a 5 or an incomplete 8, but the spacing suggested more than one figure or possibly a letter. Strike's incurable predilection for getting to the root of puzzling incidents tended to inconvenience him quite as much as other people. Hungry and tired though he was, and despite the fact that he had sent his temp away so he could shut up the office, he tore the paper carrying the revealed name off the pad and headed into the outer room, where he switched the computer back on. There were several Charlemont roads in the UK, but on the assumption that Billy was unlikely to have the means to travel very far, he suspected that the one in East Ham had to be the right one. Online records showed 2 Williams living there, but both were over 60. Remembering that Billy had been scared that Strike might turn up at Jimmy's place, he had searched for Jimmy and then James, which turned up the details of James Faraday, 49. Strike made a note of Faraday's address beneath Billy's indented scribbles, though not at all confident that Faraday was the man he sought. For one thing, his house number contained no 5s or 8s, and for another, Billy's extreme unkemptness suggested that whomever he lived with must take a fairly relaxed attitude to his personal hygiene. Faraday lived with a wife and what appeared to be 2 daughters. Strike turned off the computer, but continued to stare abstractedly at the dark screen, thinking about Billy's story. It was the detail of the pink blanket that kept nagging at him. It seemed such a specific, unglamorous detail for a psychotic delusion. Remembering that he needed to be up early in the morning for a paying job, he pulled himself to his feet. Before leaving the office, he inserted the piece of paper bearing both the impressions of Billy's handwriting and Faraday's address into his wallet. London, which had recently been at the epicentre of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee celebrations, was preparing to host the Olympics. Union Jacks and the London 2012 logo were everywhere, on signs, banners, bunting, keyrings, mugs and umbrellas, while jumbles of Olympic merchandise cluttered virtually every shop window. In Strike's opinion, the logo resembled shards of fluorescent glass randomly thrown together, and he was equally unenamoured of the official mascots, which looked to him like a pair of cycloptic molars. There was a tinge of excitement and nervousness about the capital, born, no doubt, of the perennially British dread that the nation might make a fool of itself. Complaints about non-availability of Olympics tickets were a dominant theme in conversation, unsuccessful applicants decrying the lottery that was supposed to have given everybody a fair and equal chance of watching events live. Strike, who had hoped to see some boxing, had not managed to get tickets, but laughed out loud at his old school friend Nick's offer to take his place at the dressage, which Nick's wife, Ilse, was overjoyed to have bagged. Harley Street, where Strike was due to spend Friday running surveillance on a cosmetic surgeon, remained untouched by Olympic fever. The grand Victorian facades presented their usual implacable faces to the world, unsullied by garish logos or flags. Strike, who was wearing his best Italian suit for the job, took up a position near the doorway of a building opposite and pretended to be talking on his mobile, actually keeping watch over the entrance of the expensive consulting rooms of two partners, one of whom was Strike's client. Dodgy Doc, as Strike had nicknamed his quarry, was taking his time living up to his name. Possibly he had been scared out of his unethical behaviour by his partner, who had confronted him after realising that Dodgy had recently performed 2 breast augmentations that had not been run through the business's books. Suspecting the worst, the senior partner had come to Strike for help. His justification was feeble, full of holes. He is, said the white-haired surgeon, stiff-lipped but full of foreboding, and always has been a womanizer. I checked his internet history before confronting him and found a website where young women solicit cash contributions for their cosmetic enhancements in return for explicit pictures. I fear, I hardly know what, but it might be that he has made an arrangement with these women that is not monetary. 2 of the younger women had been asked to call a number I did not recognise, but which suggested surgery might be arranged free in return for an exclusive arrangement. Strike had not so far witnessed Dodgy meeting any women outside his regular hours. He spent Mondays and Fridays in his Harley Street consulting rooms and the midweek at the private hospital where he operated. Whenever Strike had tailed him outside his places of work, he had merely taken short walks to purchase chocolate, to which he seemed addicted. Every night he drove his Bentley home to his wife and children in Gerrard's Cross, tailed by Strike in his old blue BMW. Tonight, both surgeons would be attending a Royal College of Surgeons dinner with their wives, so Strike had left his BMW in its expensive garage. The hours rolled by in tedium. Strike mostly concerned with shifting the weight off his prosthesis at regular intervals as he leaned up against railings, parking meters, and doorways. A steady trickle of clients pressed the bell at Dodgy's door and were admitted one by one. All were female, and most were sleek and well-groomed. At 5 o'clock, Strike's mobile vibrated in his breast pocket, and he saw a text from his client. Safe to clock off, about to leave with him for the Dorchester. Perversely, Strike hung around, watching as the partners left the building some 15 minutes later. His client was tall and white-haired. Dodgy, a sleek, dapper, olive-skinned man with shiny black hair who wore 3-piece suits. Strike watched them get into a taxi and leave, then yawned, stretched, and contemplated heading home, possibly with a takeaway. Almost against his will, he pulled out his wallet and extracted the piece of crumpled paper on which he had managed to reveal Billy's street name. All day, at the back of his mind, he had thought he might go and seek out Billy in Charlemont Road if Dodgy Doc left work early, but he was tired and his leg sore. If Lorelei knew that he had the evening off, she would expect Strike to call. On the other hand, they were going to Robin's housewarming together tomorrow night, and if he spent tonight at Lorelei's, it would be hard to extricate himself tomorrow after the party. He never spent 2 nights in a row at Lorelei's flat, even when the opportunity had occurred. He liked to set limits on her rights to his time. As though hoping to be dissuaded by the weather, he glanced up at the clear June sky and sighed. The evening was clear and perfect, the agency so busy that he did not know when he would next have a few hours to spare. If he wanted to visit Charlemont Road, it would have to be tonight. Chapter 5. I can quite understand you are having a horror of public meetings and of the rabble that frequents them. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. His journey coinciding with rush hour, it took Strike over an hour to travel from Harley Street to East Ham. By the time he had located Charlemont Road, his stump was aching, and the sight of the long residential street made him regret that he was not the kind of man who could simply write off Billy as a mental case. The terraced houses had a motley appearance. Some were bare brick, others painted or pebble-dashed. Union Jacks hung at windows, further evidence of Olympic fever or relics of the Royal Jubilee. The small plots in front of the houses had been made into pocket gardens or dumps for debris, according to preference. Halfway along the road lay a dirty old mattress, abandoned to whoever wanted to deal with it. His first glimpse of James Faraday's residence did not encourage Strike to hope that he had reached Journey's End, because it was one of the best-maintained houses in the street. A tiny porch with coloured glass had been added around the front door, ruched net curtains hung at each window, and the brass letterbox gleamed in the sunshine. Strike pressed the plastic doorbell and waited. After a short wait, a harried woman opened the door, releasing a silver tabby, which appeared to have been waiting, coiled behind the door, for the first chance to escape. The woman's cross expression sat awkwardly above an apron printed with a "Love Is" cartoon. A strong odour of cooking meat wafted out of the house. "Hi," said Strike, salivating at the smell. "Don't know whether you can help me. I'm trying to find Billy."
"You got the wrong address. There's no Billy here."
She made to close the door.
"He said he was staying with Jimmy," said Strike, as the gap narrowed. "There's no Jimmy here either." "Sorry, I thought somebody called James." "Nobody calls him Jimmy. You got the wrong house."
She closed the door. Strike and the silver tabby eyed each other. In the cat's case, superciliously, before it sat down on the mat and began to groom itself with an air of dismissing Strike from its thoughts. Strike returned to the pavement, where he lit a cigarette and looked up and down the street. By his estimate, there were 200 houses in Charlemont Road. How long would it take to knock on every household's door? More time than he had this evening, was the unfortunate answer, and more time than he was likely to have any time soon. He walked on, frustrated and increasingly sore, glancing in through windows and scrutinizing passers-by for a resemblance to the man he had met the previous day. Twice he asked people entering or leaving their houses whether they knew Jimmy and Billy, whose address he claimed to have lost. Both said no. Strike trudged on, trying not to limp. At last he reached a section of houses that had been bought up and converted into flats. Pairs of front doors stood crammed side by side, and the front plots had been concreted over. Strike slowed down. A torn sheet of A4 had been pinned to one of the shabbiest doors, from which the white paint was peeling. A faint but familiar prickle of interest that he would never have dignified with the name Hunch led Strike to the door. A scribbled message read, 7:30 meeting moved from pub to Well Community Centre in Vicarage Lane. End of street, turn left. Jimmy Knight. Strike lifted the sheet of paper with a finger, saw a house number ending in 5, let the note fall again, and moved to peer through the dusty downstairs window. An old bedsheet had been pinned up to block out sunlight, but a corner had fallen down. Tall enough to squint through the uncovered portion of glass, Strike saw a slice of empty room containing an open sofa bed with a stained duvet on it, a pile of clothes in the corner, and a portable TV standing on a cardboard box. The carpet was obscured by a multitude of empty beer cans and overflowing ashtrays. This seemed promising. He returned to the peeling front door, raised a large fist, and knocked. Nobody answered, nor did he hear any sign of movement within. Strike checked the note on the door again, then set off. Turning left into Vicarage Lane, he saw the community centre right in front of him, the Well spelled out boldly in shining perspex letters. An elderly man wearing a Mao cap and a wispy greying beard was standing just outside the glass doors with a pile of leaflets in his hand. As Strike approached, the man, whose T-shirt bore the washed-out face of Che Guevara, eyed him askance. Though tieless, Strike's Italian suit struck an inappropriately formal note. When it became clear that the community centre was Strike's destination, the leaflet holder shuffled sideways to bar the entrance. "I know I'm late," said Strike, with well-feigned annoyance, "but I've only just found out the bloody venue's been changed." His assurance and his size both seemed to disconcert the man in the Mao cap, who nevertheless appeared to feel that instant capitulation to a man in a suit would be unworthy of him. "Who are you representing?" Strike had already taken a swift inventory of the capitalized words visible on the leaflets clutched against the other man's chest. Dissent, disobedience, disruption, and, rather incongruously, allotments. There was also a crude cartoon of 5 obese businessmen blowing cigar smoke to form the Olympic rings. "My dad," Strike said. "He's worried they're going to concrete over his allotment." "Ah," said the bearded man. He moved aside. Strike tugged a leaflet out of his hand and entered the community centre. There was nobody in sight except for a grey-haired woman of West Indian origin who was peering through an inner door that she had opened an inch. Strike could just hear a female voice in the room beyond. Her words were hard to distinguish, but her cadences suggested a tirade. Becoming aware that somebody was standing immediately behind her, the woman turned. The sight of Strike's suit seemed to affect her in opposite fashion to the bearded man at the door. "Are you from the Olympics?" she whispered. "No," said Strike. "Just interested." She eased the door open to admit him. Around 40 people were sitting on plastic chairs. Strike took the nearest vacant seat and scanned the backs of the heads in front of him for the matted, shoulder-length hair of Billy. A table for speakers had been set up at the front. A young woman was currently pacing up and down in front of it as she addressed the audience. Her hair was dyed the same bright red shade as Coco's, Strike's hard-to-shake one-night stand, and she was speaking in a series of unfinished sentences, occasionally losing herself in secondary clauses and forgetting to drop her H's. Strike had the impression that she had been talking for a long time. "Think of the squatters and artists who are all being... because this is a proper community, right? And then in they come with, like, clipboards, and it's like, get out if you know what's good for you. Thin end of the innit. Oppressive laws. It's the Trojan horse. It's a coordinated campaign of, like..." Half the audience looked like students. Among the older members, Strike saw men and women who he marked down as committed protesters, some wearing T-shirts with leftist slogans like his friend on the door. Here and there, he saw unlikely figures who he guessed were ordinary members of the community who had not taken kindly to the Olympics' arrival in East London, arty types who had perhaps been squatting, and an elderly couple who were currently whispering to each other and who Strike thought might be genuinely worried about their allotment. Watching them resume the attitudes of meek endurance appropriate to those sitting in church, Strike guessed that they had agreed that they could not easily leave without drawing too much attention to themselves. A much-pierced boy covered in anarchist tattoos audibly picked his teeth. Behind the girl who was speaking sat 3 others, an older woman and 2 men, who were talking quietly to each other. One of them was at least 60, barrel-chested and lantern-jawed, with the pugnacious air of a man who had served his time on picket lines and in successful showdowns with recalcitrant management. Something about the dark, deep-set eyes of the other made Strike scan the leaflet in his hand, seeking confirmation of an immediate suspicion. Community Olympic Resistance. Corps. 15th of June 2012, 7:30 p.m, White Horse Pub, East Ham E6, 6EJ. Speakers: Lillian Sweeting, Wilderness Preservation, East London. Walter Frett, Workers' Alliance, Corps activist. Flick Purdue, Anti-Poverty Campaigner, Corps activist. Jimmy Knight, Real Socialist Party, Corps organiser. Heavy stubble and a general air of scruffiness notwithstanding, the man with the sunken eyes was nowhere as filthy as Billy, and his hair had certainly been cut within the last couple of months. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, and while squarer of face and more muscular, he had the same dark hair and pale skin as Strike's visitor. On the available evidence, Strike would have put a sizable bet on Jimmy Knight being Billy's older brother. Jimmy finished his muttered conversation with his Workers' Alliance colleague, then leaned back in his seat, thick arms folded, wearing an expression of abstraction that showed he was not listening to the young woman any more than her increasingly fidgety audience. Strike now became aware that he was under observation from a nondescript man sitting in the row in front of him. When Strike met the man's pale blue gaze, he redirected his attention hastily towards Flick, who was still talking. Taking note of the blue-eyed man's clean jeans, plain T-shirt and the short, neat hair, Strike thought that he would have done better to have forgone the morning's close shave, but perhaps, for a ramshackle operation like Corps, the Met had not considered it worthwhile to send their best. The presence of a plainclothes officer was to be expected, of course. Any group currently planning to disrupt or resist the arrangements for the Olympics was likely to be under surveillance. A short distance from the plainclothes policeman sat a professional-looking young Asian man in shirt-sleeves. Tall and thin, he was watching the speaker fixedly, chewing the fingernails of his left hand. As Strike watched, the man gave a little start and took his finger away from his mouth. He had made it bleed. "All right," said the man loudly. The audience, recognizing a voice of authority, sat a little straighter. "Thanks very much, Flick." Jimmy Knight got to his feet, leading the unenthusiastic applause for Flick, who walked back around the table and sat down in the empty chair between the 2 men. In his well-worn jeans and unironed T-shirt, Jimmy Knight reminded Strike of the men his dead mother had taken as lovers. He might have been the bass player in a grime band, or a good-looking roadie with his muscled arms and tattoos. Strike noticed that the back of the nondescript blue-eyed man had tensed. He had been waiting for Jimmy. "Evening, everyone, and thanks very much for coming." His personality filled the room like the first bar of a hit song. Strike knew him from those first few words as the kind of man who, in the army, was either outstandingly useful or an insubordinate bastard. Jimmy's accent, like Flick's, revealed an uncertain provenance. Strike thought the Cockney might have been grafted, in his case more successfully, onto a faint rural burr. "So, the Olympic threshing machines moved into East London." His burning eyes swept the newly attentive crowd. "Flattening houses, knocking cyclists to their death, churning up land that belongs to all of us. Or it did. You've heard from Lillian what they're doing to animal and insect habitats. I'm here to talk about the encroachment on human communities. They're concreting over our common land, and for what?
Are they putting up the social housing or the hospitals we need? Of course not. No. We're getting stadiums costing billions. Showcases for the capitalist system, ladies and gentlemen. We're being asked to celebrate elitism while, beyond the barriers, ordinary people's freedoms are encroached, eroded, removed. They tell us we should be celebrating the Olympics. All the glossy press releases the right-wing media gobbles up and regurgitates. Fetishise the flag, whip up the middle class into a frenzy of jingoism. Come worship our glorious medalists. A shiny gold for everyone who passes over a big enough bribe with a pot of someone else's piss. There was a murmur of agreement. A few people clapped. We're supposed to get excited about the public school boys and girls who got to practice sports while the rest of us were having our playing field sold off for cash. Sycophancy should be our national Olympic sport. We deify people who've had millions invested in them because they can ride a bike, when they've sold themselves as fig leaves for all the planet-raping, tax-dodging bastards who are queuing up to get their names on the barriers. Barriers shutting working people off their own land. The applause, in which Strike, the old couple beside him, and the Asian man did not join, was as much for the performance as the words. Jimmy's slightly thuggish but handsome face was alive with riotous anger. "See this?" he said, sweeping from the table behind him a piece of paper with the jagged 2012 that Strike disliked so much. "Welcome to the Olympics, my friends. A fascist's wet dream. See the logo? Do you see it? It's a broken swastika." The crowd laughed and applauded some more, masking the loud rumble of Strike's stomach. He wondered whether there might be a takeaway nearby. He had even started to calculate whether he might have time to leave, buy food and return, when the grey-haired West Indian woman, whom he had seen earlier, opened the door to the hall and propped it open. Her expression clearly indicated that Cor had now outstayed its welcome. Jimmy, however, was still in full flow. "This so-called celebration of the Olympic spirit, of fair play and amateurism, is normalising repression and authoritarianism. Wake up! London's being militarised. The British state, which has honed the tactics of colonisation and invasion for centuries, has seized on the Olympics as the perfect excuse to deploy police, army, helicopters and guns against ordinary citizens. 1,000 extra CCTV cameras, extra laws hurried through, and you think they'll be repealed when this carnival of capitalism moves on? Join us!" shouted Jimmy, as the community centre worker edged along the wall towards the front of the hall, nervous but determined. "Cor is a part of a broader global justice movement that meets repression with resistance. We're making common cause with all leftist, anti-oppressive movements across the capital. We're going to be staging lawful demonstrations and using every tool of peaceful protest still permitted to us in what is rapidly becoming an occupied city." More applause followed, though the elderly couple beside Strike seemed thoroughly miserable. All right, I know," added Jimmy to the community centre worker, who had now reached the front of the audience and was gesturing timidly. "They want us out," Jimmy told the crowd, smirking and shaking his head. "Of course they do. Of course." A few people hissed at the community centre worker. "Anyone who wants to hear more," said Jimmy, "will be in the pub down the road. Address on your leaflets." Most of the crowd applauded. The plainclothes policeman got to his feet. The elderly couple was already scuttling towards the door. Chapter 6. I have the reputation of being a wicked fanatic, I am told. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Chairs clattered, bags were hoisted onto shoulders. The bulk of the audience began to head for the doors at the back, but some appeared reluctant to leave.
Strike took a few steps towards Jimmy, hoping to talk to him, but was outpaced by the young Asian man, who was striding jerkily towards the activist with an air of nervous determination. Jimmy exchanged a few more words with the man from the Workers' Alliance, then noticed the newcomer, bade Walter goodbye, and moved forward with every appearance of goodwill to speak to what he clearly assumed was a convert. As soon as the Asian man began to speak, however, Jimmy's expression clouded. As they talked in low voices in the middle of the rapidly emptying room, Flick and a cluster of young people loitered nearby, waiting for Jimmy. They seemed to consider themselves above manual labour. The community centre worker cleared away chairs alone. "Let me do that," Strike offered, taking 3 from her and ignoring the sharp twinge in his knee as he hoisted them onto a tall stack. "Thanks very much," she panted. "I don't think we'll be letting this lot." She allowed Walter and a few others to pass before continuing. None of them thanked her. "Use the centre again," she finished resentfully. "I didn't realise what they were all about. They're leaflets on about civil disobedience, and I don't know what else." "Pro-Olympics, are you?" Strike asked, placing a chair onto a pile. "My granddaughter's in a running club," she said. "We got tickets. She can't wait." Jimmy was still locked in conversation with the young Asian man. A minor argument seemed to have developed. Jimmy seemed tense, his eyes shifting constantly around the room, either seeking an escape or checking that nobody else was within earshot. The hall was emptying. The 2 men began to move towards the exit. Strike strained his ears to hear what they were saying to each other, but the clumping footsteps of Jimmy's acolytes on the wooden floor obliterated all but a few words. "For years, mate, all right?" Jimmy was saying angrily. "So do whatever the fuck you want. You're the one who volunteered yourself." They passed out of earshot. Strike helped the community centre volunteers stack the last of the chairs, and as she turned off the light, asked for directions to the White Horse. 5 minutes later, and in spite of his recent resolution to eat more healthily, Strike bought a bag of chips at a takeaway and proceeded along White Horse Road, at the end of which he had been told he would find the eponymous pub. As he ate, Strike pondered the best way to open conversation with Jimmy Knight. As the reaction of the elderly Che Guevara fan on the door had shown, Strike's current attire did not tend to foster trust with anti-capitalist protesters. Jimmy had the air of an experienced hard-left activist and was probably anticipating official interest in his activities in the highly charged atmosphere preceding the opening of the games. Indeed, Strike could see the nondescript blue-eyed man walking behind Jimmy, hands in his jean pockets. Strike's first job would be to reassure Jimmy that he was not there to investigate Core. The White Horse turned out to be an ugly prefabricated building which stood on a busy junction facing a large park. A white war memorial with neatly ranged poppy wreaths at its base rose like an eternal reproach to the outside drinking area opposite, where old cigarette butts lay thickly on cracked concrete riven with weeds. Drinkers were milling around the front of the pub, all smoking. Strike spotted Jimmy, Flick, and several others standing in a group in front of a window that was decorated with an enormous West Ham banner. The tall young Asian man was nowhere to be seen, but the plainclothes policeman loitered alone on the periphery of their group. Strike went inside to fetch a pint. The decor inside the pub consisted mostly of Cross of St. George flags and more West Ham paraphernalia. Having bought a pint of John Smith's, Strike returned to the forecourt, lit a fresh cigarette, and advanced on the group around Jimmy. He was at Flick's shoulder before they realised that the large stranger in a suit wanted something from them. All talk ceased, as suspicion flared on every face. "Hi," said Strike. "My name's Cormoran Strike. Any chance of a quick word, Jimmy? It's about Billy." "Billy?" repeated Jimmy sharply. "Why?" "I met him yesterday. I'm a private detective." "Chisel sent him," gasped Flick,
turning, frightened, to Jimmy. "Fuck up!" he growled. While the rest of the group surveyed Strike with a mixture of curiosity and hostility, Jimmy beckoned to Strike to follow him to the edge of the crowd. To Strike's surprise, Flick tagged along. Men with buzz cuts and West Ham tops nodded at the activist as he passed. Jimmy came to a halt beside two old white bollards topped by horse heads, checked that nobody else was within earshot, then addressed Strike. "What did you say your name was again?" Cormoran Strike. "Is Billy your brother?" "Younger brother, yeah," said Jimmy. "Did you say he came to see you?" "Yep, yesterday afternoon." "You're a private detective, yes." Strike saw dawning recognition in Flick's eyes. She had a plump, pale face that would have been innocent without the savage eyeliner and the uncombed tomato-red hair. She turned quickly to Jimmy again. "Jimmy, he's Shacklewell Ripper?" asked Jimmy, eyeing Strike over his lighter as he lit another cigarette. "Lula Landry." "That's me," said Strike. Out of the corner of Strike's eye, he noticed Flick's eyes travelling down his body to his lower legs. Her mouth twisted in seeming contempt. "Billy came to see you," repeated Jimmy. "Why?" "He told me he'd witnessed a kid being strangled," said Strike. Jimmy blew out smoke in angry gusts. "Yeah, he's fucked in the head. Schizoid affective disorder." "He seemed ill," agreed Strike. "Is that all he told you? That he saw a kid being strangled?" "Seemed enough to be getting on with," said Strike. Jimmy's lips curved in a humourless smile. "You didn't believe him, did you?" "No," said Strike truthfully. "But I don't think he should be roaming the streets in that condition. He needs help." "I don't think he's any worse than usual, do you?" Jimmy asked Flick, with a somewhat artificial air of dispassionate inquiry. "No," she said, turning to address Strike with barely concealed animosity. "He has ups and downs. He's all right if he takes his meds." Her accent had become markedly more middle-class away from the rest of their friends. Strike noticed that she had painted eyeliner over a clump of sleep in the corner of one eye. Strike, who had spent large portions of his childhood living in squalor, found a disregard for hygiene hard to like, except in those people so unhappy or ill that cleanliness became an irrelevance. "Ex-army, aren't you?" she asked, but Jimmy spoke over her. "How did Billy know to find you?" "Directory inquiries," suggested Strike. "I don't live in a bat cave." "Billy doesn't know how to use directory inquiries." "He managed to find my office okay." "There's no dead kid," Jimmy said abruptly. "It's all in his head. He goes on about it when he's having an episode. Didn't you see his tick?" Jimmy imitated with brutal accuracy the compulsive nose-to-chest movement of a twitching hand. Flick laughed. "Yeah, I saw that," said Strike, unsmiling. "You don't know where he is, then?" "Haven't seen him since yesterday morning. What do you want him for?" "Like I say, he didn't seem in any fit state to be wandering around on his own." "Very public-spirited of you," said Jimmy. "Rich and famous detective worrying about our Bill." Strike said nothing. "Army," Flick repeated. "Weren't you?" "I was," said Strike, looking down at her. "How's that relevant?" "Just saying." She had flushed a little in her righteous anger. "Haven't always been this worried about people getting hurt, have you?" Strike, who was familiar with people who shared Flick's views, said nothing. She would probably believe him if he told her he had joined the forces in the hope of bayoneting children. Jimmy, who also seemed disinclined to hear more of Flick's opinions on the military, said, "Billy'll be fine. He crashes at ours sometimes, then goes off. Does it all the time." "Where does he stay when he's not with you?" "Friends," said Jimmy, shrugging. "I don't know all their names." Then, contradicting himself, "I'll ring around tonight. Make sure he's okay." "Right you are," said Strike, downing his pint and handing the empty to a tattooed bar worker,
who was marching through the forecourt, grabbing glasses from all who had finished with them. Strike took a last drag on his cigarette, dropped it to join the thousands of its brethren on the crack forecourt, ground it out beneath his prosthetic foot, then pulled out his wallet. "Do me a favour," he said to Jimmy, taking out a card and handing it over, "and contact me when Billy turns up, will you? I'd like to know he's safe." Flick gave a derisive snort, but Jimmy seemed caught off guard. "Yeah, all right. Yeah, I will." "Do you know which bus would get me back to Denmark Street quickest?" Strike asked them. He could not face another long walk to the tube. Buses were rolling past the pub with inviting frequency. Jimmy, who seemed to know the area well, directed Strike to the appropriate stop. "Thanks very much." As he put his wallet back inside his jacket, Strike said casually, "Billy told me you were there when the child was strangled, Jimmy." Flick's rapid turn of the head towards Jimmy was the giveaway. The latter was better prepared. His nostrils flared, but otherwise he did a creditable job of pretending not to be alarmed. "Yeah, he's got a whole sick scene worked out in his poor fucked head," he said. "Some days he thinks our dead mum might have been there too. Pope next, I expect." "Sad," said Strike. "Hope you managed to track him down." He raised a hand in farewell and left them standing on the forecourt. Hungry in spite of the chips, his stump now throbbing, he was limping by the time he reached the bus stop. After a 15-minute wait, the bus arrived. Two drunk youths a few seats in front of Strike got into a long, repetitive argument about the merits of West Ham's new signing, Jussi Jääskeläinen, whose name neither of them could pronounce. Strike stared unseeingly out of the grimy window, leg sore, desperate for his bed, but unable to relax. Irksome though it was to admit it, the trip to Charlemont Road had not rid him of the tiny, niggling doubt about Billy's story. The memory of Flick's sudden, frightened peek at Jimmy, and above all her blurted exclamation, "Chisel sent him," had turned that niggling doubt into a significant and possibly permanent impediment to the detective's peace of mind. Chapter 7. Do you think you will remain here? Permanently, I mean. Henry Gibson, Rosmersholm. Robin would have been happy to spend the weekend relaxing after her long week unpacking and putting together furniture. But Matthew was looking forward to the housewarming party, to which he had invited a large number of colleagues. His pride was piqued by the interesting romantic history of the street, which had been built for shipwrights and sea captains back when Deptford had been a shipbuilding centre. Matthew might not yet have arrived in the postcode of his dreams, but a short cobbled street full of pretty old houses was, as he had wanted, a step up, even if he and Robin were only renting the neat brick box with its sash windows and the mouldings of cherubs over the front door. Matthew had objected when Robin first suggested renting again, but she had overridden him, saying that she could not stand another year in Hastings Road while further purchases of overpriced houses fell through. Between the legacy and Matthew's new job, they were just able to make rent on the smart little three-bedroomed house, leaving the money they had received from the sale of their Hastings Road flat untouched in the bank. Their landlord, a publisher who was off to New York to work at head office, had been delighted with his new tenants. A gay man in his 40s, he admired Matthew's clean-cut looks and made a point of handing over the keys personally on their moving day. "I agree with Jane Austen on the ideal tenant," he told Matthew, standing in the cobbled street. "A married man and without children, the very state to be wished for. A house is never well cared for without a lady. Or do you two share the hoovering?" "Of course," Matthew said, smiling. Robin, who was carrying a box of plants over the threshold behind the two men, had bitten back a caustic retort. She had a suspicion that Matthew was not disclosing to friends and workmates that they were tenants rather than owners. She deplored her own increasing tendency to watch Matthew for shabby or duplicitous behaviour, even in small matters, and imposed private penances on herself for thinking the worst of him all the time. It was in the spirit of this self-castigation that she had agreed to the party, bought alcohol and plastic tumblers, made food, and set everything up in the kitchen. Matthew had rearranged the furniture and over several evenings organised a playlist now blaring out of his iPod in its dock. The first few bars of Cut Off by Kasabian started as Robin hurried upstairs to change. Robin's hair was in foam rollers because she had decided to wear it as she had on their wedding day. Running out of time before the guests were due, she pulled out the rollers one-handed as she yanked open the wardrobe door. She had a new dress, a form-fitting pale grey affair, but she was afraid that it drained her of colour. She hesitated, then took out the emerald green Roberto Cavalli that she had never worn in public. It was the most expensive item of clothing she owned, and the most beautiful. The leaving present that Strike had bought her after she had gone to him as a temp and helped him catch their first killer. The expression on Matthew's face when she had excitedly shown him the gift had prevented her ever wearing it. For some reason her mind drifted to Strike's girlfriend, Lorelei, as she held the dress up against herself. Lorelei, who always wore jewel bright colours, affected the style of a 1940s pin-up. As tall as Robin, she had glossy brunette hair that she wore over one eye like Veronica Lake. Robin knew that Lorelei was 33, and that she co-owned and ran a vintage and theatrical clothing store on Chalk Farm Road. Strike had let slip this information one day, and Robin, making a mental note of the name, had gone home and looked it up online. The shop appeared to be glamorous and successful. "It's 1:45, said Matthew, hurrying into the bedroom, stripping off his T-shirt as he came. "I might shower quickly." He caught sight of her, holding the green dress against herself. "I thought you were wearing the grey one." Their eyes met in the mirror. Bare-chested, tanned and handsome, Matthew's features were so symmetrical that his reflection was almost identical to his real appearance. "I think it makes me look pale," said Robin. "I prefer the grey one," he said. "I like you pale." She forced a smile. "All right," she said. "I'll wear the grey." Once changed, she ran fingers through her curls to loosen them, pulled on a pair of strappy silver sandals and hurried back downstairs. She had barely reached the hall when the doorbell rang. If she had been asked to guess who would arrive first, she would have said Sarah Shadlock and Tom Turvey, who had recently got engaged. It would be like Sarah to try and catch Robin on the hop, to make sure she had an opportunity to nose around the house before anybody else, and to stake out a spot where she could look over all the arrivals. Sure enough, when Robin opened up, there stood Sarah in shocking pink, a big bunch of flowers in her arms, Tom carrying beer and wine. "Oh, it's gorgeous, Robin," crooned Sarah, the moment she got over the doorstep, staring around the hall. She hugged Robin absent-mindedly, her eyes on the stairs as Matthew descended, doing up his shirt. "Lovely. These are for you." Robin found herself encumbered by an armful of stargazer lilies. "Thanks," she said. "I'll just go and put them in water." They didn't have a vase big enough for the flowers, but Robin could hardly leave them in the sink. She could hear Sarah's laugh from the kitchen, even over Coldplay and Rihanna, who were now belting out Princess of China from Matthew's iPod. Robin dragged a bucket out of the cupboard and began to fill it, splattering herself with water in the process. The idea had once been mooted, she remembered, that Matthew would refrain from taking Sarah out for lunches during their office lunch hours. There had even been talk of stopping socializing with her after Robin had found out that Matthew had been cheating with Sarah in their early 20s. However, Tom had helped Matthew get the higher-paid position he now enjoyed at Tom's firm, and now that Sarah was the proud owner of a large solitaire diamond, Matthew did not seem to think that there should be the slightest awkwardness attached to social events, including the future Mr. and Mrs. Turvey. Robin could hear the three of them moving around upstairs. Matthew was giving a tour of the bedrooms. She heaved the lily-filled bucket out of the sink and shoved it into a corner beside the kettle, wondering whether it was mean-spirited to suspect that Sarah had brought flowers just to get Robin out of the way for a bit. Sarah had never lost the flirtatious manner towards Matthew she had had since their shared years at university. Robin poured herself a glass of wine and emerged from the kitchen as Matthew led Tom and Sarah into the sitting room. "And Lord Nelson and Lady Hamilton are supposed to have stayed in number 19, but it was called Union Street then," he said. "Right, who wants a drink? It's all set up in the kitchen." "Gorgeous place, Robin," said Sarah. "Houses like this don't come up that often. You must have got really lucky." "We're only renting," said Robin. "Really?" said Sarah beadily. And Robin knew that Sarah was drawing her own conclusions, not about the housing market, but about Robin and Matthew's marriage. "Nice earrings," said Robin, keen to change the subject. "Aren't they?" said Sarah, pulling back her hair to give Robin a better view. "Tom's birthday present." The doorbell rang again. Robin went to answer it, hoping that it would be one of the few people she had invited. She had no hope of Strike, of course. He was bound to be late, as he had been to every other personal event to which she had invited him. "Oh, thank God," said Robin, surprised at her own relief when she saw Vanessa Equenzi. Vanessa was a police officer, tall, black, with almond-shaped eyes, a model's figure, and a self-possession Robin envied. She had come to the party alone. Her boyfriend, who worked in forensic services at the Met, had a prior commitment. Robin was disappointed. She had looked forward to meeting him. "You all right?" Vanessa asked as she entered. She was carrying a bottle of red wine and wearing a deep purple slip dress. Robin thought again of the emerald green Cavalli upstairs and wished she had worn it. "I'm fine," she said. "Come through to the back. You can smoke there." She led Vanessa through the sitting room, past Sarah and Matthew, who were now mocking Tom's baldness to his face. The rear wall of the small courtyard garden was covered in ivy. Well-maintained shrubs stood in terracotta tubs. Robin, who did not smoke, had put ashtrays and a few fold-up chairs out there and dotted tea candles around. Matthew had asked her with an edge in his voice why she was taking so much trouble over the smokers. She had known perfectly well why he was saying it and pretended not to. "I thought Jemima smoked," she asked, with a feigned air of confusion. Jemima was Matthew's boss. "Oh," he said, caught off balance. Yeah, but only socially." "Well, I'm pretty sure this is a social occasion, Matt," said Robin sweetly. She fetched Vanessa a drink and came back to find her lighting up, her lovely eyes fixed on Sarah Shadlock, who was still mocking Tom's hairline, with Matthew her hearty accomplice. "That's her, is it?" Vanessa asked. "That's her," said Robin. She appreciated the small show of moral support. Robin and Vanessa had been friends for months before Robin had confided the history of her relationship with Matthew. Before that, they had talked police work, politics and clothes on evenings that took them to the cinema or to cheap restaurants. Robin found Vanessa better company than any other woman she knew. Matthew, who had met her twice, told Robin he found her cold, but said he could not explain why. Vanessa had had a succession of partners. She had been engaged once, but broken it off when he had cheated. Robin sometimes wondered whether Vanessa found her laughably inexperienced, the woman who'd married her boyfriend from school. A few moments later, a dozen people, colleagues of Matthew's with their partners, who had obviously been to the pub first, streamed into the sitting room. Robin watched Matthew greeting them and showing them where the drinks were. He had adopted the loud, bantering tone that she had heard him using on work nights out. It irritated her. The party quickly became crowded. Robin effected introductions, showed people where to find drink, set out more plastic cups and handed a couple of plates of food around because the kitchen was becoming packed. Only when Andy Hutchins and his wife arrived did she feel she could relax for a moment and spend some more time with her own guests. "I made you some special food," Robin told Andy, after she had shown him and Louise out into the courtyard. "This is Vanessa. She's met. Vanessa, Andy and Louise. Stay there, Andy. I'll get it. It's dairy-free." Tom was standing against the fridge when she got to the kitchen.
"Sorry, Tom, need to get in."
He blinked at her, then moved aside. He was already drunk, she thought, and it was barely 9 o'clock. Robin could hear Sarah's braying laugh from the middle of the crowd outside.
"Let me help,"
said Tom, holding the fridge door that threatened to close on Robin as she bent down to the lower shelf to get the tray of dairy-free, non-fried food she had saved for Andy.
"God, you've got a nice house, Robin."
She straightened up without comment. In spite of the drunken grin, she could feel the unhappiness flowing from behind it like a cool draught. Matthew had told her how self-conscious Tom was about his hairline, that he was even considering a transplant.
"That's a nice shirt," said Robin.
"What, this? You like it? She bought it for me. Matt's got one like it, hasn't he?"
I'm not sure," said Robin.
"You're not sure?" repeated Tom, with a short, nasty laugh. "So much surveillance training. You want to pay more attention at home, Rob?" Robin contemplated him for a moment in equal amounts of pity and anger. Then, deciding that he was too drunk to argue with, she left, carrying Andy's food. The first thing she saw as people cleared out of the way to let her back into the courtyard was that Strike had arrived. He had his back to her and was talking to Andy. Lorelei was beside him, wearing a scarlet silk dress, the gleaming fall of dark hair down her back like an advertisement for expensive shampoo. Somehow, Sarah had inveigled her way into the group in Robin's brief absence. When Vanessa caught Robin's eye, the corner of her mouth twitched.
"Hi,"
said Robin, setting the platter of food down on the wrought-iron table beside Andy.
"Robin, hi,"
said Lorelei.
"It's such a pretty street."
"Yes, isn't it?" said Robin, as Lorelei kissed the air behind Robin's ear. Strike bent down too. His stubble grazed Robin's face, but his lips did not touch skin. He was already opening one of the 6-pack of Doom Bar he had brought with him. Robin had mentally rehearsed things to say to Strike once he was in her new house, calm, casual things that made it sound as though she had no regrets, as though there was some wonderful counterweight that he couldn't appreciate that tipped the scales in Matthew's favour. She also wanted to question him about the strange matter of Billy and the strangled child. However, Sarah was currently holding forth on the subject of the auction house, Christie's, where she worked, and the whole group was listening to her.
"Yeah, we've got the lot coming up at auction on the 3rd, she said.
"Constable," she added kindly, for the benefit of anyone who did not know art as well as she did.
"We're expecting it to make over 20.
"1,000?" asked Andy.
"Million?"
said Sarah, with a patronising little snort of laughter. Matthew laughed behind Robin, and she moved automatically to let him join the circle. His expression was rapt, Robin noticed, as so often when large sums of money were under discussion. Perhaps, she thought, this is what he and Sarah talk about when they have lunch. Money.
"Gimcrack went for over 22 last year. Stubbs, 3rd most valuable old master ever sold."
Out of the corner of her eye, Robin saw Lorelei's scarlet-tipped hand slide into Strike's, which had been marked across the palm with the very same knife that had forever scarred Robin's arm.
"Anyway, boring, said Sarah insincerely. "Enough work chat. Anyone got Olympics tickets? Tom, my fiancé, he's furious. We got ping-pong."
She pulled a droll face.
"How have you lot got on?"
Robin saw Strike and Lorelei exchange a fleeting look, and knew that they were mutually consoling each other for having to endure the tedium of the Olympics ticket conversation. Suddenly wishing that they hadn't come, Robin backed out of the group. An hour later, Strike was in the sitting room discussing the England football team's chances in the European Championship with one of Matthew's friends from work while Lorelei danced. Robin, with whom he had not exchanged a word since they had met outside, crossed the room with a plate of food, paused to talk to a red-headed woman, then continued to offer the plate around. The way she had done her hair reminded Strike of her wedding day. The suspicions provoked by her visit to that unknown clinic uppermost in his mind, he appraised her figure in the clinging grey dress. She certainly didn't appear to be pregnant, and the fact that she was drinking wine seemed a further counter-indication, but they might only have just begun the process of IVF. Directly opposite Strike, visible through the dancing bodies, stood D.I. Vanessa Equenzi, whom Strike had been surprised to find at the party. She was leaning up against the wall, talking to a tall blonde man who seemed, by his over-attentive attitude, to have temporarily forgotten that he was wearing a wedding ring. Vanessa glanced across the room at Strike, and by a wry look signalled that she would not mind him breaking up the tete-a-tete. The football conversation was not so fascinating that he would be disappointed to leave it, and at the next convenient pause, he circumnavigated the dancers to talk to Vanessa. "Evening." "Hi," she said, accepting his peck on the cheek with the elegance that characterised all her gestures. "Cormoran, this is Owen. Sorry, I didn't catch your surname." It didn't take Owen long to lose hope of whatever he had wanted from Vanessa, whether the mere pleasure of flirting with a good-looking woman or her phone number. "Didn't realise you and Robin were this friendly," said Strike, as Owen walked away. "Yeah, we've been hanging out," said Vanessa. "I wrote her a note after I heard you sacked her." "Oh," said Strike, swigging Doombar. "Right." "She rang to thank me and we ended up going for a drink." Robin had never mentioned this to Strike, but then, as Strike knew perfectly well, he had been at pains to discourage anything but work talk since she had come back from her honeymoon. "Nice house," he commented, trying not to compare the tastefully decorated room with his combined kitchen and sitting room in the attic over the office. Matthew must be earning very good money to have afforded this, he thought. Robin's pay rise certainly couldn't have done it. "Yes, it is," said Vanessa. "They're renting." Strike watched Lorelei dance for a few moments while he pondered this interesting piece of information. An arch something in Vanessa's tone told him that she, too, read this as a choice not entirely related to the housing market. "Blame sea-borne bacteria," said Vanessa. "Sorry?" said Strike, thoroughly confused. She threw him a sharp look, then shook her head, laughing. "Nothing. Forget it." "Yeah, we didn't do too badly," Strike heard Matthew telling the red-headed woman in a lull in the music. "Got tickets for the boxing." "Of course you fucking did," thought Strike irritably, feeling in his pocket for more cigarettes. "Enjoy yourself?" asked Lorelei in the taxi at 1 a.m. "Not particularly," said Strike, who was watching the headlights of oncoming cars. He had had the impression that Robin had been avoiding him. After the relative warmth of their conversation on Thursday, he had expected what? A conversation? A laugh? He had been curious to know how the marriage was progressing, but was not much the wiser. She and Matthew seemed amicable enough together, but the fact that they were renting was intriguing. Did it suggest, even subconsciously, a lack of investment in a joint future? An easier arrangement to untangle? And then there was Robin's friendship with Vanessa Equenzi, which Strike saw as another stake in the life she led independently of Matthew. Blame sea-borne bacteria. What the hell did that mean? Was it connected to the mysterious clinic? Was Robin ill? After a few minutes' silence, it suddenly occurred to Strike that he ought to ask Lorelei how her evening had been. "I've had better," sighed Lorelei. "I'm afraid your Robin's got a lot of boring friends." "Yeah," said Strike. "I think that's mainly her husband. He's an accountant. And a bit of a tit," he added, enjoying saying it. The taxi bowled on through the night, Strike remembering how Robin's figure had looked in the grey dress. "Sorry?" he said suddenly, because he had the impression that Lorelei had spoken to him. "I said, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing," lied Strike, and because it was preferable to talking, he slid an arm around her, pulled her close, and kissed her. Chapter 8. My word. Morton Scard has risen in the world. There are lots of people who run after him now. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Robin texted Strike on Sunday evening to ask what he wanted her to do on Monday because she had handed over all her jobs before taking a week's leave. His terse response had been, "Come to the office," which she duly entered at 8:45 the following day, glad, no matter how matters stood between her and her partner, to be back in the shabby old rooms. The door to Strike's inner office was standing open when she arrived. He was sitting behind his desk, listening to someone on his mobile. Sunlight fell in treacle gold pools across the worn carpet. The soft mumble of traffic was soon obliterated by the rattle of the old kettle, and 5 minutes after her arrival, Robin set a mug of steaming dark brown Thai fu in front of Strike, who gave her a thumbs up and a silent thanks. She returned to her desk, where a light was flashing on the phone to indicate a recorded message. She dialed their answering service and listened, while a cool female voice informed her that the call had been made 10 minutes before Robin had arrived, and presumably while Strike was either upstairs or busy with the other call. A cracked whisper hissed in Robin's ear. "I'm sorry I ran out on you, Mr. Strike. I'm sorry. I can't come back, though. He's keeping me here. I can't get out. He's wired the doors." The end of the sentence was lost in sobs. Worried, Robin tried to attract Strike's attention, but he had turned in his swivel chair to look out of the window, still listening to his mobile. Random words reached Robin through the pitiable sounds of distress on the phone. "Can't get out. I'm all alone." "Yeah, okay," Strike was saying in his office. "Wednesday then, okay? Great. Have a good one." "Please help me, Mr. Strike," wailed the voice in Robin's ear. She smacked the button to switch to speakerphone, and at once the tortured voice filled the office. "The doors will explode if I try and escape, Mr. Strike. Please help me. Please come and help me. I shouldn't have come. I told him I know about the little kid and he's bigger, much bigger. I thought I could trust him." Strike spun in his desk chair, got up, and came striding through to the outer office. There was a clunk, as though the receiver had been dropped. The sobbing continued at a distance, as though the distraught speaker was stumbling away from the phone. "That's him again," said Strike. Billy Knight." The sobbing and gasping grew louder again, and Billy said in a frantic whisper, his lips evidently pressed against the mouthpiece, "There's someone at the door. Help me, Mr. Strike." The call was cut. "Get the number," said Strike. Robin reached for the receiver to dial 1471, but before she could do so, the phone rang again. She snatched it up, her eyes on Strike's. "Cormoran Strike's office?" "Ah, yes, good morning," said a deep, patrician voice. Robin grimaced at Strike and shook her head. "Shit," he muttered, and moved back into his office to get his tea. "I'd like to speak to Mr. Strike, please." "I'm afraid he's on another call right now," lied Robin. Their standard practice for a year had been to phone the client back. It weeded out journalists and cranks. "I'll hold," said the caller, who sounded captious, unused to not getting his way. "He'll be a while, I'm afraid. Could I take a number and get him to call you back?" "Well, it needs to be within the next 10 minutes because I'm about to go into a meeting. Tell him I want to discuss a job I'd like him to do for me." "I'm afraid I can't guarantee that Mr. Strike will be able to undertake the job in person," said Robin, which was also the standard response to deflect press. "Our agency's quite booked up at the moment." She pulled pen and paper towards her. "What kind of job are you—"
"It has to be Mr. Strike," said the voice firmly. "Make that clear to him. It has to be Mr. Strike himself. My name's Chisel."
"How are you spelling that?" asked Robin, wondering whether she had heard correctly.
Chiswell. Jasper Chisel. Ask him to call me on the following number.
Robin copied down the digits Chisel gave her and bade him good morning. As she set down the receiver, Strike sat down on the fake leather sofa they kept in the outer room for clients. It had a disobliging habit of making unexpected farting noises when you shifted position. A man called Jasper Chisel, spelt Chiswell, wants you to take on a job for him. He says it's got to be you, nobody else. Robin screwed up her forehead in perplexity. I know the name, don't I? Yeah, said Strike. He's Minister for Culture. Oh, my God, said Robin, realization dawning. Of course, the big man with the weird hair. That's him. A clutch of vague memories and associations assailed Robin. She seemed to remember an old affair, resignation and disgrace, rehabilitation, and somewhat more recently, a fresh scandal, another nasty news story. Didn't his son get sent to jail for manslaughter not that long ago? She said. That was Chisel, wasn't it? His son was stoned and driving and he killed a young mother. Strike recalled his attention, it seemed, from a distance. He was wearing a peculiar expression. Yeah, that rings a bell, said Strike. What's the matter? A few things, actually, said Strike, running a hand over his stubbly chin. For starters, I tracked down Billy's brother on Friday. How? Long story, said Strike. But turns out Jimmy's part of a group that's protesting against the Olympics. CORE, they call themselves. Anyway, he was with a girl, and the first thing she said when I told him I was a private detective was, Chisels sent him. Strike pondered this point while drinking his perfectly brewed tea. But Chisel wouldn't need me to keep an eye on CORE, he went on, thinking aloud. There was already a plainclothes guy there. Though keen to hear what other things troubled Strike about Chisel's call, Robin did not prompt him, but sat in silence, allowing him to mull the new development. It was precisely this kind of tact that Strike had missed when she was out of the office. And get this, he went on at last, as though there had been no interruption. The son who went to jail for manslaughter isn't, or wasn't, Chisel's only boy. His eldest was called Freddie and he died in Basra. Yeah, Major Freddie Chisel, Queen's Royal Hussars, killed in an attack on a convoy. I investigated his death in action when I was still SIB. So you know Chisel? No, never met him. You don't meet families usually. I knew Chisel's daughter years ago as well, only slightly, but I met her a few times. She was an old school friend of Charlotte's. Robin experienced a tiny frisson at the mention of Charlotte. She had a great curiosity, which she successfully concealed, about Charlotte, the woman Strike had been involved with on and off for 16 years, whom he had been supposed to marry before the relationship ended messily and apparently permanently. Pity we couldn't get Billy's number, said Strike, running a large, hairy-backed hand over his jaw again. I'll make sure I get it if he calls again, Robin assured him. Are you going to ring Chisel back? He said he was about to go into a meeting. I'm keen to find out what he wants, but the question is whether we've got room for another client, said Strike. Let's think. He put his hands behind his head, frowning up at the ceiling, on which many fine cracks were exposed by the sunlight. Screw that now. The office would soon be a developer's problem after all. I've got Andy and Barclay watching the Webster kid. Barclay's doing well, by the way. I've had 3 solid days surveillance out of him, pictures, the lot. Then there's old dodgy Doc. He still hasn't done anything newsworthy. Shame, said Robin. Then she caught herself. No, I don't mean that, I mean good. She rubbed her eyes. This job, she sighed, it messes with your ethics. Who's watching Dodgy today? I was going to ask you to do it, said Strike. But the client called yesterday afternoon. He'd forgotten to tell me Dodgy's at a symposium in Paris. Eyes still on the ceiling, brow furrowed in thought, Strike said, We've got 2 days at that tech conference starting tomorrow. Which do you want to do? Harley Street or a conference centre out in Epping Forest? We can swap over if you want. Do you want to spend tomorrow watching Dodgy or with hundreds of stinking geeks in superhero T-shirts?
Not all tech people smell,
Robin reprimanded him. Your mate Spanner doesn't.
You don't want to judge Spanner by the amount of deodorant he puts on to come here, said Strike.
Spanner, who had overhauled their computer and telephone system when the business had received its dramatic boost in business, was the younger brother of Strike's old friend Nick. He fancied Robin, and she and Strike were equally aware. Strike mulled over options, rubbing his chin again.
"I'll call Chisel back and find out what he's after," he said at last. "You never know, it might be a bigger job than that lawyer whose wife's sleeping around. He's next on the waiting list, right?"
Him or that American woman who's married to the Ferrari dealer. They're both waiting. Strike sighed. Infidelity formed the bulk of their workload.
"I hope Chisel's wife isn't cheating. I fancy a change."
The sofa made its usual flatulent noises as Strike quitted. As he strode back to the inner office, Robin called after him. "Are you happy for me to finish up this paperwork, then?"
"If you don't mind," said Strike,
closing the door behind him. Robin turned back to her computer, feeling quite cheerful. A busker had just started singing No Woman, No Cry in Denmark Street, and for a while there, while they talked about Billy Knight and the Chisels, she had felt as though they were the Strike and Robin of a year ago, before he had sacked her, before she had married Matthew. Meanwhile, in the inner office, Strike's call to Jasper Chisel had been answered almost instantly.
"Chisel!" he barked. "Cormoran Strike here," said the detective. "You spoke to my partner a short while ago."
"Ah, yes," said the Minister for Culture, who sounded as though he were in the back of a car.
"I've got a job for you. Nothing I want to discuss over the phone. I'm busy today and this evening, unfortunately, but tomorrow would suit."
Observing the hypocrites, sang the busker down in the street.
"Sorry, no chance tomorrow," said
Strike, watching motes of dust fall through the bright sunlight.
"No chance until Friday, actually. Can you give me an idea what kind of job we're talking about, Minister?"
Chisel's response was both tense and angry.
"I can't discuss it over the phone. I'll make it worth your while to meet me if that's what you want."
"It isn't a question of money, it's time. I'm solidly booked until Friday."
"Oh, for Christ's sake."
Chisel suddenly removed his phone from his mouth, and Strike heard him talking furiously to somebody else.
"Left here, you moron! Left, for fuck's sake! Now I'll walk. I'll bloody walk. Open the door."
In the background, Strike heard a nervous man say, "I'm sorry, Minister, it was no entry."
"Never mind that. Open this bloody door."
Strike waited, eyebrows raised. He heard a car door slam, rapid footsteps, and then Jasper Chisel spoke again, his mouth close to the receiver.
"The job's urgent," he hissed.
"If it can't wait until Friday, you'll have to find someone else, I'm afraid." "My feet is my only carriage," sang the busker. Chisel said nothing for a few seconds. Then, finally,
"It's got to be you. I'll explain when we meet, but... All right, if it has to be Friday, meet me at Pratt's Club, Park Place. Come at 12. I'll give you lunch."
"All right," Strike agreed, now thoroughly intrigued.
"See you at Pratt's."
He hung up and returned to the office where Robin was opening and sorting mail. When he told her the upshot of the conversation, she Googled Pratt's for him. "I didn't think places like this still existed," she said in disbelief, after a minute's reading off the monitor.
"Places like what?"
"It's a gentleman's club, very Tory, no women allowed except as guests of club members at lunchtime. And, to avoid confusion," Robin read from the Wikipedia page, "all male staff members are called George."
"What if they hire a woman?"
"Apparently they did in the 80s, said Robin, her expression midway between amusement and disapproval. "They called her Georgina." Chapter 9. It's best for you not to know. Best for us both. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. At 11:30 the following Friday, a suited and freshly shaven Strike emerged from Green Park Tube Station and proceeded along Piccadilly. Double-deckers rolled past the windows of luxury shops, which were capitalizing on Olympics fever to push an eclectic mix of goods: gold-wrapped chocolate medals, Union Jack brogues, antique sporting posters, and over and again the jagged logo that Jimmy Knight had compared to a broken swastika. Strike had allowed a generous margin of time to reach Pratt's, because his leg was again aching after 2 days in which he had rarely been able to take the weight of his prosthesis. He had hoped that the tech conference in Epping Forest, where he had spent the previous day, might have offered intervals of rest, but he had been disappointed. His target, the recently fired partner of a startup, was suspected of trying to sell key features of their new app to competitors. For hours, Strike had tailed the young man from booth to booth, documenting all his movements and his interactions, hoping at some point that he would tire and sit. However, between the coffee bar where customers stood at high tables, to the sandwich bar where everyone stood and ate sushi with their fingers out of plastic boxes, the target had spent 8 hours walking or standing. Coming after long hours of lurking in Harley Street the day before, it was hardly surprising that the removal of his prosthesis the previous evening had been an uncomfortable affair, the gel pad that separated stump from artificial shin difficult to prise off. As Strike passed the cool off-white arches of the Ritz, he hoped Pratt's contained at least one comfortable chair of generous proportions. He turned right into St. James's Street, which led him in a gentle slope straight down to the 16th century St. James's Palace. This was not an area of London that Strike usually visited on his own account, given that he had neither the means nor the inclination to buy from gentlemen's outfitters, long-established gun shops, or centuries-old wine dealers. As he drew nearer to Park Place, though, he was visited by a personal memory. He had walked this street more than 10 years previously, with Charlotte. They had walked up the slope, not down it, heading for a lunch date with her father, who was now dead. Strike had been on leave from the army, and they had recently resumed what was, to everyone who knew them, an incomprehensible and obviously doomed affair. On neither side of their relationship had there ever been a single supporter. His friends and family had viewed Charlotte with everything from mistrust to loathing, while hers had always considered Strike, the illegitimate son of an infamous rock star, as one more manifestation of Charlotte's need to shock and rebel. Strike's military career had been nothing to her family, or rather, it had been just another sign of his plebeian unfitness to aspire to the well-bred beauty's hand, because gentlemen of Charlotte's class did not enter the military police, but cavalry or guards regiments. She had clutched his hand very tightly as they entered an Italian restaurant somewhere nearby. Its precise location escaped Strike now. All he remembered was the expression of rage and disapproval on Sir Anthony Campbell's face as they had approached the table. Strike had known before a word was spoken that Charlotte had not told her father that she and Strike had resumed their affair, or that she would be bringing him with her. It had been a thoroughly Charlottean omission, prompting the usual Charlottean scene. Strike had long since come to believe that she engineered situations out of an apparently insatiable need for conflict. Prone to outbursts of lacerating honesty amid her general mythomania, she had told Strike towards the end of their relationship that at least, while fighting, she knew she was alive. As Strike drew level with Park Place, a line of cream-painted townhouses leading off St. James's Street, he noted that the sudden memory of Charlotte clinging to his hand no longer hurt, and felt like an alcoholic who for the first time catches a whiff of beer without breaking into a sweat or having to grapple with his desperate craving. Perhaps this is it, he thought, as he approached the black door of Pratt's with its wrought-iron balustrade above. Perhaps, 2 years after she had told him the unforgivable lie and he had left for good, he was healed, clear of what he sometimes, even though not superstitious, saw as a kind of Bermuda Triangle, a danger zone in which he feared being pulled back under, dragged to the depths of anguish and pain by the mysterious allure Charlotte had held for him. With a faint sense of celebration, Strike knocked on the door of Pratt's. A petite, motherly woman opened up. Her prominent bust and alert, bright-eyed mien put him in mind of a robin or a wren. When she spoke, he caught a trace of the West Country. "You'll be Mr. Strike. The minister's not here yet. Come along in." He followed her across the threshold into a hall through which could be glimpsed an enormous billiard table. Rich crimsons, greens, and dark wood predominated. The stewardess, who he assumed was Georgina, led him down a set of steep stairs, which Strike took carefully, maintaining a firm grip on the banister. The stairs led to a cosy basement. The ceiling had sunk so low that it appeared partially supported by a large dresser on which sundry porcelain platters were displayed, the topmost ones half embedded into the plaster. "We aren't very big," she said, stating the obvious. 600 members, but we can only serve 14 a meal at a time. Would you like a drink, Mr. Strike?" He declined, but accepted an invitation to sit down in one of the leather chairs grouped around an aged cribbage board. The small space was divided by an archway into sitting and dining areas. 2 places had been set at the long table in the other half of the room, beneath small shuttered windows. The only other person in the basement, apart from himself and Georgina, was a white-coated chef working in a minuscule kitchen a mere yard from where Strike sat. The chef bade Strike welcome in a French accent, then continued carving cold roast beef. Here was the very antithesis of the smart restaurants where Strike tailed errant husbands and wives, where the lighting was chosen to complement glass and granite, and sharp-tongued restaurant critics sat like stylish vultures on uncomfortable modern chairs. Pratt's was dimly lit. Brass picture lights dotted walls papered in dark red, which was largely obscured by stuffed fish in glass cases, hunting prints, and political cartoons. In a blue and white tiled niche along one side of the room sat an ancient iron stove. The china plates, the threadbare carpet, the table bearing its homely load of ketchup and mustard all contributed to an ambience of cosy informality, as though a bunch of aristocratic boys had dragged all the things they liked about the grown-up world, its games, its drink and its trophies, down into the basement, where Nanny would dole out smiles, comfort and praise. 12 o'clock arrived, but Chisel did not. Georgina, however, was friendly and informative about the club. She and her husband, the chef, lived on the premises. Strike could not help but reflect that this must be some of the most expensive real estate in London. To maintain the little club, which, Georgina told him, had been established in 1857, was costing somebody a lot of money. "The Duke of Devonshire owns it, yes," said Georgina brightly. "Have you seen our betting book?" Strike turned the pages of the heavy, leather-bound tome, where long ago wages had been recorded. In a gigantic scrawl dating back to the 70s, he read, "Mrs. Thatcher to form the next government. Bet 1 lobster dinner. The lobster to be larger than a man's erect cock." He was grinning over this when a bell rang overhead. "That'll be the minister," said Georgina, bustling away upstairs. Strike replaced the betting book on its shelf and returned to his seat. From overhead came heavy footsteps, and then, descending the stairs, the same irascible, impatient voice he had heard on Monday. "No, Kinvara, I can't. I've just told you why. I've got a lunch meeting. No, you can't. 5 o'clock then. Yes. Goodbye." A pair of large, black-shod feet descended the stairs until Jasper Chisel emerged into the basement, peering around with a truculent air. Strike rose from his armchair. "Ah," said Chisel, scrutinizing Strike from beneath his heavy eyebrows. "You're here." Jasper Chisel wore his 68 years reasonably well. A big, broad man, though round-shouldered, he still had a full head of grey hair which, implausible though it seemed, was his own. This hair made Chisel an easy target for cartoonists, because it was coarse, straight, and rather long, standing out from his head in a manner that suggested a wig, or, so the unkind suggested, a chimney brush. To the hair was added a large red face, small eyes, and a protuberant lower lip, which gave him the air of an overgrown baby perpetually on the verge of a tantrum. "My wife," he told Strike, brandishing the mobile still in his hand. "Come up to town without warning, sulking, thinks I can drop everything." Chisel stretched out a large sweaty hand, which Strike shook, then eased off the heavy overcoat he was wearing despite the heat of the day. As he did so, Strike noticed the pin on his frayed regimental tie. The uninitiated might think it a rocking horse, but Strike recognized it at once as the White Horse of Hanover. "Queen's Own Hussars," said Strike, nodding at it as both men sat down. "Yes," said Chisel. "Georgina, I'll have some of that sherry you gave me when I was in with Alistair. You?" he barked at Strike. "No, thanks." Though nowhere near as dirty as Billy Knight, Chisel did not smell very fresh. "Yes. Queen's Own Hussars, Aden and Singapore. Happy days." He didn't seem happy at the moment. His ruddy skin had an odd plaque-like appearance close up. Dandruff lay thick in the roots of his coarse hair, and large patches of sweat spread around the underarms of his blue shirt. The minister bore the unmistakable appearance, not unusual in Strike's clients, of a man under intense strain, and when his sherry arrived, he swallowed most of it in a single gulp. "Shall we move through?" he suggested, and without waiting for an answer he barked, "We'll eat straight away, Georgina." Once they were seated at the table, which had a stiff, snowy white tablecloth like those at Robin's wedding, Georgina brought them thick slices of cold roast beef and boiled potatoes. It was English nursery food, plain and unfussy, and none the worse for it. Only when the stewardess had left them in peace, in the dim dining room full of oil paintings and more dead fish, did Chisel speak again. "You were at Jimmy Knight's meeting," he said, without preamble. "The plainclothes officer there recognized you." Strike nodded. Chisel shoved a boiled potato in his mouth, masticated angrily, and swallowed before saying, "I don't know who's paying you to get dirt on Jimmy Knight, or what you may already have on him, but whoever it is and whatever you've got, I'm prepared to pay double for the information." "I haven't got anything on Jimmy Knight, I'm afraid," said Strike. "Nobody was paying me to be at the meeting." Chisel looked stunned. "But then why were you there?" he demanded. "You're not telling me you intend to protest against the Olympics?" So plosive was the P of protest that a small piece of potato flew out of his mouth across the table. "No," said Strike. "I was trying to find somebody I thought might be at the meeting. They weren't." Chisel attacked his beef again, as though it had personally wronged him. For a while, the only sounds were those of their knives and forks scraping the china. Chisel speared the last of his boiled potatoes, put it whole into his mouth, let his knife and fork fall with a clatter onto his plate and said, "I'd been thinking of hiring a detective before I heard you were watching Knight." Strike said nothing. Chisel eyed him suspiciously. "You have the reputation of being very good." "Kind of you to say so," said Strike. Chisel continued to glare at Strike with a kind of furious desperation, as though wondering whether he dared hope that the detective would not prove yet another disappointment in a life beset with them. "I'm being blackmailed, Mr. Strike," he said abruptly. "Blackmailed by a pair of men who have come together in a temporary, though probably unstable, alliance. One of them is Jimmy Knight." "I see," said Strike. He too put his knife and fork together. Georgina appeared to know by some psychic process that Strike and Chisel had eaten their fill of the main course. She arrived to clear away, reappearing with a treacle tart. Only once she had retired to the kitchen and both men had helped themselves to large slices of pudding did Chisel resume his story. "There's no need for sordid details," he said, with an air of finality. "All you need to know is that Jimmy Knight is aware that I did something that I would not wish to see shared with the gentlemen of the Fourth Estate." Strike said nothing, but Chisel seemed to think his silence had an accusatory flavour, because he added sharply, "No crime was committed. Some might not like it, but it wasn't illegal at the—" "But that's by the by," said Chisel. and took a large gulp of water. Knight came to me a couple of months ago and asked for £40,000 in hush money. I refused to pay. He threatened me with exposure, but as he didn't appear to have any proof of his claim, I dared hope he would be unable to follow through on the threat. No press story resulted, so I concluded that I was right in thinking he had no proof. He returned a few weeks later and asked for half the former sum. Again, I refused. It was then, thinking to increase the pressure on me, I assume, that he approached Geraint Wynne. I'm sorry, I don't know who. Della Wynne's husband. Della Wynne, the Minister for Sport, said Strike, startled. Yes, of course, Della Wynne, the Minister for Sport, snapped Chisel. The Right Honourable Della Wynne, as Strike knew well, was a Welshwoman in her early 60s who had been blind since birth. No matter their party affiliation, people tended to admire the Liberal Democrat who had been a human rights lawyer before standing for Parliament. Usually photographed with her guide dog, a pale yellow Labrador, she had been much in evidence in the press of late, her current bailiwick being the Paralympics. She had visited Selly Oak while Strike had been in the hospital, readjusting to the loss of his leg in Afghanistan. He had been left with a favourable impression of her intelligence and her empathy. Of her husband, Strike knew nothing. I don't know whether Della knows what Geraint's up to, said Chisel, spearing a piece of treacle tart and continuing to speak while he chewed it. Probably, but keeping her nose clean. Plausible deniability. Can't have the sainted Della involved in blackmail, can we? Her husband's asked you for money? Asked Strike, incredulous. Oh, no. Geraint wants to force me from office. Any particular reason why? Said Strike. There's an enmity between us dating back many years, rooted in a wholly baseless... But that's irrelevant, said Chisel, with an angry shake of the head. Geraint approached me, hoping it isn't true and offering me a chance to explain. He's a nasty, twisted little man who spent his life holding his wife's handbag and answering her telephone calls. Naturally, he's relishing the idea of wielding some actual power. Chisel took a swig of sherry. So, as you can see, I'm in something of a cleft stick, Mr. Strike. Even if I were minded to pay off Jimmy Knight, I still have to contend with a man who wants my disgrace and who may well be able to lay hands on proof. How could Wynne get proof? Chisel took another large mouthful of treacle tart and glanced over his shoulder to check that Georgina remained safely in the kitchen. I've heard, he muttered, and a fine mist of pastry flew from the slack lips, that there may be photographs. Photographs, repeated Strike. Wynne can't have them, of course. If he had, it would be all over. But he might be able to find a way of getting hold of them, yes. He shoved the last piece of tart into his mouth, then said, Of course, there's a chance the photographs don't incriminate me. There are no distinguishing marks, so far as I'm aware. Strike's imagination frankly boggled. He yearned to ask, distinguishing marks on what, Minister? But refrained. It all happened 6 years ago, continued Chisel. I've been over and over the damn thing in my head. There were others involved who might have talked, but I doubt it. I doubt it very much. Too much to lose. No, it's all going to come down to what Knight and Wynne can dig up. I strongly suspect that if he gets hold of the photographs, Wynne will go straight to the press. I don't think that would be Knight's first choice. He simply wants money. So here I am, Mr. Strike. Affrontae praecipitium atergo lupi. I've lived with this hanging over me for weeks now. It hasn't been enjoyable. He peered at Strike through his tiny eyes, and the detective was irresistibly put in mind of a mole blinking up at a hovering spade that waited to crush it. When I heard you were at that meeting, I assumed you were investigating Knight and had some dirt on him. I've come to the conclusion that the only way out of this diabolical situation is to find something that I can use against each of them before they get their hands on those photographs. Fight fire with fire. Blackmail with blackmail, said Strike. I don't want anything from them except to leave me the hell alone, snapped Chisel. Bargaining chips, that's all I want. I acted within the law, he said firmly,
and in accordance with my conscience."
Chisel was not a particularly likeable man, but Strike could well imagine that the ongoing suspense of waiting for public exposure would be torture, especially to a man who had already endured his fair share of scandals. Strike's scant research on his prospective client the previous evening had unearthed gleeful accounts of the affair that had ended his first marriage, of the fact that his second wife had spent a week in a clinic for nervous exhaustion, and of the grisly drug-induced car crash in which his younger son had killed a young mother.
"This is a very big job, Mr. Chisel," said Strike. "It'll take 2 or 3 people to thoroughly investigate Knight and Wynne, especially if there's time pressure." "I don't care what it costs," said Chisel. "I don't care if you have to put your whole agency on it. I refuse to believe there isn't anything dodgy about Wynne, sneaking little toad that he is. There's something funny about them as a couple. She, the blind angel of light," Chisel's lips curled, "and he, her pot-bellied henchman, always scheming and backstabbing and grubbing up every freebie he can get. There must be something there, must be. As for Knight, commie rabble-rouser, there's bound to be something the police haven't yet caught up with. He was always a tearaway, a thoroughly nasty piece of work." "You knew Jimmy Knight before he started trying to blackmail you?" asked Strike. "Oh, yes," said Chisel. "The Knights are from my constituency. The father was an odd-job man who did a certain amount of work for our family. I never knew the mother. I believe she died before the 3 of them moved into Steader Cottage." "I see," said Strike. He was recalling Billy's anguished words. "I seen a child strangled and nobody believes me." The nervous movement from nose to chest as he made his slipshod half-cross, and the prosaic, precise detail of the pink blanket in which the dead child had been buried. "There's something I think I should tell you before we discuss terms, Mr. Chisel," said Strike. "I was at the Corps meeting because I was trying to find Knight's younger brother. His name's Billy." The crease between Chisel's myopic eyes deepened a fraction. "Yes, I remember that there were 2 of them, but Jimmy was the elder by a considerable amount, a decade or more, I would guess. I haven't seen Billy, is it, in many years." "Well, he's seriously mentally ill," said Strike. "He came to me last Monday with a peculiar story, then bolted." Chisel waited, and Strike was sure he detected tension. "Billy claims," said Strike, "that he witnessed the strangling of a small child when he was very young." Chisel did not recoil, horrified. He did not bluster or storm. He did not demand whether he was being accused, or ask what on earth that had to do with him. He responded with none of the flamboyant defences of the guilty man, and yet Strike could have sworn that to Chisel this was not a new story. "And who does he claim strangled the child?" he asked, fingering the stem of his wineglass. "He didn't tell me, or wouldn't." "You think this is what Knight is blackmailing me over? Infanticide?" asked Chisel roughly. "I thought you ought to know why I went looking for Jimmy," said Strike. "I have no deaths on my conscience," said Jasper Chisel forcefully. He swallowed the last of his water. "One cannot," he added, replacing the empty glass on the table, "be held accountable for unintended consequences."
Chapter 10. I have believed that we 2 together would be equal to it. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The detective and the minister emerged from 14 Park Place an hour later and walked the few yards that took them back to St. James's Street. Chisel had become less curmudgeonly and gnomic over coffee, relieved, Strike suspected, to have put in train some action that might lift from him what had clearly become an almost intolerable burden of dread and suspense. They had agreed terms, and Strike was pleased with the deal, because this promised to be a better paid and more challenging job than the agency had been given in a while.
"Well, thank you, Mr. Strike," said Chisel.
staring off down St. James's as they both paused on the corner. "I must leave you here. I have an appointment with my son." Yet he did not move. "You investigated Freddie's death," he said abruptly, glancing at Strike out of the corner of his eyes. Strike had not expected Chisel to raise the subject, and especially not here, as an afterthought, after the intensity of their basement discussion. "Yes," he replied. "I'm sorry." Chisel's eyes remained fixed on a distant art gallery. "I remembered your name on the report," said Chisel. "It's an unusual one." He swallowed, still squinting at the gallery. He seemed strangely unwilling to depart for his appointment. "Wonderful boy, Freddie," he said. "Wonderful. Went into my old regiment, well, as good as. Queen's Own Hussars, amalgamated with the Queen's Royal Irish back in '93, as you'll know. So it was the Queen's Royal Hussars he joined. Full of promise, full of life. But of course, you never knew him." "No," said Strike. Some polite comment seemed necessary. "He was your eldest, wasn't he?" "4," said Chisel, nodding. "2 girls. And by his inflection he waved them away, mere females, chaff to wheat. And this other boy," he added darkly. "He went to jail. Perhaps you saw the newspapers?" "No," lied Strike, because he knew what it felt like to have your personal details strewn across the newspapers. It was kindest, if at all credible, to pretend you hadn't read it at all, politest to let people tell their own story. "Been trouble all his life, Raff," said Chisel. "I got him a job in there." He pointed a thick finger at the distant gallery window. "Dropped out of his history of art degree," said Chisel. "Friend of mine owns the place, agreed to take him on. My wife thinks he's a lost cause. He killed a young mother in a car. He was high." Strike said nothing. "Well, goodbye," said Chisel, appearing to come out of a melancholy trance. He offered his sweaty hand once more, which Strike shook, then strode away, bundled up in the thick coat that was so inappropriate on this fine June day. Strike proceeded up St. James's Street in the opposite direction, pulling out his mobile as he went. Robin picked up on the 3rd ring. "Need to meet you," said Strike without preamble. "We got a new job. A big one." "Damn," she said. "I'm in Harley Street. I didn't want to bother you knowing you were with Chisel, but Andy's wife broke her wrist falling off a stepladder. I said I'd cover Dodgy while Andy takes her to hospital." "Shit. Where's Barkley?" "Still on Webster." "Is Dodgy in his consulting room?" "Yes." "We'll risk it," said Strike. "He usually goes straight home on Fridays. This is urgent. I need to tell you about it face to face. Can you meet me in the Red Lion in Duke of York Street?" Having refused all alcohol during his meal with Chisel, Strike fancied a pint rather than returning to the office. If he had stuck out in his suit at the White Horse in East Ham, he was perfectly dressed for Mayfair. And 2 minutes later, he entered the Red Lion in Duke of York Street, a snug Victorian pub whose brass fittings and etched glass reminded him of the Tottenham. Taking a pint of London Pride off to a corner table, he looked up Della Wynne and her husband on his phone and began reading an article about the forthcoming Paralympics, in which Della was extensively quoted. "Hi," said Robin, 25 minutes later, dropping her bag onto the seat opposite him. "Want a drink?" he asked. "I'll get it," said Robin. "Well," she said, rejoining him a couple of minutes later, holding an orange juice. Strike smiled at her barely contained impatience. What was it all about? What did Chisel want? The pub, which comprised only a horseshoe space around a single bar, was already tightly packed with smartly dressed men and women who had started their weekend early or, like Strike and Robin, were finishing work over a drink. Lowering his voice, Strike told her what had passed between him and Chisel. "Oh," said Robin blankly, when at last Strike had finished filling her in. "So we're going to try and get dirt on Della Wynne?" "On her husband," Strike corrected her, "and Chisel prefers the phrase bargaining chips." Robin said nothing, but sipped her orange juice. "Blackmail's illegal, Robin," said Strike, correctly reading her uneasy expression. "Knight's trying to screw 40 grand out of Chisel, and Wynne wants to force him out of his job."
"So he's going to blackmail them back, and we're going to help him do it?"
"We get dirt on people every day," said Strike roughly. "It's a bit late to start getting a conscience about it."
He took a long pull on his pint, annoyed not only by her attitude, but by the fact that he had let his resentment show. She lived with her husband in a desirable sash-windowed house in Albury Street, while he remained in 2 draughty rooms from which he might soon be ejected by the redevelopment of the street. The agency had never before been offered a job that gave 3 people full employment, possibly for months. Strike was not about to apologise for being keen to take it. He was tired, after years of graft, of being plunged back into the red whenever the agency hit a lean patch. He had ambitions for his business that couldn't be achieved without building up a far healthier bank balance. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to defend his position.
"We're like lawyers, Robin. We're on the client side."
"You turned down that investment banker the other day, who wanted to find out where his wife—"
"Because it was bloody obvious he'd do her harm if he found her."
"Well," said Robin, a challenging look in her eye, "what if the thing they found out about Chisel—" But before she could finish her sentence, a tall man in deep conversation with a colleague walked straight into Robin's chair, flinging her forward into the table and knocking over her orange juice.
"Oi!"
barked Strike, as Robin tried to wipe the juice off her sopping dress.
"Fancy apologising?"
"Oh dear," said the man in a drawl, eyeing the juice-soaked Robin as several people turned to stare.
"Did I do that?" "Yes, you bloody did," said Strike,
heaving himself up and moving around the table.
"And that's not an apology."
"Cormoran," said Robin warningly.
"Well, I'm sorry,"
said the man, as though making an enormous concession. But taking in Strike's size, his regret seemed to become more sincere.
"Seriously, I do bugger off,"
snarled Strike.
"Swap seats," he said to Robin.
"Then if some other clumsy tosser walks by, they'll get me, not you." Half embarrassed, half touched, she picked up her handbag, which was also soaked, and did as he had requested. Strike returned to the table, clutching a fistful of paper napkins, which he handed to her. "Thanks." It was difficult to maintain a combative stance, given that he was voluntarily sitting in a chair covered in orange juice to spare her. Still dabbing off the juice, Robin leaned in and said quietly, "You know what I'm worried about? The thing Billy said." The thin cotton dress was sticking to her everywhere. Strike kept his gaze resolutely on her eyes.
"I asked Chisel about that."
"Did you?"
"Of course I did. What else was I going to think when he said he was being blackmailed by Billy's brother?"
"And what did he say?"
"He said he had no deaths on his hands, but one cannot be held accountable for unintended consequences."
"What on earth does that mean?"
"I asked. He gave me the hypothetical example of a man dropping a mint on which a small child later choked to death."
"What?"
"Your guess is as good as mine. Billy hasn't called back, I suppose."
Robin shook her head.
"Look, the overwhelming probability is Billy's delusional," said Strike. "When I told Chisel what Billy had said, I didn't get any sense of guilt or fear."
As he said it, he remembered the shadow that had passed over Chisel's face and the impression he had received that the story was not, to Chisel, entirely new. "So what are they blackmailing Chisel about?" asked Robin.
"Search me," said Strike. "He said it happened 6 years ago, which doesn't fit with Billy's story because he wouldn't have been a little kid 6 years ago. Chisel said some people would think what he did was immoral, but it wasn't illegal. He seemed to be suggesting that it wasn't against the law when he did it, but it is now."
Strike suppressed a yawn. Beer and the heat of the afternoon were making him drowsy. He was due at Lorelei's later. "So do you trust him?" Robin asked.
"Do I trust Chisel?" Strike wondered aloud. his eyes on the extravagantly engraved mirror behind Robin. "If I had to bet on it, I'd say he was being truthful with me today because he's desperate. Do I think he's generally trustworthy? Probably no more than anyone else." "You didn't like him, did you?" asked Robin, incredulously. "I've been reading about him." "And?" "Pro-hanging, anti-immigration, voted against increasing maternity leave." She didn't notice Strike's involuntary glance down her figure as she continued. "Banged on about family values, then left his wife for a journalist." "All right, I wouldn't choose him for a drinking buddy, but there's something slightly pitiable about him. He's lost one son, the other one's just killed a woman." "Well, yes, there you are," said Robin. "He advocates locking up petty criminals and throwing away the key, then his son runs over someone's mother and he pulls out all the stops to get him a short sentence." She broke off suddenly as a loud female voice said, "Robin, how lovely!" Sarah Shadlock had entered the pub with 2 men. "Oh, God," muttered Robin, before she could help herself. Then, more loudly, "Sarah, hi!" She would have given much to avoid this encounter. Sarah would be delighted to tell Matthew that she had found Robin and Strike having a tete-a-tete in a Mayfair pub, when she herself had told Matthew by phone only an hour ago that she was alone in Harley Street. Sarah insisted on wiggling around the table to embrace Robin, something the latter was sure she would not have done had she not been with men. "Darling, what's happened to you? You're all sticky." She was just a little posher here in Mayfair than anywhere else Robin had met her, and several degrees warmer to Robin. "Nothing," muttered Robin. "Spilled orange juice, that's all." "Cormoran," she said blithely, swooping in for a kiss on his cheek. Strike, Robin was pleased to note, sat impassive and did not respond. "Bit of R&R," said Sarah, embracing them both in her knowing smile. "Work," said Strike bluntly. Receiving no encouragement to stay, Sarah moved along the bar, taking her colleagues with her. "I forgot Christie's is round the corner," muttered Robin. Strike checked his watch. He didn't want to have to wear his suit to Lorelei's, and indeed, it was now stained with orange juice from having taken Robin's seat. "We need to talk about how we're going to do this job, because it starts tomorrow." "Okay," said Robin with some trepidation, because it had been a long time since she had worked a weekend. Matthew had got used to her coming home. "It's all right," said Strike, apparently reading her mind. "I won't need you till Monday. The job's going to take 3 people at a minimum. I reckon we've already got enough on Webster to keep the client happy, so we'll put Andy full-time on Dodgy Dock. Let the 2 waiting list clients know we're not going to be able to do them this month, and Barclay can come in with us on the Chisel case. On Monday, you're going into the House of Commons." "And what?" said Robin, startled. "You're going to go in as Chisel's goddaughter, who's interested in a career in Parliament, and get started on Geraint, who runs Della's constituency office at the other end of the corridor to Chisel's. Chat him up." He took a swig of beer, frowning at her over the top of the glass. "What?" said Robin, unsure what was coming. "How do you feel?" said Strike, so quietly that she had to lean in to hear him. "About breaking the law?" "Well, I tend to be opposed to it," said Robin, unsure whether to be amused or worried. "That's sort of why I wanted to do investigative work." "And if the law's a bit of a grey area and we can't get the information any other way, bearing in mind that Wynn's definitely breaking the law, trying to blackmail a minister of the Crown out of his job." "Are you talking about bugging Wynn's office?" "Right in one," said Strike. Correctly reading her dubious expression, he went on, "Listen, by Chisel's account, Wynn's a slapdash loudmouth, which is why he's stuck in the constituency office and kept well away from his wife's work at the Department for Sport. Apparently, he leaves his office door open most of the time, shouts about constituents' confidential affairs, and leaves private papers lying around in the communal kitchen. There's a good chance you'll be able to inveigle indiscretions out of him without needing the bug, but I don't think we can count on it." Robin swilled the last of her orange juice in a glass, deliberating, then said, "All right, I'll do it." "Sure," said Strike. "OK, well, you won't be able to take the voices in because you'll have to go through a metal detector. I've said I'm going to get a handful to Chisel tomorrow. He'll pass them to you once you're inside. You'll need a cover name. Text it to me when you've thought of one so I can let Chisel know. You could use Venetia Hall again, actually. Chisel's the kind of bloke who'd have a goddaughter called Venetia." Venetia was Robin's middle name, but Robin was too full of apprehension and excitement to care that Strike, from his smirk, continued to find it amusing. "You're going to have to work a disguise as well," said Strike. "Nothing major, but Chisel remembered what you looked like from the Ripper coverage, so we've got to assume Wynne might too."
"It'll be too hot for a wig," she said. "I might try coloured contact lenses. I could go and buy some now. Maybe some plain lensed glasses on top."
A smile she could not suppress surfaced again.
"The House of Commons," she repeated excitedly.
Robin's excited grin faded as Sarah Shadlock's white blonde head intruded on the periphery of her vision on the other side of the bar. Sarah had just repositioned herself to keep Robin and Strike in her sights.
"Let's go,"
Robin said to Strike. As they walked back towards the tube, Strike explained that Barclay would be tailing Jimmy Knight. "I can't do it," said Strike regretfully. "I've blown my cover with him and his corps mates."
"So what will you be up to?"
"Plug gaps, follow up leads, cover nights if we need 'em," said Strike.
"Poor Lorelei,"
said Robin. It had slipped out before she could stop herself. Increasingly heavy traffic was rolling past, and when Strike did not answer, Robin hoped that he hadn't heard her.
"Did Chisel mention his son who died in Iraq?"
she asked, rather like a person hastily coughing to hide a laugh that has already escaped them. "Yeah," said Strike. "Freddie was clearly his favourite child, which doesn't say much for his judgment."
"What do you mean?"
"Freddie Chisel was a prize shit. I investigated a lot of killed-in actions, and I never had so many people ask me whether the dead officer had been shot in the back by his own men."
Robin looked shocked.
"De mortuis nil nisi bonum?" asked Strike.
Robin had learned quite a lot of Latin working with Strike. "Well," she said quietly, for the first time finding some pity in her heart for Jasper Chisel, "you can't expect his father to speak ill of him."
They parted at the top of the street, Robin to shop for coloured contact lenses, Strike heading for the tube. He felt unusually cheerful after the conversation with Robin. As they contemplated this challenging job, the familiar contours of their friendship had suddenly resurfaced. He had liked her excitement at the prospect of entering the House of Commons, liked being the one who had offered the chance. He had even enjoyed the way she stress-tested his assumptions about Chisel's story. On the point of entering the station, Strike turned suddenly aside, infuriating the irate businessman who had been walking 6 inches in his wake. Tutting furiously, the man barely avoided a collision and strode off huffily into the underground, while the indifferent Strike leaned up against the sun-soaked wall, enjoying the sensation of heat permeating his suit jacket as he phoned Detective Inspector Eric Wardle. Strike had told Robin the truth. He didn't believe that Chisel had ever strangled a child. Yet there had been something undeniably odd about his reaction to Billy's story. Thanks to the minister's revelation that the Knight family had lived in proximity to his family home, Strike now knew that Billy had been a little kid in Oxfordshire. The first logical step in assuaging his continued unease about that pink blanket was to find out whether any children in the area had disappeared a couple of decades ago and never been found. Chapter 11. Let us stifle all memories in our sense of freedom, in joy, in passion. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Lorelei Bevin lived in an eclectically furnished flat over her thriving vintage clothes store in Camden. Strike arrived that night at 7:30, a bottle of Pinot Noir in one hand and his mobile clamped to his ear with the other. Lorelei opened the door, smiled good-naturedly at the familiar sight of him on the phone, kissed him on the mouth, relieved him of his wine, and returned to the kitchen, from which a welcome smell of pad thai was issuing. "Or try and get into Cor itself," Strike told Barclay, closing the door behind him and proceeding to Lorelei's sitting room, which was dominated by a large print of Warhol's Elizabeth Taylor's. "I'll send you everything I've got on Jimmy. He's involved with a couple of different groups. No idea whether he's working. His local's the White Horse in East Ham. Think he's a Hammers fan." "Could be worse," said Barclay, who was speaking quietly, as he had just got the teething baby to sleep. "Could be Chelsea." "You'll have to admit to being ex-army," said Strike, sinking into an armchair and hoisting his leg up onto a conveniently positioned square poof. "You look like a squaddy." "No problem," said Barclay. "I'll be the poor wee laddie who didn't know what he was getting himself into. Hard lefties love that shite. Let him patronise me." Grinning, Strike took out his cigarettes. For all his initial doubts, he was starting to think that Barclay might have been a good hire. "All right, hang fire till you hear from me again. Should be sometime Sunday." As Strike rang off, Lorelei appeared with a glass of red for him. "Want some help in the kitchen?" Strike asked, though without moving. "No, stay there, I won't be long," she replied, smiling. He liked her 50s-style apron. As she returned to the kitchen, he lit up. Although Lorelei did not smoke, she had no objection to Strike's Benson & Hedges as long as he used the kitsch ashtray decorated with cavorting poodles that she had provided for the purpose. Smoking, he admitted to himself that he envied Barclay infiltrating Knight and his band of hard-left colleagues. It was the kind of job Strike had relished in the military police. He remembered the 4 soldiers in Germany who had become enamoured of a local far-right group. Strike had managed to persuade them that he shared their belief in a white ethno-nationalist superstate, infiltrated a meeting and secured 4 arrests and prosecutions that had given him particular satisfaction. Turning on the TV, he watched Channel 4 News for a while, drinking his wine, smoking in pleasurable anticipation of pad thai and other sensual delights, and for once enjoying what so many of his fellow workers took for granted, but which he had rarely experienced, the relief and release of a Friday night. Strike and Lorelei had met at Eric Wardle's birthday party. It had been an awkward evening in some ways, because Strike had seen Coco there for the first time since telling her by phone that he had no interest in another date. Coco had got very drunk. At 1 a.m, while he was sitting on a sofa deep in conversation with Lorelei, she had marched across the room, thrown a glass of wine over both of them, and stormed off into the night. Strike had not been aware that Coco and Lorelei were old friends until the morning after he woke up in Lorelei's bed. He considered that this was really more Lorelei's problem than his. She seemed to think the exchange, for Coco wanted nothing more to do with her, more than fair. "How'd you do it?" Wardle had asked, the next time they met, genuinely puzzled. "Blimey, I'd like to know your—" Strike raised his heavy eyebrows, and Wardle appeared to gag on what had come perilously close to a compliment. "There is no secret," said Strike. "Some women just like fat, one-legged, pube-headed men with broken noses." "Well, it's a sad indictment of our mental health services that they're loose on the streets," Wardle had said, and Strike had laughed. Lorelei was her real name, taken not from the mythical siren of the Rhine, but from Marilyn Monroe's character in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, her mother's favourite film. Men's eyes swiveled when she passed them in the street, but she evoked neither the profound longing nor the searing pain that Charlotte had caused Strike. Whether this was because Charlotte had stunted his capacity to feel so intensely, or because Lorelei lacked some essential magic, he did not know. Neither Strike nor Lorelei had said, "I love you." In Strike's case, this was because, desirable and amusing though he found her, he could not have said it honestly. It was convenient to him to assume that Lorelei felt the same way. She had recently ended a 5-year-long live-in relationship when, after several lingering looks across Wardle's dark sitting room, he had strolled across to talk to her. He had wanted to believe her when she had told him how glorious it was to have her flat to herself and her freedom restored. Yet lately, he had felt tiny spots of displeasure when he had told her he had to work weekends, like the first heavy drops of rain that presage a storm. She denied it when challenged. No, of course not, if you got to work. But Strike had set out his uncompromising terms at the outset of the relationship. His work was unpredictable and his finances poor. Hers was the only bed he intended to visit, but if she sought predictability or permanence, he was not the man for her. She had appeared content with the deal, and if, over the course of 10 months, she had grown less so, Strike was ready to call things off with no hard feelings. Perhaps she sensed this, because she had forced no argument. This pleased him, and not merely because he could do without the aggravation. He liked Lorelei, enjoyed sleeping with her, and found it desirable, for a reason he did not bother to dwell on, being perfectly aware what it was, to be in a relationship just now. The pad thai was excellent, their conversation light and amusing. Strike told Lorelei nothing about his new case, except that he hoped it would be both lucrative and interesting. After doing the dishes together, they repaired to the bedroom with its candy-pink walls and its curtains printed with cartoonish cowgirls and ponies. Lorelei liked to dress up. To bed that night, she wore stockings and a black corset. She had the talent, by no means usual, of staging an erotic scene without tipping into parody. Perhaps with his one leg and his broken nose, Strike ought to have felt ludicrous in this boudoir, which was all frivolity and prettiness, but she played Aphrodite to his Hephaestus so adeptly that thoughts of Robin and Matthew were sometimes driven entirely from his mind. There was, after all, little pleasure to compare with that given by a woman who really wanted you, he thought next day at lunchtime, as they sat side by side at a pavement cafe, reading separate papers, Strike smoking, Lorelei's perfectly painted nails trailing absently along the back of his hand. So why had he already told her that he needed to work this afternoon? It was true that he needed to drop off the listening devices at Chisel's Belgravia flat, but he could easily have spent another night with her, returned to the bedroom, the stockings and the basque. The prospect was certainly tempting. Yet something implacable inside him refused to give in. 2 nights in a row would break the pattern. From there, it would be a short slide into true intimacy. In the depths of himself, Strike could not imagine a future in which he lived with a woman, married or fathered children. He had planned some of those things with Charlotte, in the days when he had been readjusting to life minus half his leg. An IED on a dusty road in Afghanistan had blasted Strike out of his chosen life into an entirely new body and a new reality. Sometimes he saw his proposal to Charlotte as the most extreme manifestation of his temporary disorientation in the aftermath of his amputation. He had needed to relearn how to walk, and almost as hard, to live a life outside the military. From a distance of 2 years, he saw himself trying to hold tight to some part of his past as everything else slipped away. The allegiance he had given the army, he had transferred to a future with Charlotte. "Good move," his old friend Dave Polworth had said, without missing a beat, when Strike told him of the engagement. "Shame to waste all that combat training. Slightly increased risk of getting killed, though, mate." Had he ever really thought the wedding would happen? Had he truly imagined Charlotte settling for the life he could give her? After everything they had been through, had he believed that they could achieve redemption together, each of them damaged in their own untidy, personal and peculiar ways? It seemed to Strike, sitting in the sunshine with Lorelei, that for a few months he had both believed it wholeheartedly and known that it was impossible, never planning more than a few weeks ahead, holding Charlotte at night as though she were the last human on earth, as though only Armageddon could separate them. Want another coffee? Murmured Lorelei.
I'd better make a move, said Strike.
When will I see you? She asked, as Strike paid the waiter.
Told you, I've got this big new job on, he said. Timings are going to be a bit unpredictable for a while. I'll call you tomorrow. We'll go out as soon as I can get a clear evening.
All right, she said, smiling, and added softly, Kiss me. He did so. She pressed her full lips against his, irresistibly recalling certain highlights of the early morning. They broke apart. Strike grinned, bade her goodbye, and left her sitting in the sun with her newspaper. The Minister for Culture did not invite Strike inside when he opened the door of his house in Ebury Street. Chisel seemed keen, in fact, for the detective to leave as quickly as possible. After taking the box of listening devices, he muttered, "Good, right, I'll make sure she gets them," and was on the point of closing the door when he suddenly called after Strike. "What's her name?" "Venetia Hall," said Strike. Chisel shut the door, and Strike turned his tired footsteps back along the street of quiet golden townhouses towards the Tube and Denmark Street. His office seemed stark and gloomy after Lorelei's flat. Strike threw open the windows to let in the noise of Denmark Street down below, where music lovers continued to visit the instrument stores and old record shops that Strike feared were doomed by the forthcoming redevelopment. The sound of engines and horns, of conversation and footsteps, of guitar riffs played by would-be purchasers, and the distant bongos of another busker were pleasant to Strike as he settled to work, knowing that he had hours ahead in the computer chair if he were to wrest the bare bones of his targets' lives from the internet. If you knew where to search and had time and expertise, the outline of many existences could be unearthed in cyberspace. Ghostly exoskeletons, sometimes partial, sometimes unnervingly complete, of the lives led by their flesh and blood counterparts. Strike had learned many tricks and secrets, become adept ferreting in even the darkest corners of the internet, but often the most innocent social media sites held untold wealth. A minor amount of cross-referencing, all that was necessary to compile detailed private histories that their careless owners had never meant to share with the world. Strike first consulted Google Maps to examine the place where Jimmy and Billy had grown up. Stedder Cottage was evidently too small and insignificant to be named, but Chisel House was clearly marked, a short way outside the village of Woolstone. Strike spent 5 minutes fruitlessly scanning the patches of woodland around Chisel House, noticing a couple of tiny squares that might be estate cottages. They buried it down in the dell by my dad's house, before resuming his investigation of the older, saner brother. Core had a website where Strike found, sandwiched between lengthy polemics about celebration capitalism and neoliberalism, a useful schedule of protests at which Jimmy was planning to demonstrate or speak, which the detective printed out and added to his file. He then followed a link to the Real Socialist Party website, which was an even busier and more cluttered affair than that of Core. Here he found another lengthy article by Jimmy arguing for the dissolution of the apartheid state of Israel and the defeat of the Zionist lobby, which had a stranglehold on the Western capitalist establishment. Strike noted that Jasper Chisel was among the Western political elite, listed at the bottom of this article as a publicly declared Zionist. Jimmy's girlfriend, Flick, appeared in a couple of photographs on the Real Socialist website, sporting black hair as she marched against Trident, and blonde shaded to pink as she cheered Jimmy, who was speaking on an open-air stage at a Real Socialist Party rally. Following a link to Flick's Twitter handle, he perused her timeline, which was a strange mixture of the cloying and the vituperative. "I hope you get fucking arse cancer, you Tory cunt," sat directly above a video clip of a kitten sneezing so hard that it fell out of its basket. As far as Strike could tell, neither Jimmy nor Flick owned or ever had owned property, something that he had in common with both of them. He could find no indication online of how they were supporting themselves, unless writing for far-left websites paid better than he had imagined. Jimmy was renting the miserable flat in Charlemont Road from a man called Kasturi Kumar, and while Flick made casual mention on social media of living in Hackney, he could not find an address for her anywhere online. Digging deeper into online records, Strike discovered a James Knight of the correct age who seemed to have cohabited for 5 years with a woman called Dawn Clancy, and upon delving into Dawn's highly informative, emoji-strewn Facebook page, Strike discovered that they had been married. Dawn was a hairdresser who had run a successful business in London before returning to her native Manchester. 13 years older than Jimmy, she seemed to have neither children nor any present-day contact with her ex-husband. However, a comment she had made to a jilted girlfriend's "all men are trash" post caught Strike's eye. "Yeah, he's a shit, but at least he hasn't sued you. I win again." Intrigued, Strike turned his attention to court records, and after a little digging, found several useful nuggets of information. Jimmy had been charged with a fray twice, once on an anti-capitalism march, once at an anti-Trident protest. But this, Strike had expected. What was far more interesting was to find Jimmy on a list of vexatious litigants on the website of HM Courts and Tribunal Service. Due to a long-standing habit of beginning frivolous legal actions, Knight was now forbidden from starting civil cases in courts without permission. Jimmy had certainly had a good run for his, or the state's, money. Over the past decade, he had brought civil actions against sundry individuals and organizations. The law had taken his side only once, when, in 2007, he had won compensation from Zanet Industries, who were found not to have followed due process when dismissing him. Jimmy had represented himself in court against Zanet, and, presumably elated by his win, had gone on to represent himself in suing several others, among them a garage owner, 2 neighbours, a journalist he alleged had defamed him, 2 officers in the Metropolitan Police he claimed had assaulted him, 2 more employers, and finally his ex-wife, who he said had harassed him and caused him loss of earnings. In Strike's experience, those who disdained the use of representation in court were either unbalanced or so arrogant that it came to the same thing. Jimmy's litigious history suggested that he was greedy and unprincipled, sharp without being wise. It was always useful to have a handle on a man's vulnerabilities when trying to ferret out his secrets. Strike added the names of all the people Jimmy had tried to sue, plus the current address of his ex-wife, to the file beside him. At close to midnight, Strike retired to his flat for some much-needed sleep, rose early on Sunday, and transferred his attention to Geraint Wynne, remaining hunched at the computer until the light began to fade again, by which time a new cardboard file labelled Chisel sat beside him, fat with miscellaneous but cross-checked information on Chisel's 2 blackmailers. Stretching and yawning, he became suddenly aware of the noises reaching him through the open windows. The music shops had closed at last, the bongos had ceased, but traffic continued to swish and rumble along Charing Cross Road. Strike heaved himself up, supporting himself on the desk because his remaining ankle was numb after hours in the computer chair, and stooped to look through the inner office window at a tangerine sky spread beyond the rooftops. It was Sunday evening, and in less than 2 hours, England would be playing Italy at the quarter-finals of the European Football Championships in Kiev. One of the few personal indulgences Strike had allowed himself was a subscription to Sky so that he could watch football. The small portable TV that was all his flat upstairs could comfortably accommodate might not be the ideal medium on which to watch such an important game, but he could not justify a night in a pub given that he had an early start on Monday covering dodgy dock again, a prospect that gave him little pleasure. He checked his watch. He had time to get a Chinese takeaway before the match, but he still needed to call both Barclay and Robin with instructions for the next few days. As he was on the point of picking up the phone, a musical alert told him that he had received an email. The subject line read, "Missing kids in Oxfordshire." Strike laid his mobile and keys back on the desk and clicked it open. Strike. This is best I can do on a quick search. Obviously, without exact time frame, it's difficult. 2 missing child cases in Oxfordshire, Wiltshire from the early mid-90s, unresolved as far as I can tell. Suki Lewis, 12, went missing from care October 1992. Also, Imamu Ibrahim, 5-year-old, disappeared 1996. Father disappeared at the same time, is believed to be in Algeria. Without further information, not much to be done. Best, E. Chapter 12. The atmosphere we breathe is heavy with storms. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The sunset cast a ruddy glow across the duvet behind Robin as she sat at the dressing table in her and Matthew's spacious new bedroom. Next door's barbecue was now smoking the air that had earlier been fragrant with honeysuckle. She had just left Matthew downstairs, lying on the sofa, watching the warm-up to the England-Italy game, a cold bottle of Peroni in his hand. Opening the dressing table drawer, she took out a pair of coloured contact lenses she had concealed there. After trial and error the previous day, she had decided the hazel ones appeared most natural with her strawberry blonde hair. Gingerly, she extracted first one, then the other, placing them over her watering blue-grey irises. It was essential that she get used to wearing them. Ideally, she would have had them in all weekend, but Matthew's reaction when he had seen her in them had dissuaded her. "Your eyes," he had said, after staring at her, perplexed for a few seconds. "Bloody hell, that looks horrible. Take them out." As Saturday had already been ruined by one of their tense disagreements about her job, she had chosen not to wear the lenses all weekend, because they would serve as a constant reminder to Matthew about what she was up to the following week. He seemed to think that working undercover in the House of Commons was tantamount to treason, and her refusal to tell him who either her client or her targets were had further aggravated him. Robin kept telling herself that Matthew was worried about her safety and that he could hardly be blamed for it. It had become a mental exercise she performed like a penance. You can't blame him for being concerned. You nearly got killed last year. He wants you to be safe. However, the fact that she had gone for a drink with Strike on Friday seemed to be worrying Matthew far more than any potential killer. "Don't you think you're being bloody hypocritical?" he said. Whenever he was angry, the skin around his nose and upper lip became taut. Robin had noticed it years ago, but lately it gave her a sensation close to revulsion. She had never mentioned this to her therapist. It had felt too nasty, too visceral. "How am I hypocritical? Going for cosy little drinks with him. Matt I work with, then complaining when I have lunch with Sarah. Have lunch with her," said Robin, her pulse quickening in anger. "Do it. As a matter of fact, I met her in the Red Lion out with some men from work. Do you want to call Tom and tell him his fiancée is drinking with colleagues, or am I the only one who's not allowed to do it?" The skin around his nose and mouth looked like a muzzle as it tightened, Robin thought. A pale muzzle on a snarling dog. "Would you have told me you'd gone for a drink with him if Sarah hadn't seen you?" "Yes," said Robin, her temper snapping. "And I'd have known you'd be a dick about it too." The tense aftermath of this argument, by no means their most serious of the last month, had lingered all through Sunday. Only in the last couple of hours, with the prospect of the England game to cheer him, had Matthew become amiable again. Robin had even volunteered to fetch him a Peroni from the kitchen and kissed him on the forehead before leaving him with a sense of liberation for her coloured contact lenses and her preparations for the following day. Her eyes felt gradually less uncomfortable with repeated blinking. Robin moved across to the bed where her laptop lay. Pulling it towards her, she saw that an email from Strike had just arrived. "Robin, bit of research on the winds attached. I'll call you shortly for quick brief before tomorrow. CS." Robin was annoyed. Strike was supposed to be plugging gaps and working nights. Did he think she had done no research of her own over the weekend? Nevertheless, she clicked on the first of several attachments, a document summarising the fruits of Strike's online labour. Geraint Wynne. Geraint Ifon Wynne, DOB 15th of July 1950, born Cardiff. Father a miner, grammar school educated, met Della at University of Cardiff. Was property consultant prior to acting as her election agent and running her parliamentary office post-election. No details of former career available online. No company ever registered in his name. Lives with Della, Southwark Park Road, Bermondsey. Strike had managed to dig up a couple of poor-quality pictures of Geraint with his well-known wife, both of which Robin had already found and saved to her laptop. She knew how hard Strike had had to work to find an image of Geraint because it had taken her a long time the previous night, while Matthew slept, to find them. Press photographers did not seem to feel he added much to pictures. A thin, balding man who wore heavy-framed glasses, he had a lipless mouth, a weak chin, and a pronounced overbite, which taken together put Robin in mind of an overweight gecko. Strike had also attached information on the Minister for Sport. Della Wynne, DOB 8th of August 1947, née Jones. Born and raised Vale of Glamorgan, Wales. Both parents teachers. Blind from birth due to bilateral microphthalmia. Attended St Enodoc Royal School for the Blind from age 5 to 18. Won multiple swimming awards as teenager. See attached articles for further details, also of the Playing Field charity. Even though Robin had read as much as she could about Della over the weekend, she ploughed diligently through both articles. They told her little that she did not already know. Della had worked for a prominent human rights charity before successfully standing for election in the Welsh constituency in which she had been born. She was a long-time advocate for the benefit of sports in deprived areas, a champion of disabled athletes, and a supporter for projects that used sport to rehabilitate injured veterans. The founding of her charity, the Level Playing Field, to support young athletes and sportspeople facing challenges, whether of poverty or physical impairment, had received a fair amount of press coverage. Many high-profile sportspeople had given their time to fundraisers. The articles that Strike had attached both mentioned something that Robin already knew from her own research. The Wynnes, like the Chisels, had lost a child. Della and Geraint's daughter and only offspring had killed herself at the age of 16, a year before Della had stood for Parliament. The tragedy was mentioned in every profile Robin had read on Della Wynne, even those lauding her substantial achievements. Her maiden speech in Parliament had supported a proposed bullying hotline, but she had never otherwise discussed her child's suicide. Robin's mobile rang. After checking that the bedroom door was closed, Robin answered. "That was quick," said Strike thickly, through a mouthful of Singapore noodles. "Sorry, took me by surprise. Just got a takeaway." "I've read your email," said Robin. She heard a metallic snap and was sure he was opening a can of beer. "Very useful, thanks." "Got your disguise sorted?" Strike asked. "Yes," said Robin, turning to examine herself at the mirror. It was strange how much a change of eye colour transformed your face. She was planning to wear a pair of clear-lensed glasses over her hazel eyes. "And you know enough about Chisel to pretend to be his goddaughter?" "Of course," said Robin. "Go on then," said Strike. "Impress me." Born 1944, Robin said at once, without reading her notes. Studied classics at Merton College, Oxford, then joined Queen's Own Hussars, saw active service in Aden and Singapore. First wife, Lady Patricia Fleetwood, 3 children, Sophia, Isabella and Freddie. Sophia's married and lives in Northumberland. Isabella runs Chisel's parliamentary office. "Does she?" said Strike, sounding vaguely surprised, and Robin was pleased to know that she had discovered something he did not. "Is she the daughter you knew?" she asked, remembering what Strike had said in the office. "Wouldn't go as far as knew. I met her a couple of times with Charlotte. Everyone called her Izzy Chizzy, one of those upper-class nicknames." Lady Patricia divorced Chisel after he got a political journalist pregnant, which resulted in a disappointing son at the art gallery. Exactly. Robin moved the mouse around to bring up a saved picture, this time of a dark and rather beautiful young man in a charcoal suit, heading up courtroom steps, accompanied by a stylish black-haired woman in sunglasses, whom he closely resembled, though she looked hardly old enough to be his mother. But Chisel and the journalist split up not long after Raphael was born, said Robin. The family calls him Raph, said Strike, and the second wife doesn't like him, thinks Chisel should have disowned him after the car crash. Robin made a further note. Great, thanks. Chisel's current wife, Kinvara, was unwell last year, Robin continued, bringing up a picture of Kinvara, a curvaceous redhead in a slinky black dress and heavy diamond necklace. She was some 30 years younger than Chisel and pouting at the camera. Had she not known, Robin would have guessed them father and daughter rather than a married couple. With nervous exhaustion, said Strike, beating her to it. Yeah. Drink or drugs, do you reckon? Robin heard a clang and surmised that Strike had just dropped an empty Tennant's can in the office bin. He was alone then. Lorelei never stayed in the tiny flat upstairs. Who knows, said Robin, her eyes still on Kinvara Chisel. One last thing, said Strike. Just in. A couple of kids went missing in Oxfordshire around the right time to tally with Billy's story. There was a brief pause. You still there? Asked Strike. Yes. I thought you didn't believe Chisel strangled a child. I don't, said Strike. The timescale doesn't fit, and if Jimmy knew a Tory minister had strangled a kid, he wouldn't have waited 20 years to try and monetize it. But I'd still like to know whether Billy's imagining that he saw someone throttled. I'm going to do a bit of digging on the names Wardle's given me, and if either seem credible, I might ask you to sound Lizzie out. She might remember something about a kid disappearing in the vicinity of Chisel House. Robin said nothing. Like I said in the pub, Billy's very ill. It's probably nothing, said Strike, with a trace of defensiveness. As he and Robin were both well aware, he had previously jettisoned paid cases and rich clients to pursue mysteries that others might have let lie. I just can't rest until you've looked into it, said Robin. All right, I understand. Unseen by her, Strike grinned and rubbed his tired eyes. Well, best of luck tomorrow, he said. I'll be on my mobile if you need me. What are you going to be up to? Paperwork. Jimmy Knight's ex doesn't work Mondays. I'm off to Manchester to find her on Tuesday. Robin experienced a sudden wave of nostalgia for the previous year, when she and Strike had undertaken a road trip together to interrogate women left behind in the wake of dangerous men. She wondered whether he had thought about it while he planned this journey. Watching England-Italy? She asked. Yes, said Strike. There's nothing else, is there? No, said Robin hurriedly. She had not meant to sound as though she wanted to detain him. Speak soon, then. She cut the call on his farewell and tossed the mobile aside onto the bed. Chapter 13. I am not going to let myself be beaten to the ground by the dread of what may happen. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The following morning Robin woke, gasping, her fingers at her own throat, trying to loosen a non-existent hold. She was already at the bedroom door when Matthew woke, confused. It's nothing, I'm fine, she muttered, before he could articulate a question, groping to find the handle that would let her out of the bedroom. The surprise was that it hadn't happened more often since she had heard the story of the strangled child. Robin knew exactly how it felt to have fingers close tightly around your neck, to feel your brain flood with darkness, to know that you were seconds from being blotted out of existence. She had been driven into therapy by sharp-edged fragments of recollection that were unlike normal memories, and which had the power to drag her suddenly out of her body and plunge her back into a past where she could smell the strangler's nicotine-stained fingers and feel the stabber's soft, sweat-shirted belly against her back. She locked the bathroom door and sat down on the floor in the loose T-shirt she had worn to bed, focusing on her breathing, on the feel of the cool tiles beneath her bare legs, observing, as she had been taught, the rapid beating of her heart, the adrenaline jolting through her veins, not fighting her panic, but watching it. After a while, she consciously noticed the faint smell of the lavender body wash she had used last night, and heard the distant passing of an aeroplane. "You're safe. Just a dream. Just a dream." Through 2 closed doors, she heard Matthew's alarm go off. A few minutes later, he knocked on the door. "You all right?" "Fine," Robin called back over the running tap. She opened the door. "Everything okay?" he asked, watching her closely. "Just needed a pee," said Robin brightly, heading back to the bedroom for her coloured contact lenses. Before starting work with Strike, Robin had signed on with an agency called Temporary Solutions. The offices to which they had sent her were jumbled in her memory now, so that only anomalies, eccentrics and oddities remained. She remembered the alcoholic boss whose dictated letters she had reworded out of kindness, the desk drawer she had opened to find a complete set of dentures and a pair of stained underpants, the hopeful young man who had nicknamed her Bobby and tried, ineptly, to flirt over their back-to-back monitors, the woman who had plastered the interior of her cubicle workspace with pictures of the actor Ian McShane, and the girl who had broken up with her boyfriend on the telephone in the middle of the open-plan office, indifferent to the prurient hush falling over the rest of the room. Robin doubted whether any of the people with whom she had come into glancing contact remembered her any better than she remembered them, even the timid romancer who had called her Bobby. However, from the moment that she arrived at the Palace of Westminster, she knew that what happened here would live in her memory forever. She felt a ripple of pleasure simply to leave the tourists behind and pass through the gate where the policeman stood guard. As she approached the palace, with its intricate gold mouldings starkly shadowed in the early morning sun, the famous clock tower silhouetted against the sky, her nerves and her excitement mounted. Strike had told her which side door to use. It led into a long, dimly lit stone hall, but first she must pass through a metal detector and X-ray machine of the kind used at airports. As she took off her shoulder bag to be scanned, Robin noticed a tall, slightly dishevelled natural blonde in her 30s waiting a short distance away, holding a small package wrapped in brown paper. The woman watched as Robin stood for an automated picture that would appear on a paper day pass, to be worn on a lanyard around her neck, and when the security man waved Robin on, stepped forwards. "Venetia?" "Yes," said Robin. "Izzy," said the other, smiling and holding out a hand. She was wearing a loose blouse with a splashy pattern of oversized flowers on it and wide-legged trousers. "This is from Papa." She pressed the package she was holding into Robin's hands. "I'm really sorry, we've got to dash. So glad you got here on time." She set off at a brisk walk, and Robin hastened to follow. "I'm in the middle of printing off a bunch of papers to take over to Papa at DCMS. I'm snowed under just now. Papa being Minister for Culture, with the Olympics coming, it's just crazy." She led Robin at a near jog through the hall, which had stained glass windows at the far end, and off along labyrinthine corridors, talking all the while in a confident upper-class accent, leaving Robin impressed by her lung power. "Yeah, I'm leaving at the summer recess, setting up a decorating company with my friend Jax. I've been here for 5 years. Papa's not happy. He needs somebody really good, and the only applicant he liked turned us down." She talked over her shoulder at Robin, who was hurrying to keep up. "I don't suppose you know any fabulous PAs?" "I'm afraid not," said Robin, who had retained no friends from her temping career. "Nearly there," said Izzy, who had led Robin through a bewildering number of narrow corridors, all carpeted in the same forest green as the leather seats Robin had seen in the Commons on TV. At last, they reached a side passage, off which led several heavy wooden doors, arched in the Gothic style. "That," said Izzy in a stage whisper, pointing as they passed the first door on the right, "is Wynn's. This," she said, marching to the last door on the left, "is ours." She stood aside to let Robin pass into the room first. The office was cramped and cluttered. The arched stone windows were hung with net curtains, beyond which lay the terrace bar, where shadowy figures moved against the dazzling brightness of the Thames. There were 2 desks, a multitude of bookshelves, and a sagging green armchair. Green drapes hung at the overflowing bookshelves that covered one wall, only partially concealing the untidy stacks of files stacked there. On top of a filing cabinet stood a TV monitor, showing the currently empty interior of the Commons, its green benches deserted. A kettle sat beside mismatched mugs on a low shelf and had stained the wallpaper above it. The desktop printer whirred wheezily in the corner. Some of the papers it was disgorging had slid onto the threadbare carpet. "Oh, shit," said Izzy, dashing over and scooping them up, while Robin closed the door behind her. As she tapped the fallen papers back into a neat stack on her desk, Izzy said, "I'm thrilled Papa's brought you in. He's been under so much strain, which he really doesn't need with everything we've got on now. But you and Strike will sort it out, won't you?" "Wynne's a horrible little man," said Izzy, reaching for a leather folder. "Inadequate, you know. How long have you worked with Strike?" "A couple of years," said Robin, as she undid the package Izzy had given her. "I've met him. Did he tell you?" "Yeah. I was at school with his ex, Charlie Campbell. Gorgeous, but trouble, Charlie. Do you know her?" "No," said Robin. A long ago near collision outside Strike's office had been her only contact with Charlotte. "I always quite fancied Strike," said Izzy. Robin glanced around, surprised, but Izzy was matter-of-factly inserting papers into the folder. "Yeah, people couldn't see it, but I could. He was so butch and so, well, unapologetic." "Unapologetic?" Robin repeated. "Yeah, he never took crap from anyone. Didn't give a toss that people thought he wasn't, you know, good enough for her." As soon as the words escaped her, Robin felt embarrassed. She had felt suddenly strangely protective of Strike. It was absurd, of course. If anybody could look after themselves, it was he. "Suppose so," said Izzy, still waiting for her papers to print. "It's been ghastly for Papa these past couple of months, and it isn't as though what he did was wrong," she said fiercely. "One minute it's legal, the next it isn't. That's not Papa's fault." "What wasn't legal?" asked Robin innocently. "Sorry," Izzy replied, pleasantly but firmly. "Papa says the fewer people know, the better." She peeked through the net curtains at the sky. "I won't need a jacket, will I?" "No. Sorry to dash, but Papa needs these and he's off to meet Olympic sponsors at 10. Good luck." And in a rush of flowered fabric and tousled hair, she was gone, leaving Robin curious but strangely reassured. If Izzy could take this robust view of her father's misdemeanour, it surely could not be anything dreadful, always assuming, of course, that Chisel had told his daughter the truth. Robin ripped the last piece of wrapping from the small parcel Izzy had given her. It contained, as she had known it would, the half-dozen listening devices that Strike had given to Jasper Chisel over the weekend. As a Minister of the Crown, Chisel was not required to pass through the security scanner every morning as Robin was. She examined the bugs carefully. They had the appearance of normal plastic power points and were designed to be fitted over genuine plug sockets, allowing the latter to function as normal. They would begin to record only when somebody spoke in their vicinity. She could hear her own heartbeat in the silence left by Izzy's departure. The difficulty of her task was only just beginning to sink in. She took off her coat, hung it up, then removed from her shoulder bag a large box of Tampax, which she had brought for the purpose of concealing the listening devices she wasn't using. After hiding all but one of the bugs inside it, she placed the box in the bottom drawer of her desk. Next, she searched the cluttered shelves until she found an empty box file in which she hid the remaining device beneath a handful of letters with typos that she took out of a pile labelled "for shredding." Thus armed, Robin took a deep breath and left the room. Wynne's door had opened since she had arrived. As Robin walked past, she saw a tall young Asian man wearing thick-lensed glasses and carrying a kettle. "Hi," said Robin at once, imitating Izzy's bold, cheery approach. "I'm Venetia Hall. We're neighbours. Who are you?" "Amir," muttered the other, in a working-class London accent. "Malik." "Do you work for Della Wynne?" asked Robin. "Yeah." "Oh, she's so inspirational," gushed Robin. "One of my heroines, actually." Amir did not reply, but radiated a desire to be left alone. Robin felt like a terrier trying to harass a racehorse. "Have you worked here long?" "6 months." "Are you going to the cafe?" "No," said Amir, as though she had propositioned him, and he turned sharply away towards the bathroom. Robin walked on, holding her box file, wondering whether she had imagined animosity rather than shyness in the young man's demeanour. It would have been helpful to make a friend in Wynne's office. Having to pretend to be an Izzy-esque goddaughter of Jasper Chisel was hampering her. She couldn't help but feel that Robin Ellacott from Yorkshire might have befriended Amir more easily. Having set off with fake purpose, she decided to explore for a while before returning to Izzy's office. Chisel's and Wynne's offices were in the Palace of Westminster itself, which, with its vaulted ceilings, libraries, tea rooms and air of comfortable grandeur, might have been an old university college. A half-uncovered passageway, watched over by large stone statues of a unicorn and lion, led to an escalator to Portcullis House. This was a modern crystal palace, with a folded glass roof, triangular panes held in place by thick black struts. Beneath was a wide open-plan area including a cafe, where MPs and civil servants mingled. Flanked by full-grown trees, large water features consisting of long blocks of covered-in shallow pools became dazzling strips of quicksilver in the June sunshine. There was a shiver of ambition in the thrumming air, and the sense of being part of a vital world. Beneath a ceiling of artfully fragmented glass, Robin passed political journalists perched on leather benches, all of whom were checking or talking on their mobiles, typing onto laptops, or intercepting politicians for comment. Robin wondered whether she might have enjoyed working here if she had never been sent to strike. Her explorations ended in the third, dingiest, and least interesting of the buildings that housed MPs' offices, which resembled nothing so much as a 3-star hotel with worn carpets and cream walls and row upon row of identical doors. Robin doubled back, still clutching her file, and passed Wynne's door again 50 minutes after she had last seen it. Quickly checking that the corridor was deserted, she pressed her ear against the thick oak and thought she heard movement within. "How's it going?" asked Izzy, when Robin re-entered her office a couple of minutes later. "I haven't seen Wynne yet. He might be over at DCMS. He goes to see Della on any excuse," said Izzy. "Fancy a coffee?" But before she could leave her desk, her telephone rang. While Izzy fielded a call from an irate constituent who had been unable to secure tickets for the Olympic diving, "Yes, I like Tom Daly too," she said, rolling her eyes at Robin. "But it's a lottery, madam." Robin spooned out instant coffee and poured UHT milk, wondering how many times she had done this in offices she hated, and feeling suddenly extraordinarily grateful that she had escaped that life forever. "Hung up," said Lizzie indifferently, setting down the receiver. "What were we talking about? Oh, Geraint, yeah. He's furious Della didn't make him a spad." "What's a spad?" Robin asked, setting Izzy's coffee down and taking a seat at the other desk. "Special advisor. They're like temporary civil servants. Lots more prestige, but you don't hand the posts out to family. It's not done. Anyway, Geraint's hopeless. She wouldn't want him even if it were possible." "I just met the man who works with Wynne," said Robin. "Amir. He wasn't too friendly." "Oh, he's odd," said Izzy dismissively. "Barely civil to me. It's probably because Geraint and Della hate Papa. I've never really got to the bottom of why, but they seem to hate all of us. Oh, that reminds me. Papa texted a minute ago. My brother Raf's going to be coming in later this week to help out in here. Maybe," Izzy added, though she did not sound particularly hopeful, "if Raf's any good, he might be able to take over from me. But Raf doesn't know anything about the blackmail or who you really are, so don't say anything, will you? Papa's got about 14 godchildren." Raff'll never know the difference. Izzy sipped her coffee again. Then, suddenly subdued, she said, "I suppose you know about Raff. It was all over the papers. That poor woman. It was awful. She had a 4-year-old daughter." "I did see something," said Robin, non-committally. "I was the only one in the family who visited him in jail," said Izzy. "Everyone was so disgusted by what he'd done. Kinvara, Papa's wife, said he should have got life, but she's got no idea," she continued. "How ghastly it was in there. People don't realise what prison's like. I mean, I know he did a terrible thing, but—" Her words trailed away. Robin wondered, perhaps ungenerously, whether Izzy was suggesting that jail was no place for a young man as refined as her half-brother. Doubtless it had been a horrible experience, Robin thought, but after all, he had taken drugs, climbed into a car, and mown down a young mother. "I thought he was working in an art gallery," Robin asked. "He's gone and messed up at Drummond's," sighed Izzy. "Papa's really taking him in to keep an eye on him." Public money paid for these salaries, Robin thought, remembering again the unusually short prison sentence the son of the minister had served for that drug-induced fatal accident. How did he mess up at the gallery? To her great surprise, Izzy's doleful expression vanished in a sudden spurt of laughter. "Oh, God, I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. He shagged the other sales assistant in the loo," she said, quaking with giggles. "I know it isn't funny, really, but he just got out of jail and Raff's lovely looking and he's always pulled anyone he wants. They shoved him into a suit and put him in close proximity with some pretty little blonde art graduate. What did they think was going to happen? But as you can imagine, the gallery owner wasn't too chuffed. He heard them going at it and put Raff on a final warning. Then Raff and the girl went and did it again. So Papa had a total fit and says he's coming here instead." Robin didn't feel particularly amused, but Izzy appeared not to notice, lost in her own thoughts. "You never know, it could be the making of them, Papa and Raff," she said hopefully, then checked her watch. "Better return some calls," she sighed, setting down her coffee mug. But as she reached for her phone, she froze, fingers on the receiver, as a sing-song male voice rang out in the corridor beyond the closed door. "That's him, Wynne." "Well, here I go," said Robin, snatching up her box file again. "Good luck," whispered Izzy. Emerging into the corridor, Robin saw Wynne standing in the doorway of his office, apparently talking to Amir, who was inside. Wynne was holding a folder with orange lettering on it saying, "The Level Playing Field." At the sound of Robin's footsteps, he turned to face her. "Well, hello there," he said with a Cardiff lilt, stepping back into the corridor. His gaze dribbled down Robin's neck, fell onto her breasts, then up again to her mouth and eyes. Robin knew him from that single look. She had met plenty of them in offices, the type who watched you in a way that made you feel clumsy and self-conscious, who would place a hand in the small of the back as they sidled behind you or ushered you through doors, who peered over your shoulder on the excuse of reading your monitor and made chancy little comments on your clothes that progressed to comments on your figure during after-work drinks. They cried, "Joke!" if you got angry, and became aggressive in the face of complaints. "Where do you fit in, then?" asked Geraint, making the question sound salacious. "I'm interning for Uncle Jasper," said Robin, smiling brightly. "Uncle Jasper?" "Jasper Chisel, yes," said Robin, pronouncing the name as the Chiswells did themselves. "Chisel. He's my godfather. Venetia Hall," said Robin, holding out her hand. Everything about Wynne seemed faintly amphibian, down to his damp palm. He was less like a gecko in the flesh, she thought, and more like a frog, with a pronounced pot belly and spindly arms and legs, his thinning hair rather greasy. "And how did it come about that you are Jasper's goddaughter?" "Oh, Uncle Jasper and Daddy are all friends," said Robin, who had a full backstory prepared. "Army?" "Land management," said Robin, sticking to her prearranged story. "Ah," said Geraint. Then,
Lovely hair. Is it natural?
Yes, said Robin. His eyes slid down her body again. It cost Robin an effort to keep smiling at him. At last, gushing and giggling until her cheek muscles ached, agreeing that she would indeed give him a shout should he need any assistance, Robin walked on down the corridor. She could feel him watching her until she turned out of sight. Just as Strike had felt after discovering Jimmy Knight's litigious habits, Robin was sure that she had just gained a valuable insight into Wynne's weakness. In her experience, men like Geraint were astoundingly prone to believe that their scattergun sexual advances were appreciated and even reciprocated. She had spent no inconsiderable part of her temping career trying to rebuff and avoid such men, all of whom saw lubricious invitations in the merest pleasantry, and for whom youth and inexperience were an irresistible temptation. How far, she asked herself, was she prepared to go in her quest to find out things to Wynne's discredit? Walking with sham purpose through endless corridors to support her pretense of having papers to deliver, Robin pictured herself leaning over his desk while the inconvenient Amir was elsewhere, breasts at eye level, asking for help and advice, giggling at smutty jokes. Then, with a sudden dreadful lurch of imagination, she saw clearly Wynne's lunge, saw the sweaty face swooping for her, its lipless mouth agape, felt hands gripping her arms, pinning them to her sides, felt the pot belly press itself into her, squashing her backwards into a filing cabinet. The endless green of carpet and chairs, the dark wood arches and the square panels seemed to blur and contract as Wynne's imagined pass became an attack. She pushed through the door ahead as though she could physically force herself past her panic. Breathe. 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 Bit overwhelming the first time you see it, eh? The man sounded kindly and not very young. Yes, said Robin, barely knowing what she said. Breathe. Temporary, eh? And then, you all right, dear? Asthma, said Robin. She had used the excuse before. It gave her an excuse to stop, to breathe deeply, to re-anchor herself to reality. Got an inhaler? Asked the elderly steward in concern. He wore a frock coat, white tie and tails, and an ornate badge of office. In his unexpected grandeur, Robin thought wildly of the White Rabbit popping up in the middle of madness. I left it in my office. I'll be fine. Just need a second. She had blundered into a blaze of golden colour that was increasingly her feeling of oppression. The members' lobby, that familiar, ornate, Victorian Gothic chamber that she had seen on television, stood right outside the Commons, and on the periphery of her vision loomed 4 gigantic bronze statues of previous Prime Ministers, Thatcher, Attlee, Lloyd George and Churchill, while busts of all the others lined the walls. They appeared to Robin like severed heads, and the gilding, with its intricate tracery and richly coloured embellishments, danced around her, jeering at her inability to cope with its ornate beauty. She heard the scraping of a chair's legs. The steward had brought her a seat and was asking a colleague to fetch a glass of water. Thank you, said Robin numbly, feeling inadequate, ashamed and embarrassed. Strike must never know about this. He would send her home, tell her she wasn't fit to do the job. Nor must she tell Matthew, who treated these episodes as shameful, inevitable consequences of her stupidity in continuing surveillance work. The steward talked to her kindly while she recovered, and within a few minutes she was able to respond appropriately to his well-intentioned patter. While her breathing returned to normal, he told her the tale of how Edward Heath's bust had begun to turn green on the arrival of the full-sized Thatcher statue beside him, and how it had had to be treated to turn it back to its dark brown bronze. Robin laughed politely, got to her feet, and handed him the empty glass with renewed thanks. What treatment would it take, she wondered as she set off again, to return her to what she had once been? Chapter 14. How happy I should feel if I could succeed in bringing a little light into all this murky ugliness. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Strike rose early on Tuesday morning. After showering, putting on his prosthesis and dressing, he filled a thermos with dark brown tea, took the sandwiches he had made the previous evening out of the fridge, stowed them in a carrier bag, along with 2 packets of club biscuits, chewing gum, and a few bags of salt and vinegar crisps, then headed out into the sunrise and off to the garage where he kept his BMW. He had an appointment for a haircut at 12:30 with Jimmy Knight's ex-wife in Manchester. Once settled in the car, his bag of provisions within easy reach, Strike pulled on the trainers he kept in the car, which gave his fake foot better purchase on the brake. He then took out his mobile and began to compose a text to Robin. Starting with the names that Wardle had given him, Strike had spent much of Monday researching, as best he could, the 2 children the policeman had told him had vanished from the Oxfordshire area 20 years previously. Wardle had misspelled the boy's first name, which had cost Strike time, but Strike had finally dug out archived press reports about Imamu Ibrahim, in which Imamu's mother had asserted that her estranged husband had kidnapped the boy and taken him to Algeria. Strike had finally dredged up 2 lines about Imamu and his mother on the website of an organisation that worked to resolve international custody issues. From this, Strike had to conclude that Imamu had been found alive and well with his father. The fate of Suki Lewis, the 12-year-old runaway from a care home, was more mysterious. Strike had finally discovered an image of her buried in an old news story. Suki had vanished from her residential care home in Swindon in 1992, and Strike could find no other mention of her since. Her blurry picture showed a rather toothy, undersized child, fine-featured, with short dark hair. Little girl it was, but after they said it was a little boy. So a vulnerable, androgynous child might have disappeared off the face of the earth around the same time, and in the approximate area that Billy Knight claimed to have witnessed the strangling of a boy-girl. In the car, he composed a text to Robin. If you can make it sound natural, ask Izzy if she remembers anything about a 12-year-old called Suki Lewis. She ran away 20 years ago from a care home near their family house. The dirt on his windscreen shimmered and blurred in the rising sun as he left London. Driving was no longer the pleasure it had once been. Strike could not afford a specially adapted vehicle, and even though it was an automatic, the operation of the BMW's pedals remained challenging with his prosthesis. In challenging conditions, he sometimes reverted to operating brake and accelerator with his left foot. When he finally joined the M6, Strike hoped to settle in at 60 miles an hour, but some arsehole in a Vauxhall Corsa decided to tailgate him. "Fucking overtake," growled Strike. He was not minded to alter his own speed, having settled in comfortably without needing to use his false foot more than was necessary, and for a while he glowered into his rear-view mirror until the Vauxhall driver got the hint and took himself off. Relaxing to the degree that was ever possible behind the wheel these days, Strike wound down the window to admit the fine, fresh summer's day and allowed his thoughts to return to Billy and the missing Suki Lewis. "She wouldn't let me dig," he had said in the office, compulsively tapping his nose in his chest, "but she'd let you." Who, Strike wondered, was she? Perhaps the new owner of Steader Cottage. They might well object to Billy asking to dig up flower beds in search of bodies. After feeling around with his left hand inside his provisions bag, extracting and ripping open a bag of crisps with his teeth, Strike reminded himself for the umpteenth time that Billy's whole story might be a chimera. Suki Lewis could be anywhere. Not every lost child was dead. Perhaps Suki too had been stolen away by an errant parent. 20 years previously, in the infancy of the internet, imperfect communication between regional police forces could be exploited by those wishing to reinvent themselves or others. And even if Suki was no longer alive, there was nothing to suggest that she had been strangled, let alone that Billy Knight had witnessed it. Most people would surely conclude that this was a case of much smoke, but no fire. Chewing crisps by the handful, Strike reflected that whenever it came to a question of what most people would think, he usually envisaged his half-sister Lucy, the only one of his 7 half-siblings with whom he had shared his chaotic and peripatetic childhood. To him, Lucy represented the acme of all that was conventional and unimaginative, even though they had both grown up on intimate terms with the macabre, the dangerous, and the frightening. Before Lucy had gone to live permanently with their aunt and uncle in Cornwall at the age of 14, their mother had hauled her and Strike from squat to commune to rented flat to friend's floor, rarely remaining in the same place more than 6 months, exposing her children to a parade of eccentric, damaged, and addicted human beings along the way. Right hand on the wheel, left hand now groping around for biscuits, Strike recalled some of the nightmarish spectacles that he and Lucy had witnessed as children. The psychotic youth fighting an invisible devil in a basement flat in Shoreditch. The teenager literally being whipped at a quasi-mystical commune in Norfolk. Still, for Strike's money, the worst place that Leda had ever taken them. And Shayla, one of the most fragile of Leda's friends and a part-time prostitute, sobbing about the brain damage inflicted on her toddler son by a violent boyfriend. The unpredictable and sometimes terrifying childhood had left Lucy with a craving for stability and conformity. Married to a quantity surveyor whom Strike disliked, with 3 sons he barely knew, she would probably dismiss Billy's story of the strangled boy-girl as the product of a broken mind, sweeping it swiftly away into the corner with all the other things she could not bear to think about. Lucy needed to pretend that violence and strangeness had vanished into a past as dead as their mother, that with Leda gone, life was unshakably secure. Strike understood. Profoundly different though they were, often though she exasperated him, he loved Lucy. Nevertheless, he could not help comparing her with Robin as he bowled towards Manchester. Robin had grown up in what seemed to Strike the very epitome of middle-class stability, but she was courageous in a way that Lucy was not. Both women had been touched by violence and sadism. Lucy had reacted by burying herself where she hoped it would never reach her again. Robin, by facing it almost daily, investigating and resolving other crimes and traumas, driven to do so by the same impulse to actively disentangle complications and disinter truths that Strike recognized in himself. As the sun climbed higher, still dappling the grubby windscreen, he experienced a powerful regret that she wasn't here with him now. She was the best person he had ever met to run a theory past. She'd unscrew the thermos for him and pour him tea. We'd have a laugh. They had slipped back into their old bantering ways a couple of times lately, since Billy had entered the office with a story troubling enough to break down the reserve that had, over a year, hardened into a permanent impediment to their friendship. Or whatever it was, thought Strike. And for a moment or two, he felt her again in his arms on the stairs, breathed in the scent of white roses and of the perfume that hung around the office when Robin was at her desk. With a kind of mental grimace, he reached for another cigarette, lit up, and forced his mind towards Manchester and the line of questioning he intended to take with Dawn Clancy, who, for 5 years, had been Mrs. Jimmy Knight. Chapter 15. Yes, she is a queer one, she is. She has always been very much on the high horse. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. While Strike was speeding northwards, Robin was summoned without explanation to a personal meeting with the Minister for Culture himself. Walking in the sunshine towards the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, which stood in a large white Edwardian building a few minutes away from the Palace of Westminster, Robin found herself almost wishing that she were one of the tourists cluttering the pavement, because Chisel had sounded bad-tempered on the phone. Robin would have given a great deal to have something useful to tell the minister about his blackmailer, but as she had only been on the job a day and a half, all she could say with any certainty was that her first impressions of Geraint Wynne had now been confirmed. He was lazy, lecherous, self-important, and indiscreet. The door of his office stood open more often than not, and his sing-song voice rang down the corridor as he talked with injudicious levity about his constituents' petty concerns, name-dropped celebrities and senior politicians, and generally sought to give the impression of a man for whom running a mere constituency office was an unimportant sideshow. He hailed Robin jovially from his desk whenever she passed his open door, showing a pronounced eagerness for further contact. However, whether by chance or design, Amir Malik kept thwarting Robin's attempts to turn these greetings into conversations, either interrupting with questions for Wynne, or, as he had done just an hour previously, simply closing the door in Robin's face. The exterior of the great block that housed the DCMS, with its stone swags, its columns, and its neoclassical facade, was not reassuring. The interior had been modernised and hung with contemporary art, including an abstract glass sculpture that hung from the cupola over the central staircase, up which Robin was led by an efficient-seeming young woman. Believing her to be the minister's goddaughter, her companion was at pains to show her points of interest. "The Churchill room," she said, pointing left as they turned right. "That's the balcony he gave his speech from on VE Day. The minister's just along here." She led Robin down a wide, curving corridor that doubled as an open-plan workspace. Smart young people sat at an array of desks in front of lengthy windows to the right, which looked out onto a quadrangle which, in size and scale, bore the appearance of a coliseum with its high white windowed walls. It was all very different from the cramped office where Izzy made their instant coffee from a kettle. Indeed, a large, expensive machine complete with pods sat on one desk for the purpose. The offices to the left were separated from this curving space by glass walls and doors. Robin spotted the Minister for Culture from a distance, sitting at his desk beneath a contemporary painting of the Queen, talking on the telephone. He indicated by a brusque gesture that her escort should show Robin inside the office and continued talking on the telephone as Robin waited, somewhat awkwardly, for him to finish his call. A woman's voice was issuing from the earpiece, high-pitched and to Robin, even 8 feet away, hysterical. "I've got to go, Kinvara," barked Chisel into the mouthpiece. "Yes, we'll talk about this later. I've got to go." Setting down the receiver harder than was necessary, he pointed Robin to a chair opposite him. His coarse, straight grey hair stood out around his head in a wiry halo, his fat lower lip giving him an air of angry petulance. "The newspapers are sniffing around," he growled. "That was my wife. The Sun rang her this morning asking whether the rumours are true. She said what rumours, but the fellow didn't specify. Fishing, obviously. Tried to surprise something out of her." He frowned at Robin, whose appearance he seemed to find wanting. "How old are you?" 27, she said. "You look younger." It didn't sound like a compliment. "Managed to plant the surveillance device yet?" "I'm afraid not," said Robin. "Where's Strike?" "In Manchester, interviewing Jimmy Knight's ex-wife," said Robin. Chisel made the angry subterranean noise usually rendered as harumph, then got to his feet. Robin jumped up too. "Well, you better get back and get on with it," said Chisel. "The National Health Service," he added, with no change of tone, as he headed towards the door. "People are going to think we're bloody mad." "Sorry," said Robin, entirely thrown. Chisel pulled open the glass door and indicated that Robin should pass through it ahead of him, out into the open plan area where all the smart young people sat working beside their sleek coffee machine. "Olympics opening ceremony," he explained, following her. "Lefty bloody crap. We won 2 bloody world wars, but we're not supposed to celebrate that." "Nonsense, Jasper," said a deep, melodious Welsh voice close at hand.
We celebrate military victories all the time. This is a different kind of celebration.
Della Wynne, the Minister for Sport, was standing just outside Chisel's door, holding the leash of her near-white Labrador. A woman of stately appearance, with grey hair swept back off a broad forehead, she wore sunglasses so dark that Robin could make out nothing behind them. Her blindness, Robin knew from her research, had been due to a rare condition in which neither eyeball had grown in utero. She sometimes wore prosthetic eyes, especially when she was to be photographed. Della was sporting a quantity of heavy, tactile jewellery in gold, with a large necklace of intaglios, and dressed from head to foot in sky blue. Robin had read in one of Strike's printed profiles of the politician that Geraint laid out Della's clothes for her every morning, and that it was simplest for him, not having a great feel for fashion, to select things in the same colour. Robin had found this rather touching when she read it. Chisel did not appear to relish the sudden appearance of his colleague, and indeed, given that her husband was blackmailing him, Robin supposed that this was hardly surprising. Della, on the other hand, gave no sign of embarrassment. "I thought we might share the car over to Greenwich," she said to Chisel, while the pale Labrador snuffed gently at the hem of Robin's skirt. "Give us a chance to go over the plans for the 12th. What are you doing, Gwyn?" she added, feeling the Labrador's head tugging. "She's sniffing me," said Robin nervously, patting the Labrador.
This is my goddaughter,
"Venetia," said Robin, as Chisel was evidently struggling to remember her name. "How do you do?" said Della, holding out her hand. "Visiting Jasper?" "No, I'm interning in the constituency office," said Robin, shaking the warm, beringed hand, as Chisel walked away to examine the document held by a hovering young man in a suit. "Venetia," repeated Della, her face still turned towards Robin. A faint frown appeared on the handsome face, half masked behind the impenetrable black glasses. "What's your surname?" "Hall," said Robin. She felt a ridiculous flutter of panic, as though Della were about to unmask her. Still poring over the document he had been shown, Chisel moved away, leaving Robin, or so it felt, entirely at Della's mercy. "You are the fencer," said Della. "Sorry," said Robin, totally confused again, her mind on posts and rails. Some of the young people around the space-age coffee machine had turned around to listen, expressions of polite interest on their faces. "Yes," said Della. "Yes, I remember you. You were on the English team with Freddie." Her friendly expression had hardened. Chisel was now leaning over a desk while he struck through phrases on the document. "No, I never fenced," said Robin, thoroughly out of her depth. She had realised at the mention of the word team that swords were under discussion rather than fields and livestock. "You certainly did," said Della flatly. "I remember you. Jasper's goddaughter on the team with Freddie." It was a slightly unnerving display of arrogance, of complete self-belief. Robin felt inadequate to the job of continuing to protest, because there were now several listeners. Instead, she merely said, "Well, nice to have met you," and walked away. "Again, you mean?" said Della sharply, but Robin made no reply. Chapter 16. A man with as dirty a record as his. This is the sort of man that poses as a leader of the people, and successfully too. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. After 4.5 hours in the driving seat, Strike's exit from the BMW in Manchester was far from graceful. He stood for a while in Burton Road, a broad, pleasant street with its mixture of shops and houses, leaning on the car, stretching his back and leg, grateful that he had managed to find a parking space only a short way from Styles. The bright pink shop front stood out between a cafe and a Tesco Express, pictures of moody models with unnaturally tinted hair in the window. With its black and white tiled floor and pink walls that reminded Strike of Lorelei's bedroom, The interior of the small shop was determinedly trendy, but it did not appear to cater to a particularly youthful or adventurous clientele. There were currently only 2 clients, one of whom was a large woman of at least 60 who was reading Good Housekeeping in front of a mirror, her hair a mass of foil. Strike made a bet with himself as he entered that Dawn would prove to be the slim peroxide blonde with her back to him, chatting animatedly to an elderly lady whose blue hair she was perming. "I've got an appointment with Dawn," Strike told the young receptionist, who looked slightly startled to see anything so large and male in this fug of perfumed ammonia. The peroxided blonde turned at the sound of her name. She had the leathery, age-spotted skin of a committed sunbed user. "With you in a moment, Cock," she said, smiling. He settled to wait on a bench in the window. 5 minutes later, she was leading him to an upholstered pink chair at the back of the shop. "What are you after, then?" she asked him, inviting him with a gesture to sit down. "I'm not here for a haircut," said Strike, still standing. "I'll happily pay for one. I don't want to waste your time, but—" He pulled a card and his driver's license from his pocket. "My name's Cormoran Strike. I'm a private detective, and I was hoping to talk to you about your ex-husband, Jimmy Knight." She looked stunned, as well she might, but then fascinated. "Strike?" she repeated, gaping. "You aren't him that caught that Ripper guy?" "That's me." "Jesus, what's Jimmy done?" "Nothing much," said Strike easily. "I'm just after background." She didn't believe him, of course. Her face, he suspected, was full of filler, her forehead suspiciously smooth and shiny above the carefully penciled eyebrows. Only her stringy neck betrayed her age. "That's over. It was over ages ago. I never talk about Jimmy. Least said, soonest mended, don't they say?" But he could feel the curiosity and excitement radiating from her like heat. Radio 2 jangled in the background. She glanced towards the 2 women sitting at the mirrors. "Shan," she said loudly, and the receptionist jumped and turned. "Take out her foils and keep an eye on the perm for me, love." She hesitated, still holding Strike's card. "I'm not sure I should," she said, wanting to be talked into it. "It's only background," he said. "No strings." 5 minutes later, she was handing him a milky coffee in a tiny staff room at the rear of the shop, talking merrily, a little haggard in the fluorescent overhead light, but still good-looking enough to explain why Jimmy had first shown interest in a woman 13 years his senior. "Yeah, a demonstration against nuclear weapons. I went with this friend of mine, Wendy. She was big into all that, vegetarian," she added, nudging the door into the shop closed with her foot and taking out a pack of silk cut. "You know the type." "Got me own," said Strike, when she offered the pack. He lit her cigarette for her, then one of his Benson and Hedges. They blew out simultaneous streams of smoke. She crossed her legs towards him and rattled on. "Yeah, so Jimmy gave a speech, weapons and how much we could save, give to the NHS and everything. What was the point? He talks well, you know," said Dawn. "He does," agreed Strike. "I've heard him." "Yeah, and I fell for it hook, line and sinker. Thought he was some kind of Robin Hood." Strike heard the joke coming before she made it. He knew it was not the first time. "Robin Hood, more like," she said. She was already divorced when she had met Jimmy. Her first husband had left her for another girl at the London salon they had owned together. Dawn had done well out of the divorce, managing to retain the business. Jimmy had seemed a romantic figure after her wide boy first husband, and on the rebound, she had fallen for him hard. "But there were always girls," she said. "Lefties, you know. Some of them were really young. He was like a pop star to them or something. I only found out how many of them there were later, after he'd set up cards on all my accounts." Dawn told Strike at length how Jimmy had persuaded her to bankroll a lawsuit against his ex-employer, Zanet Industries, who had failed to follow due process in firing him. "Very keen on his rights, Jimmy. He's not stupid, though, you know. 10 grand payout he got from Zanet. I never saw a penny of it. He pissed it all away, trying to sue other people.
He tried to take me to court after we split up. Loss of earnings. Don't make me laugh. I'd kept him for 5 years, and he'd claimed he'd been working with me, building up the business for no pay and left with occupational asthma from the chemicals. So much shit he talked. They chucked it out of court, thank God. And then he tried to get me on a harassment charge, said I keyed his car. She ground out her cigarette and reached for another one. I had 2, she said, with a sudden wicked smile. You know he's been put on a list now. Can't sue anyone without permission. I did know, yeah, said Strike. Was he ever involved in any criminal activity while you were together, Dawn? She lit up again, watching Strike over her fingers, still hoping to hear what Jimmy was supposed to have done to have Strike after him. Finally, she said, I'm not sure he was too careful about checking all the girls he was playing around with were 16. I heard after one of them, but we split up by then. It wasn't my problem anymore, said Dawn, as Strike made a note. And I wouldn't trust him if it was anything to do with Jews. He doesn't like them. Israel's the root of all evil, according to Jimmy. Zionism. I got sick of the bloody sound of the word. You'd think they'd suffered enough, said Dawn vaguely. Yeah, his manager at Zanet was Jewish, and they hated each other. What was his name? What was it? Dawn drew heavily on her cigarette, frowning. Paul something? Lobstein, that's it, Paul Lobstein. He's probably still at Zanet. Do you still have any contact with Jimmy or any of his family? Christ, no, good riddance. The only one of his family I ever met was little Billy, his brother. She softened a little as she said the name. He wasn't right. He stayed with us for a bit at one point. He was a sweetheart, really, but not right. Jimmy said it was their father, violent alky. Raised them on his own and knocked the shit out of them, from what the boys said. Used a belt and everything. Jimmy got away to London and poor little Billy was left alone with him. No surprise he was how he was. What do you mean? He had a tic, do they call it? She mimicked with perfect accuracy the nose-to-chest tapping Strike had witnessed in his office. He was put on drugs, I know that. Then he left us, went to share a flat with some other lads for a bit. I never saw him again after Jimmy and I split. He was a sweet boy, yeah, but he annoyed Jimmy. In what way? Strike asked. Jimmy didn't like him talking about their childhood. I don't know, I think Jimmy felt guilty he'd left Billy in the house alone. There was something funny about that whole business. Strike could tell she hadn't thought about these things for a while. Funny, he prompted. A couple of times, when he'd had a few, Jimmy went on about how his dad would burn for how he made his living. I thought he was an odd job man. Was he? They told me he was a joiner. He worked for that politician's family, what's his name? The one with the hair. She mimed stiff bristles coming out of her head. Jasper Chiswell, Strike suggested, pronouncing the name the way it was spelled. Him, yeah. Old Mr. Knight had a rent-free cottage in the family grounds. The boys grew up there. And he said his father would go to hell for what he did for a living, repeated Strike. Yeah, it's probably just because he was working for Tories. It was all about politics with Jimmy. I don't get it, said Dawn restlessly. You've got to live. Imagine me asking my clients how they vote before I'll... Bloody hell, she gasped suddenly, grinding out her cigarette and jumping to her feet. Shana better have taken out Mrs. Orridge's rollers or she'll be bald.
Chapter 17. I see he is altogether incorrigible. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Watching for an opportunity to plant the bug in Wynn's office, Robin spent most of the afternoon hanging around the quiet corridor on which both his and Izzy's offices lay, but her efforts were fruitless. Even though Wynn had left for a lunchtime meeting, Amir remained inside. Robin paced up and down, box file in her arms, waiting for the moment when Amir might go to the bathroom and returning to Izzy's office whenever any passer-by tried to engage her in conversation. Finally, at 4:10, her luck changed. Geraint Wynn swaggered around the corner, rather tipsy after what seemed to have been a prolonged lunch, and in sharp contrast to his wife, he seemed delighted to meet her as she set off towards him.
"There she is,"
he said over loudly.
"I wanted a word with you. Come in here. Come in."
He pushed open the door of his office. Puzzled, but only too eager to see the interior of the room she was hoping to bug, Robin followed him. Amir was working in shirt-sleeves at his desk, which formed a tiny oasis of order in the general clutter. Stacks of folders lay around Wynne's desk. Robin noticed the orange logo of the level playing field on a pile of letters in front of him. There was a PowerPoint directly under Geraint's desk that would be an ideal position for the listening device.
"Have you two met?"
Geraint asked jovially.
"Venetia, Amir."
He sat down and invited Robin to take the armchair on which a sliding pile of card folders lay.
"Did Redgrave call back?"
Wynne asked Amir, struggling out of his suit jacket. "Who?" said the latter.
"Sir Steve Redgrave,"
said Wynne, with the suspicion of an eye roll in Robin's direction. She felt embarrassed for him, especially as Amir's muttered "no" was cold.
"Level playing field,"
Wynne told Robin. He had managed to get his jacket off. With an attempted flourish, he threw it onto the back of his chair. It slid limply onto the floor, but Geraint appeared not to notice, and instead tapped the orange logo on the topmost letter in front of him.
He belched. "Pardon me. Our charity. Disadvantaged and disabled athletes, you know. Lots of high-profile supporters. Sir Steve keen to..."
He belched again.
"Pardon. Help. Well, now, I wanted to apologise for my poor wife."
He seemed to be enjoying himself hugely. Out of the corner of her eye, Robin saw Amir flick Geraint a sharp look, like the flash of a claw, swiftly retracted. "I don't understand," said Robin.
"Gets names wrong, does it all the time. If I didn't keep an eye on her, we'd have all sorts going on. Wrong letters going out to the wrong people. She thought you were someone else. I had her on the phone over lunch, insisting you were somebody our daughter ran across years ago. Verity Pullum. Another of your godfather's godchildren. Told her straight away it wasn't you. Said I'd pass on her apologies. Silly girl she is. Very stubborn when she thinks she's right, but..."
He rolled his eyes again and tapped his forehead, the long-suffering husband of an infuriating wife.
"I managed to penetrate in the end."
"Well," said Robin carefully, "I'm glad she knows she was mistaken, because she didn't seem to like Verity very much."
"Truth to tell, Verity was a little bitch,"
said Wynne, still beaming. Robin could tell he enjoyed using the word.
"Nasty to our daughter, you see."
"Oh dear," said Robin, with a thud of dread beneath her ribs, as she remembered that Rhiannon Wynne had killed herself. "I'm sorry. How awful."
"You know,"
said Wynne, sitting down and tipping back his chair against the wall, hands behind his head,
"you seem far too sweet a girl to be associated with the Chisel family."
He was definitely a little drunk. Robin could smell faint wine dregs on his breath, and Amir threw him another of those sharp, scathing looks.
"What were you doing before this, Venetia?"
"PR," said Robin. "But I'd like to do something more worthwhile. Politics or maybe a charity." "I was reading about the level playing field," she said truthfully. "It seems wonderful. You do a lot with veterans too, don't you? I saw an interview with Terry Byrne yesterday, the Paralympian cyclist." Her attention had been caught by the fact that Byrne had the same below-the-knee amputation as Strike.
"You'll have a personal interest in veterans, of course,"
said Wynne. Robin's stomach swooped and fell again. "Sorry?"
"Freddie Chisel,"
Wynne prompted.
"Oh, yes, of course," said Robin.
"Although I didn't know Freddie very well. He was a bit older than me. Obviously, it was dreadful when he was killed."
"Oh, yes, awful," said Wynne, though he sounded indifferent. "Della was very much against the Iraq War, very much against it. Your Uncle Jasper was all for it, mind you."
For a moment the air seemed to thrum with Wynne's unexpressed implication that Chisel had been well served for his enthusiasm. "Well, I don't know about that," said Robin carefully. "Uncle Jasper thought military action justified on the evidence we had at the time. Anyway," she said bravely, "nobody can accuse him of acting out of self-interest, can they, when his son had to go and fight?" "Ah, if you're going to take that line, who can argue?" said Wynne. He raised his hands in mock surrender. His chair slipped a little on the wall, and for a few seconds he struggled to maintain balance, seizing the desk and pulling himself and the chair upright again. With a substantial effort, Robin managed not to laugh. "Geraint," said Amir, "we need those letters signed if we're going to get them off by 5. "It's only 4:30, said Wynne, checking his watch. "Yes, Rhiannon was on the British junior fencing team." "How marvellous," said Robin. "Sporty like her mother. Fencing with the Welsh juniors at 14. I used to drive her all over the place for tournaments. Hours on the road together. She made the British juniors at 16. But the English lot were very standoffish to her," said Wynne, with a glimmer of Celtic resentment. "She wasn't one of your big public schools, you see. It was all about connections with them. Verity Pullum, she didn't have the ability, not really. As a matter of fact, it was only when Verity broke her ankle that Rhiannon, who was a far better fencer, got on the British team at all." "I see," said Robin, trying to balance sympathy with a feigned allegiance to the Chisels. Surely this could not be the grievance that Wynne had against the family. Yet Geraint's frantic tone spoke of long-standing resentment. "Well, these things should come down to ability, of course." "That's right," said Wynne. "They should. Look at this now." He fumbled for his wallet and pulled from it an old photograph. Robin held out her hand, but Geraint, keeping a firm hold on the picture, got up clumsily, stumbled over a stack of books lying beside his chair, walked around the desk, came so close that Robin could feel his breath on her neck, and showed her the image of his daughter. Dressed in fencing garb, Rhiannon Wynne stood beaming and holding up the gold medal around her neck. She was pale and small-featured, and Robin could see very little of either parent in her face, although perhaps there was a hint of Della in the broad, intelligent brow. But with Geraint's loud breathing in her ear, trying to stop herself leaning away from him, Robin had a sudden vision of Geraint Wynne striding, with his wide, lipless grin, through a large hall of sweaty teenage girls. Was it shameful to wonder whether it had been parental devotion that had spurred him to chauffeur his daughter all over the country? "What have you done to yourself, eh?" Geraint asked, his hot breath in her ear. Leaning in, he touched the purple knife scar on her bare forearm. Unable to prevent herself, Robin snatched her arm away. The nerves around the scar had not yet fully healed. She hated anyone touching it. "I fell through a glass door when I was 9, she said, but the confidential, confiding atmosphere had been dispersed like cigarette smoke. Amir hovered on the edge of her vision, rigid and silent at his desk. Geraint's smile had become forced. She had worked too long in offices not to know that a subtle transfer of power had just taken place within the room. Now, she stood armed with his little drunken inappropriateness, and Geraint was resentful and a little worried. She wished that she had not pulled away from him. "I wonder, Mr. Wynne," she said breathily, "whether you'd mind giving me some advice about the charitable world. I just can't make up my mind. Politics, charity. And I don't know anyone else who's done both." "Oh," said Geraint, blinking behind his thick glasses. "Oh, well, yes, I dare say I could." "Geraint," said Amir again, "we really do need to get those letters." "Yes, all right, said Geraint loudly. "We'll talk later," he said to Robin, with a wink. "Wonderful," she said, with a smile. As Robin walked out, she threw Amir a small smile, which he didn't return. Chapter 18. So matters have got as far as that already, have they? Henry Gibson, Rosmersholm. After nearly 9 hours at the wheel, Strike's neck, back and legs were stiff and sore, and his bag of provisions long since empty. The first star was glimmering out of the pale inky wash above when his mobile rang. It was the usual time for his sister Lucy to call for a chat. He ignored 3 out of 4 of her calls, because much as he loved her, he could muster no interest in her son's schooling, the PTA's squabbles, or the intricacies of her husband's career as a quantity surveyor. Seeing it was Barclay on the line, however, he turned into a rough-and-ready lay-by, really to turn off to a field, cut the engine, and answered. "I'm in," said Barclay laconically. "With Jimmy." "Already?" said Strike, seriously impressed. "How?" "Pub," said Barclay. "Interrupted him. He was talking a lot of pish about Scottish independence. The great thing about English left is," he continued, "is they love hearing how shite England is. Haven't I had to buy a pint all afternoon?" "Bloody hell, Barclay," said Strike, lighting himself another cigarette, on top of the 20 he had already had that day. "That was good work." "That was just for starters," said Barclay. "You should have heard them when I told them I've seen the era of the Army's imperialist ways. Fuck me, they're gullible. I'm off to a Corps meeting tomorrow." "How's Knight supporting himself? Any idea?" "He told me he's a journalist on a couple of lefty websites and he sells Corps t-shirts and a bit of dope. Mind, his shit's worthless. We went back to his place after the pub. You'd be better off smoking fucking Oxo cubes. I've said I'll get him better. We can run that through office expenses, aye?" "I'll put it under sundries," said Strike. "All right, keep me posted." Barclay rang off. Deciding to take the opportunity to stretch his legs, Strike got out of the car, still smoking, leaned on the 5-bar gate, facing a wide, dark field, and rang Robin. "It's Vanessa," Robin lied, when she saw Strike's number come up on her phone. She and Matthew had just eaten a takeaway curry off their knees while watching the news. He had arrived home late and tired. She didn't need another argument. Picking up the mobile, she headed out through the French doors onto the patio that had served as the smoking area for the party. After making sure that the doors were completely closed, she answered. "Hi, everything okay?" "Fine. All right to talk for a moment?" "Yes," said Robin, leaning against the garden wall and watching a moth banging fruitlessly against the bright glass, trying to enter the house. "How did it go with Dawn Clancy?" "Nothing usable," said Strike. "I thought I might have a lead, some Jewish ex-boss Jimmy had a vendetta against, but I ran the company and the poor bloke died of a stroke last September. Then I got a call from Chisel just after I left her. He said the son's sniffing around." "Yes," said Robin. "They called his wife." "We could have done without that," said Strike, with what Robin felt was considerable understatement. "I wonder who's tipped off the papers." "I'd bet on Wynne," said Robin, remembering the way that Geraint had talked that afternoon, the name-dropping, the self-importance. He's just the type to hint to a journalist that there's a story on Chisel, even if he hasn't got proof of it yet. "Seriously," she said again, with no real hope of an answer. "What do you think Chisel did?" "Be nice to know, but it doesn't really matter," said Strike, who sounded tired. "We aren't being paid to get the goods on him. Speaking of which—" "I haven't been able to plant the bug yet," said Robin, anticipating the question. "I hung around as late as possible, but Amir locked the door after they both left." Strike sighed. "Well, don't get over-eager and balls it up," he said. "But we're up against it if the son's involved. Anything you can do. Get in early or something." "I will, I'll try," said Robin. "I did get something odd about the Winds today, though." And she told him about the confusion Della had made between herself and one of Chisel's real goddaughters, and the story of Rhiannon on the fencing team. Strike seemed only distantly interested. "Doubt that explains the Winds wanting Chisel out of the office. Anyway, means before motive," she said, quoting Strike's own oft-repeated words.
Exactly. Listen, can you meet me after work tomorrow and we'll have a proper debrief?
All right, said Robin.
Barclay's doing good work, though, said Strike, as though the thought of it cheered him up. He's already well in with Jimmy.
Oh, said Robin. Good.
After telling her that he would text the name of a convenient pub, Strike rang off, leaving Robin alone and pensive in the quiet dark of the yard, while stars grew pin-bright overhead. Barclay's doing good work, though. As opposed to Robin, who had found out nothing but an irrelevancy about Rhiannon Wynne. The moth was still fluttering desperately against the sliding doors, frantic to get at the light.
Idiot, Robin thought. It's better out here.
The ease with which the lie about Vanessa being on the phone had slid out of her mouth ought, she reflected, to have made her feel guilty. But she was merely glad that she had got away with it. As she watched the moth continuing to bang its wings hopelessly against the brilliant glass, Robin remembered what her therapist had said to her during one of the sessions when Robin had dwelled at length on her need to discern where the real Matthew ended and her illusions about him began.
People change in 10 years, the therapist had responded. Why does it have to be a question of you being mistaken in Matthew? Perhaps it's simply that you've both changed.
The following Monday would mark their first wedding anniversary. At Matthew's suggestion, they were going to spend next weekend at a fancy hotel near Oxford. In a funny kind of way, Robin was looking forward to it, because she and Matthew seemed to get along better these days with a change of scene. Being surrounded by strangers nudged them out of their tendency to bicker. She had told him the story of Ted Heath's bus turning green, along with several other, to her, interesting facts about the House of Commons. He had maintained a bored expression through all of them, determined to signal his disapproval of the whole venture. Reaching a decision, she opened the French window, and the moth fluttered merrily inside. "What did Vanessa want?" asked Matthew, his eyes on the news as Robin sat down again. Sarah Shadlock's stargazer lilies were sitting on a table beside her, still in bloom 10 days after they had arrived in the house, and Robin could smell their heady scent even over the curry. "I picked up her sunglasses by mistake last time we went out," said Robin, feigning exasperation. "She wants them back, they're Chanel. I said I'll meet her before work." "Chanel, eh?" said Matthew, with a smile that Robin found patronising. She knew that he thought he had discovered a weakness in Vanessa, but perhaps he liked her better to think that she valued designer labels and wanted to make sure she got them back. "I'll have to leave at 6, said Robin. 6? He said, annoyed. "Christ, I'm knackered. I don't want to wake up at—"
"I was going to suggest I sleep in the spare room," Robin said.
"Oh," said Matthew, mollified. "Yeah, okay, thanks."
Chapter 19. I do not do it willingly, but, enfin, when needs must. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Robin left the house at 5:45 the next morning. The sky was a faint blush pink, and the morning already warm, justifying her lack of jacket. Her eyes flickered towards the single carved swan as she passed their local pub, but she forced her thoughts back onto the day ahead, and not the man she had left behind. On arrival in Izzy's corridor an hour later, Robin saw that Geraint's office door was already open. A swift peek inside showed her an empty room, but Amir's jacket hanging on the back of his chair. Running to Izzy's office, Robin unlocked it, dashed to her desk, pulled one of the listening devices from the box of Tampax, scooped up a pile of out-of-date agendas as an alibi, then ran back out into the corridor. As she approached Geraint's office, she slid off the gold bangle that she had worn for this purpose and threw it lightly so that it rolled into Geraint's office. "Oh, damn," she said out loud. Nobody responded from inside the office. Robin knocked on the open door, said hello, and put her head inside. The room was still empty. Robin dashed across the room to the double PowerPoint just above the skirting board beside Geraint's desk. Kneeling, She took the listening device out of her bag, unplugged the fan on his desk, pressed the device into place over the dual socket, reinserted the fan's plug, checked that it worked, then, panting as though she had just sprinted 100 yards, looked around for her bangle. "What are you doing?" Amir was standing in the doorway in his shirt sleeves, a fresh tea in his hand. "I did knock," Robin said, sure that she was bright pink. "I dropped my bangle and it rolled. Oh, there it is." It was lying beneath Amir's computer chair. Robin scrambled to pick it up. "It's my mother's," she lied. "I wouldn't be popular if that went missing." She slid the bangle back over her wrist, picked up the papers she had left on Geraint's desk, smiled as casually as she could manage, then walked out of the office past Amir, whose eyes, she saw out of the corner of her own, were narrowed in suspicion. Jubilant, Robin re-entered Izzy's office. At least she would have some good news for Strike when they met in the pub that evening. Barclay was no longer the only one doing good work. So absorbed was she in her thoughts that Robin didn't realise that there was somebody else in the room until a man said right behind her, "Who are you?" The present dissolved. Both of her attackers had lunged at her from behind. With a scream, Robin spun around, ready to fight for her life. The papers flew into the air and a handbag slipped off her shoulder, fell to the floor and burst open, scattering its contents everywhere. "Sorry," said the man. "Christ, I'm sorry." But Robin was finding it hard to draw breath. There was a thundering in her ears and sweat had broken out all over her body. She bent down to scoop everything back up, trembling so much that she kept dropping things. "Not now, not now." He was talking to her, but she couldn't understand a word. The world was fragmenting again, full of terror and danger, and he was a blur as he handed her eyeliner and a bottle of drops to moisten her contact lenses. "Oh," Robin gasped at random. "Great. Excuse me. Bathroom." She stumbled to the door. 2 people were coming towards her down the corridor, their voices fuzzy and indistinct as they greeted her. Hardly knowing what she responded, she half ran past them towards the ladies. A woman from the Secretary for Health's office greeted her from the sink where she was applying lipstick. Robin blundered blindly past, locking the cubicle door with fumbling fingers. It was no use trying to suppress the panic. That only made it fight back, trying to bend her to its will. She must ride it out, as though the fear was a bolting horse, easing it onto a more manageable course. So she stood motionless, palms pressed against the partition walls, speaking to herself inside her head, as though she were an animal handler, and her body, in its irrational terror, a frantic prey creature. "You're safe. You're safe. You're safe." Slowly the panic began to ebb, though her heart was still leaping erratically. At last, Robin removed her numb hands from the walls of the cubicle and opened her eyes, blinking in the harsh lights. The bathroom was quiet. Robin peered out of the cubicle. The woman had left. There was nobody there except her own pale reflection in the mirror. After splashing cold water on her face and patting it dry with paper towels, she readjusted her clear-lensed glasses and left the bathroom. An argument seemed to be in progress in the office she had just left. Taking a deep breath, she re-entered the room. Jasper Chisel turned to glare at her, his wiry mass of grey hair sticking out around his pink face. Izzy was standing behind her desk. The stranger was still there. In her shaken state, Robin would have preferred not to be the focus of 3 pairs of curious eyes. "What just happened?" Chisel demanded of Robin. "Nothing," said Robin, feeling cold sweat erupting again under her dress. "You ran out of the room. Did he," Chisel pointed at the dark man, "do something to you? Make a pass?" "What? No. I didn't realize he was in here, that's all. He spoke and I jumped. And—" she could feel herself blushing harder than ever. "Then I needed the loo." Chisel rounded on the dark man. "So why are you here so early, eh?" Now at last Robin realised that this was Raphael. She had known from the pictures she had found online that this half-Italian was an exotic in a family that was otherwise uniformly blonde and very English in appearance, but had been wholly unprepared for how handsome he was in the flesh. His charcoal grey suit, white shirt, and a conventional dark blue spotted tie were worn with an air that none of the other men along the corridor could muster. So dark-skinned as to appear swarthy, he had high cheekbones, almost black eyes, dark hair wore long and floppy, and a wide mouth that, unlike his father's, had a full upper lip that added vulnerability to his face. "I thought you liked punctuality, Dad," he said, raising his arms and letting them fall in a slightly hopeless gesture. His father turned to Izzy. "Give him something to do." Chisel marched out. Mortified, Robin headed for her desk. Nobody spoke until Chisel's footsteps had died away. Then Izzy spoke. "He's under all kinds of stress just now, Raph, babes. It isn't you. He's honestly going berserk about the smallest things." "I'm so sorry," Robin forced herself to say to Raphael. "I completely overreacted." "No problem," he replied, in the kind of accent that is routinely described as public school. "For the record, I'm not, in fact, a sex offender." Robin laughed nervously. "You're the goddaughter I didn't know about. Nobody tells me anything. Venetia, yeah? I'm Raph." Yes. Hi." They shook hands and Robin retook her seat, busying herself with some pointless paper shuffling. She could feel her colour fluctuating. "It's just crazy at the moment," Izzy said, and Robin knew that she was trying, for not entirely unselfish reasons, to persuade Raphael that their father wasn't as bad to work with as he might appear. "We're understaffed. We've got the Olympics coming up. TTS is constantly going off on Papa." "What's going off on him?" asked Raphael, dropping down into the sagging armchair, loosening his tie and crossing his long legs. "TTS," Izzy repeated. "Lean over and put the kettle on while you're there, Raph. I'm dying for coffee. TTS. It stands for Tinky the Second. It's what Fizz and I call Kinvara." The many nicknames of the Chisel family had been explained to Robin during her office interludes with Izzy. Izzy's older sister, Sophia, was Fizzy, while Sophia's 3 children rejoiced in the pet names of Pringle, Flopsy, and Pong. "Why Tinky the Second?" asked Raph, unscrewing a jar of instant coffee with long fingers. Robin was still very aware of all his movements, though keeping her eyes on her supposed work. "What was Tinky the First?" "Oh, come on, Raph. You must have heard about Tinky," said Izzy. "That ghastly Australian nurse Grampy married last time round when he was getting senile. He blew most of the money on her. He was the second silly old codger she'd married. Grampy bought her a dud racehorse and a load of horrible jewellery. Papa nearly had to go to court to get her out of the house when Grampy died. She dropped dead of breast cancer before it got really expensive, thank God." Startled by this sudden callousness, Robin looked up. "How do you take it, Venetia?" Raphael asked, as he spooned coffee into mugs. "Why, no sugar, please," said Robin. She thought it best if she maintained a low profile for a while, after her recent incursion into Wynn's office. "TTS married Papa for his dosh," Izzy ploughed on. "And she's horse-mad like Tinky. You know she's got 9 now. 9! "9 what?" said Raphael. "Horses, Raph," said Izzy impatiently. "Bloody uncontrollable, bad-mannered, hot-blooded horses that she mollycoddles and keeps as child substitutes and spends all the money on. God, I wish Papa would leave her," said Izzy. "Pass the biscuit tin, babes." He did so. Robin, who could feel him looking at her, maintained the pretense of absorption in her work. The telephone rang. "Jasper Chisel's office," said Izzy, trying to prise the lid off the biscuit tin one-handed, the receiver under her chin. "Oh," she said, suddenly cool. "Hello, Kinvara. You've just missed Papa." Grinning at his half-sister's expression, Raphael took the biscuits from her, opened them, and offered the tin to Robin, who shook her head. A torrent of indistinguishable words was pouring from Izzy's earpiece. No, he's gone. He only came over to say hello to Raph. The voice at the end of the phone seemed to become more strident. Back at DCMS, he's got a meeting at 10, said Izzy. I can't. Well, because he's very busy, you know, the Yes, goodbye. Izzy slammed the receiver down and struggled out of her jacket. She should take another rest cure. The last one doesn't seem to have done her much good. Izzy doesn't believe in mental illness, Raphael told Robin. He was contemplating her, still slightly curious and, she guessed, trying to draw her out. Of course I believe in mental illness, Raph, said Izzy, apparently stung. Of course I do. I was sorry for her when it happened. I was, Raph. Kinvara had a stillbirth 2 years ago, Izzy explained. And of course that's sad, of course it is. And it was quite understandable that she was a bit, you know, afterwards, but no, I'm sorry, she said crossly, addressing Raphael. But she uses it. She does, Raph. She thinks it entitles her to everything she wants, and, well, she'd have been a dreadful mother anyway, said Izzy defiantly. She can't stand not being the centre of attention. When she's not getting enough, she starts her little girl act. Don't leave me alone, Jasper. I get scared when you're not here at night. Telling stupid lies, funny phone calls to the house, men hiding in the flower beds, fiddling with the horses. What? Said Raphael, half laughing. But Izzy cut him short. Oh, Christ, look. Papa's left his briefing papers. She hurried out from behind her desk, snatched a leather folder off the top of the radiator, and called over her shoulder, Raph, you can listen to the phone messages and transcribe them for me while I'm gone, okay? The heavy wooden door thudded shut behind her, leaving Robin and Raphael alone. If she had been hyper-aware of Raphael before Izzy had gone, now he seemed to Robin to fill the entire room, his olive dark eyes on her. He took ecstasy and ran his car into a mother of a 4-year-old. He barely served a third of his sentence, and now his father's put him on the taxpayer's payroll. How do I do this, then? Asked Raphael, moving behind Izzy's desk. Just press play, I expect, Robin muttered, sipping her coffee and pretending to make notes on a pad. Canned messages began to issue from the answering machine, drowning out the faint hum of conversation from the terrace beyond the net-curtained window. A man named Rupert asked Izzy to call him back about the AGM. A constituent called Mrs. Ricketts spoke for 2 solid minutes about traffic along the Banbury Road. An irate woman said crossly that she ought to have expected an answering machine, and that MPs ought to be answering to the public personally, then spoke until cut off by the machine about her neighbour's failure to lop overhanging branches from a tree in spite of repeated requests from the council. Then a man's growl, almost theatrically menacing, filled the quiet office. They say they piss themselves as they die, Chisel. Is that true? 40 grand. Or I'll find out how much the papers will pay. Chapter 20. We two have worked our way forward in complete companionship. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Strike had selected the 2 chairmen for his Wednesday evening catch-up with Robin because of its proximity to the Palace of Westminster. The pub was tucked away on a junction of centuries-old back streets, Old Queen Street, Cockpit Steps, amid a motley collection of quaint, sedate buildings that stood at oblique angles to each other. Only as he limped across the road and saw the hanging metal sign over the front door did Strike realise that the 2 chairmen for whom the pub was named were not, as he had assumed, joint managers of a board, but lowly servants carrying the heavy load of a sedan chair. Tired and sore as Strike was, the image seemed appropriate, although the occupant of the sedan chair in the pub sign was a refined lady in white, not a large, curmudgeonly minister with wiry hair and a short temper. The bar was crowded with after-work drinkers, and Strike had a sudden apprehension that he might not get a seat inside, an unwelcome prospect, because leg, back and neck were tight and sore after yesterday's long drive and the hours he had spent in Harley Street today, watching Dodgy Doc. Strike had just bought a pint of London Pride when the table by the window became free. With a turn of speed born of necessity, he nabbed the high bench with its back to the street before the nearest group of suited men and women could annex it. There was no question of anybody challenging his right to sole occupancy of a table made for four. Strike was large enough and surly enough in appearance to make even this group of civil servants doubt their ability to negotiate a compromise. The wooden-floored bar was what Strike mentally categorized as upmarket utilitarian. A faded mural on the back wall depicted bewigged 18th-century men gossiping together, but otherwise all was pared-back wood and monochrome prints. He peered out of the window to see whether Robin was within sight, but as there was no sign of her, he drank his beer, read the day's news on his phone, and tried to ignore the menu lying on the table in front of him, which was taunting him with a picture of battered fish. Robin, who had been due to arrive at 6, was still absent at past. Unable to resist the picture on the menu any longer, Strike ordered himself cotton chips and a second pint, and read a long article in the Times about the upcoming Olympics opening ceremony, which was really a long list of the ways in which the journalist feared it might misrepresent and humiliate the nation. By 7:15, Strike was starting to worry about Robin. He had just decided to call her when she came hurrying in through the door, flushed, wearing glasses that Strike knew she did not need, and with an expression that he recognized as the barely contained excitement of one who has something worthwhile to impart. "Hazel eyes," he noted, as she sat down opposite him. "Good one. Changes your whole look. What have you got?" "How do you know I've—" "Well, loads, actually," she said, deciding it was not worthwhile toying with him. "I nearly called you earlier, but there have been people around all day, and I had a close shave this morning placing the listening device." "You did it. Bloody well done." "Thanks. I really want a drink. Hang on." She came back with a glass of red wine and launched immediately into an account of the message that Raphael had found on the answering machine that morning. "I had no chance of getting the caller's number because there were 4 messages after it. The phone system's antiquated." Frowning, Strike asked, "How did the caller pronounce Chiswell? Can you remember?" "They said it right, Chisel." "Fits with Jimmy," said Strike. "What happened after the call?" "Raph told Izzy about it when she got back to the office," said Robin, and Strike thought he detected a touch of self-consciousness as she said the name Raph. He didn't understand what he was passing on, obviously. Izzy called her dad straight away and he went berserk. We could hear him shouting on the end of the line, though not much of what he was actually saying. Strike stroked his chin, thinking. "What did the anonymous caller sound like?" "London accent," Robin said, threatening. "They piss themselves as they die," repeated Strike in an undertone. There was something that Robin wanted to say, but a brutal personal memory made it hard for her to articulate. "Strangling victims, yeah," said Strike, cutting her off. "I know." Both of them drank. "Well, assuming the call was Jimmy," Robin went on, "he's phoned the department twice today." She opened her handbag and showed Strike the listening device hidden inside it. "You retrieved it?" he asked, staggered. "And replaced it with another one," said Robin, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. "That's why I'm late. I took a chance. Amir, who worked with Wynne, left, and Geraint came into our office while I was packing up to chat me up." "He did he?" asked Strike, amused. "I'm glad you find it funny," said Robin coolly. "He isn't a nice man." "Sorry," said Strike. "In what way is he not a nice man?" "Just take it from me," said Robin. "I've met plenty of them in offices. He's a pervert, but with creepy add-ons." "He was just telling me," she said, and her indignation showed in the rising tide of pink in her face, "that I reminded him of his dead daughter. Then he touched my hair." "Touched your hair?" repeated Strike, unamused. Picked a bit of it off my shoulder and ran it through his fingers, said Robin. Then I think he saw what I thought of him and tried to pass it off as fatherly. Anyway, I said I needed the loo, but asked him to stay put so we could keep chatting about charities. I nipped down the corridor and swapped the devices. That was bloody good going, Robin. I'll listen to it on the way here, said Robin, pulling headphones out of her pocket, and... Robin handed Strike the headphones. I've queued up the interesting bit. Strike obediently inserted the earbuds, and Robin switched on the tape in her handbag. At 3:30, Amir. The Welsh male voice was interrupted by the sound of a mobile phone ringing. Feet scuffled near the power point. The ring ceased, and Geraint said, Oh, hello, Jimmy. Half a more. Amir, close that door. More scuffling, footsteps. Jimmy, yes? There followed a long stretch in which Geraint seemed to be attempting to stem the flow of a mounting tirade. Whoa, now wait, Jimmy, listen. I know you've lost out, Jimmy, I understand how bitter. Jimmy, please. We understand your feelings. That's unfair, Jimmy. Neither Della nor I grew up well. My father was a coal miner, Jimmy. Now listen, please. We're close to getting the pictures. There followed a spell in which Strike thought he heard, very faintly, the rise and fall of Jimmy Knight's fluent speech at the end of the telephone. I take you a point, said Geraint finally, but I urge you to do nothing rash, Jimmy. He isn't going to give you... Jimmy, listen. He isn't going to give you your money. He's made that perfectly clear. It's the newspapers now or nothing. So, proof, Jimmy. Proof. Another shorter period of unintelligible gabbling followed. I've just told you, haven't I? Yes. No, but the Foreign Office... Well, hardly. No. Amir has a contact. Yes, all right then. I will, Jimmy. Good. Yes, all right. Yes. Goodbye. The clunk of a mobile being set down was followed by Geraint's voice. Stupid prick, he said. There were more footsteps. Strike glanced at Robin, who by a rolling gesture of the hand indicated that he should keep listening. After about 30 seconds, Amir spoke, diffident and strained. Geraint, Christopher didn't promise anything about the pictures. Even on the tinny little tape, with the nearby shufflings of paper at Geraint's desk, the silence sounded charged. Geraint, did you... Yes, I heard, snapped Wynne. Good God, boy. A first from the LSE, and you can't think of a way to persuade that bastard to give you pictures. I'm not asking you to take them out of the department, just to get copies. That shouldn't be beyond the wit of man. I don't want more trouble, muttered Amir. Well, I should have thought, said Geraint, after everything Della in particular has done for you. And I'm grateful, said Amir swiftly. You know I am. All right, I'll try. For the next minute there were no sounds but scuffing footsteps and papers, followed by a mechanical click. The device automatically switched off after a minute of no talking, activated again when somebody spoke. The next voice was that of a different man asking whether Della would be attending the subcommittee this afternoon. Strike removed the earbuds. Did you catch it all? Robin asked. I think so, said Strike. She leaned back, watching Strike expectantly. The Foreign Office, he repeated quietly. What the hell can he have done that means the Foreign Office has got pictures? I thought we weren't supposed to be interested in what he did, said Robin, eyebrows raised. I never said I wasn't interested, just that I'm not being paid to find out. Strike's fish and chips arrived. He thanked the barmaid and proceeded to add a generous amount of ketchup to his plate. Izzy was completely matter-of-fact about whatever it is, said Robin, thinking back. She couldn't possibly have spoken about it the way she did if he'd, murdered anybody. She deliberately avoided the word strangled. 3 panic attacks in 3 days were quite sufficient. "Got to say," said Strike, now chewing chips, "that anonymous call makes you—" "Unless," he said, struck by a thought, "Jimmy's had the bright idea of trying to drag Chisel into the Billy business on top of whatever else he's genuinely done. A child killing doesn't have to be true to make trouble for a government minister who's already got the press on his tail. You know the internet. Plenty of people out there think being a Tory is tantamount to being a child killer. This might be Jimmy's idea of adding pressure." Strike stabbed a few chips moodily with his fork. "I'd be glad to know where Billy is if we had somebody free to look for him. Barclay hasn't seen any sign of him and says Jimmy hasn't mentioned having a brother." "Billy said he was being held captive," Robin said tentatively. "Don't think we can set much store on anything Billy's saying right now, to be honest. I knew a guy in the Shiners who had a psychotic episode on exercises. Thought he had cockroaches living under his skin." "In the—" "Shiners, Fusiliers. Want a chip?" "I better not," sighed Robin, though she was hungry. Matthew, whom she had warned by text that she would be late, had told her he would wait for her to get home so they could eat dinner together. "Listen, I haven't told you everything." "Suki Lewis?" asked Strike, hopefully. "I haven't been able to work her into the conversation yet. No, it's that Chisel's wife claims men have been lurking in the flower beds and fiddling with her horses." "Men?" Strike repeated, "in the plural." "That's what Izzy said. But she also says Kinvara's hysterical and attention-seeking." "Getting to be a bit of a theme, that, isn't it? People are supposed to be too crazy to know what they've seen." "Do you think that could have been Jimmy as well, in the garden?" Strike thought it over as he chewed. "I can't see what he's got to gain from lurking in the garden or fiddling with horses, unless he's at the point where he just wants to frighten Chisel. I'll check with Barclay and see whether Jimmy's got a car or mention going to Oxfordshire. Did Kinvara call the police?" "Raph asked that when Izzy got back," said Robin, and once again Strike thought he detected a trace of self-consciousness as she spoke the man's name. "Kinvara claims the dogs barked. She saw the shadow of a man in the garden, but he ran away. She says there were footprints in the horses' field next morning, and that one of them had been cut with a knife." "Did she call a vet?" "I don't know. It's harder to ask questions with Raph in the office. I don't want to look too nosy because he doesn't know who I am." Strike pushed his plate away from him and felt for his cigarettes. "Photos," he mused, returning to the central point. "Photos at the Foreign Office. What the hell can they show that would incriminate Chisel? He's never worked at the Foreign Office, has he?" "No," said Robin. "The highest post he's ever held is Minister for Trade. He had to resign from there because of the affair with Raph's mother." The wooden clock over the fireplace was telling her it was time to leave. She didn't move. "You're liking Raph, then?" Strike said suddenly, catching her off guard. "What?" Robin was scared that she had blushed. "What do you mean? I'm liking him." "Just an impression I got," said Strike. "You disapproved of him before you met him." "Do you want me to be antagonistic towards him when I'm supposed to be his father's goddaughter?" demanded Robin. "No, of course not," said Strike, though Robin had the sense that he was laughing at her and resented it. "I better get going," she said, sweeping the headphones off the table and back into her bag. "I told Matt I'd be home for dinner." She got up, bade Strike goodbye, and left the pub. Strike watched her go, dimly sorry that he had commented on her manner when mentioning Raphael Chisel. After a few minutes' solitary beer consumption, he paid for his food and ambled out onto the pavement, where he lit a cigarette and called the Minister for Culture, who answered on the second ring. "Wait there," said Chisel. Strike could hear a murmuring crowd behind him. "Crowded room." The clunk of a door closing and the noise of the crowd was muted. "At a dinner," said Chisel. "Anything for me?" "It isn't good news, I'm afraid," said Strike. Walking away from the pub up Queen Anne Street, between white-painted buildings that gleamed in the dusk. My partner succeeded in planting the listening device in Mr. Wynn's office this morning. We've got a recording of him talking to Jimmy Knight. Wynn's assistant, Amir, is trying to get copies of these photographs you told me about at the Foreign Office. The ensuing silence lasted so long that Strike wondered whether they had been cut off. "Minister, I'm here," snarled Chisel. "That boy Malik, is it? Dirty little bastard. He's already lost one job. Let him try, that's all. Let him try. Does he think I won't? I know things about Amir Malik," he said. "Oh, yes." Strike waited in some surprise for elucidation of these remarks, but none were forthcoming. Chisel merely breathed heavily into the telephone. Soft, muffled thuds told Strike that Chisel was pacing up and down on carpet. "Is that all you had to say to me?" demanded the MP at last. "There was one other thing," said Strike. "My partner says your wife's seen a man or men trespassing on your property at night." "Oh," said Chisel. "Yes." He did not sound particularly concerned. "My wife keeps horses and she takes their security very seriously." "You don't think this has any connection with—" "Not in the slightest, not in the slightest. Kinvara's sometimes. Well, to be candid," said Chisel, "she can be bloody hysterical. Keeps a bunch of horses, always fretting they're going to be stolen. I don't want you wasting time chasing shadows through the undergrowth in Oxfordshire. My problems are in London. Is that everything?" Strike said that it was, and after a curt farewell, Chisel hung up, leaving Strike to limp towards St. James's Park station. Settled in a corner seat of the tube 10 minutes later, Strike folded his arms, stretched out his legs, and stared unseeingly at the window opposite. The nature of this investigation was highly unusual. He had never before had a blackmail case where the client was so unforthcoming about his offence. But then, Strike reasoned with himself, he had never had a government minister as a client before. Equally, it was not every day that a possibly psychotic young man burst into Strike's office and insisted that he had witnessed a child murder, though Strike had certainly received his fair share of unusual and unbalanced communications since hitting the newspapers. What he had once called, over Robin's occasional protests, the nutter drawer, now filled half a filing cabinet. It was the precise relationship between the strangled child and Chisel's case of blackmail that was preoccupying Strike, even though, on the face of it, the connection was obvious. It lay in the fact of Jimmy and Billy's brotherhood. Now somebody, and Strike thought it overwhelmingly likely to be Jimmy, judging from Robin's account of the call, seemed to have decided to tie Billy's story to Chisel, even though the blackmailable offence that had brought Chisel to Strike could not possibly have been infanticide, or Geraint Wynne would have gone to the police. Like a tongue probing a pair of ulcers, Strike's thoughts kept returning fruitlessly to the Knight brothers. Jimmy, charismatic, articulate, thuggishly good-looking, a chancer and a hothead, and Billy, haunted, filthy, unquestionably ill, bedevilled by a memory no less dreadful for the fact that it might be false. They piss themselves as they die. Who did? Again, Strike seemed to hear Billy Knight. They buried her in a pink blanket down in the dell by my dad's house. But afterwards they said it was a boy. He had just been specifically instructed by his client to restrict his investigations to London, not Oxfordshire. As he checked the name of the station at which they had just arrived, Strike remembered Robin's self-consciousness when talking about Raphael Chisel. Yawning, he took out his mobile again and succeeded in Googling the youngest of his client's offspring, of whom there were many pictures going up the courtroom steps to his trial for manslaughter. As he scrolled through multiple pictures of Raphael, Strike felt a rising antipathy towards the handsome young man in his dark suit. Setting aside the fact that Chisel's son resembled an Italian model more than anything British, the images caused a latent resentment, rooted in class and personal injuries, to glow a little redder inside Strike's chest. Raphael was of the same type as Jago Ross, the man whom Charlotte had married after splitting with Strike. Upper class, expensively clothed and educated, their peccadillos treated more leniently for being able to afford the best lawyers, for resembling the sons of judges deciding their fates. The train set off again, and Strike, losing his connection, stuffed his phone back into his pocket, folded his arms, and resumed his blank stare at the dark window, trying to deny an uncomfortable idea headspace, but it nosed up against him like a dog demanding food, impossible to ignore. He now realized that he had never imagined Robin being interested in any man other than Matthew, except, of course, for that moment when he himself had held her on the stairs at her wedding, when, briefly. Angry with himself, he kicked the unhelpful thought aside and forced his wandering mind back onto the curious case of a government minister, slashed horses, and a body buried in a pink blanket, down in a dell. Chapter 21. Certain games are going on behind your back in this house. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Why are you so busy and I've got bugger all to do? Raphael asked Robin, late on Friday morning. She had just returned from tailing Geraint to Portcullis House. Observing him from a distance, she had seen how the polite smiles of the many young women he greeted turned to expressions of dislike as he passed. Geraint had disappeared into a meeting room on the first floor, so Robin had returned to Izzy's office. Approaching Geraint's room, she had hoped she might be able to slip inside and retrieve the second listening device. But through the open door, she saw Amir working at his computer. "Raph, I'll give you something to do in a moment, babes," muttered a fraught Izzy, who was hammering at her keyboard. "I've got to finish this. It's for the local party chairwoman. Papa's coming to sign it in 5 minutes. She threw a harried glance at her brother, who was sprawled in the armchair, his long legs spread out in front of him, shirt sleeves rolled up, tie loosened, playing with a paper visitor's pass that hung around his neck. "Why don't you go and get yourself a coffee on the terrace?" Izzy suggested. Robin knew she wanted him out of the way when Chisel turned up. "Want to come for a coffee, Venetia?" asked Raphael. "Can't," said Robin. "Busy." The fan on Izzy's desk swept Robin's way, and she enjoyed a few seconds of cool breeze. The net-curtained window gave but a misty impression of the glorious June day. Truncated parliamentarians appeared as glowing wraiths on the terrace beyond the glass. It was stuffy inside the cluttered office. Robin was wearing a cotton dress, her hair in a ponytail, but still she occasionally blotted her upper lip with the back of her hand as she pretended to be working. Having Raphael in the office was, as she had told Strike, a disadvantage. There had been no need to come up with excuses for lurking in the corridor when she had been alone with Izzy. What was more, Raphael watched her a lot, in an entirely different way to Geraint's lewd up-and-down looks. She didn't approve of Raphael, but every now and then she found herself coming perilously close to feeling sorry for him. He seemed nervy around his father, and then, well, anybody would think him handsome. That was the main reason she avoided looking at him. It was best not to, if you wanted to preserve any objectivity. He kept trying to foster a closer relationship with her, which she was attempting to discourage. Only the previous day he had interrupted her as she hovered outside Geraint's and Amir's door, listening with all her might to a conversation that Amir was having on the phone about an inquiry. From the scant details that Robin had so far heard, she was convinced that the level playing field was under discussion. "But this isn't a statutory inquiry," Amir was asking, sounding worried. "It isn't official. I thought this was just a routine—" But Mr. Wynne understood that his letter to the fundraising regulator had answered all their concerns. Robin could not pass up the opportunity to listen, but knew her situation to be perilous. What she had not expected was to be surprised by Raphael rather than Wynne. "What are you doing, skulking there?" he had asked, laughing. Robin walked hastily away, but she heard Amir's door slam behind her and suspected that he, at least, would make sure that it was closed in future. "Are you always this jumpy, or is it just me?" Raphael had asked, hurrying after her. "Come for a coffee, come on. I'm so bloody bored." Robin had declined brusquely, but even as she pretended to be busy again, she had to admit that part of her, a tiny part, was flattered by his attentions. There was a knock on the door, and to Robin's surprise, Amir Malik entered the room, holding a list of names. Nervous but determined, he addressed Izzy. Hi. Geraint would like to add the Level Playing Field trustees to the Paralympian reception on the 12th of July, he said. "I've got nothing to do with that reception," snapped Izzy. "DCMS are organising it, not me." "Why?" she erupted, wiping her sweaty fringe off her forehead. "Does everyone come to me?" "Geraint needs him to come," said Amir. The list of names quivered in his hand. Robin wondered whether she dared creep into Amir's empty office right now and swap the listening devices. She got to her feet quietly, trying not to draw attention to herself. "Why doesn't he ask Della?" asked Izzy. "Della's busy. It's only 8 people," said Amir. "He really needs—" "Hear the word of Lachesis, the daughter of necessity." The Minister for Culture's booming tones preceded him into the room. Chisel stood in the doorway, wearing a crumpled suit and blocking Robin's exit. She sat down quietly again. Amir, or so it seemed to Robin, braced himself. "Know who Lachesis was, Mr. Malik?" asked Chisel. "Can't say I do," said Amir. "No? Didn't study the Greeks in your Haringey comprehensive? You seem to have time in your hands, Raf. Teach Mr. Malik about Lachesis." "I don't know either," said Raphael, peering up at his father through his thick, dark lashes. "Playing stupid, eh? Lachesis," said Chisel, "was one of the Fates. She measured out each man's allotted lifespan, knew when everyone's number would be up. Not a fan of Plato, Mr. Malik? Catullus more up your street, I expect. He produced some fine poetry about men of your habits. Pedicabo ego vos et irrimabo, Aurelia Pathicae et Cynedi Fury, eh? Poem 16, look it up, you'll enjoy it." Raphael and Izzy were both staring at their father. Amir stood for a few seconds, as though he had forgotten what he had come for, then stalked out of the room. "A little classics education for everyone," said Chisel, turning to watch him go with what appeared to be malicious satisfaction. "We are never too old to learn. Eh, Raph?" Robin's mobile vibrated on her desk. Strike had texted. They had agreed not to contact each other during working hours unless it was urgent. She slid the phone into her bag. "Where's my signing pile?" Chisel asked Izzy. "Have you finished that letter for Brenda Bloody Bailey?" "Printing it now," said Izzy. While Chisel scribbled his signature on a stack of letters, breathing like a bulldog in the otherwise quiet room, Robin muttered something about needing to get going and hurried out into the corridor. Wanting to read Strike's text without fear of interruption, she followed a wooden sign to the crypt, hastened down the narrow stone staircase indicated, and found at the bottom a deserted chapel. The crypt was decorated like a medieval jewel casket, every inch of gold wall embellished with motifs and symbols, heraldic and religious. There were jewel-bright saints' pictures above the altar, and the sky-blue organ pipes were wrapped in gold ribbon and scarlet fleur-de-lis. Robin hurried into a red velvet pew and opened Strike's text. "Need a favour. Barclay's done a 10-day stretch on Jimmy Knight, but he's just found out his wife's got to work over the weekend and he can't get anyone else to look after the baby. Andy leaves for a week in Alicante with the family tonight. I can't tail Jimmy, he knows me. Corps are joining an anti-missile march tomorrow. Starts at 2 in Bow. Can you do it? Robin contemplated the message for several seconds, then let out a groan that echoed around the crypt. It was the first time in over a year that Strike had asked her to work extra hours at such short notice. But this was her anniversary weekend. The pricey hotel was booked, the bags packed and ready in the car. She was supposed to be meeting Matthew after work in a couple of hours. They were to drive straight to Le Manoir aux Quatre Saisons. Matthew would be furious if she said she couldn't go. In the gilded hush of the crypt, the words Strike had said to her when he had agreed to give her detective training came back to her. I need someone who can work long hours, weekends. You've got a lot of aptitude for the job, but you're getting married to someone who hates you doing it. And she had told him that it didn't matter what Matthew thought, that it was up to her what she did. Where did her allegiance lie now? She had said that she would stay in the marriage, promised to give it a chance. Strike had had many hours of unpaid overtime out of her. He could not claim that she was work-shy. Slowly, deleting words, replacing them, overthinking every syllable, she typed out a response. I'm really sorry, but it's my anniversary weekend. We've got a hotel booked, leaving this evening. She wanted to write more, but what was there to say? My marriage isn't going well, so it's important I celebrate it. I'd much rather disguise myself as a protester and stalk Jimmy Knight. She pressed send. Still waiting for his response, feeling as though she were about to get the results of medical tests, Robin's eyes followed the course of twisting vines that covered the ceiling. Strange faces peered down at her out of the moulding, like the wild green man of myth. Heraldic and pagan imagery mingled with angels and crosses. It was more than a place of God, this chapel. It harked back to an age of superstition, magic and feudal power. The minutes slid by, and still Strike hadn't answered. Robin got up and walked around the chapel. At the very back, she found a cupboard. Opening it, she saw a plaque to suffragette Emily Davison. Apparently, she had slept there overnight so that she could give her place of residence as the House of Commons of the census of 1911, 7 years before women were given the vote. Emily Davison, she could not help but feel, would not have approved of Robin's choice to place a failing marriage above freedom to work. Robin's mobile buzzed again. She looked down, afraid of what she was going to read. Strike had answered with 2 letters. Okay. A lead weight seemed to slide from her chest to her stomach. Strike, as she was well aware, was still living in the glorified bedsit over the office and working through weekends. The only unmarried person at the agency, the boundary between his professional and private lives was, if not precisely non-existent, then flexible and porous, whereas hers, Barclays and Hutchins, were not. And the worst of it was that Robin could think of no way of telling Strike that she was sorry, that she understood, that she wished things were different, without reminding both of them of that hug on the stairs at her wedding, now so long unmentioned that she wondered whether he even remembered it. Feeling utterly miserable, she retraced her steps out of the crypt, still holding the papers she had been pretending to deliver. Raphael was alone in the office when she returned, sitting at Izzy's PC and typing at 1/3 of her speed. Izzy's gone with Dad to do something so tedious it just bounced off my brain, he said. They'll be back in a bit. Robin forced a smile, returned to her desk, her mind on Strike. Bit weird, that poem, wasn't it? Raphael asked. What? Oh, that Latin thing, yes, said Robin. It was, a bit. It was like he'd memorized it to use on Malik. Nobody's got that at their fingertips. Reflecting that Strike seemed to know strange bits of Latin off by heart too, Robin said, No, you wouldn't think so. Has he got it in for that Malik or something? I don't really know, lied Robin. Running out of ways to occupy her time at the desk, she shuffled papers again. How long are you staying, Venetia?
I'm not sure. Until Parliament goes into recess, probably.
You seriously want to work here, permanently?
Yes, she said. I think it's interesting.
What were you doing before this?
PR, said Robin. It was quite fun, but I fancied a change.
Hoping to bag an MP, he said, with a faint smile.
I can't say I've seen anyone round here I'd like to marry, said Robin.
Hurtful, said Raphael, with a mock sigh. Afraid that she had blushed, Robin tried to cover up by bending down to open a drawer and taking a few objects out at random. So is Venetia Hall seeing anyone? He persisted, as she straightened up.
Yes, she said. His name's Tim. We've been together a year now.
Yeah? What does Tim do?
He works at Christie's, said Robin.
She had got the idea from the men she had seen with Sarah Shadlock in the Red Lion, immaculate, suited public school types of the kind she imagined Chisel's goddaughter would know.
What about you? She asked. Izzy said something.
At the gallery, said Raphael, cutting her off. That was nothing. She was too young for me. Her parents have sent her to Florence now, anyway.
He had swung his chair around to face her, his expression grave and searching, contemplating her as though he wanted to know something that common conversation would not yield. Robin broke their mutual gaze. Holding a look that intense was not compatible with being the contented girlfriend of the imaginary Tim.
Do you believe in redemption?
The question caught Robin totally by surprise. It had a kind of gravity and beauty, like the gleaming jewel of the chapel at the foot of a winding stair. Yes, I do, she said. He had picked up a pencil from Izzy's desk. His long fingers turned it over and over as he watched her intently. He seemed to be sizing her up.
You know what I did?
In the car? Yes, she answered. The silence that unspooled between them seemed to Robin to be peopled with flashing lights and shadowy figures. She could imagine Raphael bloody at the steering wheel, and the broken figure of the young mother on the road, and the police cars and the incident tape, and the gawpers in passing cars. He was watching her intently, hoping she thought for some kind of benison, as though her forgiveness mattered. And sometimes she knew the kindness of a stranger, or even a casual acquaintance, could be transformative, something to cling to while those closest to you dragged you under in their efforts to help. She thought of the elderly steward in the members' lobby, uncomprehending but immensely consoling, his hoarse, kindly words a thread to hold on to, which would lead her back to sanity. The door opened again. Both Robin and Raphael jumped up as a curvy redhead entered the room, a visitor's pass hanging around her neck on a lanyard. Robin recognized her at once from online photographs as Jasper Chisel's wife, Kinvara.
Hello,
said Robin, because Kinvara was merely staring blankly at Raphael, who had swung hastily back to his computer and began typing again.
You must be Venetia,
said Kinvara, switching her clear golden gaze onto Robin. She had a high-pitched girlish voice. Her eyes were cat-like in a slightly puffy face.
Aren't you pretty? Nobody told me you were so pretty.
Robin had no idea how to respond to this. Kinvara dropped down into the sagging chair where Raph usually sat, took off the designer sunglasses holding her long red hair off her face, and shook it loose. Her bare arms and legs were heavily freckled. The top buttons of her sleeveless green shirt dress were straining across her heavy bust.
Whose daughter are you?
asked Kinvara with a trace of petulance.
Jasper didn't tell me. He doesn't tell me anything he doesn't have to tell me, actually. I'm used to it. He just said you're a goddaughter.
Nobody had warned Robin that Kinvara did not know who she really was. Perhaps Izzy and Chisel had not expected them to come face to face.
I'm Jonathan Hall's daughter, said Robin nervously. She had come up with a rudimentary background for Venetia, the goddaughter, but had never expected to have to elaborate for the benefit of Chisel's own wife, who presumably knew all Chisel's friends and acquaintances.
"Who's he?"
asked Kinvara.
"I should probably know. Jasper'll be cross I haven't paid attention."
"He's in land management up in—"
"Oh, was it the Northumberland property?"
interrupted Kinvara, whose interest had not seemed particularly profound.
"That was before my time."
"Thank God," thought Robin. Kinvara crossed her legs and folded her arms across her large chest. Her foot bounced up and down. She shot Raphael a hard, almost spiteful look.
"Aren't you going to say hello, Raphael?"
"Hello," he said.
"Jasper told me to meet him here, but if you'd rather I waited in the corridor, I can,"
Kinvara said in a high, tight voice. "Of course not," muttered Raphael, frowning determinedly at his monitor.
"Well, I wouldn't want to interrupt anything,"
said Kinvara, turning from Raphael to Robin. The story of the blonde in the art gallery bathroom swam back into Robin's mind. For a second time she pretended to be searching for something in a drawer, and it was with relief that she heard the sounds of Chisel and Izzy coming along the corridor. "And by 10 o'clock, no later, or I won't have time to read the whole bloody thing. And tell Haynes he'll have to talk to the BBC. I haven't got time for a bunch of idiots talking about Kinvara." Chisel stopped dead in the office door and said, without any trace of affection, "I told you to meet me at DCMS, not here."
"And it's lovely to see you too, Jasper, after 3 days apart,"
said Kinvara, getting to her feet and smoothing her crumpled dress. "Hi, Kinvara," said Izzy.
"I forgot you said DCMS,"
Kinvara told Chisel, ignoring her stepdaughter.
"I've been trying to call you all morning."
"I told you," growled Chisel. "I'll be in meetings till 1, and if it's about those bloody stud fees again—"
"No, it isn't about the stud fees, Jasper, actually. And I'd have preferred to tell you in private, but if you want me to say it in front of your children, I will."
"Oh, for heaven's sake," Chisel blustered. "Come away, then. Come on. We'll find a private room."
"There was a man last night," said Kinvara, "who—" "Don't look at me like that, Isabella."
Izzy's expression was indeed conveying naked scepticism. She raised her eyebrows and walked into the room, acting as though Kinvara had become invisible to her. "I said you can tell me in a private room," snarled Chisel. But Kinvara refused to be deflected.
"I saw a man in the woods by the house last night, Jasper,"
she said, in a loud, high-pitched voice that Robin knew would be echoing all the way along the narrow corridor.
"I'm not imagining things. There was a man with a spade in the woods. I saw him, and he ran when the dogs chased him. You keep telling me not to make a fuss, but I'm alone in that house at night, and if you're not going to do anything about this, Jasper, I'm going to call the police."
Chapter 22. Don't you feel called upon to undertake it for the sake of the good cause? Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Strike was in a thoroughly bad temper. Why the fuck, he asked himself as he limped towards Mile End Park the following morning, was he, the senior partner and founder of the firm, having to stake out a protest march on a hot Saturday morning when he had 3 employees and a knackered leg? Because, he answered himself, he didn't have a baby who needed watching, or a wife who'd booked plane tickets or broken her wrist, or a fucking anniversary weekend planned. He wasn't married, so it was his downtime that had to be sacrificed, his weekend that became just 2 more working days. Everything that Robin feared Strike to be thinking about her, he was in fact thinking. Of her house on cobbled Albury Street versus his drafty 2 rooms in a converted attic, of the rights and status conferred by the little gold ring on her finger, set against Lorelei's disappointment when he had explained that lunch and possibly dinner would now be impossible, of Robin's promise of equal responsibility when he had taken her on as a partner, contrasted with the reality of her rushing home to her husband. Yes, Robin had worked many hours of unpaid overtime in her 2 years at the agency. Yes, he knew that she had gone way beyond the call of duty for him. Yes, he was, in theory, fucking grateful to her. The fact remained that today, while he was limping along the street towards hours of probably fruitless surveillance, she and her arsehole of a husband were speeding off to a country hotel weekend, a thought that made his sore leg and back no easier to bear. Unshaven, clad in an old pair of jeans, a frayed, washed-out hoodie and ancient trainers, with a carrier bag swinging from his hands, Strike entered the park. He could see the massing protesters in the distance. The risk of Jimmy recognizing him had almost decided Strike to let the march go unwatched, but the most recent text from Robin, which he had out of sheer bad temper left unanswered, had changed his mind. Kinvara Chisel came into the office. She claimed she saw a man with a spade in the woods near their house last night. From what she said, Chisel's been telling her not to call the police about these intruders, but she says she's going to do it unless he does something about them. Kinvara didn't know Chisel's called us in. By the way, she thought I really was Venetia Hall. Also, there's a chance the Charity Commission's investigating the level playing field. I'm trying to get more details. This communication had only served to aggravate Strike. Nothing short of a concrete piece of evidence against Geraint Wynne would have satisfied him right now, with the sun on Chisel's case and their client so tetchy and stressed. According to Barclay, Jimmy Knight owned a 10-year-old Suzuki Alto, but it had failed its MOT and was currently off the road. Barclay could not absolutely guarantee that Jimmy wasn't sneaking out under cover of darkness to trespass in Chisel's gardens and woods 70 miles away, but Strike thought it unlikely. On the other hand, he thought it just possible that Jimmy might have sent a proxy to intimidate Chisel's wife. He probably still had friends or acquaintances in the area where he grew up. An even more disturbing idea was that Billy had escaped from the prison, real or imaginary, in which he had told Strike he was being held, and decided to dig for proof that the child lay in a pink blanket by his father's old cottage, or, gripped by who knew what paranoid fantasy, to slash one of Kinvara's horses. Worried by these inexplicable features of the case, by the interest the Sun was taking in the minister, and aware that the agency was no closer to securing a bargaining chip against either of Chisel's blackmailers than on the day that Strike had accepted the minister as a client, he felt he had little choice but to leave no stone unturned. In spite of his tiredness, his aching muscles, and his strong suspicion that the protest march would yield nothing useful, he had dragged himself out of bed on Saturday morning, strapped his prosthesis back onto a stump that was already slightly puffy, and, unable to think of much he'd like to do less than walk for 2 hours, set off for Mile End Park. Once close enough to the crowd of protesters to make out individuals, Strike pulled from the carrier bag swinging from his hand a plastic Guy Fawkes mask, white with curling eyebrows and moustache, and now mainly associated with the hacking organisation Anonymous, and put it on. Balling up the carrier bag, he shoved it into a handy bin, then hobbled on towards the cluster of placards and banners. No missiles on homes, no snipers on streets, don't play games with our lives, and several "He's got to go" posters featuring the Prime Minister's face. Strike's fake foot always found grass one of the most difficult surfaces to navigate. He was sweating by the time he finally spotted the orange core banners with their logo of broken Olympic rings. There were about a dozen of them. Lurking behind a group of chattering youths, Strike readjusted the slipping plastic mask, which had not been constructed for a man whose nose had been broken, and spotted Jimmy Knight, who was talking to 2 young women, both of whom had just thrown back their heads, laughing delightedly at something Knight had said. Clamping the mask to his face to make sure the slits aligned with his eyes, Strike scanned the rest of the core members and concluded that the absence of tomato red hair was not because Flick had dyed it another colour, but because she wasn't there. Stewards now started herding the crowd into something resembling a line. Strike moved into the mass of protesters, a silent, lumbering figure, acting a little obtusely, so that the youthful organisers, intimidated by his size, treated him like a rock around which the current must be channeled as he took up a position right behind Cor. A skinny boy who was also wearing an anonymous mask gave Strike a double thumbs up as he was shunted towards the rear of the line. Strike returned it. Now smoking a roll-up, Jimmy continued to joke with the two young girls beside him, who were vying for his attention. The darker of the two, who was particularly attractive, was holding a double-sided banner carrying a highly detailed painting of David Cameron as Hitler overlooking the 1936 Olympic Stadium. It was quite an impressive piece of art, and Strike had time to admire it, as the procession finally set off at a steady pace, flanked by police and stewards in high-visibility jackets, moving gradually out of the park and onto the long, straight Roman road. The smooth tarmac was slightly easier on Strike's prosthesis, but his stump was still throbbing. After a few minutes, a chant was got up, "Missiles out! Missiles out!" A couple of press photographers were walking backwards in the road ahead, taking pictures of the front of the march. "Hey, Libby," said Jimmy to the girl with the hand-painted Hitler banner. "Want to get on my shoulders?" Strike noted her friend's poorly concealed envy as Jimmy crouched down so that Libby could straddle his neck and be lifted up above the crowd, her banner raised high enough for the photographers in front to see. "Show 'em your tits, we'll be front page," Jimmy called up to her.
Jimmy!
She squealed in mock outrage. Her friend's smile was forced. The cameras clicked, and Strike, grimacing with pain behind the plastic mask, tried not to limp too obviously. "Guy with the biggest camera was focused on you the whole time," said Jimmy, when he finally lowered the girl back to the ground.
Fuck, if I'm in the papers, my mum'll go apeshit,
said the girl excitedly, and she fell into step on Jimmy's other side, taking any opportunity to nudge or slap him as he teased her about being scared of what her parents would say. She was, Strike judged, at least 15 years younger than he was. "Enjoying yourself, Jimmy?" The mask restricted Strike's peripheral vision, so that it was only when the uncombed tomato-red hair appeared immediately in front of him that Strike realized Flick had joined the march. Her sudden appearance had taken Jimmy by surprise, too. "There you are," he said, with a feeble show of pleasure. Flick glared at the girl called Libby, who sped up, intimidated. Jimmy tried to put his arm around Flick, but she shrugged it off. "Oi," he said, feigning innocent indignation. "What's up?" "3 fucking guesses," snarled Flick. Strike could tell that Jimmy was debating which tack to take with her. His thuggishly handsome face showed irritation, but also, Strike thought, a certain wariness. For a second time he tried to put his arm around her. This time, she slapped it away. "Oi!" he said again, this time aggressively. "The fuck was that for?" "I'm off doing your dirty work and you're fucking around with her. What kind of fucking idiot do you think I am, Jimmy?" "Missiles out!" bellowed a steward with a megaphone, and the crowd took up the chant once more. The cries made by the Mohicaned woman beside Strike were as shrill and raucous as a peacock's. The one bonus of the renewed shouting was that it left Strike at liberty to grunt with pain every time he set his prosthetic foot on the road, which was a kind of release and made the plastic mask reverberate in a ticklish fashion against his sweating face. Squinting through the eye holes, he watched Jimmy and Flick argue, but he couldn't hear a word over the din of the crowd. Only when the chant subsided at last could he make out a little of what they were saying to each other. "I'm fucking sick of this," Jimmy was saying. "I'm not the one who picks up students in bars when—" "You ditched me," said Flick, in a kind of whispered scream. "You fucking ditched me. You told me you didn't want anything exclusive. Heat of the moment, wasn't it?" said Jimmy roughly. "I was stressed. Billy was doing my fucking head in. I didn't expect you to go straight to a bar and pick up some fucking... You told me you were sick of... Fuck's sake. I lost my temper and said a bunch of shit I didn't mean. If I went and shagged another woman every time you give me grief... Yeah, well, I sometimes think the only reason you keep me around is chiz.
Keep your fucking voice down. And today, you think it was fun at that creep's house? I said I was grateful, fuck's sake. We discussed this, didn't we? I had to get those leaflets printed or I'd have come with you. And I do that cleaning, she said with a sudden sob. And it's disgusting. And then today you send me. It was horrible, Jimmy. He should be in hospital. He's in a right state. Jimmy glanced around. Coming briefly within Jimmy's eye line, Strike attempted to walk naturally, though every time he asked his stump to bear his full weight, he felt as though he was pressing it down on 1,000 fire ants. "We'll get him to hospital after," said Jimmy. "We will, but he'll screw it all up if we let him loose now. You know what he's like. Once Wynn's got those photos." "Hey," said Jimmy gently, putting his arm around her for a third time. "Listen, I'm so fucking grateful to you." "Yeah," choked Flick, wiping her nose on the back of her hand. "Because of the money. Because you wouldn't even know what Chisel had done if—" Jimmy pulled her roughly towards him and kissed her. For a second, she resisted, then opened her mouth. The kiss went on and on as they walked. Strike could see their tongues working in each other's mouths. They staggered slightly as they walked, locked together, while other corps members grinned, and the girl whom Jimmy had lifted into the air looked crestfallen. "Jimmy," murmured Flick at last, when the kiss had ended, but his arm was still around her. She was doe-eyed with lust now, and soft-spoken. "I think you should come and talk to him seriously. He keeps talking about that bloody detective." "What?" said Jimmy, though Strike could tell he'd heard. "Strike, that bastard soldier with the one leg. Billy's fixated on him, thinks he's going to rescue him." The end point of the march came into sight at last. Bow Quarter in Fairfield Road, where the square brick tower of an old match factory, proposed site of some of the planned missiles, punctured the skyline. "Rescue him?" repeated Jimmy scornfully. "Fuck's sake. It's not like he's been fucking tortured." The marchers were breaking ranks now, dissolving back into a formless crowd that milled around a dark green pond in front of the proposed missile site. Strike would have given much to sit down on a bench or lean up against a tree, as many of the protesters were doing, so as to take the weight off his stump. Both the end, where skin that was never meant to bear his weight was irritated and inflamed, and the tendons in his knee were begging for ice and rest. Instead, he limped on after Jimmy and Flick as they walked around the edge of the crowd, away from their corps colleagues. "He wanted to see you, and I told him you were busy," he heard Flick say. "And he cried. It was horrible, Jimmy." Pretending to be watching the young black man with a microphone, who was ascending a stage at the front of the crowd, Strike edged closer to Jimmy and Flick. "I'll look after Billy when I get the money," Jimmy was telling Flick. He seemed guilty and conflicted now. "Obviously I'll look after him. And you. I won't forget what you've done." She liked hearing that. Out of the corner of his eye, Strike saw her grubby face flush with excitement. Jimmy took a pack of tobacco and some Rizzlers from his jeans pocket and began to roll himself another cigarette. "Still talking about that fucking detective, is he?" "Yeah." Jimmy lit up and smoked in silence for a while, his eyes roving abstractedly over the crowd. "Tell you what," he said suddenly. "I'll go see him now, calm him down a bit. We just need him to stay put a bit longer. Coming?" He held out his hand and Flick took it, smiling. They walked away. Strike let them get a short head start, then stripped off the mask and the old grey hoodie, replaced the former with the sunglasses he had pocketed for this eventuality, and set off after them, dumping the mask and hoodie on top of their banners. The pace Jimmy now set was completely different to the leisurely march. Every few strides Flick had to jog to keep up, and Strike was soon gritting his teeth as the nerve endings at the inflamed skin at the end of his stump rubbed against the prosthesis, his overworked thigh muscles groaning in protest. He was perspiring hard
his gait becoming more and more unnatural. Passers-by were starting to stare. He could feel their curiosity and pity as he dragged his prosthetic leg along. He knew he should have been doing his bloody physio exercises, that he ought to have kept to the no-chips rule, that in an ideal world he'd have taken the day off today and rested up, the prosthesis off, an ice pack on his stump. On he limped, refusing to listen to the body pleading with him to stop, the distance between himself, Jimmy and Flick growing ever wider, the compensating movement of his upper body and arms becoming grotesque. He could only pray that neither Jimmy nor Flick would turn and look behind them, because there was no way Strike could remain incognito if they saw him hobbling along like this. They were already disappearing into the neat little brick box that was Bow Station, while Strike was panting and swearing on the opposite side of the road. As he stepped off the curb, an excruciating pain shot through the back of his right thigh, as though a knife had sliced through the muscle. The leg buckled and he fell, his outstretched hands skidding along asphalt, hitting hip, shoulder and head on the open road. Somewhere in the vicinity, a woman yelped in shock. Onlookers would think he was drunk. It had happened before when he had fallen. Humiliated, furious, groaning in agony, Strike crawled back onto the pavement, dragging his right leg out of the way of oncoming traffic. A young woman approached nervously to see whether he needed help. He barked at her, then felt guilty. "Sorry," he croaked, but she was gone, hurrying away with two friends. He dragged himself to the railings bordering the pavement and sat there, back against metal, sweating and bleeding. He doubted whether he would be able to stand again without assistance. Running his hands over the back of his stump, he felt an egg-shaped swelling and, with a groan, guessed that he had torn a hamstring. The pain was so sharp that it was making him feel sick. He tugged his mobile out of his pocket. The screen was cracked where he had fallen on it. "Fuck it all," he muttered, closing his eyes and leaning his head back against the cold metal. He sat motionless for several minutes, dismissed as a tramp or a drunk by the people navigating around him, while he silently assessed his limited options. At last, with a sense of being utterly cornered, he opened his eyes, wiped his face with his forearm, and punched in Lorelei's number. Chapter 23. Ailing and languishing in the gloom of such a marriage. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. In retrospect, Robin knew that her anniversary weekend had been doomed before it had even begun, down in the House of Commons crypt where she had turned down Strike's request to tail Jimmy. Trying to throw off her sense of guilt, she had confided Strike's request to Matthew when he picked her up after work. Already tense due to the demands of navigating the Friday night traffic in the Land Rover, which he disliked, Matthew went on the offensive, demanding to know why she felt bad after all the slave labour Strike had had out of her over the past 2 years, and proceeding to badmouth Strike so viciously that Robin had felt compelled to defend him. They were still arguing about her job an hour later when Matthew noticed that there was neither wedding nor engagement ring on Robin's gesticulating left hand. She never wore these when playing the unmarried Venetia Hall, and had entirely forgotten that she would not be able to retrieve them from Albury Street before leaving for the hotel. "It's our bloody anniversary, and you can't even remember to put your rings back on," Matthew had shouted. They drew up outside the soft golden brick hotel an hour and a half later. A beaming man in uniform opened the door for Robin. Her "thank you" was almost inaudible due to the hard, angry lump in her throat. They barely spoke over their Michelin-starred dinner. Robin, who might as well have been eating polystyrene and dust, looked around at the surrounding tables. She and Matthew were by far the youngest couple there, and she wondered whether any of these husbands and wives had been through this kind of trough in their marriages and survived it. They slept back to back that night. Robin woke on Saturday in the awareness that every moment in the hotel, every step through the beautifully cultivated grounds, with the lavender walk, the Japanese garden, the orchard and organic vegetable beds, was costing them a small fortune. Perhaps Matthew was thinking the same, because he became conciliatory over breakfast. Nevertheless, their conversation felt perilous, straying regularly into dangerous territory from which they retreated precipitately. A tension headache began pounding behind Robin's temple, but she did not want to ask hotel staff for painkillers, because any sign of dissatisfaction might lead to another argument. Robin wondered what it would be like to have a wedding day and honeymoon about which it was safe to reminisce. They eventually settled on talking about Matthew's job as they strolled the grounds. There was to be a charity cricket match between his firm and another the following Saturday. Matthew, who was as good at cricket as he had been at rugby, was greatly looking forward to the game. Robin listened to his boasts about his own prowess and jokes about Tom's inadequate bowling, laughed at the appropriate moments and made sounds of agreement, and all the time a chilled and miserable part of her was wondering what was happening right now in Bow. Whether Strike had gone on the march, whether he was getting anything useful on Jimmy, and wondering how she, Robin, had ended up with a pompous, self-involved man beside her who reminded her of a handsome boy she had once loved. For the first time ever, Robin had sex with Matthew that night, purely because she could not face the row that would ensue if she refused. It was their anniversary, so they had to have sex, like a notary's stamp on the weekend, and about as pleasurable. Tears stung her eyes as Matthew climaxed, and that cold, unhappy self buried deep in her compliant body wondered why he could not feel her unhappiness, even though she was trying so hard to dissemble, and how he could possibly imagine that the marriage was a success. She put her arm over her wet eyes in the darkness after he had rolled off her and said all the things she was supposed to say. For the first time, when she said, "I love you too," she knew beyond doubt that she was lying. Very carefully, once Matthew was asleep, Robin reached out in the darkness for the phone that lay on her bedside table and checked her texts. There was nothing from Strike. She Googled pictures of the march in Bow and thought she recognized in the middle of the crowd a tall man with familiar curly hair who was wearing a Guy Fawkes mask. Robin turned her mobile face down on the bedside table to shut out its light and closed her eyes. Chapter 24. Her ungovernable, wild fits of passion which she expected me to reciprocate. Henry Gibson, Rosmersholm. Strike returned to his 2 attic rooms in Denmark Street 6 days later, early on Friday morning. Leaning on crutches, his prosthesis in a holdall over his shoulder and his right trouser leg pinned up, his expression tended to repel the sidelong glances of sympathy that passers-by gave him as he swung along the short street to number 24. He hadn't seen a doctor. Lorelei had called her local practice once she and a lavishly tipped cabbie had succeeded in supporting Strike upstairs to her flat, but the GP had asked Strike to come into his surgery for an examination. "What do you want me to do? Hop there? It's my hamstring. I can feel it." He had snapped down the phone. "I know the drill. Rest, ice, all that bollocks. I've done it before." He had been forced to break his no consecutive overnights at a woman's rule, spending 4 full days and 5 nights at Lorelei's. He now regretted it, but what choice had he had? He had been caught, as Chisel would have put it, a fronte praecipitium a tergo lupi. He and Lorelei had been supposed to have dinner on Saturday night. Having chosen to tell her the truth rather than make an excuse not to meet, he had been forced to let her help. Now he wished that he had phoned his old friends Nick and Ilse, or even Shanker, but it was too late. The damage was done. The knowledge that he was being unfair and ungrateful was hardly calculated to improve Strike's mood as he dragged himself and his hold-all up the stairs. In spite of the fact that parts of the sojourn at Lorelei's flat had been thoroughly enjoyable, all had been ruined by what happened the previous evening, and it was entirely his own fault. He had let it happen, the thing that he had tried to guard against ever since leaving Charlotte. Let it happen because he dropped his guard and accepted mugs of tea, home-cooked meals, and gentle affection, until finally, last night in the darkness, she had whispered onto his bare chest, "I love you." Grimacing again with the effort of balancing on his crutches as he unlocked his front door, Strike almost fell into his flat. Slamming the door behind him, he dropped the hold-all, crossed to the small chair at the Formica table in his kitchen-cum-living room, fell into it and cast his crutches aside. It was a relief to be home and alone, however difficult it was to manage with his leg in this state. He ought to have returned sooner, of course, but being in no condition to tail anyone and in considerable discomfort, it had been easier to remain in a comfortable armchair, his stump resting on a large square poof, texting Robin and Barclay instructions while Lorelei fetched him food and drink. Strike lit a cigarette and thought back over all the women there had been since he'd left Charlotte. First, Kiara Parker, a gorgeous one-night stand, with no regrets on either side. A few weeks after he had hit the press for solving the Landry case, Kiara had called him. He had become elevated in the model's mind from casual shag to possible boyfriend material by his newsworthiness, but he had turned down further meetings with her. Girlfriends who wanted to be photographed with him were no good to him in his line of work. Next had come Nina, who had worked for a publisher and whom he had used to get information on a case. He had liked her, but insufficiently, as he looked back on it, to treat her with common consideration. He had hurt Nina's feelings. He wasn't proud of it, but it hardly kept him up at nights. Ellen had been different. Beautiful and, best of all, convenient, which was why he'd hung around. She had been in the process of divorcing a wealthy man, and her need for discretion and compartmentalization had been at least as great as his own. They had managed a few months together before he'd spilled wine all over her and walked out of the restaurant where they were having dinner. He had called her afterwards to apologize, and she had dumped him before he finished the sentence. Given that he had left her humiliated in Le Gavroche with a hefty dry cleaning bill, he felt that it would have been in poor taste to respond with, "That's what I was going to say next." After Ellen, there had been Coco, on whom he preferred not to dwell. And now there was Lorelei. He liked her better than any of the others, which was why he was sorry that it had been she who said, "I love you." Strike had made a vow to himself 2 years previously, and he made very few vows, because he trusted himself to keep them. Having never said, "I love you" to any woman but Charlotte, he would not say it to another unless he knew, beyond reasonable doubt, that he wanted to stay with that woman and make a life with her. It would make a mockery of what he'd been through with Charlotte if he said it under circumstances any less serious. Only love could have justified the havoc they had lived together, or the many times he had resumed the relationship, even while he knew in his soul that it couldn't work. Love, to Strike, was pain and grief sought, accepted, endured. It was not in Lorelei's bedroom, with the cowgirls on the curtains. And so he had said nothing after her whispered declaration, and then, when she'd asked whether he'd heard her, he'd said, "Yeah, I did." Strike reached for his cigarettes. "Yeah, I did." Well, that had been honest as far as it went. There was nothing wrong with his hearing. After that, there'd been a fairly lengthy silence. Then Lorelei had got out of bed and gone to the bathroom, and stayed there for 30 minutes. Strike assumed that she'd gone there to cry, though she'd been kind enough to do it quietly so that he couldn't hear her. He had lain in bed, wondering what he could say to her that was both kind and truthful, But he knew that nothing short of "I love you too" would be acceptable. And the fact was that he didn't love her, and he wasn't going to lie. When she came back to bed, he had reached out for her in the bed. She had let him stroke her shoulder for a while, then told him she was tired and needed some sleep. "What was I supposed to fucking do?" he demanded of an imaginary female inquisitor who strongly resembled his sister Lucy. "You could try not accepting tea and blowjobs," came the snide response, to which Strike, with his stump throbbing, answered, "Fuck you." His mobile rang. He had sellotaped up the shattered screen, and through this distorted carapace he saw an unknown number. "Strike?" "Hi, Strike. Culpepper here." Dominic Culpepper, who had worked for the News of the World until its closure, had previously put work Strike's way. Relations between them, never personally warm, had become slightly antagonistic when Strike had refused Culpepper the inside story on his two most recent murder cases. Now working for The Sun, Culpepper had been one of those journalists who had most enthusiastically raked over Strike's personal life in the aftermath of the Shacklewell Ripper arrest. "Wonder if you were free to do a job for us," said Culpepper. "You've got a fucking nerve." "What kind of thing you after? Digging up dirt on a government minister? Which one? You'll know if you take the job." "I'm pretty stretched just now. What kind of dirt are we talking?" "That's what we need you to find out." "How do you know there's dirt there?" "A well-placed source," said Culpepper. "Why do you need me if there's a well-placed source?" "He's not ready to talk. He just hinted that there are beans to be spilled, lots of them." "Sorry, can't do it, Culpepper," said Strike. "I'm booked solid." "Sure? We're paying good money, Strike." "I'm not doing too badly these days," said the detective, lighting a second cigarette from the tip of his first. "No, I'll bet you aren't, you jammy bastard," said Culpepper. "All right, it'll have to be Patterson. Do you know him?" "The ex-Met guy. Run across him a couple of times," said Strike. The call finished with mutually insincere good wishes, leaving Strike with an increased feeling of foreboding. He Googled Culpepper's name and found his byline on a story about the level playing field from 2 weeks previously. Of course, it was possible that more than one government minister was currently in danger of being exposed by The Sun for an offence against public taste or morals. But the fact that Culpepper had recently been in close proximity with the Winds strongly suggested Robin had been right in suspecting Geraint of tipping off The Sun, and that it was Chisel whom Patterson would shortly be investigating. Strike wondered whether Culpepper knew that he, Strike, was already working for Chisel, whether his call had been designed to startle information out of the detective, but it seemed unlikely. The newspaper man would have been very stupid to tell Strike whom he was about to hire if he was aware that Strike was already in the minister's pay. Strike knew of Mitch Patterson by reputation. They had twice been hired by different halves of divorcing couples in the last year. Previously a senior officer in the Metropolitan Police who had taken early retirement, Patterson was prematurely silver-haired and had the face of an angry pug. Though personally unpleasant, or so Eric Wardle had told Strike, Patterson was a man who got results. "Of course, he won't be able to kick the shit out of people in his new career," Wardle had commented, "so that's one useful tool in his arsenal gone." Strike didn't much relish the thought that Patterson would shortly be on the case. Picking up his mobile again, he noted that neither Robin nor Barclay had called in an update within the last 12 hours. Only the previous day, he had to reassure Chisel, who had called to express his doubts about Robin, given her lack of results thus far. Frustrated by his employees and his own incapacity, Strike texted Robin and Barclay the same message. "Sun just tried to hire me to investigate Chisel. Call with update ASAP. Need usable info now." Pulling his crutches back towards him, he got up to examine the contents of his fridge and kitchen cupboards, discovering that he would be eating nothing but tinned soup for the next 4 meals unless he made a trip to the supermarket. After pouring spoiled milk down the sink, he made himself a mug of black tea and returned to the Formica table, where he lit a 3rd cigarette and contemplated, without pleasure, the prospect of doing his hamstring stretches. His phone rang again. Seeing that it was Lucy, he let it go to voicemail. The last thing he needed right now was updates on the school board's last meeting. A few minutes after that, when Strike was in the bathroom, she called back. He had hopped back into the kitchen with his trousers at half-mast in the hope that it was either Robin or Barclay. When he saw his sister's number for a second time, he merely swore loudly and returned to the bathroom. The 3rd call told him that she was not about to give up. Slamming down the can of soup he had been opening, Strike swept up the mobile. "Lucy, I'm busy. What is it?" he said testily. "It's Barclay." "Ah, about time. Any news?" "A bit on Jimmy's bird, if that helps. Flick." "It all helps," said Strike. "Why didn't you let me know earlier?" "Only found out 10 minutes ago," said Barclay, unfazed. "I've just heard her telling Jimmy in the kitchen. She's been bumping money from her work." "What work?" "Didn't they tell me? Trouble is, Jimmy's no that keen on her, from what I've seen. I'm not sure he'd care if she got nicked." A distracting beeping sounded in Strike's ear. Another caller was trying to get him. Glancing at the phone, he saw that it was Lucy again. "Tell you something else I got out of him, though," said Barclay. "Last night when he was stoned, he said he knew a government minister who had blood on his hands." Beep, beep, beep. "Strike, you there?" "Yeah, I'm here." Strike had never told Barclay about Billy's story. "What exactly did he say, Barclay?" "He was rambling on about the government, the Tories, what a bunch of bastards they were. Then out of nowhere he says, 'I'm fucking killers.' I says, 'What do you mean?' And he says, 'I know one who's got blood on his fucking hands. Kids.'" Beep, beep, beep. "Mind you, they're a bunch of bam-pots, Core. He might be talking about benefit cuts. That's as good as murder to this lot. Not that I think too much of Chisel's politics myself, Strike." "Seen any sign of Billy, Jimmy's brother?" "Nothing. Nobody's mentioned him neither." Beep, beep, beep. "And no sign of Jimmy nipping off to Oxfordshire?" "Not on my watch." Beep, beep, beep. "All right," said Strike. "Keep digging. Let me know if you get anything." He rang off, jabbed at his phone's screen, and brought up Lucy's call instead. "Lucy, hi," he said impatiently. "Bit busy now, can I—" But as she began to talk, his expression became blank. Before she had finished gasping out the reason for her call, he had grabbed his door keys and was scrabbling for his crutches. Chapter 25. We shall try if we cannot make you powerless to do any harm. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Strike's text requesting an update reached Robin at 10 to 9, as she arrived in the corridor where Izzy and Wynn's offices lay. So keen was she to see what he had to say that she stopped dead in the middle of the deserted passage to read it. "Oh, shit," she murmured, reading that the son was becoming ever more interested in Chisel. Leaning up against the wall of the corridor with its curved stone jambs, every oak door shut, she braced herself to call Strike back. They had not spoken since she had refused to tail Jimmy. When she had phoned him on Monday to apologise directly, Lorelei had answered. "Oh, hi, Robin, it's me." One of the awful things about Lorelei was that she was likeable. For reasons Robin preferred not to explore, she would have much preferred Lorelei to be unpleasant. "He's in the shower, sorry. He's been here all weekend. He did his knee in following somebody. He won't tell me the details, but I suppose you know. He had to call me from the street. It was dreadful. He couldn't stand up. I got a cabbie to take me there and paid him to help me get Corm upstairs. He can't wear the prosthesis. He's on crutches." Just tell him I was checking in, said Robin, her stomach like ice. Nothing important. Robin had replayed the conversation several times in her head since. There had been an unmistakably proprietorial note in Lorelei's voice as she talked about Strike. It had been Lorelei whom he had called when he was in trouble. Well, of course it was. What was he going to do, call you in Oxfordshire? Lorelei, in whose flat he had spent the rest of the weekend. They're dating. Where else was he going to go? Lorelei, who was looking after him, consoling him, and perhaps uniting with him in abuse of Robin, without whom this injury might not have happened. And now she had to call Strike and tell him that, 5 days on, she had no useful information. Wynn's office, which had been so conveniently accessible when she started work 2 weeks ago, was now carefully locked up whenever Geraint and Amir had to leave it. Robin was sure that this was Amir's doing, that he had become suspicious of her after the incidents of the dropped bangle and of Raphael calling loud attention to her eavesdropping on Amir's phone call. Post! Robin whirled around to see the cart trundling towards her, pushed by a genial grey-haired man. I'll take anything for Chisel and Wynne. We're having a meeting, Robin heard herself say. The postman handed over a stack of letters, along with a box with a clear cellophane window, through which Robin saw a life-size and very realistic plastic fetus. The legend across the top read, "It is legal to murder me." "Oh, God, that's horrible," said Robin. The postman chortled. "That's nothing compared to some of what they get," he said comfortably. "Remember the white powder that was on the news? Anthrax, they claimed. Proper hoo-ha, that was. Oh, and I delivered a turd in a box once. Couldn't smell it through all the wrapping. The baby's for Wynne, not Chisel. She's the pro-choice one. Enjoying it here, are you?" he said, showing a disposition for chat. "Loving it," Robin said, whose attention had been caught by one of the envelopes she had so rashly taken. "Excuse me." Turning her back on Izzy's office, she hurried past the postman and 5 minutes later emerged onto the terrace cafe, which sat on the bank of the Thames. It was separated from the river by a low stone wall, which was punctuated with black iron lamps. To the left and right stood Westminster and Lambeth bridges, respectively. The former painted the green of the seats in the House of Commons, the latter scarlet like those in the House of Lords. On the opposite bank rose the white facade of County Hall, while between Palace and Hall rolled the broad Thames, its oily surface lucent grey over muddy depths. Sitting down out of earshot of the few early morning coffee drinkers, Robin turned her attention to one of the letters addressed to Geraint Wynne that she had so recklessly taken from the postman. The sender's name and address had been carefully inscribed on the reverse of the envelope in a shaky cursive. Sir Kevin Rogers, 16 The Elms, Fleetwood, Kent. And she happened to know, due to her extensive background reading on the Wynne's charity, that the elderly Sir Kevin, who had won a silver at the hurdles in the 1956 Olympics, was one of the level playing field's trustees. What things, Robin asked herself, did people feel the need to put in writing these days, when phone calls and emails were so much easier and faster? Using her mobile, she found a number for Sir Kevin and Lady Rogers at the correct address. They were old enough, she thought, to still use a landline. Taking a fortifying gulp of coffee, she texted Strike back. Following a lead, "Will call ASAP." She then turned off caller ID on her mobile, took out a pen and the notebook in which she had written Sir Kevin's number, and punched in the digits. An elderly woman answered with 3 rings. Robin affected what she was afraid was a poor Welsh accent. "Could I speak to Sir Kevin, please?" "Is that Della? Is Sir Kevin there?" asked Robin, again, a little louder. She had been hoping to avoid actually claiming to be a government minister. "Kevin?" called the woman. "Kevin, it's Della." There was a noise of shuffling that made Robin think of tartan bedroom slippers. "Hello?" "Kevin, Geraint's just got your letter," said Robin, wincing as her accent wobbled somewhere between Cardiff and Lahore. "Sorry, Della, what?" said the man feebly. He seemed to be deaf, which was both help and hindrance. Robin spoke more loudly, enunciating as clearly as she could. Sir Kevin grasped what she was saying on her third attempt.
I told Geraint I'd have to resign unless he took urgent steps, he said miserably. You're an old friend, Della, and it is a worthy cause. But I have to think of my own position. I did warn him.
But why Kevin? Said Robin, picking up her pen.
Hasn't he shown you my letter?
No, said Robin truthfully, pen poised.
Oh dear, said Sir Kevin weakly. Well, for one thing, £25,000 unaccounted for is a serious matter.
What else? Asked Robin, making rapid notes.
What's that?
You said, for one thing. What else are you worried about? Robin could hear the woman who'd answered the phone talking in the background. Her voice sounded irate.
Della, I'd rather not go into it all on the phone,
said Sir Kevin, sounding embarrassed.
Well, this is disappointing,
said Robin, with what she hoped was a touch of Della's mellifluous grandeur.
I hoped you'd at least tell me why, Kevin. Well, there's the Mo Farah business.
Mo Farah? Repeated Robin, in unaffected surprise.
What was that?
Mo Farah?
You didn't know,
said Sir Kevin.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Robin heard footsteps, and then the woman came back on the line, first muffled, then clear.
Let me speak to her. Kevin, let go. Look, Della, Kevin's very upset about all this. He suspected you didn't know what's been going on, and, well, here we are. He was right. Nobody ever wants to worry you, Della, she said, sounding as though she thought this a mistaken protectiveness. But the fact of the matter is, no, she's got to know, Kevin. Geraint's been promising people things he can't deliver. Disabled children and their families have been told they're getting visits from David Beckham and Mo Farah, and I don't know who else. It's all going to come out, Della, now the Charity Commission's involved, and I'm not having Kevin's name dragged through the mud. He's a conscientious man, and he's done his best. He's been urging Geraint to sort out the accounts for months now, and then there's what Elspeth... No, Kevin, I'm not. I'm just telling her. Well, it could get very nasty, Della. It might yet come to the police as well as the press, and I'm sorry, but I'm thinking of Kevin's health.
What's Elspeth's story? Said Robin, still writing fast. Sir Kevin said something plaintive in the background.
I'm not going into that on the phone, said Lady Rogers repressively. You'll have to ask Elspeth.
There was more shuffling, and Sir Kevin took the receiver again. He sounded almost tearful.
Della, you know how much I admire you. I wish it could have been otherwise.
Yes, said Robin.
Well, I'll have to call Elspeth then. What was that?
I'll call Elspeth.
Oh dear, said Sir Kevin. But you know, there might be nothing in it.
Robin wondered whether she dared ask for Elspeth's number, but decided not. Della would surely have it.
I wish you'd tell me what Elspeth's story is, she said,
her pen poised over her notebook.
I don't like to, said Sir Kevin wheezily. The damage these kinds of rumours do to a man's reputation.
Lady Rogers came back on the line.
That's all we've got to say. This whole business has been very hard on Kevin, very stressful. I'm sorry. But that's our final word on the matter, Della. Goodbye.
Robin set her mobile down on the table beside her and checked that nobody was looking her way. She picked up her mobile again and scrolled down the list of the Level Playing Field's trustees. One of them was called Dr. Elspeth Curtis Lacey, but her personal number was not listed on the charity's website and appeared, from a search of directory inquiries, to be unlisted. Robin phoned Strike. The call went straight to voicemail. She waited a couple of minutes and tried again with the same result. After her third failed attempt to reach him, she texted, "Got some stuff on GW. Call me." The dank shadow that had lain on the terrace when she had first arrived was moving incrementally backwards. The warm sun slid over Robin's table as she eked out her coffee, waiting for Strike to call back. At last her phone vibrated to show that she had a text. Heart leaping, she picked it up, but it was only Matthew. "Fancy a drink with Tom and Sarah tonight after work." Robin contemplated the message with a mixture of lassitude and dread. Tomorrow was the charity cricket match about which Matthew was so excited. After-work drinks with Tom and Sarah would doubtless mean plenty of banter on the subject. She could already picture the four of them at the bar. Sarah with her perennially flirtatious attitude towards Matthew, Tom fending off Matthew's jokes about his lousy bowling with increasingly clumsy, angry ripostes, and Robin, as was increasingly the case these days, pretending to be amused and interested because that was the cost of not being harangued by Matthew for seeming bored or feeling superior to her company, or, as happened during their worst rows, wishing that she were drinking with Strike instead. At least, she consoled herself, it couldn't be a late or drunken night, because Matthew, who took all sporting fixtures seriously, would want a decent sleep before the match. So she texted back, "OK, where?" and continued to wait for Strike to ring her. After 40 minutes, Robin began to wonder whether Strike was somewhere he couldn't call, which left open the question of whether she ought to inform Chisel of what she had just found out. Would Strike consider that a liberty, or would he be more annoyed if she failed to give Chisel his bargaining chip, given the time pressure? After debating the matter inwardly for a while longer, she called Izzy, the upper half of whose office window she could see from where she sat.
Izzy, it's me, Venetia. I'm calling because I can't say this in front of Raphael. I think I've got some information on Wynne for your father.
"Oh, fabulous," said Izzy loudly. And Robin heard Raphael in the background saying, "Is that Venetia? Where is she?" and the clicking of computer keys.
Checking the diary, Venetia. He'll be at DCMS until 11, but then he's in meetings all afternoon. Do you want me to call him? He could probably see you straight away if you hurry.
So Robin replaced her mobile, notebook and pen in her bag, gulped down the last of her coffee, and hurried off to the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. Chisel was pacing up and down his office, speaking on the phone when Robin arrived outside the glass partition. He beckoned her inside, pointed to a low leather sofa at a short distance from his desk, and continued to talk to somebody who appeared to have displeased him. "It was a gift," he was saying distinctly into the receiver, "from my eldest son. 24-carat gold, inscribed Nec Aspera Terrent. Bloody hell's bells!" he roared suddenly. And Robin saw the heads of the bright young people just outside the office turning towards Chisel. "It's Latin. Pass me to somebody who can speak English. Jasper Chisel. I'm the Minister for Culture. I've given you the date. No, you can't. I haven't got all bloody day." Robin gathered from the side of the conversation that she could hear that Chisel had lost a money clip of sentimental value, which he thought he might have left at a hotel where he and Kinvara had spent the night of her birthday. As far as she could hear, the hotel staff had not only failed to find the clip, they were showing insufficient deference to Chisel for having deigned to stay at one of their hotels. "I want somebody to call me back." "Bloody useless," muttered Chisel, hanging up and peering at Robin as though he had forgotten who she was. Still breathing heavily, he dropped down on the sofa opposite her. "I've got 10 minutes, so this had better be worthwhile." "I've got some information on Mr. Wynne," said Robin, taking out her notebook. Without waiting for his response, she gave him a succinct summary of the information she had gleaned from Sir Kevin. "And," she concluded, barely a minute and a half later, "there may be further impropriety on Mr. Wynne's part, but that information is allegedly held by Dr. Elspeth Curtis Lacey, whose number is unlisted. It shouldn't take us long to find a way of contacting her, but I thought—" Robin said apprehensively, because Chisel's tiny eyes were screwed up in what might have been displeasure. "I should bring you this immediately." For a few seconds he simply stared at her, his expression petulant as ever. But then he slapped his thigh in what was clearly pleasure. "Well, well, well," he said. "He told me you were his best. Yes, said so." Pulling a crumpled handkerchief out of his pocket, he wiped his face, which had become sweaty during his phone call with the unfortunate hotel. "Well, well, well," he said again. "This is turning out to be a rather good day. One by one they trip themselves up. So, Wynne's a thief and a liar, and maybe more." "Well," said Robin cautiously, "he can't account for the £25,000, and he certainly promised things he can't deliver."
Dr. Elspeth Curtis Lacey, said Chisel, following his own train of thought. Name's familiar.
She used to be a Liberal Democrat councillor from Northumberland, said Robin, who had just read this on the Level Playing Field's website.
Child abuse, said Chisel suddenly. That's how I know her. Child abuse. She was on some committee. She's a bloody crank about it, sees it everywhere. Course, it's full of cranks, the Lib Dems. It's where they congregate, stuffed to the gunnels with oddballs.
He stood up, leaving a smattering of dandruff behind him on the black leather, and paced up and down, frowning.
All this charity stuff's bound to come out sooner or later, he said,
echoing Sir Kevin's wife.
But my Christ, they wouldn't want it to break right now, not with Della up to her neck in the Paralympics. Wynn's going to panic when he finds out, I know, yes. I think this might well neutralize him, in the short term anyway. If he's been fiddling with children, though...
There's no proof of that, said Robin.
That would stymie him for good, said Chisel, pacing again. Well, well, well. This explains why Wynne wanted to bring his trustees to our Paralympian reception next Thursday, doesn't it? He's clearly trying to keep them sweet, stop anyone else deserting the sinking ship. Prince Harry's going to be there. These charity people love a royal. Only reason half of them are in it.
He scratched his thick mop of grey hair, revealing large patches of underarm sweat.
Here's what we'll do, he said. We'll add his trustees to the guest list and you can come too. Then you can corner this Curtis Lacey, find out what she's got, all right? Night of the 12th.
Yes, said Robin, making a note. Fine.
In the meantime, I'll let Wynne know I know he's had his fingers in the till.
Robin was almost at the door when Chisel said abruptly,
You don't want a PA's job, I suppose?
Sorry?
Take over from Izzy. What does that detective pay you? I could probably match it. I need somebody with brains and a bit of backbone.
I'm happy where I am, said Robin.
Chisel grunted. Well, perhaps it's better this way. I might well have a bit more work for you, once we've got rid of Wynne and Knight. Off we go, then.
He turned his back on her, his hand already on the phone. Out in the sunshine, Robin took out her mobile again. Strike still hadn't called, but Matthew had texted the name of a pub in Mayfair, conveniently close to Sarah's work. Nevertheless, Robin was now able to contemplate the evening with slightly more cheerfulness than she had felt prior to her meeting with Chisel. She even started humming Bob Marley as she walked back towards the Houses of Parliament.
He told me you were his best. Years. Said so.
Chapter 26. I am not so entirely alone even now. There are two of us to bear the solitude together here. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. It was 4 a.m, the hopeless hour when shivering insomnia inhabits a world of hollow shadow and existence seems frail and strange. Strike, who had fallen into a doze, woke abruptly in the hospital chair. For a second, all he felt was his aching body and the hunger that tore at his stomach. Then he saw his 9-year-old nephew, Jack, who lay motionless in the bed beside him, jelly pads over his eyes, a tube running down his throat, lines coming out of neck and wrist. A bag of urine hung from the side of the bed, while 3 separate drips fed their contents into a body that appeared tiny and vulnerable amid the softly humming machines in the hushed, cavernous space of the intensive care ward. He could hear the padding of a nurse's soft shoes somewhere beyond the curtain surrounding Jack's bed. They hadn't wanted Strike to spend the night in the chair, but he had dug in, and his celebrity, minor though it was, combined with his disability, had worked in his favour. His crutches stood propped against the bedside cabinet. The ward was overwarm, as hospitals always were. Strike had spent many weeks in a series of iron beds after his leg had been blown off. The smell transported him back to a time of pain and brutal readjustment, when he had been forced to recalibrate his life against a backdrop of endless obstacles, indignities, and privations. The curtain rustled and a nurse entered the cubicle, stolid and practical in her overalls. Seeing that he was awake, she gave Strike a brief, professional smile, then took the clipboard off the end of Jack's bed and went to take readings from the screens monitoring his blood pressure and oxygen levels. When she had finished, she whispered, "Fancy a cup of tea?" "Is he doing all right?" Strike asked, not bothering to disguise the plea in his voice. "How's everything looking?" He stapled. "No need to worry. This is what we expect at this stage. Tea?" "Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks very much." He realized that his bladder was full once the curtain had closed behind the nurse. Wishing he'd thought to ask her to pass his crutches, Strike hoisted himself up, holding the arm of the chair to steady himself, hopped to the wall and grabbed them, then swung out from behind the curtain and off towards the brightly lit rectangle at the far end of the dark ward. Having relieved himself at a urinal beneath a blue light that was supposed to thwart Junkie's ability to locate veins, he headed into the waiting room close to the ward where, late yesterday afternoon, he had sat waiting for Jack to come out of emergency surgery. The father of one of Jack's school friends, with whom Jack was meant to be staying the night when his appendix burst, had kept him company. The man had been determined not to leave Strike alone until they had seen the little chap out of the woods, and had talked nervously all the time Jack had been in surgery, saying things like, "They bounce at that age. He's a tough little bugger. Lucky we only live 5 minutes from school." And over again, "Greg and Lucy will be going frantic." Strike had said nothing, barely listening, holding himself ready for the worst news, texting Lucy every 30 minutes with an update. Not yet out of surgery. No news yet. At last the surgeon had come to tell them that Jack, who had had to be resuscitated on arrival at hospital, had made it through surgery, that he had had a nasty case of sepsis, and that he would shortly be arriving in intensive care. "I'll bring his mates in to see him," said Lucy and Greg's pal excitedly. "Cheer him up. Pokemon cards." "He won't be ready for that," said the surgeon repressively. "He'll be under heavy sedation and on a ventilator for at least the next 24 hours. Are you the next of kin?" "No, that's me," croaked Strike, speaking at last, his mouth dry. "I'm his uncle. His parents are in Rome for their wedding anniversary. They're trying to get a flight back right now." "Ah, I see. Well, he's not quite out of the woods yet, but the surgery was successful. We've cleaned out his abdomen and put a drain in. They'll be bringing him down shortly." "Told you," said Lucy and Greg's friend, beaming at Strike with tears in his eyes. "Told you they'd bounce." "Yeah," said Strike. "I'd better let Lucy know." But in a calamity of errors, Jack's panic-stricken parents had arrived at the airport, only to realize that Lucy had somehow lost her passport between hotel room and departure gate. In fruitless desperation, they retraced their steps, trying to explain their dilemma to everyone from hotel staff, police, and the British Embassy, with the upshot that they had missed the last flight of the night. At 4:10 in the morning, the waiting room was mercifully deserted. Strike turned on the mobile he had kept switched off while on the ward and saw a dozen missed calls from Robin and one from Lorelei. Ignoring them, he texted Lucy, who, he knew, would be awake in the Rome hotel to which, shortly past midnight, her passport had been delivered by the taxi driver who had found it. Lucy had implored Strike to send a picture of Jack when he got out of surgery. Strike had pretended that the picture wouldn't load. After the stress of the day, Lucy didn't need to see her son ventilated, his eyes covered in pads, his body swamped by the baggy hospital gown. "All looking good," he typed. Still sedated, but nurse confident. He pressed send and waited. As he had expected, she responded within 2 minutes. "You must be exhausted. Have they given you a bed at the hospital?" "No, I'm sitting next to him," Strike responded. "I'll stay here until you get back. Try and get some sleep and don't worry. Kiss." Strike switched off his mobile, dragged himself back onto his one foot, reorganized his crutches, and returned to the ward. The tea was waiting for him, as pale and milky as anything Denise had made. But after emptying 2 sachets of sugar into it, he drank it in a couple of gulps, eyes moving between Jack and the machines, both supporting and monitoring him. He had never before examined the boy so closely. Indeed, he had never had much to do with him, in spite of the pictures he drew for Strike, which Lucy passed on. "He hero worships you," Lucy had told Strike several times. "He wants to be a soldier." But Strike avoided family get-togethers, partly because he disliked Jack's father, Greg, and partly because Lucy's desire to cajole her brother into some more conventional mode of existence was enervating, even without the presence of her sons, the eldest of whom Strike found especially like his father. Strike had no desire to have children, and while he was prepared to concede that some of them were likeable, was prepared to admit, in fact, that he had conceived a certain detached fondness for Jack on the back of Lucy's tales of his ambition to join the Redcaps, he had steadfastly resisted birthday parties and Christmas get-togethers at which he might have forged a closer connection. But now, as dawn crept through the thin curtains blocking Jack's bed from the rest of the ward, Strike saw for the first time the boy's resemblance to his grandmother, Strike's own mother, Leda. He had the same very dark hair, pale skin and finely drawn mouth. He would, in fact, have made a beautiful girl, but Leda's son knew what puberty was about to do to the boy's jaw and neck. If he lived. "Of course he's going to bloody live," the nurse said. "He's in intensive fucking care. They don't put you in here for hiccups. He's tough, wants to join the military. He'll be okay. He'd fucking better be. I never even sent him a text to say thank you for his pictures." It took Strike a while to drop back into an uneasy doze. He was woken by early morning sunshine penetrating his eyelids. Squinting against the light, he heard footsteps squeaking on the floor. Next came a loud rattle as the curtain was pulled back, opening Jack's bed to the ward again and revealing more motionless figures lying in beds all around them. A new nurse stood beaming at him, younger, with a long dark ponytail. "Hi," she said brightly, taking Jack's clipboard. "It's not often we get anyone famous in here. I know all about you. I read everything about how you caught that serial—" "This is my nephew, Jack," he said coldly. The idea of discussing the Shacklewell Ripper now was repugnant to him. The nurse's smile faltered. "Would you mind waiting outside the curtain? We need to take blood, change his drips in his catheter." Strike dragged himself back onto his crutches and made his way laboriously out of the ward again, trying not to focus on any of the other inert figures wired to their own buzzing machines. The canteen was already half full when he got there. Unshaven and heavy-eyed, he had slid his tray all the way to the till and paid before he realized he could not carry it and manage his crutches. A young girl clearing tables spotted his predicament and came to help. "Cheers," said Strike gruffly, when she had placed the tray on a table beside a window. "No probs," said the girl. "Leave it there after, I'll get it." The small kindness made Strike feel disproportionately emotional. Ignoring the fry-up he had just bought, he took out his phone and texted Lucy again. "All fine, nurse changing his drip. We'll be back with him shortly. Kiss." As he had half expected, his phone rang as soon as he had cut into his fried egg. "We've got a flight," Lucy told him without preamble. "But it's not until 11. "No problem," he told her. "I'm not going anywhere." "Is he awake yet?" "No, still sedated." "He'll be so chuffed to see you if he wakes before... She burst into tears. Strike could hear her still trying to talk through her sobs. "Just want to get home. Want to see him." For the first time in Strike's life, he was glad to hear Greg, who now took the phone from his wife. "We're bloody grateful, Corm. This is our first weekend away together in 5 years. Can you believe it?" "Sod's law. Yeah. He said his belly was sore, but I thought he was at it. Thought he didn't want us to go away. I feel a right bastard now, I can tell you." "Don't worry," said Strike, and again, "I'm going nowhere." After a few more exchanges and a tearful farewell from Lucy, Strike was left to his full English. He ate methodically and without pleasure amid the clatter and jangle of the canteen, surrounded by other miserable and anxious people tucking into fatty, sugar-laden food. As he was finishing the last of his bacon, a text from Robin arrived. "I've been trying to call with an update on Wynne. Let me know when it's convenient to talk." The Chisel case seemed a remote thing to Strike just now, but as he read her text, he suddenly had a simultaneous craving for nicotine and to hear Robin's voice. Abandoning his tray, with thanks to the kind girl who had helped him to his table, he set off again on his crutches. A cluster of smokers stood around the entrance to the hospital, hunch-shouldered like hyenas in the clean morning air. Strike lit up, inhaled deeply, and called Robin back. "Hi," he said when she answered. "Sorry I haven't been in touch. I've been at the hospital." "What's happened? Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It's my nephew, Jack. His appendix burst yesterday, and he's got..." To Strike's mortification, his voice cracked. As he fought to conquer himself, he wondered how long it had been since he had cried. Perhaps not since the tears of pain and rage he had shed in the hospital in Germany, to which he had been airlifted away from the patch of bloody ground where the IED had ripped off his leg. "Fuck," he muttered at last, the only syllable he seemed able to manage. "Cormoran? What's happened?" They've got him in intensive care," said Strike. His face crumbled up in the effort to hold himself together, to speak normally. "His mum, Lucy and Greg are stuck in Rome, so they asked me." "Who's with you? Is Lorelei there?" "Christ, no." Lorelei saying "I love you" seemed weeks in the past, though it was only 2 nights ago. "What are the doctors saying?" "They think he'll be okay, but, you know, he's in intensive care." "Shit," croaked Strike, wiping his eyes. "Sorry. It's been a rough night." "Which hospital is it?" He told her. Rather abruptly, she said goodbye and rang off. Strike was left to finish his cigarette, intermittently wiping his face and nose on the sleeve of his shirt. The quiet ward was bright with sun when he returned. He propped his crutches against the wall, sat down again at Jack's bedside with the day-old newspaper he had just pilfered from the waiting room, and read an article about how Arsenal might soon be losing Robin van Persie to Manchester United. An hour later, the surgeon and the anaesthetist in charge of the ward arrived at the foot of Jack's bed to inspect him, while Strike listened uneasily to their muttered conversation. "Haven't managed to get his oxygen levels below 50%. Persistent pyrexia. Urine outputs have tailed off in the last 4 hours. Another chest X-ray checked there's nothing going on in the lungs." Frustrated, Strike waited for somebody to throw him digestible information. At last, the surgeon turned to speak to him. "We'll be keeping him sedated just now. He's not ready to come off the oxygen, and we need to get his fluid balance right." "What does that mean? Is he worse?" "No, it often goes like this. He had a very nasty infection. We had to wash out the peritoneum pretty thoroughly. I'd just like to X-ray the chest as a precaution, make sure we haven't punctured anything resuscitating him. I'll pop in to see him again later." They walked away to a heavily bandaged teenager covered in even more tubes and lines than Jack, leaving Strike anxious and destabilized in their wake. Through the hours of the night, Strike had come to see the machines as essentially friendly, assisting his nephew to recovery. Now they seemed implacable judges, holding up numbers indicating that Jack was failing. "Fuck," Strike muttered again, shifting the chair nearer to the bed. "Jack, your mum and dad." He could feel a traitorous prickle behind the eyelids. 2 nurses were walking past. Shit. With an almighty effort, he controlled himself and cleared his throat. "Sorry, Jack. Your mum wouldn't like me swearing in your ear. It's Uncle Cormoran here, by the way, if you didn't. Anyway, Mum and Dad are on their way back, okay? And I'll be with you until they..." He stopped mid-sentence. Robin was framed in the distant doorway of the ward. He watched her asking directions from a ward sister and then she came walking towards him, wearing jeans and a T-shirt, her eyes their usual blue-grey and her hair loose, and holding 2 polystyrene cups. Seeing Strike's unguarded expression of happiness and gratitude, Robin felt amply repaid for the bruising argument with Matthew, the 2 changes of bus and the taxi it had taken to get here. Then the slight prone figure beside Strike came into view. "Oh, no," she said softly, coming to a halt at the foot of the bed. "Robin, you didn't have to." "I know I didn't," said Robin. She pulled a chair up beside Strike's. "But I wouldn't want to have to deal with this alone. Be careful, it's hot," she added, passing him a tea. He took the cup from her, set it down on the bedside cabinet, then reached out and gripped her hand painfully tightly. He had released her before she could squeeze back. Then both sat staring at Jack for a few seconds, until Robin, her fingers throbbing, asked, "What's the latest?" "He still needs the oxygen, and he's not peeing enough," said Strike. "I don't know what that means. I'd rather have a score out of 10, or I don't fucking know. Oh, and they want to x-ray his chest in case they punctured his lungs putting that tube in." "When was the operation?" "Yesterday afternoon. He collapsed doing cross-country at school. Some friend of Greg and Lucy's who lives right by the school came with him in the ambulance, and I met them here." Neither spoke for a while, their eyes on Jack. Then Strike said, "I've been a bloody terrible uncle. I don't know any of their birthdays. I couldn't have told you how old he was. The dad of his mates who brought him in knew more than me. Jack wants to be a soldier. Luce says he talks about me and he draws me pictures, and I never even bloody thank him." "Well," said Robin, pretending not to see that Strike was dabbing roughly at his eyes with his sleeve, "you're here for him right now when he needs you, and you've got plenty of time to make it up to him." "Yeah," said Strike, blinking rapidly. "You know what I'll do if he... I'll take him to the Imperial War Museum. Day trip." "Good idea," said Robin kindly. "Have you ever been?" "No," said Robin. "Good museum." 2 nurses, 1 male, 1 the woman whom Strike had earlier snubbed, now approached. "We need to x-ray him," said the girl, addressing Robin rather than Strike. "Would you mind waiting outside the ward?" "How long will you be?" asked Strike. "Half an hour, 40 minutes-ish." So Robin fetched Strike's crutches, and they went to the canteen. "This is really good of you, Robin," Strike said, over 2 more pallid teas and some ginger biscuits. "But if you've got things to do..." "I'll stay until Greg and Lucy come," said Robin. "It'll be awful for them being so far away. Matt's 27, and his dad was still worried sick when Matt was so ill in the Maldives." "Was he?" "Yeah, you know, when he..." "Oh, of course, I never told you, did I?" "Told me what?" "He got a nasty infection on our honeymoon. Scratched himself on some coral. They were talking about airlifting him off to hospital at one point, but it was okay. Wasn't as bad as they first thought." As she said it, she remembered pushing open the wooden door, still hot from the day-long sun, her throat constricted with fear, as she prepared to tell Matthew she wanted an annulment, little knowing what she was about to face. "You know, Matt's mum died not that long ago, so Geoffrey was really scared about Matt. But it was all okay," Robin repeated, taking a sip of her tepid tea, her eyes on the woman behind the counter who was ladling baked beans onto a skinny teenager's plate. Strike watched her. He had sensed omissions in her story. "Blame seaborne bacteria. Must have been scary," he said. "Well, it wasn't fun," said Robin, examining her short, clean fingernails, then checking her watch. "If you want a cigarette, we should go now. He'll be back soon." One of the smokers they joined outside was wearing pyjamas. He had brought his drip with him and held it tightly like a shepherd's crook to keep himself steady. Strike lit up and exhaled towards a clear blue sky. "I haven't asked about your anniversary weekend." "I'm sorry I couldn't work," said Robin quickly. "It had been booked and..." "That's not why I was asking." She hesitated. "It wasn't great, to be honest." "Ah, well.
Sometimes when there's pressure to have a good time.
Yes, exactly, said Robin. After another short pause, she asked, Lorelei's working today, I suppose?
Probably, said Strike. What is this, Saturday? Yes, I suppose so.
They stood in silence while Strike cigarette shrank millimetre by millimetre, watching visitors and arriving ambulances. There was no awkwardness between them, but the air seemed charged somehow, with things wondered and unspoken. Finally, Strike pressed out the stub of his cigarette in a large open ashtray that most smokers had ignored and checked his phone.
They boarded 20 minutes ago, he said, reading Lucy's last text. They should be here by 3.
What happened to your mobile? Asked Robin, looking at the heavily sellotaped screen.
Fell on it, said Strike. I'll get a new one when Chisel pays us.
They passed the X-ray machine being rolled out of the ward as they walked back inside. Chest looks fine, said the radiographer, pushing it. They sat by Jack's side, talking quietly for another hour, until Robin went to buy more tea and chocolate bars from nearby vending machines, which they consumed in the waiting room while Robin filled Strike in about everything she had discovered about Wynn's charity.
You've outdone yourself,
said Strike, halfway down his second Mars bar.
That was excellent work, Robin.
You don't mind that I told Chisel?
No, you had to. We're up against it time-wise with Mitch Patterson sniffing around. Has this Curtis Lacey woman accepted the invitation to the reception?
I'll find out on Monday. What about Barclay? How's he getting on with Jimmy Knight?
Still nothing we can use,
Strike sighed, running a hand over the stubble that was rapidly becoming a beard.
But I'm hopeful. He's good, Barclay. He's like you. Got an instinct for this stuff.
A family shuffled into the waiting room, the father sniffing and the mother sobbing. The son, who looked barely older than 6, stared at Strike's missing leg as though it was merely one more horrible detail in the nightmarish world he had suddenly entered. Strike and Robin glanced at each other and left, Robin carrying Strike's tea as he swung along on his crutches. Once settled beside Jack again, Strike asked,
How did Chisel react when you told him everything you got on Wynne?
He was delighted. As a matter of fact, he offered me a job.
I'm always surprised that doesn't happen more often, said Strike, unperturbed.
Just then, the anaesthetist and surgeon converged at the foot of Jack's bed again.
Well, things are looking up, said the anaesthetist. His X-rays clear and his temperature's coming down. That's the thing with children, he said, smiling at Robin. They travel fast in both directions. We're going to see how he manages with a little less oxygen, but I think we're getting on top of things.
Oh, thank God, said Robin. He's going to live, said Strike. Oh, yes, I think so, said the surgeon, with a touch of patronage. We know what we're doing in here, you know.
Gotta let Lucy know,
muttered Strike, trying and failing to get up, feeling weaker at good news than he'd felt at bad. Robin fetched his crutches and helped him into a standing position. As she watched him swinging towards the waiting room, she sat back down, exhaled loudly, and put her face briefly into her hands.
Always worse for the mothers,
said the anaesthetist kindly. She didn't bother to correct him. Strike was away for 20 minutes. When he returned, he said,
They've just landed. I've warned her how he looks, so they're prepared. They should be here in about an hour.
Great, said Robin.
You can head off, Robin. I didn't mean to balls up your Saturday.
Oh, said Robin, feeling oddly deflated. Okay. She stood up, took her jacket off the back of the chair and collected her bag. If you're sure.
Yeah. I'll probably try and get a kip in now we know he's going to be all right. I'll walk you out.
There's no need.
I want to. I can have another smoke.
But when they reached the exit, Strike walked on with her, away from the huddled smokers, past the ambulances and the car park that seemed to stretch for miles, roofs glimmering like the backs of marine creatures, surfacing through a dusty haze.
How did you get here? He asked,
once they were away from the crowds, beside a patch of lawn surrounded by stocks, whose scent mingled with the smell of hot tarmac. Bus, then cab. Let me give you the cab fare. Don't be ridiculous. Seriously, no. Well, thanks, Robin. It made all the difference. She smiled up at him. It's what friends are for. Awkwardly leaning on his crutches, he bent towards her. The hug was brief, and she broke away first, afraid that he was going to overbalance. The kiss that he had meant to plant on her cheek landed on her mouth as she turned her face towards him. Sorry, he muttered. Don't be silly, she said again, blushing. Well, I'd better get back. Yes, of course. He turned away. Let me know how he is, she called after him, and he raised one hand in acknowledgement. Robin walked away without looking back. She could still feel the shape of his mouth on hers, her skin tingling where his stubble had scratched her. But she did not rub the sensation away. Strike had forgotten that he had meant to have another cigarette. Whether because he was now confident that he would be able to take his nephew to the Imperial War Museum, or for some other reason, his exhaustion was now stippled with a crazy light-heartedness, as though he had just taken a shot of spirits. The dirt and heat of a London afternoon, with the smell of stocks in the air, seemed suddenly full of beauty. It was a glorious thing to be given hope when all had seemed lost. Chapter 27. They cling to their dead a long time at Rosmersholm. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. By the time Robin found her way back across London to the unfamiliar cricket ground, it was 5 PM, and Matthew's charity match was over. She found him back in his street clothes in the bar, fuming and barely speaking to her. Matthew's side had lost. The other team was crowing. Facing an evening of being ignored by her husband and having no friends among his colleagues, Robin decided against going onto the restaurant with the two teams and their partners, and made her way home alone. The following morning, she found Matthew fully dressed on the sofa, snoring drunkenly. They argued when he woke up, a row that lasted hours and resolved nothing. Matthew wanted to know why it was Robin's job to hurry off and hold Strike's hand, given that he had a girlfriend. Robin maintained that you were a lousy person if you left a friend alone to cope with a possibly dying child. The row escalated, attaining levels of spite that had never yet been reached in a year of marital bickering. Robin lost her temper and asked whether she was not owed time off for good behaviour after a decade spent watching Matthew strut around various sports fields. He was genuinely stung. Well, if you don't enjoy it, you should have said. Never occurred to you I might not, did it? Because I'm supposed to see all your victories as mine, aren't I, Matt? Whereas my achievements... Sorry, remind me what they are again? Matthew said, a low blow he had never thrown at her before. Or are we counting his achievements as yours? 3 days passed, and they had not forgiven each other. Robin had slept in the spare room every night since their row, rising early each morning so she could leave the house before Matthew was out of the shower. She felt a constant ache behind her eyes, an unhappiness which was easier to ignore while at work, but which settled back over her like a patch of low pressure once she turned her footsteps homewards each night. Matthew's silent anger pressed against the walls of their house, which, while twice the size of any space they had shared before, seemed darker and more cramped. He was her husband. She had promised to try. Tired, angry, guilty and miserable, Robin felt as though she were waiting for something definitive to happen, something that would release them both with honour, without more filthy rows, with reasonableness. Over and again, her thoughts returned to the wedding day, when she had discovered that Matthew had deleted Strike's messages. With her whole heart, she regretted not leaving then, before he could scratch himself on coral, before she could be trapped, as she now saw it, by cowardice disguised as compassion. As Robin approached the House of Commons on Wednesday morning, not yet focused on the day ahead, but pondering her marital problems, A large man in an overcoat peeled away from the railings where he had been mingling with the first tourists of the day and walked towards her. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with thick silver hair and a squashed, deeply pitted and lined face. Robin did not realise that she was his object until he halted right in front of her, large feet placed firmly at right angles, blocking her onward progress. "Venetia, can I have a quick word, love?" She took a panicked half-step backwards, looked up into the hard, flat face peppered with wide pores. He had to be press. Did he recognise her? The hazel contact lenses were a little more discernible at close quarters, even through her plain-lensed glasses. "Just started working for Jasper Chisel, haven't you, love? I was wondering how that came about. How much is he paying you? Known him long?" "No comment," said Robin, trying to sidestep him. He moved with her. Fighting the rising feeling of panic, Robin said firmly, "Get out of my way. I need to get to work." A couple of tall Scandinavian youths with rucksacks were watching the encounter with clear concern. "I'm only giving you a chance to tell your side of the story, darling," said her accoster quietly. "Think about it. Might be your only chance." He moved aside. Robin knocked into her would-be rescuers as she pushed past them. Shit. Who was he? Once safely past the security scanner, she moved aside in the echoing stone hall where workers were striding past her and called Strike. He didn't pick up. "Call me, please, urgently," she muttered to his voicemail. Rather than heading for Izzy's office or the wide, echoing space of Portcullis House, she took refuge in one of the smaller tea rooms, which, without its counter and till, would have resembled a Don's common room, panelled in dark wood and carpeted in the ubiquitous forest green. A heavy oak screen divided the room, MPs sitting at the far end, away from the lesser employees. She bought a cup of coffee, took a table beside the window, hung a coat on the back of her chair, and waited for Strike to call her. The quiet, sedate space did little to calm Robin's nerves. It was nearly 3/4 of an hour before Strike phoned. "Sorry, missed you. I was on the tube," he said, panting. "Then Chisel called. He's only just rung off. We got trouble." "Oh, God, what now?" said Robin, setting her coffee down as her stomach contracted in panic. "The Sun think you're the story." And at once, Robin knew whom she had just met outside the Houses of Parliament. Mitch Patterson, the private detective the newspaper had hired. "They've been digging for anything new in Chisel's life, and there you are, good-looking new woman in his office. Of course they're going to check you out. Chisel's first marriage split up because he had an affair at work. Thing is, it isn't going to take them long to find out you aren't really his goddaughter." "Ouch! Fuck!" "What's the matter?" "First day back on 2 legs and dodgy docs finally decided to go and meet a girl on the sly. Chelsea Physic Garden. Tube to Sloane Square and a bugger of a walk. Anyway," he panted, "what's your bad news?" "It's more of the same," said Robin. "Mitch Patterson just accosted me outside Parliament." "Shit. Do you think he recognised you?" "He didn't seem to, but I don't know. I should clear out, shouldn't I?" said Robin, contemplating the cream ceiling, which was stuccoed in a pattern of overlapping circles. "We could put someone else in here, Andy or Barclay." "Not yet," said Strike. "If you walk out the moment you meet Mitch Patterson, it'll look like you're the story for sure. Anyway, Chisel wants you to go to this reception tomorrow night to try and get the rest of the dirt on Wynne from that other trustee. What was her name? Elspeth? Bollocks. Sorry, having trouble here. It's a bloody wood-chip path. Dodgy's taking the girl for a walk into the undergrowth. She looks about 17. "Don't you need your phone to take photographs?" "I'm wearing those glasses with the inbuilt camera. Oh, here we go," he added quietly. "Dodgy's copping a feel in some bushes." Robin waited. She could hear a very faint clicking. "And here come some genuine horticulturalists," Strike muttered. "That's driven him back out into the open. Listen," he continued, "meet me at the office tomorrow after work before you go to that reception.
We'll take stock of everything we've got so far and make a decision on what to do next. Try your best to get the second listening device back, but don't replace it, just in case we need to take you out of there."
"All right," said Robin, full of foreboding. "But it's going to be difficult. I'm sure Amir is suspicious. Cormoran, I'm going to have to go." Izzy and Raphael had just walked into the tea room. Raphael had his arm around his half-sister, who, Robin saw at once, was distressed to the point of tears. He saw Robin, who hastily hung up on Strike, made a grimace indicating that Izzy was in a bad way, then muttered something to his sister, who nodded and headed towards Robin's table, leaving Raphael to buy drinks. "Izzy," said Robin, pulling out a chair for her, "are you all right?" As Izzy sat down, tears leaked out of her eyes. Robin passed her a paper napkin. "Thanks, Venetia," she said huskily. "I'm so sorry. Making a fuss. Silly." She took a deep, shuddering breath and sat upright, with the posture of a girl who had been told for years to sit up straight and pull herself together. "Just silly," she repeated, tears welling again. "Dad's just been a total bastard to her," said Raphael, arriving with a tray. "Don't say that, Raph," hiccuped Lizzie, another tear trickling down her nose. "I know he didn't mean it. He was upset when I arrived, and then I made it worse. Did you know he's lost Freddie's gold money clip?" "No," said Raphael, without much interest. "He thinks he left it at some hotel on Kinvara's birthday. They just called him back when I arrived. They haven't got it. You know what Papa's like about Freddie, even now." An odd look passed over Raphael's face, as though he had been struck by an unpleasant thought. "And then," said Izzy shakily, "I'd misdated a letter and he flew off the handle." Izzy twisted the damp napkin between her hands. 5 years, she burst out. 5 years I've worked for him, and I can count on one hand how many times he's thanked me for anything. When I told him I was thinking of leaving, he said, 'Not till after the Olympics.'" Her voice quavered. "Because I don't want to have to break in someone new before then." Raphael swore under his breath. "Oh, but he's not that bad, really," said Izzy quickly, in an almost comical volte-face. Robin knew that she had just remembered her hope that Raphael would take over her job. "I'm just upset, making it sound worse than it—" Her mobile rang. She read the caller's name and let out a moan. "Not TTS, not now, I can't. Raph, you speak to her." She held out the mobile to him, but Raphael recoiled as though asked to hold a tarantula. "Please, Raph, please." With extreme reluctance, Raphael took the phone. "Hi, Kinvara, Raph here. Izzy's out of the office." "No. Venetia's not here." "No. I'm at the office, obviously. I just picked up Izzy's phone." "He's just gone to the Olympic Park." No, I'm not. I don't know where Venetia is. All I know is she's not here." Yes. Okay, bye then." He raised his eyebrows. Hung up. He pushed the phone back across the table to Izzy, who asked, "Why is she so interested in where Venetia is?" "3 guesses," said Raphael, amused. Catching his drift, Robin looked out of the window, feeling the colour rising in her face. She wondered whether Mitch Patterson had called Kinvara and planted this idea in her head. "Oh, come off it," said Izzy. "She thinks Papa's... Venetia's young enough to be his daughter." "In case you haven't noticed, so is his wife," said Raphael. "And you know what she's like. The further down the tubes their marriage goes, the more jealous she gets. Dad's not picking up his phone to her, so she's drawing paranoid conclusions." "Papa doesn't pick up because she drives him crazy," says Izzy, her resentment towards her father suddenly submerged by dislike for her stepmother. "For the last 2 years she's refused to budge from home or leave her bloody horses. Suddenly the Olympics are nearly here, and London's full of celebrities, and all she wants to do is come up to town, dressed up to the nines, and play the minister's wife." She took another deep breath, blotted her face again, then stood up. "I better get back. We're so busy." "Thanks, Raph," she said, cuffing him lightly on the shoulder. She walked away. Raphael watched her go, then turned back to Robin. "Izzy was the only one who bothered to visit me when I was inside, you know." "Yes," said Robin. "She said."
And when I used to have to go to bloody Chisel House as a kid, she was the only one who talked to me. I was the little bastard who'd broken up their family, so they all hated my guts. But Izzy used to let me help her groom her pony. He swilled the coffee in his cup, looking sullen. I suppose you were in love with swashbuckling Freddie, were you, like all the other girls? He hated me. He used to call me Raffaella and pretend Dad had told the family I was another girl. How horrible, said Robin, and Raphael's scowl turned into a reluctant smile. You're so sweet. He seemed to be debating with himself whether or not to say something. Suddenly he asked, Ever meet Jack O'Kent when you were visiting? Who? Old boy used to work for Dad. Lived in the grounds of Chisel House. Scared the hell out of me when I was a kid. He had a kind of sunken face and mad eyes, and he used to loom out of nowhere when I was in the gardens. He never said a word except to swear at me if I got in his way. I vaguely remember someone like that, lied Robin. Jack O'Kent was Dad's nickname for him. Who was Jack O'Kent? Didn't he have something to do with the devil? Anyway, I used to have literal nightmares about the old boy. One time he caught me trying to get into a barn and gave me hell. He put his face up close to mine and said words to the effect of, I wouldn't like what I saw in there, or it was dangerous for little boys, or I can't remember exactly. I was only a kid. That sounds scary, Robin agreed. Her interest awakened now. What was he doing in there? Did you ever find out? Probably just storing farm machinery, said Raphael, but he made it sound like he was conducting satanic rituals. He was a good carpenter, mind you. He made Freddie's coffin. An English oak had come down. Dad wanted Freddie buried in wood from the estate. Again, he seemed to be wondering whether he ought to say what was on his mind. He scrutinized her through his dark lashes and finally said, Does Dad seem, well, normal to you at the moment? What do you mean? You don't think he's acting a bit strangely? Why he's bawling Izzy out for nothing? Pressure of work? Suggested Robin. Yeah, maybe, said Raphael. Then, frowning, he said, He phoned me the other night, which is strange in itself, because he can't normally stand the sight of me. Just to talk, he said, and that's never happened before. Mind you, he'd had a few too many. I could tell as soon as he spoke. Anyway, he started rambling on about Jack O'Kent. I couldn't make out what he was going on about. He mentioned Freddie dying and Kinvara's baby dying, and then... Raphael leaned in closer. Robin felt his knees touch hers under the table. Remember that phone call we got my first day here? That bloody creepy message about people pissing themselves as they die? Yes, said Robin. He said, It's all punishment. That was Jack O'Kent calling. He's coming for me. Robin stared at him. But whoever it was on the phone, said Raphael, it can't have been Jack O'Kent. He died years ago. Robin said nothing. She had suddenly remembered Matthew's delirium, the depth of that subtropical night when he had thought she was his dead mother. Raphael's knees seemed to press harder into hers. She moved her chair back slightly. I was awake half the night wondering whether he's cracking up. We can't afford to have Dad go bonkers as well, can we? We've already got Kinvara hallucinating horse slashers and grave diggers. Grave diggers? Repeated Robin sharply. Did I say grave diggers? Said Raphael restlessly. Well, you know what I mean. Men with spades in the woods. You think she's imagining them? Asked Robin. No idea. Izzy and the rest of them think she is, but then they've treated her like a hysteric ever since she lost that kid. She had to go through labour, even though they knew it had died. Did you know that? She wasn't right afterwards. But when you're a chisel, you're supposed to suck that sort of thing up. Put on a hat and go open a fete or something. He seemed to read Robin's thoughts in her face, because he said, Did you expect me to hate her just because the others do? She's a pain in the arse, and she thinks I'm a total waste of space. But I don't spend my life mentally subtracting everything she spends on her horses from my niece and nephew's inheritance. He's not a gold digger, whatever Izzy and Fizzy think, he said, laying arch emphasis on his other sister's nickname.
They thought my mother was a gold digger too. It's the only motivation they understand. I'm not supposed to know they've got cosy Chisel family nicknames for me and my mother as well. His dark skin flushed. Unlikely as it might seem, Kinvara genuinely fell for Dad, I could tell. She could have done a damn sight better if it was money she was after. He's skint. Robin, whose definition of skint did not comprise owning a large house in Oxfordshire, 9 horses, a mews flat in London, or the heavy diamond necklace she had seen around Kinvara's neck in photographs, maintained an impassive expression. "Have you been to Chisel House lately?" "Not lately," said Robin. "It's falling apart. Everything's moth-eaten and miserable. The one time I really remember being at Chisel House, the grown-ups were talking about a little girl who disappeared." "Really?" said Raphael, surprised. "Yes, I can't remember her name. I was young myself. Susan, Suki, something like that." "Doesn't ring any bells," said Raphael. His knees brushed hers again. "Tell me, does everyone confide their dark family secrets to you after 5 minutes of knowing you, or is it just me?" "Tim always says I look sympathetic," said Robin. "Perhaps I should forget politics and go into counselling." "Yeah, maybe you should," he said, looking into her eyes. "That isn't a very strong prescription. Why bother with glasses? Why not just wear contacts?" "Oh, I find these more comfortable," said Robin, pushing the glasses back up her nose and gathering her things. "You know, I really ought to get going." Raphael leaned back in his chair with a rueful smile. "Message received? He's a lucky man, your Tim. Tell him so from me." Robin gave a half laugh and stood up, catching herself on the corner of the table as she did so. Self-conscious and slightly flustered, she walked out of the tea room. Making her way back to Izzy's office, she mulled over the Minister for Culture's behaviour. Explosions of bad temper and paranoid ramblings were not, she thought, surprising in a man currently at the mercy of 2 blackmailers. But Chisel's suggestion that a dead man had telephoned him was undeniably odd. He had not struck her on either of their 2 encounters as the kind of man who would believe in either ghosts or divine retribution. But then, Robin reflected, drink brought out strange things in people. And suddenly, she remembered Matthew's snarling face as he had shouted across the sitting room on Sunday. She was almost level with Wynn's office door when she registered the fact that it was standing ajar again. Robin peered into the room beyond. It seemed to be empty. She knocked twice. Nobody answered. It took her less than 5 seconds to reach the power socket beneath Geraint's desk. Unplugging the fan, she prized the recording device loose and had just opened her handbag when Amir's voice said, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Robin gasped, attempted to stand up, hit her head hard on the desk and yelped in pain. Amir had just unfolded himself from an armchair angled away from the door, was taking headphones from his ears. He seemed to have been taking a few minutes for himself while listening to an iPod. "I knocked," Robin said, her eyes watering as she rubbed the top of her head. The recording device was still in her hand, and she hid it behind her back. "I didn't think anyone was in here." "What," he repeated, advancing on her, "are you doing?" Before she could answer, the door was pushed fully open. Geraint walked in. There was no lipless grin this morning, no air of bustling self-importance, no ribald comment at finding Robin on the floor of his office. Wynne seemed somehow smaller than usual, with purplish shadows beneath the lens-shrunken eyes. In perplexity, he turned from Robin to Amir, and as Amir began to tell him that Robin had just walked in uninvited, the latter managed to stuff the recording device into her handbag. "I'm so sorry," she said, getting to her feet, sweating profusely. Panic lapped at the edges of her thought, but then an idea bobbed up like a life raft. "I really am. I was going to leave a note. I was only going to borrow it." As the 2 men frowned at her, she gestured to the unplugged fan. "Ours is broken. Our room's like an oven. I didn't think you'd mind," she said, appealing to Geraint. "I was just going to borrow it for 30 minutes. She smiled piteously. "Honestly, I felt faint earlier." She plucked the front of her shirt away from her skin, which was indeed clammy. His gaze fell to her chest, and the usual lecherous grin resurfaced. "Though I shouldn't say so, overheating rather suits you," said Wynne, with the ghost of a smirk, and Robin forced a giggle. Well, we can spare it for 30 minutes, can't we?" he said, turning to Amir. The latter said nothing, but stood ramrod straight, staring at Robin with undisguised suspicion. Geraint lifted the fan carefully off the desk and passed it to Robin. As she turned to go, he patted her lightly on the lower back. "Enjoy." "Oh, I will," she said, her flesh crawling. "Thank you so much, Mr. Wynne." Chapter 28. Do I take it to heart to find myself so hampered and thwarted in my life's work? Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The long hike to and around Chelsea Physic Garden the previous day had not benefited Strike's hamstring injury. As his stomach was playing up from a constant diet of ibuprofen, he had eschewed painkillers for the past 24 hours, with the result that he was in what his doctors like to describe as some discomfort, as he sat with his 1.5 legs up on the office sofa on Thursday afternoon, his prosthesis leaning against the wall nearby while he reviewed the chisel file. Silhouetted like a headless watchman against the window of his inner office was Strike's best suit, plus a shirt and tie, which hung from the curtain rail, shoes and clean socks sitting below the limp trouser legs. He was going out to dinner with Lorelei tonight, and had organised himself so that he need not climb the stairs to his attic flat again before bed. Lorelei had been typically understanding about his lack of communication during Jack's hospitalisation, saying with only the slightest edge to her voice that it must have been a horrible thing to go through on his own. Strike had too much sense to tell her that Robin had been there too. Lorelei had then requested, sweetly and without rancour, dinner, to talk a few things through. They had been dating for just over 10 months, and she had just nursed him through 5 days of incapacity. Strike felt that it was neither fair nor decent to ask her to say what she had to say over the phone. Like the hanging suit, the prospect of having to find an answer to the inevitable question, "Where do you see this relationship going?" loomed ominously on the periphery of Strike's consciousness. Dominating his thoughts, however, was what he saw as the perilous state of the Chisel case, for which he had so far seen not a penny in payment, but which was costing him a significant outlay in salaries and expenses. Robin might have succeeded in neutralising the immediate threat of Geraint Wynne, but after a promising start, Barclay had nothing whatsoever to use against Chisel's first blackmailer, and Strike foresaw disastrous consequences should the Sun newspaper find its way to Jimmy Knight. Balked of the mysterious photographs at the Foreign Office that Wynne had promised him, and notwithstanding Chisel's assertion that Jimmy would not want the story in the press, Strike thought an angry and frustrated Jimmy was overwhelmingly likely to try and profit from a chance that seemed to be slipping through his fingers. His history of litigation told its own story. Jimmy was a man prone to cutting off his own nose, despite his face. To compound Strike's bad mood, after several straight days and nights hanging out with Jimmy and his mates, Barclay had told Strike that unless he went home soon, his wife would be initiating divorce proceedings. Strike, who owed Barclay expenses, had told him to come into the office for a check, after which he could take a couple of days off. To his extreme annoyance, the normally reliable Hutchins had then cavilled at having to take over the tailing of Jimmy Knight at short notice, rather than hanging around Harley Street, where Dodgy Doc was once again consulting patients. "What's the problem?" Strike had asked roughly, his stump throbbing. Much as he liked Hutchins, he had not forgotten that the ex-policeman had recently taken time off for a family holiday and to drive his wife to hospital when she broke her wrist. "I'm asking you to switch targets, that's all. I can't follow Knight, he knows me." "Yeah, all right, I'll do it." "Decent of you," Strike had said angrily. Thanks. The sound of Robin and Barclay climbing the metal stairs to the office at 5:30 made a welcome distraction from Strike's increasingly dark mood. "Hi," said Robin, walking into the office with a hold-all over her shoulder. Answering Strike's questioning look, she explained, "Outfit for the Paralympic reception. I'll change in the loo. I won't have time to go home." Barclay followed Robin into the room and closed the door. "We met downstairs," he told Strike cheerfully. "First time." "Sam was just telling me how much dope he's had to smoke to keep in with Jimmy," said Robin, laughing. "I've no been inhaling," said Barclay deadpan. "That'd be remiss on a job." The fact that the pair of them seemed to have hit it off was perversely annoying to Strike, who was now making heavy weather of hoisting himself off the fake leather cushions, which made their usual farting noises. "It's the sofa," he snapped at Barclay, who had looked around, grinning. "I'll get your money." "Stay there, I'll do it," Robin said, setting down her hold-all and reaching for the checkbook in the lower drawer of the desk, which she handed to Strike with a pen. "Want some tea, Cormoran? Sam?" "Aye, go on then," said Barclay. "You're both bloody cheerful," said Strike sourly, writing Barclay his cheque, "considering we're about to lose the job that's keeping us all in employment. Unless either of you have got information I don't know about, of course." "Only exciting thing to happen in Nightville this week was Flick having a big bust-up with one of her old flatmates," said Barclay. "Lassie called Laura. She reckoned Jimmy had stolen a credit card out of a handbag." "Had he?" asked Strike sharply. "I'd say it was more likely to be Flick herself. Told you she was boasting about helping herself to cash from her work, didn't I?" "Yeah, you did." "It all kicked off in the pub. The girl, Laura, was scunnered. She and Flick got into a row about who was more middle class." In spite of the pain he was in and his grumpy mood, Strike grinned. "Aye, it got nasty. Ponies and foreign holidays dragged in. Then Laura said she reckoned Jimmy nicked her new credit card off her months back. Jimmy got aggressive, said that was slander. Shamey's banned, or he could have sued her," said Strike, ripping out the cheque. "And Laura ran off into the night bawling. She's left the flat. Got a surname for her. I'll try and find out." "What's Flick's background, Barclay?" asked Strike, as Barclay put his cheque into his wallet. "Well, she told me she dropped out of uni," said Barclay. "Failed her first-year exams and gave up." "Some of the best people drop out," said Robin, carrying 2 mugs of tea over. She and Strike had both left their degree courses without a qualification. "Cheers," said Barclay, accepting a mug from Robin. "Her parents are divorced," he went on, "and she's no speaking to either of them. They don't like Jimmy, can I blame him? If my daughter ever hooks up with a ball bag like Knight, I know what to do about it. When she's not around, he tells the lads what he gets up to with young girls. They all think they're shagging a great revolutionary, doing it for the cause. Flick doesn't know the half of what he's up to." "Any of them underage? His wife suggested he's got form there. That'd be a bargaining chip." "All over 16, far as I know." "Pity," said Strike. He caught Robin's eye as she returned to them holding her own tea. "You know what I mean." He turned to Barclay again. "From what I heard on that march, she's not so monogamous herself. Aye, one of her pals made the gag about an Indian waiter." "A waiter? I heard a student." "No reason it couldn't have been both," said Barclay. "I'd say she's a..." But catching Robin's eye, Barclay decided against saying the word, and instead drank his tea. "Anything new your end?" Strike asked Robin. "Yes, I got the second listening device back." "You're kidding," said Strike, sitting up straighter. "I've only just finished transcribing it all. There was hours of stuff on there. Most of it's useless, but..." She set down her tea, unzipped the hold-all, and took out the recording device. "There's one strange bit. Listen to this." Barclay sat down on the arm of the sofa. Robin straightened up in her desk chair and flicked the switch on the device. Geraint's lilting accent filled the office. "Keep them sweet. Make sure I introduce Elspeth to Prince Harry," said Geraint.
Right, that's me off. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, said Amir. Robin shook her head at Strike and Barclay and mouthed, "Wait." They heard the door close. After the usual 30-second silence, there was a click, where the tape had stopped, then restarted. A deep Welsh female voice spoke. "Are you there, sweetheart?" Strike raised his eyebrows. Barclay stopped chewing. "Yes," said Amir, in his flat London accent. "Come and give me a kiss," said Della. Barclay made a small choking noise into his tea. The sound of lips smacking emanated from the bug. Feet shuffled. A chair was moved. There was a faint, rhythmic thudding. "What's that?" muttered Strike. "The guide dog's tail wagging," said Robin. "Let me hold your hand," said Della. "Geraint won't be back, don't worry. I've sent him out to Chiswick. There. Thank you. Now I needed a little private word with you. The thing is, darling, your neighbours have complained. They say they've been hearing funny noises through the walls." "Like what?" He sounded apprehensive. "Well, they thought they might be animal," said Della. "A dog whining or whimpering." "You haven't?" "Course I haven't," said Amir. "It must have been a telly. Why would I get a dog? I'm at work all day." "I thought it would be like you to bring home some poor little stray," she said. "You a soft heart." "Well, I haven't," said Amir. He sounded tense. "You don't have to take my word for it. You can go and check if you want. You've got a key." "Darling, don't be like that," said Della. "I wouldn't dream of letting myself in without your permission. I don't snoop." "You're within your rights," he said. And Strike thought he sounded bitter. "It's your house." "You're upset. I knew you would be. I had to mention it because if Geraint picks up the phone to them next time, it was the purest good luck the neighbours caught me." "I'll make sure and keep the volume down from now on," said Amir. "Okay? I'll be careful. You understand, my love, that as far as I'm concerned, you're free to do whatever—" "Look, I've been thinking," Amir interrupted. "I really think I should be paying you some rent. What if—" "We've been over this. Don't be silly. I don't want your money." "But apart from everything else," she said, "you couldn't afford it. A 3-bedroomed house on your own." "But we've been through this. You seemed happy when you first moved in. I thought you liked it. Obviously I like it. It was very generous of you," he said stiffly. "Generous? It's not a question of generosity, for heaven's sake. Now listen. How would you like to come and have a curry? I've got a late vote and I was going to nip over to the Kennington Tandoori. My treat." "Sorry, I can't," said Amir. He sounded stressed. "I've got to get home." "Oh," said Della, with a great deal less warmth. "Oh, that's disappointing. What a pity." "I'm sorry," he said again. "I said I'd meet a friend, university friend." "Ah, I see. Well, next time I'll make sure to call ahead. Find a slot in your diary." "Della, don't be silly, I'm only teasing. You can walk out with me at least." Yes, of course." There was more scuffling, then the sound of the door opening. Robin turned off the tape. "They're shagging," said Barclay loudly. "Not necessarily," said Robin. "The kiss might have been on the cheek." "Let me hold your hand," repeated Barclay. "Since when's that normal office procedure?" "How old's this Amir bloke?" asked Strike. "I'd guess mid-20s, said Robin. "And she's what? Mid-60s, said Robin. "And she's provided him with a house. He's not related to her, is he?" "There's no family connection as far as I'm aware," said Robin. "But Jasper Chisel knows something personal about him. He quoted a Latin poem at Amir when they met in our office." "You didn't tell me that." "Sorry," said Robin, remembering that this had happened shortly before she had refused to tail Jimmy on the march. "I forgot. Yes, Chisel quoted something Latin, then mentioned a man of your habits." "What was the poem?" "I don't know. I never did Latin." She checked her watch. "I better get changed. I'm supposed to be at DCMS in 40 minutes. "Aye, that's me off as well, Strike," said Barclay. 2 days, Barclay, Strike said, as the other headed to the door. "Then you're back on night." "Nae bother," said Barclay. "I'll be wanting a break from the ween by then."
"I like him," said Robin, as Barclay's footsteps died away down the metal stairs.
"Yeah," grunted Strike, as he reached for his prosthesis. "He's all right."
He and Lorelei were meeting early at his request. It was time to begin the onerous process of making himself presentable. Robin retired to the cramped toilet on the landing to change, and Strike, having put his prosthesis back on, withdrew to the inner office. He had got as far as pulling on his suit trousers when his mobile rang. Half hoping that it was Lorelei to say that she could not make dinner, he picked up the cracked phone and saw, with an inexplicable sense of foreboding, that it was Hutchins.
"Strike? What's wrong?"
"Strike, I fucked up."
Hutchins sounded weak.
"What's happened?"
"Nights with some mates. I followed him into a pub. They're planning something. He's got a placard with Chisel's face on it."
"And?" said Strike loudly.
"Strike, I'm sorry. My balance is gone. I've lost him."
"You stupid fucker!" roared Strike, losing his temper completely. "Why didn't you tell me you were ill?"
"I've had a lot of time off lately. Knew you were stretched."
Strike switched Hutchins to speakerphone, laid his mobile onto his desk, took his shirt off the hanger, and began to dress as fast as possible.
"Mate, I'm so sorry. I'm having trouble walking."
"I know the fucking feeling."
Fuming, Strike stabbed off the call.
"Cormoran?"
Robin called through the door.
"Everything okay?"
"No, it's fucking not."
He opened the office door. In one part of his brain, he registered that Robin was wearing the green dress he had bought her 2 years ago as a thank you for helping him catch their first killer. She looked stunning.
"Knight's got a placard with Chisel's face on it. He's planning something with a bunch of mates. I knew it. I fucking knew this would happen now Wynn's bailed on him. I'll bet you anything he's heading for your reception." "Shit," said Strike, realising he didn't have shoes on and doubling back. "And Hutchins has lost him," he shouted over his shoulder. "The stupid tit didn't tell me he's ill."
"Maybe you can get Barclay back," suggested Robin.
"He'll be on the tube by now. I'm going to have to fucking do it, aren't I?" said Strike.
He dropped back into the sofa and slid his feet into his shoes.
"There are going to be press all around that place tonight if Harry's going to be there. All it needs is for a journo to twig what Jimmy's stupid fucking sign means, and Chisel's out of a job and so are we."
He heaved himself back to his feet.
"Where is this thing tonight?"
"Lancaster House," said Robin. "Stable yard."
"Right,"
said Strike, heading for the door.
"Stand by. You might have to bail me out. There's a good chance I'm going to have to punch him."
Chapter 29. It became impossible for me to remain an idle spectator any longer. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The taxi that Strike had picked up in Charing Cross Road turned into St James's Street 20 minutes later, while he was still talking to the Minister for Culture on his mobile.
"The placard? What's on it?"
"Your face," said Strike. "That's all I know."
"And he's heading for the reception? Well, this is bloody, isn't it?"
shouted Chisel, so loudly that Strike winced and removed the phone from his ear.
"If the press see this, it's all over. You were supposed to stop something like this bloody happening."
"And I'm going to try," said Strike. "But in your shoes, I'd want to be forewarned. I'd advise..."
"I don't pay you for advice." "I'll do whatever I can," promised Strike.
But Chisel had already hung up.
"I'm not going to be able to go any further, mate,"
said the taxi driver, addressing Strike in the rear-view mirror from which dangled a swinging mobile, outlined in tufts of multicoloured cotton and embossed with a golden Ganesh. The end of St James's Street had been blocked off. A swelling crowd of royal watchers and Olympics fans, many clutching small Union Jacks, was congregating behind portable barriers, waiting for the arrival of Paralympians and Prince Harry.
"OK, I'll get out here,"
said Strike, fumbling for his wallet. He was once again facing the crenellated frontage of St James's Palace, its gilded, diamond-shaped clock gleaming in the early evening sun. Strike limped down the slope again towards the crowd, passing the side street where Pratt stood, while smartly dressed passers-by, workers, and customers of galleries and wine merchants moved aside courteously as his uneven gait became progressively more pronounced. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he muttered, pain shooting up into his groin every time he put his weight onto the prosthesis as he drew closer to the assembled sports fans and royal watchers. He could see no placards or banners of a political nature, but as he joined the back of the crowd and looked down Cleveland Row, he spotted a press pen and ranks of photographers, which stood waiting for the prince and famous athletes. It was only when a car slid past, containing a glossy-haired brunette Strike vaguely recognized from the television, that he remembered he had not called Lorelei to tell her he would be late to dinner. He hastily dialed her number. "Hi, Corm." She sounded apprehensive. He guessed that she thought he was going to cancel. "Hi," he said, his eyes still darting around for some sign of Jimmy. "I'm really sorry, but something's come up. I might be late." "Oh, that's fine," she said, and he could tell that she was relieved that he was still intending to come. "Shall I try and change the booking?" "Yeah, maybe make it 8 instead of 7. Turning for the third time to scan Pall Mall behind him, Strike spotted Flick's tomato-red hair. 8 corps members were heading for the crowd, including a stringy blonde, dreadlocked youth and a short, thick-set man who resembled a bouncer. Flick was the only woman. All bar Jimmy were holding placards with the broken Olympic rings on them, and slogans such as "Fair play is fair pay" and "Homes, not bombs." Jimmy was holding his own placard upside down, the picture on it turned inwards, parallel with his leg. "Lorelei, I gotta go. Speak later." Uniformed police were walking around the perimeter fencing, keeping the crowds back, walkie-talkies in hand, eyes roving constantly over the cheerful spectators. They, too, had spotted Corps, who were trying to reach a spot opposite the press pen. Gritting his teeth, Strike began to forge a path through the pressing crowd, eyes on Jimmy. Chapter 30. There is no denying it would have been more fortunate if we had succeeded in checking the stream at an earlier point. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Slightly self-conscious in her clinging green dress and heels, Robin attracted a considerable number of appreciative glances from male passers-by as she climbed out of her taxi at the entrance to the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. As she reached the doorway, she saw approaching from 50 yards away Izzy, who was wearing bright orange, and Kinvara in what appeared to be the slinky black dress and heavy diamond necklace that she had worn in the photograph that Robin had seen of her online. Acutely anxious about what was happening with Jimmy and Strike, Robin nevertheless registered that Kinvara appeared to be upset. Izzy rolled her eyes at Robin as they approached. Kinvara gave Robin a pointed up-and-down look that suggested she found the green dress inappropriate, if not indecent. "We were supposed," said a booming male voice in Robin's near vicinity, "to be meeting here." Jasper Chisel had just emerged from the building, carrying 3 engraved invitations, one of which he held out to Robin.
"Yes, I know that now, Jasper, thank you,"
said Kinvara, puffing slightly as she approached.
"Very sorry for getting it wrong again. Nobody bothered to check I knew what the arrangements were."
Passers-by stared at Chisel, finding him vaguely familiar with his chimney brush hair. Robin saw a suited man nudge his companion and point. A sleek black Mercedes drew up at the curb. The chauffeur got out. Kinvara walked around the back of the car to sit behind him. Izzy wriggled over into the middle of the back seat, leaving Robin to take the back seat directly behind Chisel. The car pulled away from the curb, the atmosphere inside unpleasant. Robin turned her head to watch the after-work drinkers and evening shoppers, wondering whether Strike had found night yet, scared of what might happen when he did, and wishing she could spirit the car directly to Lancaster House.
"You haven't invited Raphael, then?"
Kinvara shot at the back of her husband's head. "No," said Chisel. "He angled for an invitation, but that will be because he's smitten with Venetia." Robin felt her face flood with colour.
"Venetia seems to have quite the fan base,"
said Kinvara tersely. Going to have a little chat with Raphael tomorrow, said Chisel. I'm seeing him rather differently these days, I don't mind telling you. Out of the corner of her eye, Robin saw Kinvara's hands twist around the chain on her ugly evening bag, which sported a horse's head picked out in crystals. A tense silence settled over the car's interior as it purred on through the warm city. Chapter 31. The result was that he got a thrashing. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Adrenaline made it easier for Strike to block out the mounting pain in his leg. He was closing on Jimmy and his companions, who were being thwarted in their desire to show themselves clearly to the press, because the excitable crowd had pressed forwards as the first official cars began to glide past, hoping to spot some celebrities. Late to the party, Corps now found themselves faced by an impenetrable mass. Mercedes and Bentleys swished past, affording the crowd glimpses of the famous and the not-so-famous. A comedian got a loud cheer as he waved. A few flashes went off. Clearly deciding that he could not hope for a more prominent spot, Jimmy began to drag his homemade banner out of the tangle of legs around him, preparatory to hoisting it aloft. A woman ahead of Strike gave a shriek of indignation as he pushed her out of the way. In 3 strides, Strike had closed his large left hand around Jimmy's right wrist, preventing him from raising the placard above waist-height, forcing it back towards the ground. Strike had time to see the recognition in his eyes before Jimmy's fist came hurtling at his throat. A second woman saw the punch coming and screamed. Strike dodged it and brought his left foot down hard on the placard, splintering the pole, but his amputated leg was not equal to bearing all his weight, especially as Jimmy's second punch connected. As Strike crumpled, he hit Jimmy in the balls. Knight gave a soft scream of pain, doubled up, hit the falling Strike, and both of them toppled over, knocking bystanders sideways, all of whom shouted their indignation. As Strike hit the pavement, one of Jimmy's companions aimed a kick at his head. Strike caught his foot and twisted it. Through the mounting furore, he heard a third woman shriek, "They're attacking that man!" Strike was too intent on seizing hold of Jimmy's mangled cardboard banner to care whether he was being cast as victim or aggressor. Tugging on the banner, which like himself was being trampled underfoot, he succeeded in ripping it. One of the pieces attached to the spike heel of a panicking woman trying to get out of the way of the fight and was carried away. Fingers closed around his neck from behind. He aimed an elbow at Jimmy's face and his hold loosened. But then somebody kicked Strike in the stomach and another blow hit him on the back of the head. Red spots popped in front of his eyes. More shouting, a whistle, and the crowd was suddenly thinning around them. Strike could taste blood, but from what he could see, the splintered and torn remnants of Jimmy's placard had been scattered by the melee. Jimmy's hands were again scrabbling at Strike's neck, but then Jimmy was pulled away, swearing fluently at the top of his voice. The winded Strike was seized and dragged to his feet as well. He put up no resistance. He doubted he could have stood of his own accord. Chapter 32. And now we can go into supper. Will you come in, Mr. Kroll? Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Chisel's Mercedes turned the corner of St. James's Street onto Pall Mall and set off along Cleveland Row. "What's going on?" growled Chisel, as the car slowed, then stopped. The shouting ahead was not of the excited, enthusiastic kind that royalty or celebrities might expect. Several uniformed officers were converging on the crowd on the left-hand side of the street, which was jostling and pushing as it tried to move away from what appeared to be a confrontation between police and protesters. 2 dishevelled men in jeans and T-shirts emerged from the fray, both held in arm locks by uniformed officers, Jimmy Knight and a youth with limp blonde dreadlocks. Then Robin bit back a cry of dismay as a hobbling bloody Strike appeared, also being led along by police. Behind them, An altercation in the crowd had not subsided, but was growing. A barrier swayed. "Pull up! Pull up!" bellowed Chisel at the driver, who had just begun to accelerate again. Chisel wound down his window. "Door open! Venetia, open your door! That man!" Chisel roared at a nearby policeman, who turned, startled to see the Minister for Culture shouting at him and pointing at Strike. "He's my guest! That man! Bloody well let him go!" Confronted by an official car, a government minister, the steely patrician voice, the brandishing of a thick embossed invitation, the policeman did as he was told. Most people's attention was focused on the increasingly violent brawl between police and corps, and the consequent trampling and pushing of the crowd trying to get away from it. A couple of cameramen had broken away from the press pen up ahead and were running towards the fracas. "Izzy, move up! Get in! Get in!" Chisel snarled at Strike through the window. Robin squeezed backwards, half sitting in Izzy's lap to accommodate Strike as he clambered into the back seat. The door slammed. The car rolled on. "Who are you?" squealed the frightened Kinvara, who was now pinned against the opposite door by Izzy. "What's going on?" "He's a private detective," growled Chisel. His decision to bring Strike into the car seemed born of panic. Twisting around in his seat to glare at Strike, he said, "How does it help me if you get bloody arrested?" "They weren't arresting me," said Strike, dabbing his nose with the back of his hand. "They wanted to take a statement. Knight attacked me when I went for his placard. Cheers," he added, as, with difficulty given how tightly compressed they all were, Robin passed him a box of tissues that had been lying on the ledge behind the rear seat. He pressed one to his nose. "I got rid of the placard," Strike added, through the blood-stained tissue, but nobody congratulated him. "Jasper," said Kinvara, "what's going—" "Shut up," snapped Chisel, without looking at her. "I can't let you out in front of all these people," he told Strike angrily, as though the latter had suggested it. "There are more photographers. You'll have to come in with us. I'll fix it." The car was now proceeding towards a barrier where police and security were checking ID and investigations. "Nobody say anything," Chisel instructed. "Shut up," he added preemptively to Kinvara, who had opened her mouth. A Bentley up ahead was admitted, and the Mercedes rolled forwards. In pain because she was bearing a good proportion of Strike's weight across her left hip and leg, Robin heard screeching from behind the car. Turning, she saw a young woman running after the car, a female police officer chasing her. The girl had wild tomato-red hair, a T-shirt with a logo of broken Olympic rings on it, and she screamed after Chisel's car. "He put the fucking horse on them! Chisel! He put the horse on them! You cheating, thieving bastard! You murderer!" "I have a guest here who didn't get his invitation," Chisel was shouting through his wound-down window to the armed policeman at the barrier. "Cormoran Strike, the amputee. He's been in the papers. There was a balls up at my department. His invitation didn't go. The prince," he said with breathtaking chutzpah, "asked to meet him specifically." Strike and Robin were watching what was happening behind the car. 2 policemen had seized the struggling flick and were escorting her away. A few more cameras flashed. Caving under the weight of ministerial pressure, the armed policeman requested ID of Strike. Strike, who always carried a couple of forms of identification, though not necessarily in his own name, passed over his genuine driving license. A queue of stationary cars grew longer behind them. The prince was due in 15 minutes' time. Finally, the policeman waved them through. "Shouldn't have done that," said Strike in an undertone to Robin. "Shouldn't have let me in, bloody lax." The Mercedes swung around the inner courtyard and arrived, finally, at the foot of a shallow flight of red-carpeted steps, in front of an enormous, honey-coloured building that resembled a stately home. Wheelchair ramps had been set either side of the carpet, and a celebrated wheelchair basketball player was already manoeuvring his way up one. Strike pushed open the door, clambered out of the car, then turned and reached back inside to assist Robin. She accepted the offer of help. Her left leg was almost completely numb from where he'd sat on her. "Nice to see you again, Corm," said Izzy, beaming, as she got out behind Robin.
"Aye, is he?" said Strike. Now burdened with Strike whether he wanted him or not, Chisel hurried up the steps to explain to one of the liveried men standing outside the front door that Strike must be admitted without his invitation. They heard a recurrence of the word amputee. All around them, more cars were releasing their smartly dressed passengers.
"What's all this about?"
Kinvara said, who had marched around the rear of the Mercedes to address Strike.
"What's going on? What does my husband need a private detective for?"
"Will you be quiet, you stupid bitch?"
Stressed and disturbed though Chisel undoubtedly was, his naked hostility shocked Robin. He hates her, she thought. He genuinely hates her.
"You two," said the minister, pointing at his wife and daughter. "Get inside." "Give me one good reason I should keep paying you," he added, turning on Strike as still more people spilled past them. "You realize," said Chisel, and in his necessarily quiet fury, spit flew from his mouth onto Strike's tie, "I've just been called a bloody murderer in front of 20 people, including press." "They'll think she's a crank," said Strike. If the suggestion brought Chisel any comfort, it didn't show. "I want to see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, he told Strike. "Not at my office. Come to the flat in Ebury Street." He turned away, then, as an afterthought, turned back. "You too," he barked at Robin. Side by side, they watched him lumbering up the steps.
"We're about to get sacked, aren't we?" whispered Robin.
"I'd say it's odds on," said Strike,
who, now that he was on his feet, was in considerable pain.
"Cormoran, what was on the placard?" said Robin.
Strike allowed a woman in peach chiffon to pass, then said quietly,
"Picture of Chisel hanging from a gallows and beneath him a bunch of dead children. One odd thing, though."
"What?"
"All the kids were black."
Still dabbing at his nose, Strike reached inside his pocket for a cigarette, then remembered where he was and let his hand fall back to his side.
"Listen, if that Elspeth woman's in here, you might as well try to find out what else she knows about Wynne. It'll help justify our final invoice."
"Okay," said Robin. "The back of your head's bleeding, by the way." Strike dabbed at it ineffectually with the tissues he had pocketed and began to limp up the steps beside Robin.
"We shouldn't be seen together any more tonight," he told her, as they passed over the threshold into a blaze of ochre, scarlet and gold. "There was a cafe in Ebury Street, not far from Chisel's house. I'll meet you there at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we can face the firing squad together. Go on, you go ahead."
But as she moved away from him towards the grand staircase, he called after her,
"Nice dress, by the way."
Chapter 33. I believe you could bewitch anyone if you set yourself to do it. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The grand hallway of the mansion constituted a vast empty block of space. A red and gold carpeted central staircase led to an upper balcony that split left and right. The walls, which appeared to be of marble, were ochre, dull green and rose. Sundry Paralympians were being shown to a lift on the left of the entrance, but the limping Strike made his way laboriously to the stairs and heaved himself upwards by liberal use of the banister. The sky, visible through a huge and ornate skylight supported by columns, was fading through technicolor variations that intensified the colors of the massive Venetian paintings of classical subjects hanging on every wall. Doing his best to walk naturally, because he was afraid he might be mistaken for some veteran Paralympian and perhaps asked to expound on past triumphs, Strike followed the crowd up the right staircase, around the balcony, and into a small anteroom overlooking the courtyard where the official cars were parked. From here, the guests were ushered left into a long and spacious picture gallery, where the carpet was apple green and decorated with a rosette pattern. Tall windows stood at either end of the room, and almost every inch of white wall was covered in paintings.
"Drink, sir,"
said a waiter just inside the doorway.
Is it champagne? Asked Strike.
English sparkling wine, sir,
said the waiter. Strike helped himself, though without enthusiasm, and continued through the crowd, passing Chisel and Kinvara, who were listening, or, Strike thought, pretending to listen, to a wheelchair-bound athlete. Kinvara shot Strike a swift, suspicious side glance as he passed, aiming for the far wall, where he hoped to find either a chair or something on which he could conveniently lean. Unfortunately, the gallery walls were so densely packed with pictures that leaning was impossible, nor were there any seats, so Strike came to rest beside an enormous painting by Count d'Orsay of Queen Victoria riding a dapple grey horse. While he sipped his sparkling wine, he tried discreetly to staunch the blood still leaking from his nose and wipe the worst of the dirt off his suit trousers. Waiters were circulating, carrying trays of canapes. Strike managed to grab a couple of miniature crab cakes as they passed, then fell to examining his surroundings, noting another spectacular skylight, this one supported by a number of gilded palm trees. The room had a peculiar energy. The prince's arrival was imminent, and the guests' gaiety came and went in nervous spurts, with increasingly frequent glances at the doors. From his vantage point beside Queen Victoria, Strike spotted a stately figure in a primrose-yellow dress, standing almost directly opposite him, close beside an ornate black and gold fireplace. One hand was keeping a gentle hold on the harness of a pale yellow Labrador, who sat panting gently at her feet in the overcrowded room. Strike had not immediately recognized Della, because she was not wearing sunglasses, but prosthetic eyes. Her slightly sunken, opaque china blue gaze gave her an odd innocence. Geraint stood a short distance from his wife, gabbling at a thin, mousy woman whose eyes darted around, searching for a rescuer. A sudden hush fell near the doors through which Strike had entered. Strike saw the top of a ginger head and a flurry of suits. Self-consciousness spread through the packed room like a petrifying breeze. Strike watched the top of the ginger head move away towards the far right side of the room. Still sipping his English wine and wondering which of the women in the room was the trustee with dirt on Geraint Wynne, his attention was suddenly caught by a tall woman nearby, with her back to him. Her long dark hair was twisted up into a messy bun, and unlike every other woman present, her outfit gave no suggestion of party best. The straight black knee-length dress was plain to the point of severity, and though bare-legged, she wore a pair of spike-heeled, open-toed ankle boots. For a sliver of a second, Strike thought he must be mistaken, but then she moved, and he knew for sure that it was her. Before he could move away from her vicinity, she turned around and looked straight into his eyes. Colour flooded her face, which, as he knew, was normally cameo pale. She was heavily pregnant. Her condition had not touched her anywhere but the swollen belly. She was as fine-boned as ever in face and limbs. Less adorned than any other woman in the room, she was easily the most beautiful. For a few seconds they contemplated each other. Then she took a few tentative steps forwards, the colour ebbing from her cheeks as fast as it had come. "Corm?" "Hello, Charlotte." If she thought of kissing him, his stony face deterred her. "What on earth are you doing here?" "Invited," lied Strike. "Celebrity amputee. You?" She seemed dazed. "Jago's niece is a Paralympian. She's—" Charlotte looked around, apparently trying to spot the niece, and took a sip of water. Her hand was shaking. A few drops spilled from the glass. He saw them break like glass beads on her swollen belly. "Well, she's here somewhere," she said, with a nervous laugh. "She's got cerebral palsy, and she's remarkable, actually, an incredible rider. Her father's in Hong Kong, so her mum invited me instead." His silence was unnerving her. She rattled on. "Jago's family like to make me go out and do things. Only my sister-in-law's cross because I got the dates mixed up.
I thought tonight was dinner at the Shard and this thing was Friday. Tomorrow, I mean, so I'm not properly dressed for royalty. But I was late and I didn't have time to change. She gestured hopelessly at her plain black dress and her spike-heeled boots. Jago not here? Her gold-flecked green eyes flickered slightly. No, he's in the States. Her focus moved to his upper lip. Have you been in a fight? No, he said, dabbing at his nose with the back of his hand again. He straightened up, lowering his weight carefully back onto his prosthesis, ready to walk away. Well, nice to... Come, don't go, she said, reaching out. Her fingers did not quite make contact with his sleeve. She let her hand fall back by her side. Don't, not yet, You've done such incredible things. I read about them all in the papers. The last time they had seen each other, he had been bleeding too, because of the flying ashtray that had caught him in the face as he left her. He remembered the text. It was yours, sent on the eve of her wedding to Ross, referring to another baby she had claimed to be bearing, which had vanished before he ever saw proof of its existence. He remembered, too, the picture she had sent to his office of herself minutes after saying, I do, to Jago Ross, beautiful and stricken like a sacrificial victim. Congratulations, he said, keeping his eyes on her face. I'm huge because it's twins. She did not, as he had seen other pregnant women do, touch her belly as she talked about the babies, but looked down as though slightly surprised to see her changed shape. She had never wanted children when they had been together. It was one of the things they had had in common. The baby that she had claimed was his had been an unwelcome surprise to both of them. In Strike's imagination, Jago Ross's progeny were curled under the black dress like a pair of white whelps, not entirely human, emissaries of their father, who resembled a dissolute Arctic fox. He was glad they were there, if such a joyless emotion could be called gladness. All impediments, all deterrents were welcome, because it now became apparent to him that the gravitational pull Charlotte had so long exerted over him, even after hundreds of fights and scenes and 1,000 lies, was not yet spent. As ever, he had the sense that behind the green and gold-flecked eyes, she knew exactly what he was thinking. They aren't due for ages. I had a scan, it's a boy and a girl. Jago's pleased about the boy. Are you here with anyone? No. As he said it, he caught a flash of green over Charlotte's shoulder. Robin, who was now talking brightly to the mousy woman in purple brocade, who had finally escaped Geraint. Pretty, said Charlotte, who had looked to see what had caught his attention. She had always had a preternatural ability to detect the slightest flicker of interest towards other women. No, wait, she said slowly. Isn't that the girl who works with you? She was in all the papers. What's her name? No, said Strike. That's not her. He wasn't remotely surprised that Charlotte knew Robin's name, or that she had recognized her, even with the hazel contact lenses. He had known Charlotte would keep tabs on him. You've always liked girls with that colouring, haven't you? Said Charlotte, with a kind of synthetic gaiety. That little American you started dating after you pretended we'd broken up in Germany had the same kind of... There was a kind of hushed scream in their vicinity. Oh, my God! Charlie! Izzy Chisel was bearing down upon them, beaming, her pink face clashing with her orange dress. She was, Strike suspected, not on her first glass of wine. Hello, Iz, said Charlotte, forcing a smile. Strike could almost feel the effort it cost her to tug herself free of that tangle of ancient grudges and wounds in which their relationship had gradually strangled to death. Again, he prepared to walk away, but the crowd parted, and Prince Harry was suddenly revealed in all his hyper-real familiarity, some 10 feet away from where Strike and the two women stood, so that moving away from the area would be done under the scrutiny of half the room. Trapped, Strike startled a passing waiter by reaching out a long arm
and snatching another glass of wine from his tray. For a few seconds, both Charlotte and Izzy watched the prince. Then, when it became apparent that he was not about to approach them any time soon, they turned back to each other.
"Showing already?"
Izzy said, admiring Charlotte's belly.
"Have you had a scan? Do you know what it is?"
"Twins," said Charlotte without enthusiasm. She indicated Strike. "You remember—"
"Yeah, of course, we brought him here,"
said Izzy, beaming and clearly unconscious of any indiscretion. Charlotte turned from her old school friend to her ex, and Strike could feel her sniffing the air for the reason that Strike and Izzy would have travelled together. She shifted very slightly, apparently allowing Izzy into the conversation, but boxing Strike in so that he couldn't walk away without asking one of them to get out of his way.
"Oh, wait, of course. You investigated Freddie's death in action, didn't you?" she said. "I remember you telling me about it. Poor Freddie."
Izzy acknowledged this tribute to her brother with a slight tip of her glass, then peeked back over her shoulder at Prince Harry.
"He gets sexier every passing day, doesn't he?"
she whispered. "Ginger pubes there, darling," said Charlotte deadpan. Against his will, Strike grinned. Izzy snorted with laughter. "Speaking of which," said Charlotte, she never acknowledged that she had been funny, "isn't that Kinvara Hanratty over there?"
"My ghastly stepmother, yes,"
said Izzy.
"Do you know her?"
"My sister sold her a horse." During the 16 years of Strike's on-off relationship with Charlotte, he had been privy to countless conversations like this. People of Charlotte's class all seemed to know each other. Even if they had never met, they knew siblings or cousins or friends or classmates, or else their parents knew somebody else's parents. All were connected, forming a kind of web that constituted a hostile habitat for outsiders. Rarely did these web-dwellers leave to seek companionship or love among the rest of society. Charlotte had been unique in her circle in choosing somebody as unclassifiable as Strike, whose invisible appeal and low status had, he knew, been subjects of perennial, horrified debate among most of her friends and family.
"Well, I hope it wasn't a horse Amelia liked," Izzy said, "because Kinvara will ruin it. Awful hands and a horrible seat, but she thinks she's Charlotte Dujardin. Do you ride, Cormoran?"
Izzy asked. "No," said Strike. "He doesn't trust horses," said Charlotte, smiling at him. But he did not respond. He had no desire to touch upon old jokes or shared memories.
"Kinvara's livid. Look at her,"
said Izzy, with some satisfaction.
"Papa's just dropped a heavy hint he's going to try and talk my brother Raph into taking over from me, which is fabulous, and what I hoped would happen. Papa used to let Kinvara boss him around about Raph, but he's putting his foot down these days."
"I think I've met Raphael," said Charlotte. "Wasn't he working at Henry Drummond's art gallery a couple of months ago?" Strike checked at his watch and then back around the room. The prince was moving away from their part of the room, and Robin was nowhere to be seen. With any luck, she had followed the trustee who had dirt on Wynne into the bathroom and was eliciting confidences over the sink.
"Oh, Lord," said Izzy. "Look out! Geraint bloody— Hello, Geraint!"
Geraint's object, it soon became clear, was Charlotte.
"Hello, hello,"
he said, peering at her through heavily smudged glasses, his lipless smile a leer.
"You've just been pointed out to me by your niece. What an extraordinary young woman she is, quite extraordinary. Our charity's involved in supporting the equestrian team. Geraint Wynne," he said, holding out a hand. "The level playing field."
"Oh," said Charlotte. "Hello." Strike had watched her repel lecherous men for years. Having acknowledged his presence, she stared coldly at Geraint, as though quite puzzled to know why he was still in her vicinity. Strike's mobile vibrated in his pocket. Reaching for it, he saw an unknown number. This was his excuse to leave. "Need to get going, sorry. Excuse me, Izzy."
"Oh, that's a shame," Izzy said, pouting. "I wanted to ask you all about the Shacklewell Ripper."
Strike saw Geraint's eyes widen. Inwardly cursing her, he said, "Night. Bye," he said to Charlotte. Limping away as fast as he could manage, he accepted the call, but by the time he had raised it to his ear, the caller had gone. "Corm?" Somebody lightly touched his arm. He turned. Charlotte had followed him. "I'm leaving too." "What about your niece?" "She's met Harry. She'll be thrilled. She doesn't actually like me that much. None of them do." "What happened to your mobile?" "I fell on it." He walked on, but long-legged as she was, she caught up with him. "I don't think I'm going your way, Charlotte." "Well, unless you're tunnelling out, we have to walk 200 yards together." He limped on without answering. To his left, he caught another flash of green. As they reached the grand staircase in the hall, Charlotte reached out and lightly grasped his arm, wobbly in the heels that were so unsuitable for a pregnant woman. He resisted the urge to shake her loose. His mobile rang again. The same unknown number had appeared on the screen. Charlotte drew up beside him, watching his face as he answered it. The moment the mobile touched his ear, he heard a desperate, haunting scream. "They're going to kill me, Mr. Strike! Help me! Help me! Please help me!" Chapter 34. But who could really foresee what was coming? I am sure I could not. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The hazy, clear-skied promise of another summer's day hadn't yet translated itself into actual warmth when Robin arrived next morning at the cafe closest to Chisel's house. She could have chosen one of the circular tables outside on the pavement, but instead she huddled down in a corner of the cafe where she was to meet Strike, hands clasped around her latte for comfort, a reflection in the espresso machine, pale and heavy-eyed. Somehow, she had known that Strike would not be here when she arrived. Her mood was simultaneously depressed and nervy. She would rather not have been alone with her thoughts. But here she was, with only the hiss of the coffee maker for company, chilly in spite of the jacket she had grabbed on the way out of the house, and full of anxiety about the imminent confrontation with Chisel, who might quibble his bill after the catastrophe of Strike's fight with Jimmy Knight. But that wasn't all that was worrying Robin. She had woken that morning from a confused dream in which the dark spike-booted figure of Charlotte Ross figured. Robin had recognized Charlotte immediately when she spotted her at the reception. She had tried not to watch the once-engaged couple as they talked, angry with herself for being so sharply interested in what was passing between them, yet even as she had moved from group to group, shamelessly insinuating herself into conversations in the hope of finding the elusive Elspeth Curtis Lacey, her eyes had sought out Strike and Charlotte, and when they left the reception together, she had experienced a nasty sensation in her stomach, akin to the drop of an elevator. She had arrived home unable to think of anything else, which made her feel guilty when Matthew emerged from the kitchen eating a sandwich. She had the impression that he had not been home long. He subjected the green dress to an up-and-down look, very like the one Kinvara had given her. She made to walk past him upstairs, but he had moved to block her. "Robin, come on, please. Let's talk." So they had gone into the sitting room and talked. Tired of conflict, she had apologized for hurting Matthew's feelings by missing the cricket match, and for forgetting her wedding ring on their anniversary weekend. Matthew, in turn, had expressed regret for the things he had said during Sunday's row, and especially for the remark about her lack of achievements. Robin felt as though they were moving chess pieces on a board that was vibrating in the preliminary tremors of an earthquake. "It's too late. You know, surely, that none of this matters anymore." But when the talk was finished, Matthew said, "So we're okay?" "Yes," she replied. "We're fine." He had stood up, held out a hand, and helped her up from her chair. She had forced a smile, and then he had kissed her, hard, on the mouth, and begun to tug at the green dress. She heard the fabric around the zip tear, and when she began to protest, he clamped his mouth on hers again. She knew that she could stop him. She knew that he was waiting for her to stop him, that she was being tested in an ugly, underhand way, that he would deny what he was really doing, that he would claim to be the victim. She hated him for doing it this way, and part of her wanted to be the kind of woman who could have disengaged from her own revulsion and from her own reluctant flesh. But she had fought too long and too hard to regain possession of her own body to barter it in this way. "No," she said, pushing him away. "I don't want to." He released her at once, as she had known he would, with an expression compounded of anger and triumph. Suddenly, she knew that she had not fooled him when they had had sex on their anniversary weekend, and paradoxically, that made her feel tender towards him. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm tired." "Yeah," said Matthew. "So am I." And he had walked out of the room, leaving Robin with a chill down her back where the green dress had torn. Where the hell was Strike? It was 9:05 and she wanted company. She also wanted to know what had happened after he left the reception with Charlotte. Anything would be preferable to sitting here, thinking about Matthew. As though the thought had summoned him, her phone rang. "Sorry," he said before she could speak. "Suspicious package at Bloody Green Park. I've been stuck on the tube for 20 minutes and I've only just got reception. I'll be there as quick as I can, but you might have to start without me." "Oh, God," said Robin, closing her tired eyes. "Sorry," Strike repeated. "I'm on my way. Got something to tell you, actually. Funny thing happened last night. Oh, hang on. We're moving. See you shortly." He hung up, leaving Robin with the prospect of having to deal alone with the first effusions of Jasper Chisel's anger, and still grappling formless feelings of dread and misery that swirled around a dark, graceful woman who was 16 years' worth of knowledge and memories ahead of her when it came to Cormoran Strike, which, Robin told herself, shouldn't matter for God's sake. Haven't you got enough problems without worrying about Strike's love life? It's nothing whatsoever to do with you. She felt a sudden guilty prickle around her lips, where Strike's missed kiss had landed outside the hospital. As though she could wash it away, she downed the dregs of her coffee, got up and left the cafe for the broad, straight street, which comprised 2 symmetrical lines of identical 19th century houses. She walked briskly, not because she was in any hurry to bear the brunt of Chisel's anger and disappointment, but because activity helped dispel her uncomfortable thoughts. Arriving outside Chisel's house precisely on time, she lingered for a few hopeful seconds beside the glossy black front door, just in case Strike were to appear at the last moment. He didn't. Robin therefore steadied herself, walked up the 3 clean white steps from the pavement, and knocked on the front door, which was on the latch and opened a few inches. A man's muffled voice shouted something that might have been "Come in." Robin passed into a small, dingy hall, dominated by vertiginous stairs. The olive-green wallpaper was drab and peeling in places. Leaving the front door as she had found it, she called out, "Minister?" He didn't answer. Robin knocked gently on the door to the right and opened it. Time froze. The scene seemed to fold in upon her, crashing through her retinas into a mind unprepared for it, and shock kept her standing in the doorway, her hand still on the handle and her mouth slightly open, trying to comprehend what she was seeing. A man was sitting in a Queen Anne chair, his legs splayed, his arms dangling, and he seemed to have a shiny grey turnip for a head, in which a carved mouth gaped, but no eyes. Then Robin's struggling comprehension grasped the fact that it was not a turnip, but a human head, shrink-wrapped in a clear plastic bag, into which a tube ran from a large canister. The man looked as though he had suffocated. His left foot lay sideways on the rug, revealing a small hole in the sole. His thick fingers dangled, almost touching the carpet, and there was a stain at his groin where his bladder had emptied. And next she understood that it was Chisel himself who sat in the chair, and that his thick mass of grey hair was pressed flat against his face in the vacuum created by the bag, and that the gaping mouth had sucked the plastic into itself, which was why it gaped so darkly. Chapter 35. The White Horse, in broad daylight. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Somewhere in the distance outside the house, a man shouted. He sounded like a workman, and in some part of her brain, Robin knew that that was who she had heard when she was expecting to hear, "Come in." Nobody had invited her into the house. The door had simply been left ajar. Now, when it might have been expected, she didn't panic. There was no threat here, however horrifying the sight of that awful dummy with the turnip head and the tube. This poor, lifeless figure could not hurt her. Knowing that she must check that life was extinct, Robin approached Chisel and gently touched his shoulder. It was easier not being able to see his eyes because of the coarse hair that obscured them like a horse's forelock. The flesh felt hard beneath his striped shirt and cooler than she had expected. But then she imagined the gaping mouth speaking and took several quick steps backwards until her foot landed with a crunch on something hard on the carpet and she slipped. She had cracked a pale blue plastic tube of pills lying on the carpet. She recognized them as the sort of homeopathic tablets sold in her local chemist. Taking out her mobile, she called 999 and asked for the police. After explaining that she had found a body and giving the address, she was told that someone would be with her shortly. Trying not to focus on Chisel, she took in the frayed curtains, which were of an indeterminate dun colour, trimmed with sad little baubles, the antiquated TV in its faux wood cladding, the patch of darker wallpaper over the mantelpiece where a painting had once hung, and the silver-framed photographs. But the shrink-wrapped head, the rubber piping, and the cold glint of the canister seemed to turn all of this everyday normality into pasteboard. The nightmare alone was real. So Robin turned her mobile onto its camera function and began to take photographs. Putting a lens between herself and the scene mitigated the horror. Slowly and methodically, she documented the scene. A glass sat on the coffee table in front of the body, with a few millimeters of what looked like orange juice in it. Scattered books and papers lay beside it. There was a piece of thick cream writing paper headed with a red Tudor rose, like a drop of blood, and the printed address of the house in which Robin stood. Somebody had written in a rounded, girlish hand, "Tonight was the final straw. How stupid do you think I am, putting that girl in your office right under my nose? I hope you realize how ridiculous you look, how much people are laughing at you, chasing a girl who's younger than your daughters. I've had enough. Make a fool of yourself, I don't care anymore, it's over. I've gone back to Woolston. Once I've made arrangements for the horses, I'll clear out for good. Your bloody horrible children will be happy, but will you, Jasper? I doubt it, but it's too late. K." As Robin bent to take a picture of the note, she heard the front door snap shut, and with a gasp, she spun around. Strike was standing on the threshold, large, unshaven, still in the suit he had worn to the reception. He was staring at the figure in the chair. "The police are on their way," said Robin. "I just called them." Strike moved carefully into the room. "Holy shit." He spotted the cracked tube of pills on the floor, stepped over them, and scrutinized the tubing and the plastic-covered face. "Raff said he was behaving strangely," said Robin, "but I don't think he ever dreamed—" Strike said nothing. He was still examining the body. "Was that there yesterday evening?" "What?" "That," said Strike, pointing. There was a semicircular mark on the back of Chisel's hand, dark red against the coarse, pallid skin. "I can't remember," said Robin. The full shock of what had happened was starting to hit her, and she was finding it hard to arrange her thoughts, which floated, unmoored and disconnected, through her head. Chisel barking through the car window to persuade the police to let Strike into last night's reception. Chisel calling Kinvara a stupid bitch. Chisel demanding that they meet him here this morning. It was unreasonable to expect her to remember the back of his hands. Said Strike. He noticed the mobile in Robin's hand. Have you taken pictures of everything? She nodded. All of this? He asked, waving a hand over the table. That? He added, pointing at the cracked pills on the carpet. Yes, that was my fault. I trod on them. How did you get in? The door was open. I thought he'd left it on the latch for us, said Robin. A workman shouted in the street and I thought it was Chisel saying, come in. I was expecting... Stay here, said Strike. He left the room. She heard him climbing the stairs and then his heavy footsteps on the ceiling above, but she knew that there was nobody there. She could feel the house's essential lifelessness, its flimsy cardboard unreality, and sure enough, Strike returned less than 5 minutes later, shaking his head. Nobody. He walked past her through a door that led off the sitting room, and hearing footsteps hit tile, Robin knew that it was the kitchen. Completely empty, Strike said, re-emerging. What happened last night? Robin asked. You said something funny happened. She wanted to discuss a subject other than the awful form that dominated the room in its grotesque lifelessness. Billy called me. He said people were trying to kill him, chasing him. He claimed to be in a phone box in Trafalgar Square. I went to try and find him, but he wasn't there. Oh, said Robin. So he hadn't been with Charlotte. Even in this extremity, Robin registered the fact and was glad. The hell? Said Strike quietly, looking past her into a corner of the room. A buckled sword was leaning against the wall in a dark corner. It looked as though it had been forced or stood on and deliberately bent. Strike walked carefully around the body to examine it, but then they heard the police car pulling up outside the house, and he straightened up. We'll tell them everything, obviously, said Strike. Yes, said Robin. Except the surveillance devices. Shit, they'll find them in your office. They won't, said Robin. I took them home yesterday, in case we decided I needed to clear out because of the sun. Before Strike could express admiration for this clear-eyed foresight, somebody rapped hard on the front door. Well, it's been nice while it's lasted, hasn't it? Strike said, with a grim smile, as he moved towards the hall. Being out of the papers. Part 2. Chapter 36. What has happened can be hushed up, or at any rate can be explained away. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. The Chisel case maintained its singular character even when their client was no more. As the usual cumbersome procedures and formalities enveloped the corpse, Strike and Robin were escorted from Ebury Street to Scotland Yard, where they were separately interviewed. Strike knew that a tornado of speculation must be whirling through the newsrooms of London at the death of a government minister, and sure enough, by the time they emerged from Scotland Yard 6 hours later, the colourful details of Chisel's private life were being broadcast across TV and radio, while opening the internet browsers on their phones revealed brief news items from news sites as a tangle of baroque theories spread across blogs and social media, in which a multitude of cartoonish chisels died at the hand of myriad nebulous foes. As he rode in a taxi back to Denmark Street, Strike read how Chisel, the corrupt capitalist, had been murdered by the Russian mafia after failing to pay back interest on some seedy illegal transaction, while Chisel, the defender of solid English values, had surely been dispatched by vengeful Islamists after his attempts to resist the rise of Sharia law. Strike returned to his attic flat, only to collect his belongings, and decamped to the house of his old friends Nick and Ilse, respectively a gastroenterologist and a lawyer. Robin, who at Strike's insistence had taken a taxi directly home to Albury Street, was given a peremptory hug by Matthew, whose tissue-thin pretense of sympathy was worse, Robin felt, than outright fury. When he heard that Robin had been summoned back to Scotland Yard for further interrogation the next day, Matthew's self-control crumbled. Anyone could have seen this coming. Funny, it seemed to take most people by surprise, Robin said. She had just ignored her mother's fourth call of the morning. I don't mean Chiswell killing himself. It's pronounced Chisel. I mean you getting yourself into trouble for sneaking around the Houses of Parliament. Don't worry, Matt, I'll make sure the police know you were against it. Wouldn't want your promotion prospects compromised. But she wasn't sure that her second interviewer was a policeman. The softly spoken man in a dark grey suit didn't reveal whom he worked for. Robin found this gentleman far more intimidating than yesterday's police, even though they had, at times, been forceful to the point of aggression. Robin told her new interviewer everything she had seen and heard in the Commons, omitting only the strange conversation between Della Wynne and Amir Malik, which had been captured on a second listening device. As the interaction had taken place behind a closed door after normal working hours, she could only have heard it by using surveillance equipment. Robin assuaged her conscience by telling herself that this conversation could not possibly have anything to do with Chisel's death, but squirming feelings of guilt and terror pursued her as she left the building for the second time. So consumed was she by what she hoped was paranoia by this brush with the security services that she called Strike from a payphone near the tube instead of using her mobile. I've just had another interview. I'm pretty sure it was MI5. Bound to happen, said Strike, and she took solace from his matter-of-fact tone. They've got to check you out, make sure you are who you claim to be. Isn't there anywhere you can go other than home? I can't believe the press aren't on to us yet, but it must be imminent. I could go back to Masham, I suppose, Robin said, but they're bound to try there if they want to find me. That's where they came after the Ripper stuff. Unlike Strike, she had no friends of her own into whose anonymous homes she felt she could vanish. All her friends were Matthew's too, and she had no doubt that, like her husband, they would be scared of harbouring anybody who was of interest to the security services. At a loss as to what to do, she went back to Albury Street. Yet the press didn't come for her, even though the newspapers were hardly holding back on the subject of Chisel. The Mail had already run a double-page spread on the various tribulations and scandals that had plagued Jasper Chisel's life. Once mentioned as a possible Prime Minister, sexy Italian Ornella Serafin, with whom he had the affair that broke up his first marriage, voluptuous Kinvara Hanratty, who was 30 years his junior, Lieutenant Freddie Chiswell, eldest son, died in the Iraq War his father had staunchly supported, youngest child Raphael, whose drug-filled joyride ended in the death of a young mother. Broadsheets contained tributes from friends and colleagues. A fine mind, a supremely able minister, one of Thatcher's bright young men. But for a somewhat tumultuous private life, there were no heights he might not have reached. The public persona was irascible, even abrasive, but the Jasper Chisel I knew at Harrow was a witty and intelligent boy. 5 days of lurid press coverage passed, yet still the press's mysterious restraint on the subject of Strike and Robin's involvement held, and still nobody had printed a word about blackmail. On the Friday morning following the discovery of Chisel's body, Strike was sitting quietly at Nick and Ilsa's kitchen table, sunlight pouring through the window behind him. His host and hostess were at work. Nick and Ilsa, who had been trying for some years to have a baby, had recently adopted a pair of kittens, whom Nick had insisted on calling Ozzy and Ricky after the 2 Spurs players he had revered in his teens. The cats, who had only recently consented to sit on the knees of their adoptive parents, had not appreciated the arrival of the large and unfamiliar Strike. Finding themselves alone with him, they had sought refuge on top of a kitchen wall cabinet. He was currently conscious of the scrutiny of 4 pale green eyes, which followed his every movement from on high. Not that he was currently moving a great deal. Indeed, For much of the past half an hour he had been almost motionless as he pored over the photographs that Robin had taken in Ebury Street, which he had printed out in Nick's study for convenience. Finally, causing Ricky to jump up in a flurry of upended fur, Strike isolated 9 of the photographs and put the rest in a pile. While Strike scrutinized his selected images, Ricky settled back down, the tip of a black tail swaying as he awaited the detective's next move. The first photograph that Strike had selected showed a close-up of the small semicircular puncture mark on Chisel's left hand. The second and third pictures showed different angles of the glass that had sat on the coffee table in front of Chisel. A powdery residue was visible on the sides, above an inch of orange juice. The fourth, fifth and sixth photographs Strike laid together side by side. Each showed a slightly different angle of the body, with slices of the surrounding room caught within its frame. Once again, Strike studied the ghostly outline of the buckled sword in the corner, the dark patch over the mantelpiece where a picture had previously hung, and beneath this, barely noticeable against the dark wallpaper, a pair of brass hooks spaced nearly a yard apart. The seventh and eighth photographs, when placed side by side, showed the entirety of the coffee table. Kinvara's farewell letter sat on top of a number of papers and books, of which only a sliver of one letter was visible, signed by Brenda Bailey. Of the books, Strike could see nothing but a partial title on an old cloth edition, Catull, and the lower part of a Penguin paperback. Also in shot was the upturned corner of the threadbare rug beneath the table. The ninth and final picture, which Strike had enlarged from yet another shot of the body, showed Chisel's gaping trouser pocket, in which something shiny and golden had been caught in the flash of Robin's camera. While he was still contemplating this gleaming object, Strike's mobile rang. It was his hostess, Ilse. "Hi," he said, standing up and grabbing the packet of Benson and Hedges and lighter that lay on the side behind him. With an eruption of claws on wood, Ozzy and Ricky streaked along the top of the kitchen cabinets in case Strike was about to start throwing things at them. Checking to see that they were too far away to make a break for the garden, Strike let himself outside and swiftly closed the back door. "Any news?" "Yes, looks like you were right." Strike sat down on a wrought iron garden chair and lit up. "Go on." "I've just had coffee with my contact. He can't speak freely given the nature of what we're talking about, but I put your theory to him and he said, 'That sounds very plausible.' Then I said, 'Fellow politician?' And he said that sounded very likely too. And I said I supposed that in that situation the press would appeal, and he said yes, he thought so too." Strike exhaled. "I owe you, Ilse, thanks. The good news is I'll be able to get out of your hair." "Corm, we don't mind you staying, you know that." "The cats don't like me. Nick says they can tell you're a gooner. The comedy circuit lost a shining light when your husband decided on medicine. Dinner's on me tonight and I'll clear out afterwards." Strike then rang Robin. She picked up on the second ring. "Everything okay?" "I found out why the press aren't all over us. Della's taken out a super injunction. The papers aren't allowed to report that Chisel hired us in case it breaks the blackmail story. Ilse's just met her High Court contact and he confirmed it." There was a pause while Robin digested this information. "So Della convinced a judge that Chisel made up the blackmail?" "Exactly. That he was using us to dig dirt on enemies. I'm not surprised the judge swallowed it. The whole world thinks Della's whiter than white." "But Izzy knew why I was there," protested Robin. "The family will have confirmed that he was being blackmailed." Strike tapped ash absent-mindedly into Ilse's pot of rosemary. "Will they? Or will they want it all hushed up now he's dead?" He took her silence as reluctant agreement. "The press will appeal the injunction, won't they?" "They're already trying, according to Ilse. If I were a tabloid editor, I'd be having us watched. So I think we better be careful. I'm going back to the office tonight, but I think you should stay home." "For how long?" said Robin. He heard the strain in her voice and wondered whether it was entirely due to the stress of the case. We'll play it by ear. Robin, they know you were the one inside the Houses of Parliament. You became the story while he was alive, and you're sure as hell a story now they know who you really are, and he's dead. She said nothing. How are you getting on with the accounts? He asked. She had insisted on being given this job, little though either of them enjoyed it. They'd look a lot healthier if Chisel had paid his bill. I'll try and tap the family, said Strike, rubbing his eyes, but it feels tasteless asking for money before the funeral. I've been looking through the photos again, said Robin. In daily contact since finding the body, every one of their conversations wound its way back to the pictures of Chisel's corpse and the room in which they had found him. Me too. Notice anything new? Yes, 2 little brass hooks on the wall. I think the sword was usually displayed beneath the missing painting. Exactly. Do you think it was Chisel's from the army? Very possibly. Or some ancestors. I wonder why it was taken down, and how it got bent. You think Chisel grabbed it off the wall to try and defend himself against his murderer? That's the first time, said Robin quietly. You've said it. Murderer. A wasp swooped low over Strike, but repelled by his cigarette smoke, buzzed away again. I was joking. Were you? Strike stretched his legs out in front of him, contemplating his feet. Stuck in the house, which was warm, he had not bothered with shoes and socks. His bare foot, which rarely saw sunlight, was pale and hairy. The prosthetic foot, a single piece of carbon fibre with no individual toes, had a dull gleam in the sunshine. There are odd features, said Strike, as he waggled his remaining toes. But it's been a week and no arrest. The police will have noticed everything we did. Hasn't Wardle heard anything? Vanessa's dad's ill. She's on compassionate leave, or I'd have asked her. Wardle's deep in anti-terrorist stuff for the Olympics. Considerately spared the time to call my voicemail and piss himself laughing at my client dying on me, though. Cormoran, did you notice the name on those homeopathic pills I trod on? No, said Strike. This wasn't one of the photographs he had isolated. What was it? Lachesis. I saw it when I enlarged the picture. Why is that significant? When Chisel came into our office and quoted that Latin poem at Amir and said something about a man of your habits, he mentioned Lachesis. He said she was one of the fates. Exactly. The one who knew when everyone's number was up. Strike smoked in silence for a few seconds. Sounds like a threat. I know. You definitely can't remember which poem it was. Author, perhaps. I've been trying, but no. Wait, said Robin suddenly. He gave it a number. Catullus, said Strike, sitting up straighter on the iron garden chair. How do you know? Because Catullus's poems are numbered, not titled. There was an old copy on Chisel's coffee table. Catullus described plenty of interesting habits. Incest, sodomy, child rape. He might have missed out bestiality. There's a famous one about a sparrow, but nobody buggers it. Funny coincidence, isn't it? Said Robin, ignoring the witticism. Maybe Chisel was prescribed the pills and that put him in mind of the fate. Did he seem to you like the kind of man who'd trust homeopathy? No, admitted Strike. But if you're suggesting the killer dropped a tube of Lachesis as an artistic flourish... He heard a distant trill of bells. There's someone at the door, said Robin. I'd better... Check who it is before you answer, said Strike. He had had a sudden presentiment. Her footsteps were muffled by what he knew was carpet. Oh, God. Who is it? Mitch Patterson. Has he seen you? No, I'm upstairs. Then don't answer. I won't. Her breathing had become noisy and ragged. You all right? Fine, she said, her voice constricted. What's he...
I'm going to go. I'll call you later." The line went dead. Strike lowered the mobile. Feeling a sudden heat in the fingers of the hand not holding the phone, he realized his cigarette had burned to the filter. Stubbing it out on the hot paving stone, he flicked it over the wall into the garden of a neighbour whom Nick and Ilse disliked, and immediately lit another, thinking about Robin. He was concerned about her. It was to be expected, of course, that she was experiencing anxiety and stress after finding a body and being interviewed by the security services, but he had noticed lapses in concentration over the phone, where she asked him the same thing 2 or 3 times. There was also what he considered her unhealthy eagerness to get back to the office or out on the street. Convinced that she ought to be taking some time out, Strike hadn't told Robin about a line of investigation he was currently pursuing because he was sure she would insist on being allowed to help. The fact was that for Strike, the Chisel case had begun not with a dead man's story of blackmail, but with Billy Knight's tale of a strangled child wrapped in a pink blanket in the ground. Ever since Billy's last plea for help, Strike had been phoning the telephone number from which it had been made. Finally, on the previous morning, he had got an answer from a curious passer-by who had confirmed the box's position on the edge of Trafalgar Square. "Strike, that bastard soldier with a one leg. Billy's fixated on him, thinks he's going to rescue him." Surely there was a chance, however tiny, that Billy might gravitate back to the place where he had last sought help. Strike had spent a few hours wandering Trafalgar Square on the previous afternoon, knowing how remote was the possibility that Billy would show up, yet feeling compelled to do something, however pointless. Strike's other decision, which was even harder to justify because it cost money the agency could currently ill afford, was to keep Barclay embedded with Jimmy and Flick. "It's your money," the Glaswegian said, when the detective gave him his instructions. "But what am I looking for?" "Billy," said Strike. "And in the absence of Billy, anything strange." Of course, the next lot of accounts would show Robin exactly what Barclay was up to. Strike had a sudden feeling that he was being watched. Ozzy, the bolder of Nick and Ilse's kittens, was sitting at the kitchen window, beside the kitchen taps, staring through the window with eyes of pale jade. His gaze felt judgmental. Chapter 37. I shall never conquer this completely. There will always be a doubt confronting me. A question. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Wary of breaching the conditions of the super injunction, photographers stayed away from Chisel's funeral in Woolston. News organisations restricted themselves to brief, factual announcements that the service had taken place. Strike, who had considered sending flowers, had decided against it on the basis that the gesture might be taken as a tasteless reminder that his bill remained unpaid. Meanwhile, the inquest into Chisel's death was opened and adjourned, pending further investigations. And then, quite suddenly, nobody was very interested in Jasper Chisel. It was as though the corpse that had been borne aloft for a week upon a swell of newsprint, gossip and rumour, now sank beneath stories of sportsmen and women, of Olympic preparations and predictions, the country in the grip of an almost universal preoccupation, for whether they approved or disapproved of the event, it was impossible to ignore or avoid. Robin was still phoning Strike daily, pressuring him to let her come back to work, but Strike continued to refuse. Not only had Mitch Patterson twice more appeared in her street, but an unfamiliar young busker had spent the whole week playing on the pavement opposite Strike's office, missing chord changes every time he saw the detective, and regularly breaking off halfway through songs to answer his mobile. The press, it seemed, had not forgotten that the Olympics would eventually end, and that there was still a juicy story to be run on the reason Jasper Chisel had hired private detectives. None of Strike's police contacts knew anything about the progress of their colleagues' investigation into the case.
Usually able to fall asleep under even the most unpropitious conditions, Strike found himself unusually restful and wakeful by night, listening to the increased noise from the London now heaving with Olympics visitors. The last time he had endured such a long stretch of sleeplessness had been his first week of unconsciousness after his leg had been borne off by the IED in Afghanistan. Then he had been kept awake by a tormenting itch impossible to scratch, because he felt it on his missing foot. Strike hadn't seen Lorelei since the night of the Paralympic reception. After leaving Charlotte in the street, he had set off for Trafalgar Square to try and locate Billy, with the result that he had been even later to dinner with Lorelei than he had expected. Tired, sore, frustrated at his failure to find Billy, and jarred by the unexpected meeting with his ex, he had arrived at the Curry House in the expectation, and perhaps the hope, that Lorelei would have already left. However, she had not only been waiting patiently at the table, she had immediately wrong-footed him with what he mentally characterized as a strategic retreat. Far from forcing a discussion about the future of their relationship, she had apologized for what she claimed to have been a foolish and precipitate declaration of love in bed, which she knew had embarrassed him and which she sincerely regretted. Strike, who had drunk most of a pint on sitting down, bolstering himself, as he had imagined, for the unpleasant task of explaining that he did not want their relationship to become either more serious or permanent, was stymied. Her claim that she had said, "I love you," as a kind of cri de joie rendered his prepared speech useless, and given that she had looked very lovely in the lamp-lit restaurant, it had been easier and pleasanter to accept her explanation at face value, rather than force a rupture that, clearly, neither of them wanted. They had texted and spoken a few times during the subsequent week apart, though nowhere near as often as he had talked to Robin. Lorelei had been perfectly understanding about his need to keep a low profile for a while, once he explained that his late client had been the government minister who had suffocated in a plastic bag. Lorelei had even been unfazed when he refused her invitation to watch the opening ceremony of the Olympics with her, because he'd already agreed to spend the evening at Lucy and Greg's. Strike's sister was as yet unwilling to let Jack out of her sight, and had therefore declined Strike's offer to take him to the Imperial War Museum over the weekend, offering dinner instead. When he explained to Lorelei how matters stood, Strike could tell that she was hoping that he would ask her to come with him to meet some of his family for the first time. He said, truthfully, that his motive for going alone was to spend time with the nephew whom he felt he had neglected, and Lorelei accepted this explanation good-naturedly, merely asking whether he was free the following night. As the taxi bore him from Bromley South Station towards Lucy and Greg's, Strike found himself mulling the situation with Lorelei, because Lucy usually demanded a bulletin on his love life. This was one of the reasons he avoided these kinds of get-togethers. It troubled Lucy that her brother was still, at the age of nearly 38, unmarried. She had gone so far on one embarrassing occasion as to invite to dinner a woman whom she imagined he might fancy, which had taught him only that his sister grossly misjudged his taste and needs. As the taxi bore him deeper and deeper into middle-class suburbia, Strike found himself face to face with the uncomfortable truth, which was that Lorelei's willingness to accept the casualness of their current arrangement did not stem from a shared sense of disengagement, but from a desperation to keep him on almost any terms. Staring out of the window at the roomy houses with double garages and neat lawns, his thoughts drifted to Robin, who called him daily when her husband was out, and then to Charlotte, holding lightly to his arm as she walked down the Lancaster House staircase in her spike-heeled boots. It had been convenient and pleasurable to have Lorelei in his life these past 10.5 months, affectionately undemanding, erotically gifted, and pretending not to be in love with him. He could let the relationship continue, tell himself that he was, in that meaningless phrase, seeing how things went, or he could face the fact that he had merely postponed what must be done, and the longer he let things drift, the more mess and pain would result. These reflections were hardly calculated to cheer him up, and as the taxi drew up outside his sister's house, with a magnolia tree in the front garden and the net curtain twitching excitedly, he felt an irrational resentment towards his sister, as though all of it was her fault. Jack opened the front door before Strike could even knock. Given his state the last time Strike had seen him, Jack looked remarkably well, and the detective was torn between pleasure at his recovery and annoyance that he hadn't been allowed to take his nephew out, rather than making the long and inconvenient journey to Bromley. However, Jack's delight in Strike's arrival, his eager questions about everything Strike remembered about their time together in hospital, because he himself had been glamorously unconscious, were touching, as was the fact that Jack insisted upon sitting next to his uncle at dinner and monopolised his attention throughout. It was clear that Jack felt that they had become more closely bonded, for each having passed through the tribulation of emergency surgery. He demanded so many details of Strike's amputation that Greg put down his knife and fork and pushed away his plate with a nauseated expression. Strike had previously formed the impression that Jack, the middle son, was Greg's least favourite. He took a slightly malicious pleasure in satisfying Jack's curiosity, especially as he knew that Greg, who would usually have shut the conversation down, was exercising unusual restraint given Jack's convalescent state. Unconscious of all undercurrents, Lucy beamed throughout, her eyes barely leaving Strike and Jack. She asked Strike nothing about his private life. All she seemed to ask was that he would be kind and patient with her son. Uncle and nephew left the dinner table on excellent terms, Jack choosing a seat next to Strike on the sofa to watch the Olympics opening ceremony and chattering non-stop while they waited for the live broadcast to start, expressing the hope, among other things, that there would be guns, cannons, and soldiers. This innocent remark reminded Strike of Jasper Chisel and his annoyance, reported by Robin, that Britain's military prowess was not to be celebrated on this largest of national stages. This made Strike wonder whether Jimmy Knight was sitting in front of a TV somewhere, readying himself to sneer at what he had castigated as a carnival of capitalism. Greg handed Strike a bottle of Heineken. "Here we go," said Lucy excitedly. The live broadcast began with a countdown. A few seconds in, a numbered balloon failed to burst. Let it not be shit, thought Strike, suddenly forgetting everything else in an upsurge of patriotic paranoia. But the opening ceremony had been so very much the reverse of shit that Strike stayed to watch the whole thing, voluntarily missing his last train, accepting the offer of the sofa bed and breakfasting on Saturday morning with the family. "Agency doing well, is it?" Greg asked him over the fry-up Lucy had cooked. "Not bad," said Strike. He generally avoided discussing his business with Greg, who seemed to have been wrong-footed by Strike's success. His brother-in-law had always given the impression of being irritated by Strike's distinguished military career. As he fielded Greg's questions about the structure of the business, the rights and responsibilities of his freelance hires, Robin's special status as a salaried partner, and the potential for expansion, Strike detected, not for the first time, Greg's barely disguised hope that there might be something Strike had forgotten or overlooked, too much the soldier to easily navigate the civilian business world. "What's the ultimate aim, though?" he asked, while Jack sat patiently at Strike's side, clearly hoping to talk more about the military. "I suppose you'll be looking to build up the business so that you don't need to be out on the street. Direct them all from the office." "No," said Strike. "If I'd wanted a desk job, I'd have stayed in the army. The aim is to build up enough reliable employees that we can sustain a steady workload and make some decent money. Short term, I want to build up enough money in the bank to see us through the lean times." "Seems under-ambitious," said Greg. "With the free advertising you got after the Ripper case, "We're not talking about that case now," said Lucy sharply from beside the frying pan. And with a glance at his son, Greg fell silent, permitting Jack to re-enter the conversation with a question about assault courses. Lucy, who had loved every moment of her brother's visit, glowed with pleasure as she hugged him goodbye after breakfast. "Let me know when I can take Jack out," said Strike, while his nephew beamed up at him. "I will. And thanks so much, Stick. I'll never forget what you—" "I didn't do anything," Strike said, thumping her gently on the back. "He did it himself. He's tough, aren't you, Jack? Thanks for a nice evening, Luce." Strike considered that he had got out just in time. Finishing his cigarette outside the station, with 10 minutes to kill before the next train to central London, he reflected that Greg had reverted over breakfast to that combination of chirpiness and heartiness with which he usually treated his brother-in-law, while Lucy's inquiries after Robin, as he put on his coat, had shown signs of becoming a wide-ranging inquiry into his relationships with women in general. His thoughts had just returned dispiritedly towards Lorelei when his mobile rang. "Hello?"
"Is this Cormoran?"
said an upper-class female voice he did not immediately recognise. "Yes? Who's this?"
"Izzy Chisel,"
she said, sounding as though she had a head cold.
"Izzy," repeated Strike, surprised. How are you?"
"Oh, bearing up. We, got your invoice."
"Right," said Strike, wondering whether she was about to dispute the total, which was large.
"I'd be very happy to give you payment immediately, if you could. I wonder whether you could possibly come and see me. Today, if that's convenient. How are you fixed?"
Strike checked his watch. For the first time in weeks he had nothing to do except make his way to Lorelei's later for dinner, and the prospect of collecting a large cheque was certainly welcome.
"Yeah, that should be fine," he said. "Where are you, Izzy?"
She gave him her address in Chelsea.
"I'll be about an hour."
"Perfect," she said, sounding relieved. "I'll see you then." Chapter 38. Oh, this killing doubt. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. It was almost midday when Strike arrived at Izzy's Mews house in Upper Cheney Row in Chelsea, a quietly expensive stretch of houses which, unlike those of Ebury Street, were tastefully mismatched. Izzy's was small and painted white, with a carriage lamp beside the front door, and when Strike rang the doorbell, she answered within a few seconds. In her loose black trousers and a black sweater too warm for such a sunny day, Izzy reminded Strike of the first time he had met her father, who had been sporting an overcoat in June. A sapphire cross hung around her neck. Strike thought that she had gone as far into official mourning as modern-day dress and sensibilities would permit.
Come in,"
she said nervously, not making eye contact, and standing back, waved him into an airy open-plan sitting and kitchen area, with white walls, brightly patterned sofas, and an Art Nouveau fireplace, with sinuous moulded female figures supporting the mantelpiece. The long rear windows looked out onto a small private courtyard, where expensive wrought-iron furniture sat among carefully tended topiary.
"Sit down,"
said Izzy, waving him towards one of the colourful sofas.
"Tea? Coffee?"
"Tea would be great, thanks." Strike sat down, unobtrusively extracted a number of uncomfortable beaded cushions from beneath him, and took stock of the room. In spite of the cheery modern fabrics, a more traditional English taste predominated. 2 hunting prints stood over a table laden with silver-frame photographs, including a large black and white study of Izzy's parents on their wedding day. Jasper Chisel, dressed in the uniform of the Queen's own hussars, Lady Patricia, toothy and blonde, in a cloud of tulle. Over the mantelpiece hung a large watercolour of 3 blonde toddlers, which Strike assumed represented Izzy and her 2 older siblings, dead Freddie and the unknown Fizzy. Izzy clattered around, dropping teaspoons and opening and closing cupboards without finding what she was looking for. At last, turning down Strike's offer of help, she carried a tray bearing a teapot, bone china mugs and biscuits, the short distance between kitchenette and coffee table, and set it down. "Did you watch the opening ceremony?" she asked politely, busy with teapot and strainer. "I did, yeah," said Strike. "Great, wasn't it?" "Well, I liked the first part," said Izzy. "All the Industrial Revolution bit. But I thought it went, well, a bit PC after that. I'm not sure foreigners will really get why we were talking about the National Health Service. And I must say, I could have done without all the rap music. Help yourself to milk and sugar." "Thanks." There was a brief silence, broken only by the tinkling of silver and china. That plush kind of silence, achievable in London only by people with plenty of money. Even in winter, Strike's attic flat was never completely quiet. Music, footsteps and voices filled the Soho street below, and when pedestrians forsook the area, traffic rumbled through the night, while the slightest breath of wind rattled his insecure windows. "Oh, your cheque," gasped Izzy, jumping up again to fetch an envelope on the kitchen side. "Here." "Thanks very much," said Strike, taking it from her. Izzy sat down again, took a biscuit, changed her mind about eating it, and put it on her plate instead. Strike sipped tea that he suspected was of the finest quality, but which to him tasted unpleasantly of dried flowers. Said Izzy at last, "it's quite hard to know where to begin." She examined her fingers, which were unmanicured. "I'm scared you'll think I'm bonkers," she muttered, glancing up at him through her fair lashes. "I doubt that," said Strike, putting down his tea and adopting what he hoped was an encouraging expression. "Have you heard what they found in Papa's orange juice?" "No," said Strike. "Amitriptyline tablets, ground up into powder. I don't know whether they're antidepressants. The police say it's quite an efficient, painless suicide method. Sort of belt and braces, the pills and the bag." She took a sloppy gulp of tea. "They were quite kind, really, the police. Well, they have training, don't they? They told us if the helium's concentrated enough, one breath and you're asleep." She pursed her lips together. "The thing is," she said loudly, in a sudden rush of words, "I absolutely know that Papa would never have killed himself, because it was something he detested. He always said it was the coward's way out, awful for the family and everybody left behind. And it was strange. There was no packaging for the amitriptyline anywhere in the house. No empty boxes, no blister packs, nothing. Of course, a box would have Kinvara's name on it. Kinvara's the one who's prescribed amitriptyline. She's been taking them for over a year." Izzy glanced at Strike to see what effect her words had had. When he said nothing, she plunged on. "Papa and Kinvara rowed the night before at the reception, right before I came over to talk to you and Charlie. Papa just told us he'd asked Raph to come over to the Ebury Street house next morning. Kinvara was furious. She asked why, and Papa wouldn't tell her. He just smiled, and that infuriated her." "Why would—" "Because she hates all of us," said Izzy, correctly anticipating Strike's question. Her hands were clutched together, the knuckles white. "She's always hated anything and anyone that competed with her for Papa's attention or his affection. And she particularly hates Raph, because he looks just like his mother. And Kinvara's always been insecure about Ornella, because she's still very glamorous. But Kinvara doesn't like that Raph's a boy, either. She's always been frightened he'd replace Freddie, and maybe get put back in the will. Kinvara married Papa for his money. She never loved him." "When you say put back..." "Papa wrote Raph out of his will when he did the thing in the car. Kinvara was behind that, of course. She was egging Papa on to have nothing more to do with Raph at all. Anyway, Papa told us at Lancaster House he'd invited Raph around next day, and Kinvara went quiet. And a couple of minutes later, she suddenly announced that she was leaving and walked out. She claims she went back to Ebury Street, wrote Papa a farewell note, but you were there. Maybe you saw it."
Yes, said Strike. I did. Yes. So she claims she wrote that note, packed her bag, then caught the train back to Woolston. The way the police were questioning us, they seemed to think Kinvara leaving him would have made Papa kill himself. But that's just too ridiculous for words. Their marriage has been in trouble for ages. I think he'd been able to see through her for months and months before then. She's been telling crazy fibs and doing all kinds of melodramatic things to try and keep Papa's interest. I promise you, if Papa had believed she was about to leave him, he'd have been relieved, not suicidal. But of course, he wouldn't have taken that note seriously. He'd have known perfectly well it was more play acting. Kinvara's got 9 horses and no income. She'll have to be dragged out of Chisel House, just like Tinky the First, my grandpa's 3rd wife, Izzy explained. The Chisel men seem to have a thing for women with big boobs and horses. Flushed beneath her freckles, Izzy drew breath and said, I think Kinvara killed Papa. I can't get it out of my head. Can't focus. Can't think about anything else. She was convinced there was something going on between Papa and Venetia. She was suspicious from the first moment she saw Venetia, and then the son snooping around convinced her she was right to be worried. And she probably thought Papa reinstating Raph proved that he was getting ready for a new era. And I think she ground up her antidepressants and put them in his orange juice when he wasn't looking. He always had a glass of juice first thing. That was his routine. Then, when he became sleepy and couldn't fight her off, she put the bag over his head, and then, after she'd killed him, she wrote that note to try and make it look as though she was the one who was going to divorce him. And I think she sneaked out of the house after she'd done it, went home to Woolston, and pretended she'd been there when Papa died. Running out of breath, Izzy felt for the cross around her neck and played with it nervously, watching for Strike's reaction, her expression both nervous and defiant. Strike, who had dealt with several military suicides, knew that survivors were nearly always left with a particularly noxious form of grief, a poisoned wound that festered even beyond that of those whose relatives had been dispatched by enemy bullets. He might have his own doubts about the way in which Chisel had met his end, but he was not about to share them with the disorientated, grief-stricken woman beside him. What struck him chiefly about Izzy's diatribe was the hatred she appeared to feel for her stepmother. It was no trivial charge that she laid against Kinvara, and Strike wondered what it was that convinced Izzy that the rather childish, sulky woman with whom he had shared 5 minutes in a car could be capable of planning what amounted to a methodical execution. "The police," he said at last, "will have looked into Kinvara's movements, Izzy. In a case like this, the spouse is usually the first one to be investigated." "But they're accepting her story," said Izzy feverishly. "I can tell they are." "Then it's true," thought Strike. He had too high an opinion of the Met to imagine that they would be slapdash in confirming the movements of the wife, who had had easy access to the murder scene and who had been prescribed the drugs that had been found in the body. Who else knew Papa always drank orange juice in the mornings? Who else had access to amitriptyline and the helium? "Does she admit to buying the helium?" Strike asked. "No," said Izzy. "But she wouldn't, would she? She just sits there doing her hysterical little girl act." Izzy affected a higher-pitched voice. "I don't know how it got into the house. Why are you all pestering me? Leave me alone. I've been widowed." "I told the police. She attacked Papa with a hammer over a year ago." Strike froze in the act of raising his unappetizing tea to his lips. "What?" "She attacked Papa with a hammer," said Izzy, her pale blue eyes boring into Strike, willing him to understand. "They had a massive row because, well, it doesn't matter why, but they were out in the stables. This was at home, at Chisel House, obviously, and Kinvara grabbed the hammer off the top of a toolbox and smashed Papa over the head with it. She was bloody lucky she didn't kill him then. It left him with olfactory dysfunction. He couldn't smell and taste as well afterwards, and he got cross at the smallest things, but he insisted on hushing it all up. He bundled her off into some residential centre and told everyone she was ill, nervous exhaustion. But the stable girl witnessed the whole thing and told us what had really happened. She had to call the local GP because Papa was bleeding so badly.
It would have been all over the papers if Papa hadn't got Kinvara admitted to a psychiatric ward and warned the papers off. Izzy picked up her tea, but her hand was now shaking so badly that she was forced to put it back down again. "She isn't what men think she is," said Izzy vehemently. "They all buy the little girl nonsense, even Raph. She did lose a baby, Izzy. But if he heard a quarter of what Kinvara says about him behind his back, he'd soon change his tune." "And what about the open front door?" Izzy said, jumping subject. "You know about all that. It's how you and Venetia got in, isn't it? That door's never closed properly unless you slam it. Papa knew that. He'd have made sure he closed it properly if he'd been in the house alone, wouldn't he? But if Kinvara was sneaking out early in the morning without wanting to be heard, she'd have had to pull it to and leave it, wouldn't she? She isn't very bright, you know. She'd have tidied away all the amitriptyline packaging, thinking it would incriminate her if she left it. I know the police think the absence of packaging is odd, but I can tell they're all leaning towards suicide, and that's why I wanted to speak to you, Cormoran." Izzy finished, edging a little forward in her armchair. "I want to hire you. I want you to investigate Papa's death." Strike had known the request was coming almost from the moment the tea had arrived. The prospect of being paid to investigate what was, in any case, preoccupying Strike to the point of obsession was naturally inviting. However, clients who sought nothing but confirmation of their own theories were always troublesome. He could not accept the case on Izzy's terms, but compassion for her grief led him to seek a gentler mode of refusal. "The police won't want me under their feet, Izzy." "They don't have to know it's Papa's death you're investigating," said Izzy eagerly. "We could pretend we want you to investigate all those stupid trespasses into the garden that Kinvara claims have been going on. It would serve her bloody well right if we took her seriously now." "Do the rest of the family know you're meeting me?" "Oh, yes," said Izzy eagerly. "Fizzy's all for it." "Is she? Does she suspect Kinvara too?" "Well, no," said Izzy, sounding faintly frustrated. "But she agrees 100% that Papa couldn't have killed himself." "Who does she think did it, if not Kinvara?" "Well," said Izzy, who seemed uneasy at this line of questioning, "actually, Fizz has got this crazy idea that Jimmy Knight was involved somehow, but obviously that's ridiculous. Jimmy was in custody when Papa died, wasn't he? You and I saw him being led away by the police the evening before. But Fizz doesn't want to hear that. She's fixated on Jimmy. I've said to her, how did Jimmy Knight know where the amitriptyline and the helium were? But she won't listen. She keeps going on about how Knight was after revenge." "Revenge for what?" "What?" said Izzy restlessly, though Strike knew she had heard him. "Oh, that doesn't matter now. That's all over." Snatching up the teapot, Izzy marched away into the kitchen area, where she added more hot water from the kettle. "Fizz is irrational about Jimmy," she said, returning with her teapot refilled and setting it down with a bang on the table. "She's never been able to stand him since we were teenagers." She poured herself a second cup of tea, her colour heightened. When Strike said nothing, she repeated nervously, "The blackmail business can't have anything to do with Papa dying. That's all over." "You didn't tell the police about it, did you?" asked Strike quietly. There was a pause. Izzy turned steadily pinker. She sipped her tea, then said, "No." Then she said in a rush, "I'm sorry. I can imagine how you and Venetia feel about that, but we're more concerned about Papa's legacy now. We can't face it all getting into the press, Cormoran. The only way the blackmail can have any bearing on his death is if it drove him to suicide, and I just don't believe he'd have killed himself over that or anything else." "Della must have found it easy to get her super injunction," said Strike, "if Chisel's own family were backing her up, saying nobody was blackmailing him." "We care more about how Papa's remembered. The blackmail, that's all over and done with." "But Fizzy still thinks Jimmy might have had something to do with your father's death." That would be a separate matter from what he was blackmailing about," said Izzy incoherently. "Jimmy had a grudge. It's hard to explain. Fizz is just silly about Jimmy." "How does the rest of the family feel about bringing me in again?" Well, Raph isn't awfully keen, but that's nothing to do with him. I'd be paying you.
Why isn't he keen?
Because, said Izzy. Well, because the police questioned Raph more than any of the rest of us. Because, look, Raph doesn't matter, she repeated. I'll be the client. I'm the one who wants you. Just break Kinvara's alibis. I know you can do it.
I'm afraid, said Strike, I can't take the job on those terms, Izzy.
Why not?
The client doesn't get to tell me what I can and can't investigate. Unless you want the whole truth, I'm not your man.
You are. I know you're the best. That's why Papa hired you, and that's why I want you.
Then you'll need to answer questions when I ask them, instead of telling me what does and doesn't matter.
She glared at him over the rim of her teacup, then, to his surprise, gave a brittle laugh. I don't know why I'm surprised. I knew you were like this. Remember when you argued with Jamie Morm in Nam Long Lashaka? Oh, you must remember. You wouldn't back down. The whole table was at you at one point. What was the argument about, do you?
The death penalty, said Strike, caught off guard. Yeah, I remember.
For the space of a blink, he seemed to see not Izzy's clean, bright sitting room with its relics of a wealthy English past, but the louche, dimly lit interior of a Vietnamese restaurant in Chelsea, where 12 years previously, he and one of Charlotte's friends had got into an argument over dinner. Jamie Morm's face was smoothly porcine in his memory. He had wanted to show up the oik whom Charlotte had insisted on bringing to dinner instead of Jamie's old friend, Jago Ross. And Jamie got really, really angry with you, Izzy said. He's quite a successful QC now, you know.
Must have learned to keep his temper in an argument, then, said Strike. And Izzy gave another little giggle. Izzy, he said, returning to the main issue, if you mean what you say...
I do.
Then you'll answer my questions, said Strike, drawing a notebook out of his pocket.
Irresolute, she watched him take out a pen.
I'm discreet, said Strike. In the past couple of years I've been told the secrets of 100 families and shared not one of them. Nothing irrelevant to your father's death will ever be mentioned again outside my agency. But if you don't trust me...
I do,
said Izzy desperately.
And to his slight surprise, she leaned forward and touched him on the knee. I do, Cormoran, honestly, but it's hard, talking about Papa.
I understand that, he said, readying his pen. So let's start with why the police questioned Raphael so much more than the rest of you.
He could tell that she didn't want to answer, but after a moment's hesitation she said, Well, I think it was partly because Papa phoned Raph early on the morning he died. It was the last call he made.
What did he say?
Nothing that mattered. It can't have had anything to do with Papa dying. But, she rushed on as though wanting to extinguish any expression her last words might have made. I think the main reason Raph isn't keen on me hiring you is that he rather fell for your Venetia while she was in the office, and now, well, obviously, he feels a bit of an idiot that he poured his heart out to her.
Fell for her, did he? Said Strike.
Yes, so it's hardly surprising he feels everyone's made a fool of him.
The fact remains.
I know what you're going to say, but
if you want me to investigate, it'll be me who decides what matters, Izzy, not you. So, I want to know... He ticked off all the times she had said that information didn't matter on his fingers as he named them. What your father called Raphael about the morning he died. What your father and Kinvara were rowing about when she hit him round the head with a hammer. And what your father was being blackmailed about.
The sapphire cross winked darkly as Izzy's chest rose and fell. When at last she spoke, it was jerkily. It's not up to me to tell you about what Papa and Raph said to each other the last time they spoke. That's for Raph to say.
Because it's private?
Yes, she said, very pink in the face. He wondered whether she was telling the truth.
You said your father had asked Raphael over to the house in Ebury Street the day he died. Was he rearranging the time? Cancelling?
Cancelling? Look, you'll have to ask Raph, she reiterated.
All right, said Strike, making a note. What caused your stepmother to hit your father around the head with a hammer? Izzy's eyes filled with tears. Then, with a sob, she pulled a handkerchief out of her sleeve and pressed it to her face.
I didn't want to tell you that because I didn't want you to think badly of Papa. Now he's... You see, he did something that...
Her broad shoulders shook as she emitted unromantic snorts. Strike, who found this frank and noisy anguish more touching than he would have found delicate eye-dabbing, sat in impotent sympathy while she tried to gasp out her apologies. Don't be silly, he said gruffly. Of course you're upset. But she seemed deeply ashamed of this loss of control, and her hiccuping return to calm was punctuated with further flustered sorries. At last, she wiped her face dry, as roughly as though cleaning a window, said one final, "I'm so sorry." She straightened her spine and said, with a forcefulness Strike rather admired, given the circumstances, "If you take the case, once we've signed on the dotted line, I'll tell you what Papa did that made Kinvara hit him." "I assume," said Strike, "the same goes for the reason that Wynne and Knight were blackmailing your father."
"Look,"
she said, tears welling again.
"Don't you see? It's Papa's memory, his legacy now. I don't want those things to be the thing people remember about him. Please help us, Corm. Please. I know it wasn't suicide. I know it wasn't."
He let his silence do the work for him. At last, her expression piteous, she said with a catch in her voice,
"All right. I'll tell you all about the blackmail, but only if Fizz and Torks agree."
"Who's Torks?" inquired Strike.
"Torquil, Fizz's husband. We swore we wouldn't ever tell anyone, but I'll talk to them, and if they agree, I'll tell you everything."
"Doesn't Raphael get consulted?"
"He never knew anything about the blackmail business. He was in jail when Jimmy first came to see Papa, and anyway, he didn't grow up with us, so he couldn't. Raph never knew."
"And what about Kinvara?" asked Strike. "Did she know?"
"Oh, yes,"
said Izzy, and a look of malice hardened her usually friendly features.
"But she definitely won't want us to tell you. Oh, not to protect Papa," she said, correctly reading Strike's expression. "To protect herself. Kinvara benefited, you see. She didn't mind what Papa was up to, so long as she reaped the rewards."
Chapter 39. Naturally, I talk as little about it as possible. It is better to be silent about such things. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. Robin was having a bad Saturday, following an even worse night. She had woken with a yelp at 4 a.m., with the sensation of being still tangled in the nightmare in which she had been carrying a whole bag full of listening devices through darkened streets, knowing that men in masks were following her. The old knife wound on her arm had been gaping open, and it was the trail of her spurting blood that her pursuers were following, and she knew she would never make it to the place where Strike was waiting for the bag of bugs. "What?" Matthew had said groggily, half asleep.
"Nothing,"
Robin had replied, before lying sleepless until 7, when she felt entitled to get up. A scruffy young blonde man had been lurking in Albury Street for the past 2 days. He barely bothered to conceal the fact that he was keeping their house under observation. Robin had discussed him with Strike, who was sure that he was a journalist rather than a private detective, probably a junior one, dispatched to keep tabs on her because Mitch Patterson's hourly rate had become an unjustifiable expense. She and Matthew had moved to Albury Street to escape the place where the Shacklewell Ripper had lurked. It was supposed to be a place of safety, yet it, too, had become contaminated by contact with unnatural death. Mid-morning, Robin had taken refuge in the bathroom before Matthew could realize she was hyperventilating again. Sitting on the bathroom floor, she had recourse to the technique she had learned in therapy, cognitive restructuring, which sought to identify the automatic thoughts of pursuit, pain and danger that sprang into her mind given certain triggers. He's just some idiot who works for the Sun. He wants a story, that's all. You're safe. He can't get at you. You're completely safe. When Robin emerged from the bathroom and went downstairs, she found her husband slamming kitchen doors and drawers as he threw together a sandwich. He did not offer to make one for her. What are we supposed to tell Tom and Sarah, with that bastard staring through the windows? Why would we tell Tom and Sarah anything? Asked Robin blankly. We're going to theirs for dinner tonight. Oh, no, groaned Robin. I mean, yes, sorry, I forgot. Well, what if the bloody journalist follows us? We ignore him, said Robin. What else can we do? She heard her mobile ringing upstairs, and glad of the excuse to get out of Matthew's vicinity, went to answer it. Aye, said Strike. Good news. Izzy's hired us to look into Chisel's death. Well, he corrected himself. What she actually wants is for us to prove Kinvara did it, but I managed to broaden the remit. That's fantastic, whispered Robin, carefully closing the bedroom door and sitting down on the bed. I thought you'd be pleased, said Strike. Now, what we need for starters is a line on the police investigation, especially forensics. I've just tried Wardle, but he's been warned not to talk to us. They seem to have guessed I'd still be sniffing around. And then I tried Anstis, but nothing doing. He's full-time on the Olympics and doesn't know anyone on the case. So I was going to ask, is Vanessa back off compassionate leave? Yes, said Robin, suddenly excited. It was the first time she had had the useful contact, rather than Strike. But even better than Vanessa, she's dating a guy in forensics, Oliver. I've never met him, but... If Oliver would agree to talk to us, said Strike, that would be fantastic. Tell you what, I'll call Shankar, see whether he'll sell me something we can offer in exchange. Call you back. He hung up. Though hungry, Robin did not go back downstairs, but stretched out on the smart mahogany bed, which had been a wedding gift from Matthew's father. It was so cumbersome and heavy that it had taken the full complement of removal men, sweating and swearing under their breath, to haul it up the stairs in pieces and reassemble it in the bedroom. Robin's dressing table, on the other hand, was old and cheap. Light as an orange crate without its drawers in, it had required only one man to pick it up and place it between the bedroom windows. 10 minutes later, her mobile rang again. That was quick. Yeah, we're in luck. Shankar's having a rest day. Our interests happen to coincide. There's somebody he wouldn't mind the police picking off. Tell Vanessa we're offering information on Ian Nash. Ian Nash, repeated Robin, sitting up to grab pen and paper and make a note of the name. Who exactly? Gangster. Vanessa will know who he is, said Strike. How much did it cost? Asked Robin. The personal bond between Strike and Shankar, profound in its way, never interfered with Shankar's rules of business. Half the first week's fee, said Strike. But it'll be money well spent if Oliver comes across with the goods. How are you? What? Said Robin, disconcerted. I'm fine. Why'd you ask? Don't suppose it's ever occurred to you that I've got a duty of care as your employer? We're partners. You're a salaried partner. You could sue for poor working conditions. Don't you think, said Robin, examining the forearm where the 8-inch purple scar still stood out, livid against her pale skin, I'd have already done that if I was going to. But if you're offering to sort out the loo on the landing... I'm just saying, persisted Strike. It'd be natural if you'd had a bit of reaction. Finding a body isn't many people's idea of fun. I'm absolutely fine, lied Robin. I have to be fine, she thought, after they had bidden each other goodbye. I'm not losing everything, all over again. Chapter 40. Your starting point is so very widely removed from his, you see. Henrik Ibsen, Rosmersholm. At 6 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Robin, who had again slept in the spare room, got up and dressed herself in jeans, t-shirt, sweatshirt and trainers. Her backpack contained a dark wig that she had bought online and which had been delivered the previous morning under the very nose of the skulking journalist. She crept quietly downstairs so as not to wake Matthew, with whom she had not discussed her plan. She knew perfectly well that he would disapprove. There was a precarious peace between them, even though dinner on Saturday night with Tom and Sarah had been an awful affair. In fact, precisely because dinner had been so dreadful. It had started inauspiciously because the journalist had indeed followed them up the street. They had succeeded in shaking him off, largely due to Robin's counter-surveillance training, which had led them to dodge unseen out of a crowded tube compartment just before the doors closed, leaving Matthew aggravated by what he considered undignified, childish tricks. But even Matthew could not lay the blame for the rest of the evening at Robin's door. What had begun as a light-hearted analysis over dinner of their failure to win the charity cricket match had turned suddenly nasty and aggressive. Tom had suddenly lashed out drunkenly at Matthew, telling him he was not half as good as he thought he was, that his arrogance had grated on the rest of the team, that indeed he was not popular in the office, that he put people's backs up, rubbed them the wrong way. Rocked by the sudden attack, Matthew had tried to ask what he had done wrong at work, but Tom, so drunk that Robin thought he must have started on the wine long before their arrival, had taken Matthew's hurt incredulity as provocation. "Don't play the fucking innocent with me," he had shouted. "I'm not going to stand for it anymore, belittling me and fucking needling me." "Was I?" Matthew asked Robin, shaken, as they walked back towards the tube in the darkness. "No," said Robin honestly. "You didn't say anything nasty to him at all." She added tonight only in her head. It was a relief to be taking a hurt and bewildered Matthew home rather than the man she usually lived with, and her sympathy and support had won her a couple of days' ceasefire at home. Robin was not about to jeopardize their truce by telling Matthew what she was planning this morning to throw the still-lurking journalist off her trail. She couldn't afford to be followed to a meeting with a forensic pathologist, especially as Oliver, according to Vanessa, had needed a great deal of persuasion to meet Strike and Robin in the first place. Letting herself quietly out of the French windows into the courtyard behind the house, Robin used one of the garden chairs to clamber onto the top of the wall that divided their garden from that of the house directly behind them, of which the curtains were mercifully closed. With a muffled, earthy thud, she slid off the wall onto the neighbour's lawn. The next part of her escape was a little trickier. She had first to drag a heavy ornamental bench in their neighbour's garden several feet, until it stood plumb with a fence. Then, balancing on the back of it, she climbed over the top of the creosoted panel, which swayed precariously as she dropped down into a flower bed on the other side, where she staggered and fell. Scrambling up again, she hurried across the new lawn to the opposite fence, in which there was a door to the car park on the other side. To Robin's relief, the bolt opened easily. As she pulled the garden gate closed behind her, she thought ruefully of the footprints she had just left across the dewy lawns. If the neighbours woke early, it would be only too easy to discover whence had come the intruder who had invaded their gardens, shifted their garden furniture, and squashed their begonias. Chisel's killer, if killer there was, had been far more adept at covering their tracks. Crouching down behind a parked Skoda in the deserted car park that served the garage-less street, Robin used the wing mirror to adjust the dark wig she had taken out of her backpack, then walked off briskly along the street that ran parallel with Albury Street until she turned right into Deptford High Street. Other than a couple of vans making early morning deliveries and the proprietor of a newsagent raising the metal security roller door from his shop front, there was hardly anybody around. Glancing over her shoulder, Robin felt a sudden rush, not of panic, but of elation. Nobody was following her. Even so, she didn't remove her wig until she was safely on the tube, giving the young man who had been eyeing her covertly over his Kindle something of a surprise. Strike had chosen the corner cafe on Lambeth Road for its proximity to the forensics laboratory where Oliver Bargate worked. When Robin arrived, she found Strike standing outside smoking. His gaze fell to the muddy knees of her jeans. "Rough landing in a flower bed," she explained, as she came within earshot. "That journalist is still hanging around." "Matthew give you a leg up?" "No, I used garden furniture." Strike ground out his cigarette on the wall beside him and followed her into the cafe, which smelled pleasantly of frying food. In Strike's opinion, Robin looked paler and thinner than usual, but her manner was cheerful as she ordered coffee and 2 bacon rolls. "1," Strike corrected her. "1," he repeated regretfully to the man behind the counter. "Trying to lose weight," he told Robin, as they took a recently vacated table. "Better for my leg." "Ah," said Robin. "Right." As he swept the crumbs from the table with his sleeve, Strike reflected, not for the first time, that Robin was the only woman he had ever met who had shown no interest in improving him. He knew that he could have changed his mind now and ordered 5 bacon rolls, and she would simply have grinned and handed them over. This thought made him feel particularly affectionate towards her as she joined him at the table in her muddy jeans. "Everything okay?" he asked, salivating as he watched her put ketchup on her roll. "Yes," lied Robin. "All good." "How's your leg?" "Better than it was." "What does this bloke we're meeting look like?" "Tall, black, glasses," said Robin thickly, through a mouthful of bread and bacon. Her early morning activity had made her hungrier than she had been in days. "Vanessa back on Olympics duty?" "Yeah," said Robin. "She's badgered Oliver into meeting us. I don't think he was that keen, but she's after promotion." "Dirt on Ian Nash will definitely help," said Strike. "From what Shanker told me, the Met's been trying—" "I think this is him," whispered Robin. Strike turned to see a lanky, worried-looking black man in rimless glasses standing in the doorway. He was holding a briefcase. Strike raised a hand in greeting, and Robin slid her sandwich and coffee over to the next seat to allow Oliver to sit opposite Strike. Robin was not sure what she had expected. He was handsome, with his high-rise hairstyle and pristine white shirt, but seemed suspicious and disapproving, neither of which traits she associated with Vanessa. Nevertheless, he shook the hand Strike proffered and, turning to Robin, said, "You're Robin. We've always missed each other." "Yes," said Robin, shaking hands too. Oliver's spotless appearance was making her feel self-conscious about her dishevelled hair and muddy jeans. "Nice to meet you at last. It's counter service. Shall I get you a tea or coffee?" Coffee, yeah, that'd be good," said Oliver. "Thanks." As Robin went to the counter, Oliver turned back to Strike. "Vanessa says you've got some information for her." "Might have," said Strike. "It all depends on what you've got for us, Oliver." "I'd like to know exactly what you're offering before we take this any further." Strike drew an envelope out of his jacket pocket and held it up. "A car registration number and a hand-drawn map." Apparently this meant something to Oliver. "Can I ask you where you got this?" "You can ask," said Strike cheerfully, "but that information's not included in the deal. Eric Wardle will tell you my contact's got a record of 100% reliability, though." A group of workmen entered the cafe, talking loudly. "This'll all be off the record," said Strike quietly. "No one'll ever know you talk to us." Oliver sighed, then bent down, opened his briefcase, and extracted a large notebook. As Robin returned with a mug of coffee for Oliver and sat back down at the table, Strike readied himself to make notes. "I've spoken to one of the guys on the team who did forensics," Oliver said, glancing at the workmen who were now bantering loudly at the next table, "and Vanessa's had a word with someone who knows where the wider investigation's going." He addressed Robin. They don't know Vanessa is friendly with you. If it gets out that we helped, they won't hear it from us, Robin assured him. Frowning slightly, Oliver opened his notebook and consulted the details he had jotted there in a small but legible hand. Well, forensics are fairly clear-cut. I don't know how much technical detail you want. Minimal, said Strike. Give us the highlights. Chisel had ingested around 500 milligrams of amitriptyline, dissolved in orange juice on an empty stomach. That's a sizable dose, isn't it? Asked Strike. It could have been fatal on its own, even without the helium, but it wouldn't have been as quick. On the other hand, he had heart disease, which would have made him more susceptible. Amitriptyline causes dysrhythmia and cardiac arrest in overdose. Popular suicide method? Yeah, said Oliver, but it's not always as painless as people hope. Most of it was still in his stomach, very small traces in the duodenum. Suffocation is what actually killed him, on analysis of the lung and brain tissue. Presumably the amitriptyline was a backup. Prints on the glass and the orange juice carton. Oliver turned a page in his notebook. The glass only had Chisel's prints on it. They found the carton in the bin, empty, also with Chisel's prints on, and others. Nothing suspicious. Just as you'd expect if it had been handled during purchase. Juice inside tested negative for drugs. The drugs went directly into the glass. The helium canister? That had Chisel's prints on it and some others. Nothing suspicious. Same as the juice carton, like it had been handled during purchase. Does amitriptyline have a taste? Asked Robin. Yeah, it's bitter, said Oliver. Olfactory dysfunction, Strike reminded Robin. After the head injury, he might not have tasted it. Would it have made him groggy? Robin asked Oliver. Probably, especially if he wasn't used to taking it. But people can have unexpected reactions. He might have become agitated. Any sign of how or where the pills were crushed up? Asked Strike. In the kitchen, there were traces of powder found on the pestle and mortar there. Prints? His. Do you know whether they tested the homeopathic pills? Asked Robin. The what? Said Oliver. There was a tube of homeopathic pills on the floor. I trod on them, Robin explained. Lachesis. I don't know anything about them, said Oliver, and Robin felt a little foolish for mentioning them. There was a mark on the back of his left hand. Yes, said Oliver, turning back to his notes. Abrasions to face and a small mark on the hand. On the face, too, said Robin, freezing with her sandwich in her hand. Yes, said Oliver. Any explanation? Asked Strike. You're wondering whether the bag was forced over his head, said Oliver. It was a statement, not a question. So did MI5. They know he didn't make the marks himself. Nothing under his own nails. On the other hand, there was no bruising to the body to show force. Nothing disarranged in the room. No signs of a struggle. Other than the bent sword, said Strike. I keep forgetting you were there, said Oliver. You know all this. Marks on the sword? It had been cleaned recently, but Chisel's prints were on the handle. What time of death are we looking at? Between 6 and 7 a.m., said Oliver. But he was fully dressed, mused Robin. From what I've heard about him, he was quite literally the kind of bloke who wouldn't have been caught dead in pyjamas, said Oliver dryly. Met's inclining to suicide, then? Asked Strike. Off the record, I think an open verdict is quite likely. There are a few discrepancies that need explaining. You know about the open front door, of course. It's warped. It won't close unless you shut it with force, but it sometimes jumps back open again if you slam it too hard. So it could have been accidental, the fact that it was open. Chisel might not have realized he'd left it ajar, but equally, a killer might not have known the trick to closing it. You don't happen to know how many keys to the door there were? Asked Strike. No, said Oliver. As I'm sure you'll appreciate, Van and I had to sound only casually interested, asking all these questions. He's a dead government minister, said Strike.
Surely you didn't have to sound too casual.
I know one thing, said Oliver. He had plenty of reasons to kill himself.
Such as?
Inquired Strike. Pen paused over his notebook. His wife was leaving him.
Allegedly,
said Strike, writing. They'd lost a baby, his eldest son died in Iraq. The family say he was acting strangely, drinking heavily and so on, and he had serious money problems.
Yeah,
said Strike.
Like what?
He was almost wiped out in the 2008 crash, said Oliver. And then there was, well, that business you two were investigating.
Do you know where the blackmailers were at the time of...
Oliver made a swift, convulsive movement that nearly knocked over his coffee. Leaning towards Strike, he hissed, "There's a super injunction out, in case you haven't."
"Yeah, we've heard," said Strike.
"Well, I happen to like my job."
"Okay," said Strike, unperturbed but lowering his voice. "I'll rephrase my question. Have they looked into the movements of Geraint Wynne and Jimmy?"
"Yes," said Oliver curtly, "and both have alibis."
"What are they?"
"The former was in Bermondsey with—" "Not Della," blurted Robin, before she could stop herself. The idea of his blind wife being Geraint's alibi had struck her somehow as indecent. She had formed the impression, whether naively or not, that Della stood apart from Geraint's criminal activity. "No," said Oliver tersely. "And do we have to use names?"
"Who then?"
asked Strike. "Some employee. He claims he was with the employee and the bloke confirmed it."
"Were there other witnesses?"
"I don't know," said Oliver with a trace of frustration. "I assume so. They're happy with the alibi."
"What about Jip, the other man?"
"He was in East Ham with his girlfriend."
"Was he?" said Strike, making a note of it. "I saw him being marched off to a police van the night before Chisel died."
"He was let off with a caution. But," Oliver said quietly, "blackmailers don't generally kill their victims, do they?"
"Not if they're getting money out of them,"
said Strike, still writing. But Knight wasn't. Oliver looked at his watch.
"Couple more things," said Strike equably,
his elbow still planted on the envelope containing Ian Nash's details.
"Does Vanessa know anything about a phone call to his son that Chisel made on the morning of his death?"
"Yes, she said something about that," said Oliver, flicking backwards and forwards through his notebook to find the information. "Yeah, he made 2 calls just after 6 a.m., first to his wife, then to his son." Strike and Robin looked at each other again.
"We knew about the call to Raphael. He called his wife as well."
"Yeah, he called her first." Oliver seemed to read their reaction correctly because he said, "The wife's totally in the clear. She was the first person they investigated, once they were satisfied it wasn't politically motivated, obviously. A neighbour saw her go into the house on Ebury Street the evening before and come out shortly afterwards with a bag 2 hours before her husband came back. A taxi driver picked her up halfway down the street and took her to Paddington. She was caught on camera on the train back to where she lives. Is it Oxfordshire? And apparently there was someone at the house when she got home who can vouch for the fact that she arrived there before midnight and never left again until the police came round to tell her Chisel was dead. Multiple witnesses to her whole journey."
"Who was at the house with her?"
"That I don't know." Oliver's eyes moved to the envelope still lying beneath Strike's elbow. "And that really is everything I've got." Strike had asked everything he had wanted to know, and had gained a couple of bits of information he had not expected, including the abrasions to Chisel's face, his poor finances, and the phone call to Kinvara in the early morning.
"You've been a big help," he told Oliver,
sliding the envelope across the table.
"Much appreciated."
Oliver appeared relieved that the encounter was over. He stood up and, with one more hasty handshake and a nod to Robin, departed the cafe. Once Oliver had stridden out of sight, Robin sat back in her chair and sighed.
"What's that glum expression for?" asked Strike, draining his mug of tea.
This is going to be the shortest job on record. Izzy wants us to prove it was Kinvara. She wants the truth about her father's death, said Strike. But he grinned at Robin's sceptical expression. And yeah, she's hoping it was Kinvara. Well, we'll have to see whether we can break all those alibis, won't we? I'm going to Woolstone on Saturday. Izzy's invited me over to Chisel House so I can meet her sister. Are you in? I'd rather not drive, the state my leg's in at the moment.
Yes, of course, said Robin immediately. The idea of getting out of London with Strike, even for a day, was so appealing that she did not bother to consider whether she and Matthew had plans. But surely, in the glow of their unexpected rapprochement, he would raise no difficulties. After all, she had not worked for a week and a half. We can take the Land Rover. It'll be better on country roads than your BMW.
You might need diversionary tactics if that hack's still watching you, said Strike.
I think I could probably throw them off more easily in a car than on foot.
Yeah, you probably could, said Strike.
Robin was in possession of an advanced driving qualification. Though he had never told her so, Robin was the only person by whom he would willingly be driven. What time are we supposed to be at Chisel House?
11, said Strike, but plan to be away for the whole day. I fancy taking a look at the Knight's old place while we're there.
He hesitated.
I can't remember whether I told you. I kept Barclay undercover with Jimmy and Flick.
He was braced for annoyance that he had not discussed it with her, resentment that Barclay had been working when she wasn't, or, perhaps more justifiably, a demand to know what he was playing at, given the state of the agency's finances. But she simply said, with more amusement than rancour, "You know you didn't tell me. Why did you keep him there?"
Because I've got a gut feeling there's a lot more to the Knight brothers than meets the eye.
You always tell me to mistrust gut feelings.
Never claim not to be a hypocrite, though. And brace yourself, Strike added, as they got up from the table. Raphael's not happy with you.
Why not?
Izzy says he fell for you. Quite upset you turned out to be an undercover detective.
Oh, said Robin. A faint pink blush spread over her face. Well, I'm sure he'll bounce back fast enough. He's that type.